Wow,
Hello.
that timer was off.
I know.
It's a good thing
Hello.
I
Yeah.
had my shirt on, I guess. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
I'm so bad at these cold opens. Like, I don't
No,
know how
I got this
Blevins
one.
does it.
I got this one. It should
Okay.
be a face up of me, honestly, right now, because some things were said on stream yesterday. We may or I may have likened some of the games to watching the NBA G League, or we may have said some rude things about carrots, and I was wrong. In the world we live in right now, the war on children's card games, we cannot be using such inflammatory language. So for that, I apologize. And if you have no clue what we're talking about, well, you should. By subscribing to the stream. Turn them sideways, hit the button below. And now, back to my co-casters.
I appreciate you apologizing for the carrot slander, because I won't stand for it.
That's fine.
It's a delightful food. I'm pro carrot.
Do you still stand by your support of Ivan the Cruel? Or Ivan the Cruel?
Because it's not Ivern the Cruel, and we have talked about this. We are no longer using Ivern's dead name, okay? The Green Father deserves respect.
I was just catching up. I was making sure we were on the same place.
Yeah. It's okay. And I will allow you to apologize as well, since Hero did such a great job. If you would like to take this moment to apologize.
Oh, of course. I also will apologize for the awful things that I said about Ivern, and I think that, all the people that he killed probably deserve it. Thank you for helping me.
About time you have some accountability. About time.
I mean, you could have just said that, he's moved on to a better place. That could have been a thing. Maybe, did you ever think that, maybe Ivern was really just trying to impress Jodie Foster? Haven't we all wanted to impress Jodie Foster at some point?
She's the Freedom Riders lady, right?
Oh my God.
Jodie Foster?
Okay, so anyway, we have day 2 of the Shenzhen National Open today, and I'm very excited.
Oh my God, I gotta plug Wikipedia again. Is that not Jodie Foster and Freedom Riders?
No, sir.
That is not Jodie Foster.
Come on, is it not Jodie Foster and Freedom Riders?
No.
Oh, damn.
It's a good try, though.
Oh, Hillary Swank, maybe? Close. She's the one who does she takes that guy in, teaches him football, Michael Orr, right? That's the one?
The Blind Side? That's Sandra Bullock?
We're getting close.
Okay.
I was never good at Guess Who as a kid.
Yeah.
Does she have glass?
Anyway.
Yeah, so day 2, Shenzhen National Open. We're going to, I think, see some quality games today. I know that we kind of jokingly talked about quality yesterday, but again, this was a massive event. A lot of folks, especially in the early rounds, I think we're just showing nerves. It's a lot. And I'll be honest, it can be nervous to play on camera, even at, small local events sometimes. Fun anecdotal story. I am undefeated on camera playing Flesh and Blood. And I am also the first one to admit that if you go find any of my previously streamed Flesh and Blood games, it is the worst Flesh and Blood I've ever played. The fact that I have won those games is an atrocity, because it is awful. And those are just smaller events, and this is not only huge, but the stage is beautiful, but I'm sure also intimidating. So that being said, given that we are, we're going into day 2, and they are, I would expect anyway, likely to be following the people that are performing well, I think that the quality is only going to improve going forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing not just better piloting, but also more so what the, top decks of the Eastern meta are going to be for this event, because, again, we've been talking about whether or not the East is going to kind of adapt to what we've seen in the West. We did see some miracle yesterday, but, are we going to see the Detonate Draven? Are we going to see more, I'm not going to say weird things, but just less traditional things, like when we were seeing the Lonely Poros with Irelia, right? I think that there's a lot of interesting things to compare as we progress through day 2 to what we saw in day 1. So anyway, that's my long-winded opener. How you doing?
They know that detonate exists. Oh my god, look on the stream. It's a miracle.
Draven.
A miracle Draven. Yeah, no. Did they ever end up releasing the split, like the representation of each legend?
Some of the Ivern files? Yeah, they released them. I told you. I sent it to you yesterday.
Did we ever look at it?
I mean, I did.
Probably. I can bring it up.
I think it'd be interesting because I don't know if we ever made it around to checking that yesterday. And yesterday was such a blur. It was so long ago. But
it was 24 whole hours ago.
True that. It was.
The human mind forgets like almost 70% of details within like 8 hours. I think I read that in like a documentary one time where it's a missing person. So it's probably true. No, it's true. Like, you cannot actually recall what happened 8 hours ago with like actual very good like astute clarity. You probably have like 70% of the details wrong.
You can.
Yeah, you think you can. But you can't. I'm just saying. I saw a lawyer said it on like a show, and like he won the case, so it's probably true.
Lincoln Lawyer, good show.
Such a good show. Actually, just watched the last season. Everybody dies. Spoiler. Everyone.
Yeah, it was like the ending of that show Dinosaurs. I know I'm showing my age, but do you remember Dinosaurs?
Oh, the one with the dad who looked like Tony Soprano?
Yes.
Talking about that one? Yes, I do know the one.
Yeah. I'm the baby, gotta love me. Anyway, that one does end with everybody dying because they were dinosaurs.
Historically, at least.
But spoilers. What the hell? All those dinosaurs
If you subscribe,
it was
to centrist viewing, science.
I'm just saying, it was kind of a stark, grim, series finale, especially for its time.
A real fade to black. Like a real fade to black, if you will.
It'd be like if Malcolm in the Middle ended with like the entire family dying. Like that'd be like, damn, what the hell?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
But it wasn't even like it was abrupt. Like everything hit, and then they all froze to death.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That's
We're bringing the happiness in day 2 here. All right, so
cheesy bread.
What do we think we're gonna see round 1, gentlemen? We're in day 2 now.
I will say there'll be a Lee Sin again versus a Draven.
Were you guys able to catch the last couple of rounds from yesterday?
Yeah, it was a Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Versus a Draven.
I was wondering if you saw the game. That's all.
Are you talking about that Lee Sin versus Draven?
I was talking about the Lee Sin actually. I think he was playing against like a Draven or something.
Yeah.
It was 6-0.
Oh baby, look at this. A breakdown.
Yeah.
Ezreal number 5.
So this was day 1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, because we don't have like at least I don't believe they do the traditional cut to day 2 because it should just be Swiss now till top 16.
It is 2 days. It is 2 rounds. Or excuse me, 3 more rounds, and then a top 16. Yeah.
Right. So we won't have like conversion rates or anything like that, but still, kind of neat to see what is below the top 3. We did get to see those top 3 representation numbers at the start of the broadcast yesterday, but we didn't get to see the rest of this. Kind of a big fall off after Kaisa going down to Victor, Ezreal, Fiora being there as well. Kind of surprising.
It is interesting because I feel like China has like consistently had an affinity, I suppose, for Victor. Like they very much enjoy Victor even in set 1. So the fact that we haven't seen it yet on stream is kind of surprising considering it is the 4th most represented. Fiora as well was something that showed up to a ton of China events and like hasn't really had success in the West. So to see it so high up there as well is very interesting.
I know that the best up pricing impacts this obviously, but I will say I am quite a bit shocked to see that there are more Rumbles than there are Rek'Sais or Annies, for example.
True. I will say, Victor, as you guys mentioned, is very highly repped, but notoriously, even in set 1, it was always a very highly repped hero while simultaneously performing very poorly. On top of that, we are now looking at Oh, it's roughly somewhere between the 7th or 8th and potentially 9th event in China that you can now get metal heroes. So, to my boots on the ground knowledge, they actually do not like give the same allure and like appeal as they do in where we are in like the US and EU because of they sell for a lot of money. Let's be honest. They generally are. There's very few of them right now. They sell for a lot of money. It's a way to make a big payday from doing well at a tournament, which is very cool. And it's cool that Riot does that. And it's a way to subsidize the prize pool. Over there, I hear they do not sell for as much. I'm always surprised to see that people are still going. So maybe there's just a very like respect thing over there. More like doing it for the honor, for the love of the game, if you will. So I do think it's always cool to see that.
My theory, don't know obviously this for certain, but I wonder how much what you're saying holds true in that the best of cards are in many ways almost like a trophy, right?
Right. Yeah.
And here we have a large number of people who are just collectors at heart, and they do not care. They just want to collect the thing, so they are willing to pay for it. Whereas culturally, I do wonder if perhaps it's seen almost as like stolen valor of a sorts, and that's why there's less of a market.
Yeah, it's very possible as well. It could be the quantity, it could be what you're saying, but it seems like we still do see a meta influence from the best ofs. Maybe more or not as much as in the West, but it's definitely for the love of the game.
I mean, any big event across any card game, like, if there's 2,000 people signing up for it, how many of them do you think that they can like actually win the event?
Right, sure. It's probably
so like I think that
20% at most.
Yeah, like it's very much, I think people being able to go in with like their own goal and like whether they think they can win the event or not, they're like, I could probably be the best Rumble player.
Right.
Like, yeah, so I think it's just a way for people to still have their own goals within the event. Very good.
Also, how do we feel about the drop off between Victor being, represented a lot, and then Lux being near the bottom makes sense just because it's historically been a bad hero, but Renata being second to last. So it's like literally Garen and then Renata.
I think if you wanted to play a blue-yellow deck that like has a shot at like day 2ing and like doing well, I think like Victor's probably the most likely, but I think Lux is like incredibly close and you might as well play Lux. Renata, yeah. I think, has no shot at day 2ing anything.
I think what I hope to see expanded upon as the sets go on is kind of what you're like not necessarily alluding to, but what like is in the same realm of conversation. It's like, hey, you're playing blue yellow, you're probably playing like bunch of removal, bunch of kill Imperial Decree, just trying to stall out the game, either win through attrition or win through some big like huzzah at the end of the game. And then you go down to somebody like Renata or Lux, as you're saying, and it's like, why would you really play this hero? Like, what's so different about it? And sometimes it feels, and we saw this a lot with Jinx as well, is that people just take the best deck and compress it to like, I'll just do like the 35 best cards that deck does and just do that deck but worse. And I would like to see more hero or legend identity as the sets grow, and hopefully we will see less of that. I think I would still like to see 20, 30, 40 Renatas like coming up to a tournament. I would just like to not see it be Victor Light or Lux Light. So I do think that is the cool part of the whole legend system, is that it gives the designers a way to try to make these legends different than like Rumble just being bad Kai'Sa. A lot of people are like, oh, we're just gonna play Zoo Kai'Sa but with robots instead, and it's like, that's cool, but I'd like to see more. So I'm excited with all the legends we have to hopefully see that built upon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like in theory Renata has a very different play style from Victor or from Lux. I think that just if you look at Renata right now, what Renata's trying to do doesn't really make sense within the game, within like the current card pool. And maybe in the future it'll make a little bit more sense. But yeah, the because her like, I don't know, entire kit just doesn't really function. The best way to play her almost certainly is to rip a better deck.
Yeah.
I feel you.
It's like, hey, I'll just kill all your units, but instead of 1/1s, I'll make 15 energy with gold and do something. And that's like kind of what she's trying to do. But I'm sure she's not supposed to do it in the exact same way. At least maybe not in the devs' mind. Hopefully
even like Teemo. I think that the best of Teemo in Vegas was was basically just running like Miracle Ezreal. Like I think that you're just doing like the same thing. It's just you're playing Teemo because nobody else is playing Teemo.
Right.
Which is interesting because of the differences in legends. If you're trying to look for like differences in identity, I do think that Teemo potentially has a greater difference. Like, yes, obviously you can still play the Miracle package in Teemo, but if somebody wanted to do something, you know, a bit more aggressive, let's say with sneaky deckhands to get on site early and then start hiding stuff, etc., there are versions of that that are available. It just feels like, you know, people are not gravitating enough to that yet. Now, the good thing about Teemo is that every set that comes out, anything that's hidden potentially works well with him. So I think he has a more kind of generic identity that still works in his favor. But I do worry about legends like a Renata, where, you know, if the stuff that comes out isn't necessarily gold centric or doesn't, you know, help in that fashion, we might have some struggles. Since we're co-streaming though, and we can talk about other games, I know that this is definitely not apples to oranges because we're in set 2 of Riftbound versus, you know, 6 years or whatever it is now for Flesh and Blood. But Flesh and Blood obviously notoriously has a hero or a character-based system very similar to what Riftbound does. Their most recent event, they're calling Memphis, that's also going this weekend. Shout out to Cass. That's actually what he's casting this weekend. Their most represented hero for that event was at 8%. So what do you think Riftbound has to do to increase the diversity and maybe get closer to those numbers?
A lot, I'll say.
I'd say release 40 more legends. And then
Yeah. Flab has the benefit, obviously, as you mentioned, of being around a lot longer. I will say in defense of Riftbound, Fab has not always had metas like this, and it's great to see that they're having one, and we'll see how long it lasts and how good people are receptive to it. Because what I will say as the negative point of view of that is everybody likes to pretend they like when the meta is even and balanced, then everybody has a chance. But sometimes you don't really mean that. Because I think like One Piece players, I think can speak to this a bit as of recent times. Sometimes what happens is there's just too many damn decks, and they all are kind of doing similar things or different things here and there, and it seems like there's much more variety. But what it comes down to is that it's just like too much to prepare for, and you start just kind of rolling dice with who you play. Not to say that like it's card games, like there's variance, things happen. But sometimes it is nicer to be like, hey, like there's a top 3 or 4 decks, and then there's a small echelon underneath that, and then there's like the field, is, you know, usually how you call it. So I agree with Charmer. It's great to see other games do that from time to time and have metas like that, and agree that Riftbound will, you know, that will be their ideal scenario. But sometimes watch out what you wish for. And what I wish for is a really damn cool map by turnhimsideways.gg, baby. As you can see on the screen.
That's right. Shop.turnhimsideways.gg. You can buy the Aurelia mat, art done by Iswardi Theriento. As we talk about Flesh and Blood, he is a Flesh and Blood artist, but he's done art for other card games as well. We do also have the new Draven mat. We do still have our Kaisa and Victor mats, I believe, available as well. All of them come in zone and no zone varieties. We also have our new challenge coins, which if you don't know what a coin is, Aikato can in fact teach you, but they are great. If you want to use them as a points tracker on the side of your mat, you can do that. If you want to use it to put on your hand when you're putting it down for your, you know, promising future triggers, your stacked deck resolutions or whatever, you can absolutely do that. It's good stuff.
Speaking of a promising future, you know who has a promising future? Riftbound. Do you think a game that we love, that may or may not have a ban list, will come out this Monday? And will it be a promising future for the game? You don't think it'll come out this Monday?
I don't think it'll come out this Monday, no.
The earliest would be Wednesday.
Oh, sorry. Like, do you think this week upcoming? Sorry, let me be more specific. Whether it's Wednesday,
I think it's more
Tuesday,
likely to be
business
next week.
Friday.
Like,
yeah,
you think it's gonna be like 10 days from now?
I think it's more likely.
Yeah, I don't think it would be this week because I think Dave is going to stay true to their word and that they will do the rules update / release stuff for Unleashed first. And then...
Is that what he said? I just thought he said the rules was going to be on the 30th. Because I also said they said they don't want to do a ban list right before a tournament. So theoretically, the most lead time would be best.
Yeah, I think that the rules are like the 30th or whatever. Like they're at the end of the month. And then the ban list could hit anytime. I think the earliest would be Wednesday, and the latest would probably be like next Tuesday.
So you think we're not going to ban list till April?
I don't know what's the date of next Tuesday.
Okay, I need to do this. This is a thing that happens with my wife as well, and it's not a you thing, and maybe it's a me thing. When you mean next Tuesday, do you mean 4 days from now or 11 days from now?
Considering I said the earliest would be Wednesday, which is 5 days from now, and the latest would be next Tuesday. I would say that I'm not referring to the one 4 days from now.
April the 1st, because then everyone will also say, is this an April Fool's or not? And that seems...
That's a good bit.
Yeah, so you're thinking at earliest the 25th of next week and the latest the 31st?
I think that would be...
Yeah,
it's like they don't usually drop stuff on Mondays. Like usually they're like Tuesday, Wednesday type of company.
So the initial, tweet in his thread that he had posted on X said, we're discussing card bans in the near future based on overly dominant play patterns, but none to announce today, nor an expected date for bans. And then separate said expect a separate rules update on 3/30 for the new mechanics being introduced. So I personally think that this means we will get the bans after 3/30. I think that they will share the rules changes or updates first.
When's Lille or Lyle? When's that?
I think it is the weekend of the...
It's 17th through the 19th.
Yeah, because the 23rd is Atlanta.
Yes. Yep.
So yeah, I think that like the absolute latest that they could put it out. I mean, they can do whatever they want, but I imagine 2 weeks lead up to Lille would be like the minimum, like reasonable thing that you could do as a company. So
question regarding the ban list for you guys. A brain teaser. We're seeing all these heroes, or legends, excuse me, and we see all these legends on the new sets from the new sets coming out, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, 4 energy, 4 might, no power. These are the best legends. Everybody needs to play these heroes." Do you think, because of this like kind of like toxic thing where like a lot of top players view legends that way, and a lot of players like you see 5 on a legend, you're like, this thing's awful, it's atrocious, you'll never play it. Do you think this calls for a banning of Obelisk of Power? Do you think these legends would get less great if you couldn't just go like, well, every game I go second, I play Obelisk and I can always slap this down? And do you think that would like widen up play patterns? Miracle Deck's a great example where it's just like play some BS, play your Draven, move on. Granted, you could do that on turn 1, obviously. When you're able to start doing this with Obelisk of Power, and then also it kind of breeds the degeneracy of like the turn 1 sneaky deckhand. Do you think we'd see Battlefield bans in the near future for Riftbound?
I do think that Battlefield bans are a possibility. I don't know that it would happen this soon. My immediate thought is twofold. First, I think that if you get rid of Obelisk, it does not likely change the play patterns. It just stalls it by a turn.
Right, but does that give certain decks a better like cushion?
It does, but I think that if anything, what happens is that some decks might include some more 2-drops again, but I don't think that ultimately people are going to stop playing the best decks because of Obelisk being gone or playing those champions in those slots. I also think that 5 is not a death knell for chosen champions by any stretch, because otherwise Irelia wouldn't be the number 2 deck of set 2 going forward, right? So I think if anything, the power cost matters more than the energy cost, right?
It's funny because I think in set 1, if you asked me what Battlefield would most likely be banned first, I'd have been like, oh, it's either Aspirants or Arian's Greatest. Like they're both just like silly battlefields that like we'll probably eat a ban at some point.
Sure.
that said, I do think that Obelisk has like warped the game quite a bit. I think that like it has effectively killed 2-drops in the game. Just the existence of Draven coming down on turn 2 every single or turn 1, every single game, like kind of stops your 2-drops from like doing anything. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Obelisk get banned. I don't know if it like massively changes things outside of like 2-drops being much better because they have like a turn where they're shielded from a Draven or a Kaisa or whatever just walking in on them. That said, I mean, I don't know. The rumor is what like Reaver's Rose, what people want banned. I think
that could be
that's
another Battlefield. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's some whiny
I'll be
baby
honest, that's
bullshit,
the one
but
from set 1, like when I was looking at the battlefields, that's the one that I was the most worried about. I think that's the one that has the most potential for top end abuse. Like, yes, Obelisk changes the way you build decks, but I don't think that changing the way you build a deck is necessarily as bad as drastically warping the way you pilot it, like from one game to another.
I think that like
yeah. I think it's one thing when you build your deck that way, right? Like if you're like, I want to do this thing with Obelisk, and you like change your deck a little bit, that's fine. I think it's the prevalence of everybody doing it to where was the point where like people start like presenting Obelisk game 1 now. Like, well, I know my opponent's gonna present it, but they go second, so I'm gonna do it game 1 so I can try to like sneaky deck in or do this or do that. And like game 2, I know they're gonna do it because they play it, and then like for game 3 that I might not do it. Yeah. And it's like there's a cool little cat and mouse of Battlefields for sure. But when like the top, like there was a point, and I don't know if this still stands true now, but like sometime around Vegas / Bologna, I'm pretty sure the top 5 decks in the game, if you considered Aurelia, Ezreal, Draven, Kaisa, and Aurora as the top 5 decks, whether you think that's true or not, and this probably even goes down lower, all played Obelisk.
Yeah.
Every single deck played Obelisk. It was very interesting. Well, continue with your point, Akato, sorry. And I do agree Reavers is a iffy one. I think there's a little bit of wine on it, but I do also think like abusing movement, like things like Stellacorn, for example, is like a great example of like a card where it's like, yeah, this card's like okay, but now Reavers don't makes it crazy. Or like the attack defend trigger like scenario, like the winning of combat. Like I think if they make Reaver's Row not considered combat for backing out, it'd be interesting. But decks even like Kha'Zix in the future, maybe, or Draven right now. Like I think that the winning of combat thing is what like gives people this warped like feels badness of Reaver's Row. But you know what does not feel bad is that we have a game.
True. Well done. Well done. Yeah. I don't know. I think that like Reaver's Row is strong with Draven, but I think that like every every good legend has like a game that they're broken on. Like Irelia's Dreaming Tree game is like absolutely insane, and you know Draven's Obelisk game is going second is really good, and Kaisa's Void Gate game is really good. Like I don't know, all these decks abuse Battlefields like that.
So I guess as again we're waiting for this game to fire off. The other reason that I would lean more toward, and I don't think it needs it right now, but I would lean more towards something like a Reaver's Row is just that Obelisk is one symmetrical. Yeah, wow, it is Kaisa, yeah. Not even just like the symmetrical thing. I think that the release of future cards. Oh, we have a Kaisa mirror. We're back to set 1, baby.
Wait,
baby.
what set is this?
Ban Kaisa.
Ban Kaisa. To finish that thought real quick, I think that it's easier through the release of future cards to fix the potential design issues of Obelisk. Because I think the other problem that we have right now is that everyone runs Obelisk and everyone does these 4-drop legend plays because there's almost no way to punish them right now, right? And if you do, it's always a setback. Like even if you're looking at stuff like Rocket Barrage or whatever, it's like, okay, I pay 4 to kill your 4-drop, but I had to pay a power to do it sort of thing. So I think that if they just make it so that, you know, windmill slamming your legend on turn 1 because you got to 4 runes is not always the best thing you can do, then that problem goes away.
And the abuse case is like Call of the Week, right? All the yellow decks that if they start with a token and then
Even
they
that
walk up
costs
and
a
score the
power,
point
though.
and then they Call the Week. Yeah, sure, but you're like not sacking a real unit, right?
Yeah, with token decks for sure. Or like units with death knell, you can get like, you know, secondary value, whether it's a bird or something. But
I think
speaking
like
of
every yellow
absolutely
deck-
value this turn, Void Gate on both sides of the battlefields is going to make
and
their
Void
red
Gate.
and blue spells. Yeah,
The
even
playmat
better.
looks crazy. The playmat didn't look like this yesterday, right?
It's a jungle. And for those asking, this is round 8 of what we believe is a supposed 10, and then after round 10 it'll be a cut to the top 16, and you will be watching the grand finals here or in the future tomorrow,
Or in the
technically.
past.
Or in the past on this same stream, with us, without us, who knows. We will be watching a grand finals, and a winner will be crowned today for those asking. But yeah, we got 3 rounds of Swiss more into a top 16 cut. Right now you will still see die rolls all day as they're deciding who goes first and second based off the die roll. Once we get into top 16, I think it will be seeding based, but again, we shall see. As the Kaises decide who wants to go first and second in a battle of spells slinging void gates on each side.
But that's an Immortal Phoenix. Holy
Yeah.
crap. Wow. Wow.
Other side, we got, okay, a little bit more traditional. Singularity, Plundering Poro.
There's no way we mulligan Plundering Poro, right? Like, Plundering Poro, Piercing Light, Yordle seems like a great opening hand.
Things to consider is these players may know each other or have seen each other, and maybe one knows that the other's playing Phoenix, or maybe one knows that like the type of Kaisa that the other is playing, and maybe they have some knowledge about, you know, not wanting to play too many cheap units early to get farmed by the Phoenix, and maybe that is influencing their mulligan decisions.
Yeah. We did see the one player mulligan a Watcher and a Time Warp. So
yeah, I think Watcher usually not that great in the mirror. Like, eventually it's fine, but like you run 3, you'll find a good spot for another one.
Especially and then warp, most of your opponent's units are just what 1, 2 might.
Yeah, and most Kaisas are in 2 warp nowadays, so like you definitely want to see at least 1 in the mirror eventually. But like you'd rather make sure that you have some amount of presence. Is that a main board for? Oh no, it's a Yordle. Never mind. I got too excited.
Yeah,
Forerunner has to be the best card in this matchup, right? That's just like the card.
Service Yordle. We're going to see a Sentry from one and a Yordle from the other. So different flavors of drawing a card from each Kaisa player here. As one will die and one will just come in. And here's the illustrious 4 mana turn, 4 energy turn. Will we just see a Kaisa pass? Is that what this guy's in for? Or are we going to see a Yordle of our own?
Ooh, we saw a quick reach. They thought about it.
So in set 1,
would have expected a Yordle.
You basically never run your Kaisa out on turn 2 unless you have a protection.
Right.
Just because like the card draw later on is like so important.
Yeah.
Because like if you run straight into like Falling Star Stupefy here, like you're just crying.
What do you do? Yeah, what do you do?
Yeah.
As we see double Hexray, retreat, and that last card is either a Falling Star. Oh, it's a Piercing. It's a red. Yep. Piercing. That was the removal spell. Yeah. So yeah.
I think, yeah, see, it's good for the player who went second here because they get to hold up a retreat. So if like a Singularity comes down or something, like they're feeling pretty good about themselves. But yeah, in general, running your Kaisa out, like you're just kind of hoping, I suppose. The other thing is that these Kaisas just like aren't very good on a Void Gate game because all the rays are going to deal 4 damage.
Yeah. We see an interesting push-up on the tanky Yordle, obviously. As you mentioned, if removal comes out pre-combat, we're going to see a retreat go back, get a rune, save a Kaisa. Going to seed tempo for that. But if this guy wants to walk over the Yordle thinking he has the combat, he's just going to die straight to a Ray. And then as well, we'll just die to the 2 damage from the Yordle. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about this turn, whether they want to keep settling for a macro advantage, or if they're going to go for this board wipe with the Singularity.
The other thing is, I feel like Progress Day is like it has to be really good in the builds of Kaisa nowadays. Like spending your entire turn to like play Progress Day like seems fine because you're like not really falling behind yet, and you're not falling behind on runes. An opponent already told you that they don't have Falling Star Stupefy. That said, Singularity. I mean, this is just like you're playing very much for tempo at this point, right? You're saying that, hey, I am gonna get blown out by the retreat, but I've put you off the board. I'm gonna walk up and try and score at least a point with the Sentry, maybe a point with the Kaisa as well. Like you're very much saying, hey, I want the short-term pressure here.
Yeah, the good news, as you mentioned, is we have all the removal in our hand, that by going to the battlefield this early, while you're getting the tempo and the point cadence, you're very, very susceptible to Hex Rays, Piercing Lights, even like though they told you they didn't have Falling Star,
like a hex ray on this Kaisa is like a huge win if you're able to like develop a creature or two and just cast 1 mana, kill a Kaisa, you know your opponent can't retreat it, because these hex rays are actually going to be overkill for most of this game.
Even like accelerating a Kaisa over the sentry and then raying the other Kaisa, like that's just that's incredibly strong here.
I was about to say I liked sending this, if anything, just because the drawing the card from the Kaisa and then likely when this sentry dies, the player's hand is rough, and it did not get any better with that Kaisa draw. We're now sitting on 3 progress days. We have this Phoenix with not a lot of great ways to, you know, continue to activate it, etc. So I think this is a Hail Mary to fix this hand.
Yeah, not a fan of this play. Either way, you lose 1 energy or 1 power by casting this Falling Star. So if you just accelerated the Kaisa, as you mentioned, and used the Hex Ray, you're actually using like what you would consider like bad cards to still clear the board, and like a Hex Ray is not great in this matchup, and you get to hold something like a Falling Star for later. Obviously, we could have gone to 2 points and held a Falling Star in our hand and got rid of one of our weaker cards in Hex Ray. So I'm interested to see if they're going to regret giving up a Falling Star, because 4 damage to each battlefield can totally matter in the late game. But we overkilled, like, you know, for 3 on the sentry.
Yeah, 4 damage to each battlefield, or even, well, what's really important is being able to hit the back line, right? Like, a lot of these mirrors, especially in set 1, came down to, like, a Falling Star plus Watcher turn to, like, completely wipe your opponent's back line. Nowadays, you have, like, a Bellows as well, so, like, there's still other options to hit the back line. The Falling Star is definitely, like, a premium card, and Ray is not. So, yeah.
Because we could have been threatening 4 points right now. Instead, we kind of gave our opponent the opportunity to resolve a progress day. I still think the person on the left might be a bit behind now. But going to 3 and going to 4 are just, I mean, obviously incredibly different numbers. The biggest difference is now, too, we could have been at 2 going to 3, and the Poro could be conquering for 4, and then backing up the Kaisa if we didn't want to go to 5. And now we're in Time Warp range, where, like, your opponent can't back off the battlefield because it's double Conquer Time Warp, you lose. And I know that sounds like so silly to worry about so early, but it's just like ending a game before it starts is like very important. And now again, you lost your Kaisa draw because you allowed your opponent to hold up mana for Hexray, and they're making more use of their 1-for-1 cards than you are.
That's also really important. Like, I think, yeah, the point tempo is incredibly important because you'd be pressuring 4 points, but also your hand is like not good. Like, you really need to draw a card off of this Kaisa, because I mean, as much as the, you know, triple progress day like looks clunky, progress day is very good in the mirror. Just because, like, once you resolve one of them, you're going to be ahead on cards forever. So as long as you aren't like behind on points, you just kind of win the game. And what we're seeing right now is that they are behind on cards. They're not ahead on points, the right side player here. So there was like 0 punishment for this progress day. And now, I mean, we're going to see what the Phoenix has come out. Like, the amount of pressure it's going to start to be put on here is going to be difficult, especially because the hand, these rays aren't great. You know, if you convert like the Void Seeker to a card, like that could be good. That's crazy. We cast second progress day instead of just like playing units.
I think the only thing that they had was the Yordle, though, right? Which, like, granted,
we still have like double Phoenix in hand that like we have to play at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here of this progress day is that you are quite literally telling your opponent, as you've mentioned, they've made very anemic turns, they have used very choice cards, and they have played a lot of the same stuff. You're kind of telling them, hey, can you play, like, show me something else? It's very clear they don't have many units, because they had a turn with like 6 or 8 runes where it's just like you could have spammed 2 drops or something following the Singularity. And now in casting a 4 like energy hopeful, this tells me again I want to take my time, clear this board, maybe play a unit, resolve my other progress day, and then again ask my opponent, do you have a unit? Because the upside of playing like this is that you get to resolve all your clunky expensive cards now, because you know your opponent can't punish it.
I do like to see these get excited though. I've been a big supporter of multiple get exciteds and multiple progress days in the Kaisa deck in this set. Just because get excited's very good into Draven, it's very good into Irelia. Big fan of that.
Yeah, I like it as well, especially if you're on the triple progress day, just because 6 is such a magic number for so many targets. And then if you do have those weird games where the time warps become clunky, being able to just hurl it for 10 can sometimes be a difference maker as well. And Irelia is a good example of that. So
I think a big thing is that against a lot of the meta decks, you need to have enough value to keep up with removing all of their units. So in this instance, it's a it's these progress days. But the really nice thing about what's it called? The really nice thing about Get Excited is that you can play the progress day without like tapping out of interaction. You still get to hold up 2 mana, deal 10. So like you get to like double spell on a turn and like get the value like without actually giving up on all tempo, which I think was a big issue in set 1, was you would cast the progress day and then you would fall super far behind, and then just pray that whatever removal you drew into is good enough.
Well, I also really liked that previous usage we saw as well. Right now we're seeing Phoenix come from hand, but chucking the other one just to get it into the trash and start utilizing that as well. Always feels good whenever you play a card and your opponent has to read it. Like, even if they're just doing it to double check for whatever reason, it's like a boost to my self-esteem. Like, yeah, that's right, I'm the idiot playing this.
Yeah. You're dumb for not knowing.
No. It makes me feel good because I'm like, I usually go into events thinking I'm like one of the dumbest people in the room, and then when they read my cards, it confirms it. So
that's fair. Yeah, the interesting part of that synergy with the Get Excited is you can discard the Phoenix, the Void Gate, putting it up to 4 damage. So trades very good into 4 might. Unfortunately, it does not have the upside of being used as a cost. You have to discard the card on resolution, so you can't kill something and get the Phoenix back, because that'd be an insane interaction. But going forward, every card will have that interaction. The really funny part here is we are getting to a point where we are probably going to see pass, because if our opponent on the right doesn't find units, our opponent on the left cannot kill units, and therefore he cannot summon his Phoenixes. And he has played about 3 Plundering Poros, 2 Sentries, and 2 Yordles of his own. We may see a pass turn. This Time Warp's going to come out for literally bad progress day at this point.
Yeah, this is
trying to find a new card.
I mean, it's crazy. I think that like casting your 3rd progress day as the player on the left, like you should probably like attempt to take advantage of your opponent's bad hand at some point by playing units. But what do I know? We just Time Warp to find a Plundering Poro.
It's really interesting. I wonder if at any point this opponent on the right doesn't play out a unit. There's so many times this game, like going forward now, where if you're counting your opponent's graveyard, if you just know these things, you can actually just start sculpting a hand of your own, which is a very interesting like dichotomy to do. If you can find, like, if you know you have extra Kaisas or like extra Watchers, you can start just cheesing accelerate points, because you know like Hex Rays and stuff can't get big enough. And it might be a way to crawl back in this game, because I do not believe you can win this game through normal means. You're just going to get attrition down.
I think you're 100% right that you are genuinely not supposed to play a unit here, because your opponent also has drawn like 15 more cards than you.
Yes.
Which means that like decking them out is like a real way to win this game.
Yes.
Like, and your hand is all removal. Like, this Plundering Poro is like never surviving. You're just giving them units to, like, you're just giving them the free Phoenixes. I think it's a great call out. Like, you're just genuinely not supposed to play a card.
Yeah, I think you could win this game through like a fatigue like math at this point. Like, your opponent has 2 points, which means that like Time Warp is not good. It's not gonna like scam you points out of nowhere. You've seen about 7 or 8 units dead. Like, you can assume there's some Watchers, but if your opponent's tapping out and doing the thing, like here, I would have loved to see Falling Star Pass. Like, Falling Star Pass would have been so much better. I mean, I think they used the Yordle to draw, so maybe they wouldn't have seen this Falling Star. I don't know if it was in their hand or not.
Yeah,
but it's very, very interesting. If they have no backline hate, which I assume they do in their 15-card hand.
But no, you're so right. Like, they just, if there wasn't a Plundering Poro last turn, right, then those Phoenixes aren't there, which means, guess what? Your opponent like either has to develop other units from their hand, or they are also just passing. And like, their hand is full of removal. Like, they have cards in their hand.
Yeah, which is a very interesting thing. It's probably, you don't see it enough in this game currently, but it's a weird situation to be in as the Phoenix player, because if you assume your opponent knows what they're doing, which you hope they do, if they just sit there and keep passing you, you should honestly like take a few more draw steps and like consider conceding, which I know sounds crazy. Because if somebody has you on almost a deterministic lock of you've drawn more cards than I have, but I take you to 35 minutes of doing it, do you think you could win 2 more games in 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Especially because like
these weird prisoner's dilemma.
These Kaisa decks nowadays, like, they don't run Dariuses. Like, you know, what exactly, what unit are you going to draw that's actually going to be able to like score you points from this Phoenix deck? Yeah, I think you're right to call it out. Like, I think there's a game
I
plan
want to
issue,
see
but
like
you could
this
have abused
hand
it.
converts on like killing after our Watchful Sentry draw, and I really want to see our opponent if this is like in their like their repertoire, if they could like recognize this, because we're gonna see one Phoenix go down, and a Watcher drawn, another Phoenix come out. It's gonna be Hex Raid. The negative part of this is our Sentry's still here.
Yeah, we yeah, you know, half measures, right? We didn't commit to the bit, so now
If we have if we piercing light our own unit here, I will be so impressed.
I was just gonna say here, we're down to 2 cards. I mean, about to draw a third, but your opponent still has 11 in hand. That is absurd.
Yeah.
So we're gonna summon our last 2 Phoenixes. If we have enough removal, like what happens is they're probably gonna conquer to 4. If we like do a double piercing light and stall them at 4, which I would have loved to have stalled them at 2 instead. It's a very real win con. I wonder if they recognize it, or if they're just like, I hate my opponent, they suck. Well, never mind, they don't recognize it.
Yeah, I mean, it is very funny that, unironically, they would be saved by like, just if their deck just quit giving them units.
Yeah, like if they're like ISP right now, you know, was like you know, a really bad one, like Comcast, shout out. If they just had lag right now and couldn't play their turns, they'd be doing so well.
Every time you give up a unit for a kill spell, the Phoenixes are essentially like draw 2 cards on top of it and then play them, right? So your opponent has already outdrawn you like 3-1, and you're just continuing to feed it as well. I just feel like this might be unfamiliarity with the matchup.
Yeah,
I think ultimately that's just what it comes down to.
It's just not in their range.
You have a limited amount of removal, and like the fact that you're every time you play a unit, you're giving your opponent more units that you have to shoot. Like it really is just
yeah, it's just not in their range. They've you know, and some people, for what it's worth, like might not want to win that way. Sometimes it's a card game and you have to recognize what your outs are, and sometimes they're even as an Aurora player, I get it done to me from time to time, whether maliciously or not, where people are playing for the clock or playing for burning you out of units or doing this or doing that. And it makes sense. Like sometimes these are just in the range of what you need to win as a player. And sadly, we're still open for it. If we could just kill one more unit and do nothing, because maybe we've run out of units at this point. But now you're at the point where you're behind on like clearing the board and the Watchers are coming out. So it's probably going to be hard to kill the Watcher.
I think even in set 1, this was a play pattern that like showed up a fair bit in the mirror. Like not necessarily because of Immortal Phoenix, but like if you have a hand of like all units or like all spells and your opponent has units, like oftentimes you are just like playing so far back and you're passing over and over, and then you know eventually you run them out of stuff and then you'll draw into you know your cards. Like it is relatively common play.
I wonder if they recognize the board clear here. Well, let's see. I think. Oh nope. It says you have to deal 2 to a battlefield, right?
Yeah, but
you can still repeat it even if it dies.
Cast.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say. I was like, I wonder if they're gonna move the Watcher in first, target their own, just because they were tapped out. But again, we've cleared the board. But this Watcher is look, even the stream like notices that this guy's deck is like 6 cards.
Yeah, especially because like this Watcher on the battlefield is just gonna like eat a Watcher in response. Like even if it wasn't eating a Singularity.
So hear me out, right? The decking. So if you're not familiar and you're watching at home, when somebody runs out of cards in deck, your opponent gets a point and then you recycle everything. So this trash will get shuffled back in. I wonder if the player on the right is actually trying to time it so that like they're just not behind on 1,000,000 points, and then they kill these Phoenixes when the recycle would occur, and then they're like not something that they have to deal with going forward. I feel like personally that's a big like gamble, and you're wasting a lot of clock doing so, but I do wonder if that is the game plan.
I'm gonna be so real. I think the player on the right is just see cards, play cards. But I do agree that there is definitely an idea of burning them out when they lose their Phoenixes, and then like suddenly their advantage isn't real anymore.
So this is an upside for the player on the right, if they are going to do it, is that if they let us untap with units, we can kill Phoenixes in combat and forbid ourselves from having units. And then we're there. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see an aggressive falling star here, just because it's so silly to like actually try to get value out of every single thing as we see the falling star come out. This guy realizes, hey, it's been 20 minutes and I really need to win.
Yeah. 30 cards still in hand. It is crazy that the player on the right has seen 0 progress day. That is that's wild.
Yeah, the only reason I even bring up this strategy is because I do not think the player on the right will ever win this game.
Oh, I think that it is I don't think
they can win this series at all. Yeah.
I was about to say, I don't think we've seen Get Excited's drawn either, which makes me wonder if the player on the right is running Progress Day at all, or if they're on a just more traditional set 1 version.
Stock is like
oh my god,
2 Progress Day and like
we might be here.
Please maybe 1 Get Excited.
Please don't play it. Okay, we're here. We may have an opportunity to see it. We no longer have units. I don't even know if there are any left in the deck. He's letting them go to 6, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, and what's the card in our hand?
Well, now it's got to be just like, what, double warp or whatever?
We don't have enough mana for that.
Well, yeah, player on the left has been recycling all their runes every single turn.
Yeah. So a top deck falling star here would be so
falling star, piercing light, even another singularity. I mean, fuck it, you know, just spend the mana.
Stupefy. Okay, Stupefy.
The redraw
in the back line for Bellows. Bellows out.
Yeah, Bellows, 100%.
Oh, KT Rain. Just the KT Rain and don't play.
Honestly, yeah, you just have to. You just grip and rip the rain.
Please don't play the Sentry. I really want to see this how both players would react to the situation. Oh no, he's playing the Sentry for nope. Please just play this. Don't play the Sentry. Don't play the Sentry.
Yeah, maybe it's finally clicked.
Please don't.
He's 100% going to play the Sentry.
I know,
because he's like, I'm at 3 points. I want to go to 4 points.
I know, but like, don't.
No, I think you're right. I think you identified the win condition.
And there's the Sentry.
No.
And like, to be fair, like I think Vera's 100% right. Like, we should be playing towards that, but like it is like a weird thing to play towards, and like it's not necessarily like intuitive for a lot of players.
I think it's not even necessarily that this player might not like recognize this and might not be in his range of plays. I think sometimes what it is like an ego thing. And I've had to deal with this in Aurora games where I don't like scoop a game where I'm like, oh, I could really win. It's probably just better to scoop. This is the inverse. I don't know if you've played this matchup enough, but I do not believe the player on the right could ever win this matchup. Like, I don't think it matters post-cyber or anything. I think you're just so far behind against 2 slow decks, specifically when you're not playing Darius and stuff in your deck, which you assume is maybe happening on the right side. You don't have enough Accelerate to beat a deck whose whole thing is to kill all your units, get Phoenixes back, and resolve progress days. And I think your like actual win con is the 1-0 win. And I know it sounds super cheesy, and like people say it's like, you know, it's like milling in Magic or whatever, but like it's your only chance to win the game. And it's you're not doing it like in a, you know, people talk about like clock scumming. Like, it's not scummy to just be like, pass your turn, pass your turn, pass your turn. It's one thing to sit there and waste time. That's illegal. That is sharking. That is things you cannot do. To just sit there and keep passing to your opponent, there's nothing illegal about that. You're giving them plenty of time to play. You're not stealing any clock from them. They just can't convert on a win. So I want to point that out, that there is a difference between stalling maliciously and executing a game plan and giving your opponent ample time to play. There's a difference.
I don't think you even have to do like something super crazy. Like, I'm literally not going to play. I'm 100% going to try to win through deck out.
Right.
But like, I think that you can just like weather the storm. I assume that at some point you're going to draw Progress Day. And like, if you're playing Kaisa in current year without Progress Day, then I mean, you know, you're a stronger soldier than I am. Like, you're just.
All right, we finally got it. The concession.
Yeah.
I think it was about 12 minutes too late, but we did get there. Hopefully there's enough time that we still see this be a series. The question, I think, is really, is there anything in the sideboard to even attack Phoenixes or solve this problem? And I think Vero's hit the nail on the head. I don't know that there's anything this player on the right has brought, just based on the way they've navigated this, that's going to make this a ton better.
They would need about, like, Darius is in their deck. Let's just pretend all 3 were on the bottom when we didn't see him. They would need Darius in their deck. They need some amount of rear guards in the sideboard.
and a healthy amount of time warps. There will not be void gates,
so we won't have to worry about cheap removal trading up as much in this like games 2 and 3. But it's asking a lot. You need to steal all your points at accelerate speed, haste speed, whatever you want to call it. All that needs to happen.
I don't even know if you need to do anything like insanely cheesy. Like I think that the normal build that you're bringing has a bunch of forerunners, and like you hit your progress days, they don't hit literally all 3 of them. And like I think that you could play like a relatively normal game.
It's
like I don't think that
I didn't see the forerunners either, so I mean I would hope they have those too.
Well, yeah, I mean the thing is we didn't see Darius, the guy on the right. Yeah. We didn't see Darius. I'm still not convinced there even is the progress days. Aikato definitely saw no get exciteds. Even if you assume it's Trip's forerunner in the board, like
it looks
not
very
saying
low
that they can't win, but it just feels like they are in a worse position because their card suite is not as equipped for this mirror as the person on the left.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the thing is like stock list is like some forerunners, a couple time warps, a couple like progress days. Like I think that like those cards alone are like good enough to win this type of silly matchup. But yeah, if they're on none of that, maybe they were really unlucky. If I were the person on the right and I did have progress days in my deck, I would 100% be pulling out my phone, the hypergeometric calculator. Okay, I went 30 cards deep and I saw 0 progress days. What are the...
Yeah, no, because I only say this, and I agree that there are like quote-unquote normal ways to have to win the game. It's just that in that game 1, like it went very long. Yes, we didn't draw as many cards as our opponent, but I had to say we saw at least 20 cards in our deck when you account for the mulligan. I didn't see Darius. I didn't see a progress day. I didn't see a forerunner. Those 3 cards scare me alone for both accelerate reasons, ways to rebuild back your board, forerunner being resilient to removal, getting your 3/3s on the back end, being able to crash in, at least get 2 points, get wiped again. Things like that to expedite your clock to make your accelerate like better. And then the progress day, I mean, yeah, if that's not there, I don't know how you fill back up your hand. You can only play so many attrition-based spells like Sentry and Forerunner until you quite just physically, you need to Jace the Mind Sculptor and do the crazy stuff and play the cards. You need to draw. You need the draw engine. And in this game, for the sake of this matchup, it's progress day.
Maybe we're running like Garbage Goobers or something.
Yeah, I mean, Garbage Grabbers is really funny. The best card for this matchup would possibly be Iron Ballistas in your sideboard. Because then you could just fatigue your opponent. It's fine. You only got to play units.
Iron Ballista, that's crazy.
Yeah,
bro.
if you had some Iron Ballistas in the sideboard, I think you could win this matchup through fatigue. The problem is you're down 1-0 now.
You're
down
1-0
degenerate.
I was going to say, I would maybe agree with you if they didn't just spend, 22 minutes or whatever it was.
Because you're down 1-0. So at best, you're playing for a draw. But
you're a true degenerate the way you're out here suggesting Iron Ballistas.
It's not being a degenerate. It's realizing that when your opponent plays cringe, I need to tell everybody this. This is a life lesson. You can never be above it. You have to meet them where they are. You got to meet them where they are. You can't be above it. If they're cringe, you got to be cringe. Cringe wars out here. It's a life lesson.
Yeah.
In card games specifically, don't be cringe in real life, or I'll kill you. Minecraft.
They must like do something in between games. Like maybe the judges are like taking down their sideboard or something. Because it is weird how long it takes them to sideboard.
Yeah, the judges do. They normally, at least towards like the later tables and towards the finals, they are noting like what was brought in and what was taken out.
Yeah.
So maybe they start doing it for day 2.
Yeah,
they probably are doing it for day 2 because they're used to doing it in day 2 because it's top 64. So now they're probably just like the judges are just trained that way.
Yeah, it's just a long time to sideboard, especially because like you should probably have an idea. Like even if you haven't played like this specific matchup into like Phoenix Kaisa, you should have a pretty good idea in your board. Like everything that you have in there for like the yellow matchups, that's what's coming in. Like everything for that Victor that you're gonna run into in round 3, that's what you're bringing in. Like same thing.
I do think they take
like
a little bit longer than usual to sideboard. A lot of people do in general, actually. But I do think I mean, you would know as well, having been on stream matches, they do have a lot of formulaic things they follow, which probably eats into a little more time, which is why I hate that the time rules are the way they are in this game right now. And I don't mean like the rules themselves, but I just mean like how games constantly go towards like 0-0-0 on the clock. I know you can't necessarily give them more time because it would be unfair, but I do feel like you get slowed down playing on stream, which is sometimes unfortunate.
I think they give them like a little bit more time. Like, it can't literally be like, you guys get an extra 10 minutes.
10 minutes, you know,
but
for
like,
sure, yeah.
You know, usually it's like, oh, you know, you started late and like we're paying attention to, you know, your board and stuff. So like, you know, boarding might not be against your timer or whatever. That said, we're about to load in here and it's gonna say like 32 minutes on the clock, and we're gonna be like, okay, yeah, this is fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the official clock that we see is the official clock like the floor has.
Yeah.
There's something to be considered. You know, this is me speaking to the Aether because nobody would ever watch me speak about Riftbound, but I do think organizers or Riot in general should consider that if games are going to continually go to time, because it is like you know, the meme where it's like, you know, Domino's pizza is great if you don't have somebody in your ear telling you it's bad. Every time I don't have somebody in the trenches putting a damn dice on my mic every damn time. Me and my opponent just know, but on stream
there's 31 minutes.
There's somebody in my ear telling me put the mic token. I'm just like, leave me alone.
Bro, not the 30 minutes to play. You guys, yeah, right side.
So,
I mean, it sucks in this type of matchup to have to be the aggressor.
Yeah, it does. I want to give a shout out to YouTube chat because somebody mentioned something, and normally I feel like as a broadcaster, I have to remind folks of stuff like this, but they had also rightfully pointed out that part of the reason that they likely take notes of what's going in and out of the decks is for infographics. And for this broadcast in particular, because they have the cool animations, the production team probably wants to know whether they have to have those ready or not. And that does matter. And I'll be honest, the animations are cool. As a spectator, I appreciate it. As a player, you're right, I would probably be annoyed, but as a spectator, I love it. And, you know, a few thousand people enjoying it for my
annoyance.
My minor annoyance is probably fine.
I would be so real. You've played Kaisa mirrors before. If you're playing Kaisa, you can't sit there with 30 minutes left for 2 games. You can't sit there and think for a full minute on your turn 2. That's illegal. It's so illegal.
The player on the left did it, or the player on the right?
Player on the right deciding whether or not to accelerate the Kaisa.
Yeah.
You're just not allowed to do that.
Especially,
like, it sucks.
I think in this situation, knowing that you're the aggressor as well, so like you have to take this game and go to another one. Like that
if you won game 1,
it.
Shit, take 90 seconds. You know, really think about it. But
yeah.
All right, Falling Star
into Hexray, into game over.
No,
and it's not like
both of them on the Kaisa.
I guess they don't want to 2-for-1 themselves in the deck that draws a million cards. I mean, that's fair. It's fine. It's just the Yordle. I don't completely hate it. I just thought we'd see like spam your thing down, wipe your board, and move on. But
oh, and we see a Forerunner on the left already. This might be a fast one.
That's what surprised me. There is like, I've won a lot of games against Kaisa by like just going like, you know, turn 2 Forerunner, turn 3 Forerunner. So I'm kind of surprised. Like, I would assume that walking up with your Kaisa onto the obelisk and then dropping a Forerunner on there, like, has to be like a really strong play pattern.
I mean this in a non-derogatory way when I say this. It's really funny to see this progress day. It's like my opponents in AI. Like, they just watched me play and they're learning in real time. Like, I could do nothing in progress day and this will work. My opponent did it. I do not know how a Yordle beats down a board of 3 units when you know the Phoenix loop is here. But I do find it funny as if he's learning in real time. Like, my opponent.
You know, it might just be an ego thing. Like, there's been times where I've been scummed in game 1 and I didn't get what I needed. And so when it came up in game 2, I was like, I know it's the wrong play, but damn it. We're going to
hard because like, this is a set 1 progress day where like, it was like, okay in the mirror, but you can't cast it when your opponent's holding. If you cast progress day and your opponent holds the point, you are so far behind. Because like now they get to what? You score to 3 here if they want to generate a gold, play their own progress day.
Yeah, or do their own, right? Like, he could have played a Forerunner there, or drew 4 more cards, or cleared your board and built more. And it's just like, you're never coming back. And you know warps are in the equation.
Especially, oh my god, like, so you have this Forerunner in your hand. You have warp that you'd like to play eventually. Like you're like, how do you get onto a battlefield here? Like, you don't run cleaves anymore, right?
Your
so, like,
opponent swinging up with Poro just lets you know that you're getting Hexrayed. Because, like, why wouldn't they run up with their 1/1 and draw a card? It's like, no, I'm just gonna get my gold and like hex ray your guy when he comes in, which is kind of
So
funny.
only complaint I have here is I feel like the 2 units needed to be switched. I think Sentry needed to be on Obelisk and Poro should have been on Reaver in case you wanted to retreat.
Yeah,
I know it's a minor
think,
nitpick, but
yeah, no, I think he realized it afterwards. He's like, oh, I'm gonna move in here, my guy's gonna attack, and then I'm just gonna hex ray his guy. And
Well,
then
the
he's
thing
like,
is
wait,
that you wouldn't get a
out
gold.
my Kaisa back. Yeah, you
with the
wouldn't get a
Poro.
gold that way. Yeah, you wouldn't get a gold with the Poro. That part.
The other thing is, like, if it's just a sentry, then like you walk the Yordle in. Like, you don't want these two to trade. Like, if you're the player on the right, you need this Yordle to like trade up. So like if there was a sentry, you would just like walk in there and be like super happy. Whereas like if you walk into the Reaver's row, like the Kais is gonna swing back over you.
Yeah.
You're drawing your opponent a card. Like,
I mean, ultimately, I
think
feel like
there's
my
a real
opponent
cost to it.
knows. My opponent like should know that whatchamacallit, that I just thought he was gonna hex ray. He stupefied it instead. It makes all of this battlefield positioning even funnier.
Yeah, but okay, I think the main issue with the player on the right is they're behind in points. They needed this Yordle to get onto a battlefield because like this Forerunner card is incredibly strong. But if you ever played in the base, like you're so done for. If you played in the base while you're behind points, like you're just so far behind. Like what, we're gonna Singularity here, and then guess what? They play like 2 more units, and then we're just on the back foot for the next like.
I'm pretty
4
sure we
turns.
have 7 runes.
my gosh.
We're just gonna untap and go Forerunner Yordle again and stare at you.
yeah, I was just gonna say player on the left is sitting on double Forerunner, double lecturing. So it's so the opposite of game 1. They're just gonna unit spam until the player on the right runs out of cards at this point.
I think the reasonable way that this matchup usually goes is you resolve 1 progress day. What happened game 1 with the triple progress day was like that was crazy.
Yeah, it's an anomaly. Yeah, it was my opponent like sputtered out and just found removal. I just decided to resolve 3 progress days, and my opponent couldn't punish it, and they couldn't recognize the backup strategy in time. And now, like, yeah, we're just gonna. Oh, you singularity me. I'm gonna make a 6 and a 3. Your turn again. You can singularity me again. I'll get 2 3/3s. Go up to 5. Warp.
The other
go to
disgusting
7.
thing is like they got the gold there, so like they're prepping for like a time warp next turn. Like the pressure is just absolutely insane. Like the player on the right has just been hosed at every single corner.
Yeah.
So I was also just about to say, normally I agree with you, Aikado, on that you do not want to play these Forerunners in base. The one exception is what we're seeing now, which is if you're ahead on points and you're the first person to play a Forerunner, then you're usually fine because now it's up to them to pop it, right? So
when you're ahead on point tempo, you can do whatever the hell you want. Like, just it doesn't matter. Like, you're so far ahead, you're a full turn ahead, and guess what? Your opponent didn't have an answer here. You're going to go up to 4, potentially 5 points here, and you get to save your lecturing Yordle on the Reaver's row. Like, you are just so absurdly far ahead.
Yeah.
God forbid you have a time warp here and just win the game on the spot.
Yeah, like our opponent could Acathian Rain our whole back line and then Falling Star the remaining units, and it would still be A-okay. And that's about what's about to happen with the Singularity instead. Which is kind of funny. I wouldn't recommend doing it because it makes no sense to kill the Forerunner like that, but I would go up to 4. I would have put my Yordle on the Reavers, my other guy on the left maybe.
You would 100% throw Yordle on Reavers, unless you're popping your opponent's entire board here, and then, like,
yeah,
you know,
sure,
who cares?
If that's the case,
but,
then whatever, yeah.
Yeah. I
do
agree
think,
with you.
I was going to say, I do think they are going to pop the whole board here.
Yeah, if you're just going to kill everything and
do they have the star?
If you're going to kill the Blevins in the back line, then I think this is fine.
What's disgusting with if they have the star here, if they don't have the star, then this is kind of a weird line. I assume that like just developing another Forerunner like feels like it would be stronger.
So they don't have the star, but they had Rays and stuff. So I think that they're just trying to bait these mechs to go into the Yordle.
That's fair too.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Ray, a retreat, get excited, another Forerunner.
I don't believe so. I think it's 2 get excited, a Phoenix, a retreat.
There's a 2 mana 1 power red card.
That's the get excited.
Yeah,
no, the non-yellow one. Like right next.
I thought that was a 3. I thought it was a Void Seeker, but
those are 2 Hex Rays back to back. It's Hex Ray, get excited Hex Ray. I'm pretty sure.
I think it's a piercing, but I hear you.
Okay.
It could be double ray. They do look very similar. I just, the only reason I think it's a piercing is because I thought I saw it too, but I could be wrong.
Show
I
the
could
hand
100% be wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Either way, yeah, I mean, this matchup, like every single Kaisa matchup has always come down to like whoever gets the 6 first just like wins the game because double conquering is so strong. I will say the player on the right has double warp in hand, so like you could like really hope that your opponent's bad at the video game. You just like develop a ton of units here, close your eyes, hope you don't lose the game to time warp, hope you don't get board wiped, and then on your next turn you walk up, maybe score a couple points, and then like double time warp and like steal this game. I think that type of thing, it's kind of like the win condition at this point. Like you're so far behind that like something stupid like that is the only way.
It's one. What a watcher. Sure.
And you just rip to get excited. Well, I don't know. Do we have a big enough spell? Maybe we don't have a big enough spell.
There's
Progress Day.
Day.
Do we have a stupefy? I don't think so.
We do. We do. The right
but we
player
have
has
the Ray.
stupefies, but yeah.
So it'd be like get excited plus Ray.
Yeah, we probably just retreat here.
We can't get excited the Progress Day? Isn't that 7?
Progress Day costs 6.
Oh, what a shit card.
Yeah, it's a bad card because it costs less mana than you thought. Based. Actually based.
I mean, also it trades theoretically, you know, but
Yeah, but that's not real. If you rip the get excited hoping that it trades and then they like have a Ray in response, like that's just so bad.
yeah, I know, but you know,
Okay, well.
I don't think
Never
anything
mind.
needs to happen realistically. I think it's just Reaver's Pass, but yeah. Yep. One Ray.
And if you're
As
Ray
Blevin
here, then you're like
says-
committing to double Ray.
It's Hextech Ray Leota.
Yep, Ray.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Huh?
I was gonna say one Ray, and then I was gonna say 2 Rays. Then that is.
Or if he's feeling extra spicy, sometimes Blevins will do Hextech Ray Romano.
Ooh, he's feeling a little Italian. Yeah, I think it is a piercing light now that he fanned the hand one more time. So I guess we're just gonna kill one for the sake of using our mana. And
Might
then
get
force
excited
him.
here.
Yeah, we could. I don't think you should. It makes kind of no sense, I think. But
I think that like you could take any random game action from this
No,
point
I
and like
agree.
you'd probably be fine.
it's
But
just, like for me, the Ray is like kill my guy's unit, force him to move up his other. That's fine, and then like get it on the back end. But I guess if we want to get our Phoenix in the
Oh.
graveyard,
Yeah.
completely acceptable. Completely acceptable to get the Phoenix in the graveyard.
I will, I mean, unless they have something that they know they want to play next turn, I will say I might have wanted to have seen them go in the other direction with it. Because if you do the get excited first and then Ray, you can play the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think a -3 power
Oh.
turn. A -3 power turn is probably not what they were in the.
Yeah,
Right,
they also
that's what I'm
don't have
saying.
the
It depends
mana.
on what their plan is the following turn, but
they don't
Yeah.
have a 1 mana to pay for the Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah, but here they had a few extra units in their hands, another Yordle, and then obviously the bigger guy in the Forerunner. And that's
Wait, we
also
didn't
gonna
play
eat up some
Hopeful?
Runner.
Oh, come on. You have to play. The only way that the player on the right wins this game is by stealing it with the double warp. You have to play another unit here to walk up and like threaten to score a point.
yeah, but the player on the
Alan.
right just saw a Phoenix and now they're not going to play units for the rest of the game.
Yeah, they heard me. Yeah, the hopeful would have
You're
been
so
a nice.
right. You're
the
so
hopeful
right.
would have been a nice shout. I think we probably eat the singularity regardless, but I agree. You probably play out the hopeful. Hope your opponent somehow doesn't wipe your board, and then walk in your big guy on the Reavers. Hope they.
I think an important thing in card games, it isn't to be like, oh, they're likely to have singularity. How do I beat it? The answer is you don't beat singularity, right? You
Right.
sit there and you think, okay, if I am going to win this game where I'm really behind,
Right.
what does winning the game look like? And winning the game looks like your opponent has a handful of like, I don't know, some shitty units. They walk back, they let you score points, you cheat up with time warp, maybe you wipe their board. That's what winning the game looks like. So you just close your eyes and that's what you play for. If you get singularity, it's like, unlucky.
Yeah.
Get them next
Yeah.
time.
Should have played around it.
But like you weren't beating that card anyway,
No, for sure.
Like identifying what your win condition is, even if it's like that's how you win games that like aren't winnable. Is you identify like what winning looks like, and then just like okay, I'm just gonna assume that that's what my opponent's hand is, and we're just If they have something else, it is what it is.
The more notable thing is that even if the player on the right were to win this game, we are at 16 Minotos.
I mean, player on the right is probably favored in time.
Yeah, no, I mean that part is maybe true.
I don't know. If I say it with enough confidence, then like I'm gonna feel like it's the case, but who really knows?
Yeah.
Do you think they're only on 2 Phoenixes, or was their 3rd Phoenix just like at the bottom of the deck in game 1?
Yes.
I bet it's 2.
That'd be my bet as well.
Yeah, with the lack of graveyard hate in this game, or discard hate, I think it's probably safe to play 2. In a more fair, humane, artisan world, I would play 3. But that world does not currently exist until Banish happens.
Yeah.
Or Smite, sorry. That card. The Smite banishes the card, right? So which means like it actually doesn't go to the discard. So Smite will be a cool card to stop Phoenixes in set 3, but until such time.
Yeah, really gonna stop the meta Juggernaut Phoenix.
Yeah, that's what I said. Why are you repeating it?
I was agreeing with you. Yeah, I was just
Okay, understood. Okay. Yeah, no, it is the meta Juggernaut. I'm watching it on live television as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, I would make fun of like staying here and like ripping the double stupefy. Like it's the exact thing I was just saying, right? Like you identify, your opponent just has like 0 removal cards. I think like the previous line, the things that punish you are smaller than literally any removal spell in the entire video game. But you do what you got to do.
I just gotta say, it kills me that you keep saying video game. Like, I know that it's a holdover from so many digital card games, but it cracks me up.
I think it's a good bit.
Yeah, personally, I hate it.
Well, that's because you haven't accepted that life is a simulation and that really this is all one big video game.
That's fair. I'll allow that. As cards are being casted on screen in some form or fashion, the ultimate thing is going to be that it's 6-2, and there's some Blevins in the back lines, and we are going to pass. And hopefully, the player on the right can singularity and see what that gets us.
I mean, singularity isn't even good enough.
I mean, this is really just a waiting game until the player on the left draws a time warp.
I think you need what, like Darius Falling Star? We decided he doesn't run Darius, so it's a little
Haven't
rough.
seen one.
I agree. He almost certainly doesn't run it. Like it's not stock anymore. Like nobody runs Darius in this deck.
Yep.
Well,
which is a bummer because Darius
don't run it.
Card.
I was gonna say good players don't run it because it's still in my version.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is Draven, the short guy's like older brother. Surprising that you don't see a lot of him in the meta.
I ain't cutting 6'5".
The main issue is that like Darius isn't very good against like Draven or anything like that. Like a lot of the good decks in the meta, like Darius just like kind of doesn't do anything against. Like Darius is still an incredible card, but like especially because you're kind of cutting down on cleaves. But like activating the card becomes a lot worse, and if you ever get blown out by a push or a bounce.
Akata, do you have siblings? Do you have siblings? Brothers?
I do,
sisters? Yeah. Are you an oldest or a second
no,
oldest?
I'm the middle.
So like you have an older brother or a younger brother?
Yeah, I have an older brother and a younger brother.
Oh, so you are very Draven coded. I get it now.
I see.
Yeah, just wanna. That makes sense.
I don't know. The Blood Brothers, there's only 2 of them.
That's true. Well, the older one is taller. His name's Darius. He's 6'5".
Yeah. How tall do you think Ivern is?
Ivern?
Yeah.
I think Ivern has a variable height because, to my knowledge, trees have to both grow and be trimmed back to regrow again. It's the cycle of rebirth, I think it's called. It's a Confucius thought. So yeah, I think he's kind of like a baseball player.
So genuinely, I think there is a
I just got Jarmer just couldn't hold it together. But yeah, no, I think he's like those like so recently in baseball they introduced the ABS, which is a strike zone thing, and so it's very relevant to your height. So this year, if you go and look at other baseball players' reported heights as of last year and see the reported heights now, people have randomly shrunk like 4 inches.
That's a good bit. That's funny. That's funny.
I just appreciate it. It dawned on me yesterday, but the fact that the bit is still going today, I genuinely appreciate that your name, Vero, is like mine in Charmer, right? So like I chose Charmer in part because at the time I was maining Ari, but also because it's like when you call a big guy tiny, right? Like it's meant to be funny. And so that your choice of naming is, you know, Truth just fits beautifully. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that is true. As an Italian man, he knows the name.
I think something that's interesting here is this is something that happens a lot in these Kaisa mirrors, where gaining the last point is actually really difficult, especially since you removed all of the accelerate units from your deck. Like trying to force a hold is actually like really hard.
The double is also difficult without the accelerate as well. That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when I said we're really just waiting for the guy on the left to draw a time warp, because I think that's the best path.
Which is why our right side gamer still has double warp in hand, and if we had played to it like 10 turns ago, but we could still play to it. There's a chance that we could just steal this game.
The real question is, Charmer's way too old and you're way too young. We keep using right and left. Why have we not just, you know, adopted a nice red versus blue? The sleeves are right there. We're all kind of missing this one.
Womp womp.
Unreal.
It's not just the sleeves, it's also the interface, right? We've got the outline of red and blue with the players, etc. The main reason that I'm doing it, just so we're clear, is because as somebody who
is serious.
Wait a second.
Sure, colorblind, but also as somebody who has taught college courses, I can tell you that there are plenty of adults that don't know right from left, and this is my way of teaching them.
You don't think that makes it more confusing for them?
They will learn.
Okay.
Blunt force trauma.
There's
gonna beat 'em
actually
over the
a
head with
line
it.
where we like. I hate the fact that it's like kind of winnable. Like there's definitely a sequence of cards that like
you don't seem to hate the fact.
Tell you why
seem
it's not.
to enjoy the fact.
Okay.
No, let me tell you why it's not. I normally would be on your side because I am a diehard like it's not over till it's over kind of guy. However, there is less than 10 minutes on the clock, and based on the play patterns and the pace of play that I have seen thus far from our red player, the player on the right, I do not think that even if they were to get the cards to align and then pull it off, they will do so in the next 9 minutes.
I hear you, and like I don't disagree with what you're saying.
And especially because we're warping with no
To that, I respond.
My bad.
Let me just say, there are times in my life when I don't want to be right. This was one of them, but holy cow, was I proven right very quickly.
I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe there isn't a line there. It's so close. There's like a Watcher Falling Star Bellows line that like actually just wins you the game. But I mean, we've drawn 2 Watchers in a row, and you just have to cast a Watcher, right? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
That was a good.
I'll say that, unexpected.
Yeah, I'm just playing Raid Shadow Legends because nobody wants.
And at this point, you honestly might as well just like walk up, score your point, and warp again. Fuck it. Like I don't know what winning the game looks like now. Like it has to be like drawing like double bellows. Yeah, unlucky.
How does double bellows win the game?
Because you like Watcher, and then double bellows doesn't work because you don't have enough mana because we warp.
That's why I'm like trying to figure out. Hey, they're listening to you though. They did walk up in time warp because why not?
Well, dear God, where was this 4 turns ago? Why didn't they play that hopeful that's still rotting in their hand?
Where was this 27 minutes ago?
Because they were not, in fact, hopeful.
Yeah,
that's true.
I think they did actually play the hopeful at some point. I don't think it's in hand anymore. But yeah, it's just I think that this has been like a consistent thing. It's probably because the game is like very new still. Like in the broad scheme of things, like Riftbound is a very new game, and like people are still learning it, and this and that and the other. I think that the biggest thing that I've noticed from watching other people play the game is that they really lack like an overall game plan. Like they really lack the overhead view of like what winning the game looks like or what winning a matchup looks like. And they just kind of like jam cards, and like sometimes your cards are like good enough to just like win the game anyway.
I think what you're describing is kind of getting lost in the micro decisions of turn by turn instead of having the macro game plan, right? Yeah. So a lot of times I like to phrase it as you'll see players that start playing not to lose instead of playing to win because they don't see that path. And I do think that that is legitimate because earlier, as you had pointed out, there was potentially a path, but it was, you know, something that would have had to have been set up and carried out over the course of several turns. And instead it felt like our player was just playing turn by turn. And so, you know, recently, like, yeah, we're chuckling at the time warp thing and whatever, but it's really just because they ended up in a position where they just lose the game if they don't warp. But the point and the reason we're laughing is because it should have never got to that point to begin with, right? Like the window was several turns earlier.
If we didn't double warp, if we had just played this Watcher and walked up, like playing around your opponent, making the mistake of like keeping the Forerunner alive, this Forerunner needs to die because you need to have the units to like double conquer. The fact that they decide to save this Forerunner, just like, why is this game winnable? It's not supposed to be winnable. I'm sorry.
I'm just here for the love
I think
of
you were
the
making a
game.
good point. I can't.
Hey, look, the warp was found. It's over.
Thank God.
There is no justice in Ba Sing Se. He almost won it. It was cool. It was a good time.
Yeah.
Everybody had fun.
I had fun.
Yeah. I can't believe
we
that
fought it
took
out. Yeah,
55
fought it out
minutes.
to the end. 6 minutes left on the clock. The right player almost rallied it back as Kaisa wins in the only way the deck is allowed to win, resolving a time warp.
You're so right, King.
Yeah, which is beautiful. It is so beautiful to watch Kaisa resolve a time warp for 6, 7, 8 months. It doesn't matter how many months go by.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I do miss Kaisa. I think Kaisa's a lot of fun. I like seeing the deck. I think that the play patterns are interesting and are cool. And I'm excited that we actually got to see it on stream because I feel like for being such a highly represented deck, the amount of times that we actually get to see it on stream is like relatively low. So I like them.
You know what is relatively low?
What's that?
Our bank accounts. We need you to buy Turn Them Sideways mats because they're beautiful. And we get 2% royalties for all of these sales.
Is that true?
You
I think 2%.
You get royalties? I was going to say, I think people should purchase these amazing mats, the beautiful coins.
Support us.
The dice.
I can't afford lights. Look behind me.
The thing is I don't make any money off of this. But it does help us continue to do the fun content.
Wait, you don't make any money off this? Like you're like a Turn 'em Sideways guy.
Yeah,
oh my God. You don't need to bring his contract dispute into the forefront of the stream, okay?
It's just kind of like if there were one of the three of us that were receiving proceeds from this, like it wouldn't be Vero or I, right? Like it would be.
No.
what I do.
Wait,
what I do is I just reinvest. We're reinvesting. See, I am.
I could have just called us poor.
Where it's like reinvest the dividends. I just do that.
I could have just called us poor, and you turn this into a contract dispute.
Is this gonna like trickle down at some point, or how does that work?
Here's the thing: we are still poor. Contract dispute or not, we are still poor. Now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, obviously, you're like a semi-responsible adult. There, Charmer. You have a wife, you have children, you have a house. And you are correct, but all of those things are expensive, which is why I'm still poor. But I'm not so poor that I can't afford an amazing playmat or some beautiful might dice.
Coins, if you will.
Some coins.
I do like that we went right back to the plug because we ruined it the first time. I think that's smart. That was good.
Yeah, you can pick these up at, shop.turnhemsideways.gg.
www.
Nothing shows your age like saying WWW out loud.
I personally like, since we're talking about contract disputes, how Charmer is encroaching on Akaito's box.
Yeah, it is pretty messed up. Like I lost my territory.
That is two. That is two whole
what's
play
my-
mats deducted from production's paycheck.
Sometimes.
I was just trying to come over to your box so I could give you something cool like a Poro hat.
Or yeah.
I thought it was because I started talking about the contracting, and it was.
See, I was gonna give this to you, but now since you're not sharing your box with me,
Oh, that is pretty cool. Where'd you get that?
You got it from the Poor store.
there was a time when I was part of the League Partner Program for Legends of Runeterra. So,
the one that was like
And then-
closed for like 4
so that-
years, and they didn't let anyone in except like they like kind of low key let people in, and
yeah. So that one, and I've got a cool backpack. I have a bunch of stuff from the like Runeterra partnership, and then I also was a talent, so I did host work for Wild Rift when they were still covering that in North America. They sent me a cool care package for that. Yeah.
no, the backpack, the Legend of Terror backpack is actually like fire. Like it's actually what I use all the
I
time.
love it.
It's
That's
so good.
That's my gaming backpack, and then my travel backpack is literally my Wild Rift run, which is over there. So like I pack my clothes in that one, and
Riot should start handing out branded toothbrush and branded hair comb. I don't need to see you guys wearing backpacks. I need some goddamn hygiene.
First of all, I don't have a hygiene problem. How dare you?
I didn't say you did.
Also, I don't think I've ever gotten that stuff. I have gotten mugs. I've gotten chocolate. Yeah. Hold on. Arcane chocolate.
I don't know. I'm just
Have we seen?
Riot
did they post-
branded Purell, maybe? What is this?
Yeah.
Arcane? I don't even know what that is.
That's Mr. Beast chocolate.
Yeah,
Mr.
this
Beast.
was.
What did you have to survive in like a dark room for 6 days to get that? If you can survive at a League of Legends tournament for 3 days
Like,
without washing
legitimately-
your hands, Mr. Beast will give you 2 chocolate bars.
Legitimately, it kind of felt like that. So when Arcane launched, some of the content creators, we got to go to the like red carpet release event for Arcane, which was really cool. And so I went with my wife and we went out and it was a blast. But this was also like right when the lockdown stuff from COVID was ending. And so we had to not just wear masks and stuff, but like we literally had to do on-site testing. So there was like long lines and whatever, like the whole thing was chaos, but it ended up being a great time.
So it's like when you go to like a blood donation, they hand out like cookies
Like,
afterwards.
legitimately,
After
yeah.
you had to get your nose swabbed, they're like, "Here's some Mr. Beast chocolate."
Like legitimately, I'm like, my wife is in a nice dress, I'm in a suit, we're on this like red carpet thing, and we're like around the corner getting our nose swabbed so that we can go to the event. Like it was crazy, but
So good.
it was a good time.
That's so good.
So have they released conversion rates for day 2?
No, because we don't have true conversion. We're still in Swiss.
Yes.
Yeah, but we still had day 2 conversion rates in Vegas.
No, we did have a cutoff, and I'm sure it is probably somewhere
Yeah.
will be announced by either my inside sources on the ground or the stream itself will give it to us.
Okay.
Yeah, Vegas, we had a for sure cutoff in that it was X2. You had to be X2 or
I
better.
assume X1 was the cut here, right?
No,
It was anyone below
it'd,
X1.
it'd probably be X2 just to play in day 2, I'd imagine. Even though you can't like necessarily qualify for top 8, I think they probably maybe still let him play because X1.
Well,
will be
yeah,
pretty
because
ruthless, but maybe
prizes,
not. You know,
prizes for payout go to, I think it's like top 32 or whatever. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, technically that's X2, but
yeah. No, I mean,
I
agree.
think if you're X2 going into day 2, like I don't
You
know,
definitely
if
can
you're
never make
one
top
of those
8.
people.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the way breakers work in this game, it's possible to like supersede people who like were X1 and lost down. But
Yeah,
interesting stuff.
Did Charmer ever win a box while wearing a Legends of Runeterra shirt? Probably.
Yeah. Did you get the Legends of Runeterra shirt?
I do have a Legends of Runeterra shirt. I also have the really cool jacket.
I have the Legends of Runeterra.
Are these
has,
yours?
Like, the
Are these your superlatives, or is that what they sold you on really cool jacket?
Oh, I didn't get the cool region one. I've got a long sleeve one that was from like an earlier wave. No, it's just like a normal long sleeve one.
The one that looks like a dodgeball uniform?
I got like a thick one that like has like my name on the back. Oh, man.
Oh, you know what? I did get that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the jacket.
Yep.
From my failed online card game, I got a trip to the Bahamas.
That's pretty cool.
Until they canceled that because somebody went to jail.
So I know exactly which game you're talking about. As somebody who knows that several of the developers are ex-Direwolf employees that might have worked on a game that I covered that failed.
Yeah.
And then they went and...
Yeah. Shockingly, somebody went to jail, so then we couldn't go to the Bahamas, but you know.
Right, yeah. There was a brawl of a storybook sort of fashion, one might say.
It was it's a great story, honestly. It's why I'm anti-crypto.
Wait, yeah, which storybook was that the crypto game?
It wasn't a crypto game at all. It was a completely phenomenal game.
It didn't start that way. Let me put it that way. It didn't start that way. And then some crypto-based folks like bought into it with the hopes that they were maybe going to integrate it in the future, but it like never got to that point, and then everything folded because
here's the real story. An unnamed crypto bajillionaire would be known to be in like business meetings, and be playing Storybook Brawl and League of Legends for that matter during the meetings, and he liked the game so much that he
was this the Silver League of Legends player that
an unnamed Silver League of Legends player, and he bought this game company because he loved the game so much, and just gave him a nice little, a small loan of $1 million or so plus dollars. And
is that all? And then, that is pretty small considering the things that they were doing with their money.
I think it was like 50 million. But anyway, and so then it was a great game, and then we all qualified for like the spring and whatever championships. We're all going to go to the Bahamas and play some nice LAN games. No more online lag. Just determining the games of our auto battler. Get to play in the flesh and blood on LAN, and then that got canceled a month or so before.
Why was your games were being decided by lag?
No, that's just a joke. Normally, you play like shooting games on LAN because like that's where like the true people win because there's no online latency.
I play TFT. there is a difference in ping. You can't play TFT as well.
TFT, you could theoretically be affected a bit by latency compared to.
So you're saying Storybook Brawl was not?
Yeah.
We just had a LAN because it was cool. We just had a LAN because it was cool, not because it determined it was the best.
I did not go to a single Legends of Runeterra LAN, so I'm jealous.
Yeah, sometimes you got to play on land, air, and sea. Speaking of land, air, and sea, will we see purple decks in our next round? Because that was one thing we can say. We didn't see a single purple. Like, I mean, the first few rounds we were here, even though we weren't seeing the juggernauts of the format, so to speak.
No.
It was like purple decks every round. We didn't see, we had red versus blue.
Vera, the issue is that, like, Kaisa is a purple deck. Like, it's red and blue. If you add red and blue together, what do you get? Yeah, purple, brother, man. It's been there.
What do I look like to you? A gifted child? Do you think I can answer those questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. You failed your color wheel.
Art? You think they put me in accelerated art? Of course.
You never took painting. You never did anything like that. That must have been really hard for you in second grade.
What do you mean take painting? Who takes painting in school? What am I, Austrian? No, of course not. You just have art classes. I don't take painting.
What? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that was it was something.
It's historically accurate.
Anyway, once you figure out finger painting, you'll realize that Kaisa's also purple. Until then.
Yeah, no, somebody said the LSV thing. No, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Was he part of that game? Maybe it was. Maybe
I think there's a different 3-letter, descriptor of a person.
Yeah. I don't use names on this stream. I just talk in vague generalities. about games that may or may not even exist.
As
as you saw yesterday, we just like sometimes make up games. Me and Charmer went through like a bunch of dead like card games, and I like Fever Dream 3 of them. They might still exist. Couldn't tell you.
Isn't that guy still in prison? Like, what are you worried about? Do you think he'll like track you down?
You know what? We're all in a prison, and I'm still scared.
Okay, fair enough.
You know?
Yeah, I don't think I would worry about him tracking me down. I would think I would worry more about the people he could pay.
Yeah.
Thing is, like, when you go to prison, you don't like lose your money.
He could pay a bunch of League of Legends silver players to come after me, which is a fate worse than death.
You're not wrong.
Have you been in this League of Legends silver lobby? Oof.
Not in 10 years, brother. Not in 10 years. Longer than that, like 13 years.
What?
We love to hear it. So somebody in chat, thank you, Town Kid, says, got my Aurelia mat today and Might Dice too, and they love it.
Oh, thank God I could pay my light bill.
Show an Azir, please. Somebody said in Twitch chat. Look, if we could pick it, we would. There was an Azir yesterday, though.
We have a Twitch chat?
Yeah, we do.
Holy God, where have I been? Well, I mean, the answer is YouTube.
There's a Twitch chat.
It's not YouTube chat.
The answer is YouTube chat, but yeah. Oh, look at that. Let me go over to our Kick chat 1 second.
Oh God.
I didn't know we were bilingual. That's so cool.
So, do we think that Victor will make top 16? It's so weird to me that it continually is one of the highest represented decks and yet never puts up a single result.
I think Victor's rise to either the toppest of tables and/or at Lille a top 8 finish, or I think it might have been top 4 actually finish, is just due to its irregular play patterns. I think it's very easy to pick up Aurelia or pick up, Miracle Draven or Mid-Range Draven, whatever. Everybody tells you it's the best deck. Your mom tells you, hey, get into Riftbound, buy this deck. So you listen, she's your mother. And like you just play like a bunch of Riftbound mirrors, Riftbound mirrors. You play a bunch of Draven mirrors. You play a bunch of Aurelia mirrors. You play 2 or 3 decks. And you're like, okay, cool. Like I'm the best. I'm going to go to this tournament. This game's still relatively new, etc. And Victor just approaches the game on a very different axis because most of the Victor decks are like very control based. Obviously, they're like the deck that finished in Bologna. Excuse me, I said Lille before, but Bologna was a bit more tempo oriented than most. But generally, it's slowing the game down. It's doing mono removal. It's doing very like cheeky plays. It's just getting its one might with the token. And some of those play patterns you're just not really well versed in, and you wind up eating like, oh, I'm going to do combat here because I'm Draven or something. And they're like, oh, actually, that's fine. I'll die. And then I cold a weaker guy in the back. You're like, oh, crap. And I think it's a lot of unfamiliarity from players who are maybe very good, but not at the upper echelons of play. And I think Victor players get a lot of wins out of that. Not that the deck is like incredibly atrocious or anything either. It's still like a solid, it has a game plan. It does it well. It doesn't always win. It's not the greatest game plan in a macro sense, but it's very streamlined and it's very punishing if you don't know how to play against it.
I think you're right. I think a lot of these like true control decks, like they do kind of have to know what you're doing. And if you just like kind of run your units out and then they line up super well into their removal, like you just kind of, it's similar to, I think, set 2 Kaisa is also like, much more control oriented. It's something I found really interesting was that a lot of like Ezreal players, or even Miracle players have issues with the Kaisa matchup. And it's like, this matchup's like incredibly favored, I think. It's just, you kind of have to know the way to approach it and, not to just run your stuff out into, their turn 2 Falling Star and then their turn 3 Falling Star and then their Singularity and suddenly they've scored 6 points and you're at 0.
And their Phoenix has come back 9 times. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that play pattern.
Yep. Yeah. No, I do think that you're 100% right. It's the type of thing where like you have to go in with a plan. If you play your Draven mid-range mirror, like if you just like play cards, like you're gonna win X amount of times. But if you just like run your stuff out into control decks, sometimes you just get owned.
So true. And that is why Victor do well, but Victor not always do best. Because sometimes you get to those top player tables and the top players are very well versed in these things. And, you just fall a little flat sometimes. And it's not that like you're incapable of beating these players. It's just if you know any card game player, if you've played any card games for long enough, and a tournament of 10 Swiss rounds, you get one loss due to really bad luck or variance, and it happens. You get one win due to your opponent's really bad variance. You get one win that you totally should have never got because your opponent threw. And then the real deciding factor is whether you throw your game. And that's usually the difference between did you have a good day and make top 32, whatever, or did you make top 8, win the tournament? And it's those little edges of, did your opponent throw? The more boxes you can check and did my opponent throw, and when I win a game I'm not supposed to, that's good for you. And as a Victor deck, you get a lot of those, similar to an Aurora deck, maybe even an Aurelia deck. If your opponent doesn't know the interactions, you get a lot more of those check boxes ticked. And sometimes the top level, the players don't hand you those games. And if they do, good. You get a nice, cool skirmish mat.
Yeah? Is that all that works?
Like the World Atlas mat that Akato got. He loves it.
I have that, and I also got the Edge of Night map. So, I'm kind of swimming in it. In 16 hours, I'll go and get another Edge of Night map,
Wow, such confidence, such bravado.
Well, I won my Winnabox today on 0 sleep. So how could I not go and win a skirmish tomorrow?
I don't know. Overwork. No sleep.
Sleep's overrated. I don't even know who necessarily needs it.
The weak, some say.
I've heard them. Do you go to your local sphere?
They don't allow me there.
Yeah. Is it within 100 feet? Yeah, never mind.
No, it's because I win too much, is what I meant.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I'm not banned or anything. I'm not I'm not a menace to society.
What about you, Trevor? Do you go to your locals?
I have I have about 15 local stores to me, between a multitude of games. So it's very easy to sink into them from time to time. And then sometimes I'm just kind of analysis paralysis, overwhelmed. And I'm just I don't go for a few weeks at a time. It really just depends.
I try to go to my locals when I can. The biggest issue is that when I would traditionally be going, it's days that I either record or they're weekend dates. And so if I'm traveling for events or whatever, it becomes difficult. So
I've missed my fair share of skirmishes, pro quests, random 3K Winnabox that our gracious stores were so nice to run, because they always happen to coincide them with bigger events, I guess, to support the people who aren't going and give them something to do that weekend, which I respect and stuff. It just personally sucks for me that those weeks I couldn't make it, and then when I'm doing nothing a week last week, there's just really nothing going on. So it's unfortunate, but that's a me problem. But yeah, it's definitely a lot of losing out to traveling because of some of the bigger events or more regional events or what have you.
That's super fair.
But yeah, that's why you should support your local public library.
Hey, Vera, where do you stand on Detonate Draven? Do you think it's tier 0?
Sure. Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean,
do you think it's the best Draven?
I think it's the best Draven, both in terms of sheer power, and I think in a mirror perspective, if you put all three of them together and played a bunch of series, I think it would come out on head more often than not. I think a problem with the deck is lack of reps and potentially time constraints, which is just a very variable thing to weigh, versus if you make it through the first day and you're playing at the top tables, not a problem. While you're playing at a local skirmish where there's rapport with people and you expect them to act honorably. If you're playing at a bigger tournament where people are necessarily playing for the maximum EV, maybe you get more draws than you should. So there's a lot of turbulence, so to speak, with playing a deck like that. But I do think it is definitely the best Draven deck. I think it is close to tier 0. A lot of people like to define that in a multitude of ways. I think the bigger problem for me is all of that is irrelevant. I just think the play patterns in which it introduces are negative play experiences for both the person playing it and for the person playing against it. And I think the games get a little too solitary and a little too deterministic, and I would like to see it neutered in such a way.
Do you feel the same way about Normal Miracle or specifically Detonate?
Normal Miracle is a little more fair, I think, but I think it's still a bit of the things that I said. I think Detonate specifically takes it to like the nth degree.
Yeah.
But I think regular Miracle is a little bit of that. I think it has a few more fail cons. I think it's a little more susceptible to things like Kaisa and potentially Lucian. It's just yeah, I don't necessarily judge decks based off of their like actual like win rates and how good they are, so to speak. Like there's obviously a layer to that. For me, I'm more in like when I think things are a problem is when the games feel very samey, or the games are tilted one side to like a player like consuming a bunch of the clocks. If you're an old Magic player, like the eggs style decks, like weren't necessarily always the best decks, or even good for that matter, but they just created a very unfun tournament play experience from both a logistics and like a player enjoyment standpoint. And I think those things are more important, and like Charmer can kind of speak to this with like other decks, other games we played, like Flesh and Blood. It was like there was a deck called Lexi who was like very good, but wasn't necessarily like the greatest. It was very, very good. Like I'm not trying to downplay it, but there was just a point of the meta where like the games got very samey and very like swingy, one-sided, unfun. And like we had one of our worst like major tournaments. We usually get like 400 to 500 players, and this one was right before Worlds, so like things were buzzing. Like 200 players showed up. It was like Calling Dallas, and it wasn't necessarily because the deck's numbers were too strong. It didn't actually even win a theoretical like, or any event in like that 3-month time. It was just like the stranglehold that I had on play patterns, and like the enjoyment of players was very negative. And I value those things more than like anything else. Riftbound may not see these problems in the immediacy because thousands of people want to play it, but I think it's the biggest negative part of a game is just like even in losing. And I know it's really hard to enjoy losing. I mean, like not for Charmer, but like it's really hard to do this. And I think you need as a game to like do your best to make it enjoyable.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Lexi, because I think that might be one of the closest examples that Flesh and Blood had to what people are experiencing with the Miracle decks right now. Just because the biggest issue with Lexi at that time was consistency. So if you're not familiar with Flesh and Blood, the core of the game is kind of built around, you have these 4-card hands. Now, it's not always the case. Like all cases, card games are always about making a set of rules, and then every card creates an exception to the rules. So it's not like every turn you always have 4 cards, right? But for the most part, the game is designed around like having these 4-card hands. And then Lexi hit this point where there was like 9 cards that the decks were running that let you draw 2 or more cards additional per turn. And so the deck just seen more cards more frequently, and thus was more consistent. And again, numbers wise or even play pattern wise, it wasn't that there weren't other decks that could compete with it or do well against it. It's just like every event there was going to be, 1 in 3 matches were against Alexi, and you knew exactly how the game was going to go every time, right? So I do feel like there are some similarities there where players right now in Riftbound probably feel that when they play against the Miracle decks, right? They're like, hey, they're going to sit down, they're going to, draw their entire deck and do the thing. And yeah, I might have something that can beat it, but is that, fun to do over the course of a big event, 10 rounds of Swiss? Who knows?
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel about Miracle Draven. Like I said, I was blessed and cursed to know about the deck maybe earlier than some, having tested with the guys who kind of all played it at Vegas. And I'm glad that they kept it so close to the chest, because I would have like never shown up to Bologna with my Aurora deck if 20% of the field was all playing Detonate in their main board. So I'm grateful for that.
Like I've said before, I think that like the meta was like perfectly fine before Detonate. Like I think that there's a lot of I think that the Miracle decks, like on their own, or like Ezreal, I think they're doing relatively interesting things. And I think that like, assuming that you're, meeting good actors who are familiar with their deck, like it's not necessarily like the most miserable play experience on the planet. But it's understandable that people don't like, watching people play, Ezreal scrappy called shot. But no, I do think that like the play pattern of the Detonate deck is like to an extra level. Like I'm not a doomer. I'm not out here. I never said Kai'Sa was tier 0. I never said that like mid-range Draven was tier 0. I never said that Miracle Draven was tier 0. I think this Detonate shit is like extra levels of like like even today I looped my Razas accelerated like 3 times in the exact same turn. in order to like break a hold, and I could have done it with my Rams as well. Like I genuinely could have broken like a 200 might hold that turn if I wanted to. It's just like it's an absurd deck.
It is it's interesting. They gave us a lot of really cool tools that exist in a lot of other games, and they gave them to us all at once. A lot were given in set 1, and some of those, like Vi was a strong card in set 1, but it really wasn't. It was just kind of like ride the wind that was the strong part, and like just the operation of like the anti deck. But the concept of like actually recycling cards back into your deck like came up like almost never, like in the anti like grand scheme of things. It was just like a thing you did, and it's like fine, like things like that are fine, but like the tertiary effects of like the recycling things and never really came up. And now, because the card draw kind of met the recursion, you kind of got that axis where it's like, ooh, you can put things back into your deck and actually see them again. And then like, what if we see them way too many times? And like we got like a lot of that all came, you know, in set 2 and kind of put some of the pieces together for a lot of these things. And individually, none of these things are like overtly strong. I think it's the combination of them all. And just, I think the more bigger thing, and we've discussed this before kind of, is just, it's not so much that it happened, it's that it happened so quickly and so up at once, while other, you know, archetypes or legends are still kind of trying to find their feet. And I'm sure if we zoomed out, you know, 3 to 6 sets from now, like, you know, Leona and, you know, Rumble and other of these things will have things to potentially match what's going on now, whether they design that in the future, knowing what the present is, or whether they're just in the pipeline and we haven't seen them. It's just, it just all happened very quick for those type of play patterns. And I do think it's fun to have that in the game. Like I always liken this to, if anybody played the old rotation of Magic where they used to have the core sets. Like there would always be a time where like the new core set came out, like let's say 2012, and like 2011 was still legal. And there would always be like a crossover of cards, like, oh shit, like we left this in the game. And it's just like something so broken and it's so stupid. But like it happens for like a month or two. And then like the new set comes out, it rotates, and like 8 sets all leave at once and everything's fine. And it's like cool, I think, to have the quote unquote Yu-Gi-Oh formats for like a little bit. I think for a lot of people's worry, and whether it's Doomer or whether it's TCG Wine, whatever you want to call it, it's just that it all happened so quick. Because I think everybody was like in love with Riftbound at first. It's like, oh my god, like yeah, maybe Kais was annoying, this, that. Maybe like, you know, Aurora decks, this is like, I get all that. But people were just so like enamored with like moving in the battlefields, and like, oh, I get to do just like I did in League, and yada yada yada. And now it's just like, ooh. And now it's just like, wow. look at these purple decks killing the hell out of me. And you're like,
I do think that, you know, people who compare, you know, what happens in this game to Yu-Gi-Oh probably have never played Yu-Gi-Oh. People, I feel like they don't know the degeneracy that happens in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, for sure, yeah, everything's hyperbole, of course.
Yeah, chat's asking if you're allowed to take notes on what you recycle. By the letter of the law, you are. But to be very clear, no, you are not. Because I swear to God, if you are writing down every single card that you recycle, we're going to time, and I'm going to call a judge. It is not chill. You're not allowed to write down every card.
It's untenable to try to write down everything. 1 or 2 notes of like a very important thing here and there is like fine. If it's turn 0 and you write down your first called shot, I instantly tell you, hey, we're not going to be doing that. And like that's the thing too, is like people don't understand. Like people will take me as very like coarse and rude, but I'm just saying this because like I'm not here to like legislate all of this back and forth between you, because it's just going to waste more time. So I'm just going to have to be, hey man, like this is just not going to happen. And then like if they do it again, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to call the judge, and I'm like, hey, I tell them it's like it's nothing personal. I'm just calling the judge and letting them know what you're doing. If they're fine with it, that's fine. But I'm just like bringing this up now, and people get annoyed at it and they take judge calls personally, and that's like fine. It's whatever. That's
wait, Vero, people find you like coarse and like off-putting. Like, yeah. Do you think that? Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know, that I talk to them and like look them in the eye. Usually that's like enough to set most people off.
Haha, joke's on you. My tism means I'll avoid it.
That's so true.
Holy shit, you got countered right there. That's it.
Well,
how do you come back from that?
Or they think I'm I think I'm pretty enjoyable to play against. I don't think I'm overtly sharky. I don't think I'm like hiding information or doing any of these things. I'm generally more annoyed at myself or things going on than I usually am at my opponent. But I'm not to say I haven't got annoyed at opponents, especially at Bologna. Maybe some things I like mildly regret, but really not really, if I'm being honest.
I will tell you, I absolutely annoy all of my opponents.
Well, doing it in a joyous way is like funny, like, yeah,
but that's just it. It's because
like you RP,
usually like they're trying to compete and I'm trying to have fun.
Yeah, like you're the guy who's like RP walks, you know, like you're the guy in like Goldshire doing the thing, and you're like, oh god, like this guy's so annoying, but like it's harmless. Yeah, you're like that. Yeah, I
but no, like I've been told. So this is a true story, and I love Ethan to death. So Flesh and Blood, there's a player, Ethan. Man Sant is what he makes content under. Van Sant. He was a local of mine before he moved out of state. And we were playing at an event once, and he was on Levia. And if you're not familiar with that game, there are some randomized effects, and sometimes it can cause that hero to whiff like really bad. And good players usually know how to mitigate it. And he had done this thing where basically there's like 18 cards in his discard pile, and the only way that this is a problem is if he hits the exact 3 cards that do not meet
like
the qualifications. So
1 out of 17,
he has to pick 3 cards, and it's exactly 3 misses. And he did it, and I laughed because like we're friends, and it's like it was like a pro quest, right? But like I laugh, and then he took a deep sigh, and he was like, dude, you laughing is not good for my mental. And like I felt really bad, but like what are you gonna do? Like
it's only funny because I can picture it in Ethan's voice. That's why it's funnier.
Yeah. Like it was funny, and I felt really bad. So
yeah,
I think that's fair. I think it's totally fair.
I'm that guy because I'm usually, but I also laugh at myself. Like I had a game against Brody where it was a Living Legend event, and I'm playing Starvo. And I went 7 turns without fusing because I drew every ice card in my deck and nothing else. And so then we got to the point where I think I played an Awakening to not find anything, just to shuffle. And then the next hand I draw post shuffling is exactly 4 ice cards. And I just laughed and showed it. I showed it to him. I was like, this is, I don't know what you want from me. Like,
yeah, no, but to answer the question in earnest and like the ultimate, like the final answer to the question in which you gave and where it's leading is that no, I do not think you should be able to write things down in Riftbound, and I assume and hope they will change that. Is like the real answer. That if you want that from me, I do think like maybe writing down like things like sabotage or something is fine, but I understand you can't really make that distinction in the rules. Like notes are either allowed or they aren't, and if it was up to me, they just like would not be allowed.
I think it's a reasonableness thing, right? Like I think that there's like times that
that's you can't be reasonable, right? Like humans are not reasonable. So it's just like I agree with you in a perfect world.
Yeah, if you're writing down like everything, or like okay, so you know if you flip like 15 cards off Aurora, and I decide to write down all 15 cards, that's
like
not reasonable. But
if I would
down,
fan them out and show them to you and give you like 10 seconds, and it's like, come on now, like we cannot.
Like if I write down like 2 bullet time, 2 fight or flight, like that's fine, right? But if I write down all 15 cards, like, oh my god,
but that's a problem, right? It's like it's kind of what the person in chat is alluding to. It's just like it's either allowed or it's not, and then it's just like the good part of any rules system, and most people will tell you this from a design perspective, player perspective, is just like the less you have to get like others involved, and the less the players are like, you know, the more grace that's given to the players to kind of solve it in a way that like doesn't bring up like gray areas. It's just like better. I'm not saying every rule needs to be like perfect and like humans won't interact and like have things, and like that's fine. That's the reason the judges are there. But like when the core mechanics of your game essentially just like rely on just I don't know, maybe it's like no 2 humans are gonna see it the same way.
So I'm with you in that I just don't think that it should be allowed. I know that in part this game was designed by a lot of like Magic players, and there's a level of note taking that's allowed in Magic, and in theory, again, it's one of those things where like if it's not being abused, in theory I like it being okay, because I also in the example you're saying, like I also, if my opponent's trying to remember like 2 bullet time, I better see you write 2 BT, not 2 TWO space bullets space time, right? Like so but it's always one of those things where like in theory versus in practice, and the in practice is that it oftentimes becomes cumbersome. And while at first I disliked that Flesh and Blood like didn't like the notes, again because it keeps the pace of the game going,
it makes the game about
I've
the
adapted
game.
It's
it makes the game about the game and not about like outside things and like something else, and it becomes like, you know, it's like, you don't want to say like spreadsheet simulator, like you get a lot of complaints and like auto battlers about that. You can just write most things down and yada yada. But that's the thing in Magic, right? Like you thought see somebody and you see their hand one time, you write a few cards down, that's it. But in this game, if they're going to introduce these stacking mechanics and this recycling mechanics and seeing your whole deck in like 2 turns, yes, then people are going to start
there's that
like,
too.
writing it down, you know?
The other big concern that I have as well, just like note taking versus not and so forth, is I do feel like one of the reasons that people like having note taking, and one of the reasons that they also wanted to keep it not just the Magic reference, but like, let's be honest, a lot of people are coming from digital card games. And in a digital card game, because you have the interface, if a card's revealed and it becomes known information, the client takes the notes for you. It just stays revealed in their hand, and it's there until it's used, right? But that's like, because the client is doing it for you, and the game experience is not interrupted. And so again, it's one of those things like, in physical card games, it's the same reason why you don't have a lot of like randomized mechanics in physical card games, right? Like you can do it in a digital client, but you don't want it to be something that's slowing the pace of the game down in a physical card game. So I hope at some point that they either put very explicit like rules on it, or they just stop allowing it. Personally, I think that the net benefits versus the drawbacks is not there.
In a perfect world, I can give you a freaking, you know, scribe you a tome of 10 commandments of the perfect ways you can and can't write down things, but the reality is nobody's going to follow that no matter who writes the rules. So sadly, the option is either, like you said, it's all or none. It's very unlikely to be all, none, or
like
some.
Not really, right? Because you could ask, like, am I allowed to think on my turn? And it's like, yeah, of course you're allowed to think, but, you know, be reasonable about it. You're not allowed to take a million years.
Right.
But they're like, well, either it's allowed or it's not. Either I'm allowed to think or I'm not allowed to think. I think it's like the same thing.
Well, sure. I just mean as far as like an explicit like action of that, like that just comes down to pace of play and like time. I just mean like,
I think it's the
can
same
you write
thing
down
with
note
notes,
cards,
right?
or like can
like
you...
notes are fine, but it's a pace of play thing.
It is a pace of play thing. I think the harder issue is like slow play enough is hard enough to force, and there's like a lot of like you know, oh, is that slow play, is it not? There's a lot of like debate between different judges, different people have different perspectives, different like tolerable levels. But when it comes to writing, there's like a few things, or writing things down is a few things. It's like, one, if it's like a mainstay of the game, that means it's happening at every table, which means you're going to have 1,500 different interpretations of it, and like you just do not have enough judges to like to do that. You just physically don't have enough people. And the second part is like you get into like Pokemon kind of does it, and I think they do it in the best way they physically can without being like too harmful. It's like they have like strict time like limits on like what you can and can't do, like 30 seconds to search for your first treasure or gift.
Pokemon's dumb as hell. They have to put a timer on it because you like at the start of the turn you exile like 6 cards from your deck.
Well,
and then the first
so what
time
happens
you shuffle
for the
you want to search.
prizes,
you want to search for your prizes and like figure it out. Yeah. No, I
that's
understand why they
do
do it.
Like,
and I understand
if they
why
were reasonable, they would just like, oh, the first time you shuffle, you're allowed to look at your prize cards. Like that would be like so much more reasonable and save so much more time instead of like.
I agree. I think there are better solutions for that. And then and I think what it comes down to there is like, when you start getting, it's one thing to just be like, hey, it takes this much time to do XYZ to like make plays. For me, it's just like when you start bringing in like physical dexterous things in there, it's just like, I don't know, how do you like write, like how do you enforce, like if I'm allowed to write down your hand, but I take 20 seconds to do it. I don't know. Maybe I have like a fucked up hand. Maybe I like broke my hand, or I'm a freaking child. Like I'm 12 playing your game, like versus, I don't know, you're somebody, you know, it's like really weird things. It's like, so it's hard to give like a strict time limit. Like not to mention when you let hands get 10, 12 big like sizes. So like, I'm not saying I know all the laws and all the things, but having to deal with like the physical aspect of like, you know, being like disability compliant and things like that. Like you don't want to fucking like, then do you have to get a judge to, I know they have judges who will help people who have like physical ailments and stuff like that. But it just becomes like so hard to like keep up on, right?
What do they do if I have like 2 broken wrists? Like, am I just like not allowed to play?
I think like they give you judges who can do things for you, and judges are allowed to do certain things. Like they're allowed to shuffle your. So it's really, if you've ever had this before, I have friends who are judges, and there will be like certain players who maybe have like physical ailments that they were either born or happened with, and they can't use their arms, for example. And judges are allowed to like hold cards and like do things for you, but they're not allowed to like shuffle them for you, like hand shuffle, that is. They're not allowed to like, they're only allowed to shuffle your deck in certain ways, so they can't like prompt you towards plays. There's like a whole like, if you ever talk to like a level 3 judge, they can explain a lot of these things. And like I said, and these are like very hard things to do. And what I mean by hard is like they're very hard to train judges on how to do and how to do it properly and all these things. And they are needed because they're to be equitable to these, like, the people who like have these scenarios, and that's fine. But it's just like, when it starts going over and over
I don't
and over,
know.
it's just really hard to like do.
I don't know if it's gonna be visible here, but this scar. So I tore my right bicep off the bone. I had to have it like surgically put back together. When Flesh and Blood had their Pro Tour Baltimore, I was like just a couple weeks removed from the surgery. Like I was still in the sling and everything, and so I was like legit shuffling at a weird angle just to put the deck in one hand of my sling, and it was rough.
It'd be very frustrating if I was limited on the deck that I could play based on a physical, issue. Like, if I'm playing Ezreal and like I can't hold 12 cards in my hand because I have some sort of a physical issue. Like that's
honestly, I should start incorporating that. Like maybe I should only play decks like Lucian where I'm only going to have like 2 cards and every turn is Unga Bunga pass.
Yeah, well, that makes sense for you.
Yeah, math is for blockers.
So true. So true. A timeless classic. But yeah, so it's just like when you make these rules of like how long something should take, what's an acceptable amount of time, you just get into too many gray areas. You start relying on interpretations of either the last judge you talk to or 2 players at a table. And it's really hard to like enforce that over 15 rounds with 1,500, 2,000 players. So, I don't like to be like the whole, the enemy a perfect good type thing where it's just like if there's no perfect solution, do nothing at all. But like, I feel like I've played enough card games to know that it's just like if the systems of the game, like Magic, for example, allow you to write down some things on a Thoughtseize because like we're not picking up our decks that much, completely fine, and like you accept it and it's been around for years. But I think like other games have just kind of learned. Like Fab's a great example of just like I'm sure the first time in play testing, somebody started pitch decking a deck and the guy was like, what if I just start writing stuff down? I can almost guarantee you about 5 or 10 games into that playtesting session, they said, this is just going to not be in our game.
The guy who tried to have me DQ'd top 8 in Dalian versus Free Buke, man. I just what the...
So
bad. Oh my god. Yeah. Randy's out here on the ground reporting for us.
So here you go. 5 head judges and a 30-minute delay for a physical error and technicality in actual probably gameplay. Imagine having to police this for things that are like tangential to the game. Like not me.
as somebody who's actually had this happen in events, one of the other potential problems that occurs when note taking is allowed is the notes can sometimes influence judge calls, which means you will have, I've had a malicious player like purposefully write something down incorrectly to try to shark me. And it was very frustrating. Yeah. So, because sometimes when they're like, hey, let's roll back, the guy was literally like, well, I took this and this and this. And I was like, no. Like, that's not what happened, but it makes it look or feel more correct because they have, this unofficial ledger of sorts.
Yep.
So
that's why, as far as I know in Riftbound, I think it's like you can write the score down and you can write if it was a conquer or a hold, I believe. And like, I think those things are all fine. Like even in Flesh and Blood, to my understanding, like you can't write down like I'm at 40 and then go like -2, like I go to 38 from like a card. I don't even think you're allowed to like write that down. Like you're not allowed to try to build a story of like cards that were played.
It's just the up and down values. That's it.
Yeah.
Somebody asked what our thoughts are on the Chinese players not playing as much Ezreal as expected. I'll let you two go.
I think that Ezreal deck is really good. I think that China kind of has this issue where they haven't figured out that Raza the Sunder exists.
I think it's that and their pace of play. I will say almost every Ezreal deck, whether you play it like Alan style, you're more maybe kind of aggro variant, or maybe like lands like complete lock Ezreal, like downwell, whatever, beast below type stuff. I know they all kind of like culminate and do the same thing, but there's like differences. I think all of them generally like take a lot of time. I would say like maybe the style of deck you're playing would be quote unquote the quickest, but even that's not saying much. I mean, once again, assuming like it's a normal pace of play, sure, but like we know that doesn't happen. And then I think doubling down in China, I think the pace of play across the tournament, I think, is also like really bad usually, and then I know like Randy, for example, like didn't play his Miracle Silver again after both his like dealings of what happened while playing it in the Chinese regional qualifier he played in, as well as like his testing sessions and stuff. And granted, obviously he played a better deck in Draven, like objectively, but it wasn't like his Miracle Silver deck was like a bad take. It's just he was very much worried about the clock. So
I think the other thing is like the Ezreal decks in China that have been doing well are like the rat variants, right? Where you're not you're not playing as control-y. You're playing like an aggro version of the deck. Like you're playing, if Lucian was a purple deck.
We have a game starting. Round 9 finally getting
Holy crap.
kicked off here.
Wait, we're watching a tournament right now?
Yeah. We're not just vibing. We get some
thought
actual
this was a podcast.
action going here. All right. Guesses before they do the reveal.
I'm curious, is this a person who lives in China like full time because their name was written like in like I assume, Chinese underneath, or was this just like something they call them? Because I mean, this person doesn't look ethnically Chinese from what I can tell, so I'm very interested to know if they like somebody who traveled. Do they
I think it's
live in
gonna
China
be
full time? Does anybody know?
I think it's gonna be Irelia. There's gonna be an Irelia here.
I think so as well. I think we're going to see our first Irelia versus Draven. I think we're going to see the big two.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if this person.
Because we actually haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
which is kind of wild when you think about it.
Yeah, it is. I'm curious. Is somebody who traveled from the west? It's the part of the crew who travel. I know there's a few players like Randy and Talon who traveled.
Somebody in Twitch chat is wondering if it is Scarlet from StarCraft 2.
Could be. I have not seen her since probably watching an MLG in StarCraft 2, to be honest. So it's been a while since I've seen her, but could be them.
In StarCraft 2, though, is what, like 25 years ago? Is that?
MLG, StarCraft, probably 2011, 2010 maybe, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
StarCraft was relevant as well as recent as 2011?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, I'm small brain. I don't travel the world, guys. So, I don't know what everybody necessarily looks like in China, but, so it's my American speaking. But I'm just curious if they're like a foreigner who traveled or somebody who lives abroad.
Oh, Draven.
They could be born there.
So we have a Draven. Draven on the one side. If the other one's Irelia, I win a cookie.
I mean, oh my goodness.
Oh,
look at him go.
Man, I can't wait. I think I'm going to have a lemon Oreo to celebrate.
Yeah, somebody's saying the person in the red shirt is most likely their translator, which is kind of what I picked up on, because there's usually only 2 judges. So, yeah. I assume they are.
I thought it was like the super head judge because she's a known cheater. Of course, I'm saying that in jest. If you're watching, no, she's not. I'm saying it in jest.
Yeah.
Detonator Miracle, what do you think? Put your bet in now.
I mean, I'm going to say Miracle because they're starting Zon.
I think Detonate can start Zon too. It seems should.
I mean, it can, but I'm just
okay.
I'm just going to say Miracle.
Fair enough. And we'll see. I think it's also Miracle, but that's more because I don't know if China knows that Detonate exists.
I don't know, man.
I've heard rumblings that China thinks that Detonate is bad. So
it's true.
That's because it is bad.
Well, that was a seasoned head turn of shuffling of the cards. So if that is Scarlet, I don't know how long they've been playing card games. That was a very seasoned turn of the head, a very clear.
Is that right?
Season.
Can we get a replay on that?
Yeah, no, you got to see that. Some people shuffle decks and like stare at my cards, and I'm just like, it's Riftbound. This is probably their first game, or they're the best cheater ever. One of the.
Wait, you're telling me I can get away with that? I could just like look
against
at your cards
against me totally. I don't know. You just have that. I mean, granted, we all have the worst posture ever as TCG players, but yeah, you just have that natural like kind of head tilt, turn the card, shuffle, and like you're both kind of eyeing each other out of your left eye, but you're both like looking to the right. It's very awkward and like very essential at the same time. But yeah, everybody does it.
All right.
Except for new players, they never do. They just like stare at your cards and shuffle them. I'm like,
and we have Irelia with Sneaky. I love this already. See, now we're getting to the good games.
And a Poro, Lonely Poro, and Sneaky. So more of an aggro
yeah. And the
variant.
we got the Ezreal on the other side. Stack deck. Yeah, this is going to be a banger.
Wait, we're mulliganing the battering ram? Ezreal stack deck ram. That's a nuts hand. What are we mulliganing our battering ram for?
Yeah. So we got a very.
And I think she's sending away the Sneaky.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not an obelisk game, and you're going first anyway.
Oh, okay, makes sense. So you have a Poro as your opening, hopefully a herder or something as your secondary play into an Aurelia hold up mana. This kind of makes sense.
Because like you don't actually want to play deckhand on 2 because like someone might go kill it and you draw a card. Yeah. Dr. Avon versus Irelia. Let's go.
So good, yeah. So a very more aggro variant, I'd say, with the Lonely Poro. I don't know, maybe that's a misspeak on my thing, but I feel like I only see that in the slightly more aggressive versions. Not that it's like, completely deck warping card. Most of the cards still are the same.
Yeah.
In the Aurelia decks, but
I'll be honest. I think those are the Irelia versions that I prefer. I kind of don't like the all-in protect the queen variants.
Mm-hmm. Usually I see like the ignoring of the 2 drops and just playing like Guardian Spirits and things like that, and then just going into sneaky herder, etc.
Oh, there's a fizz. That means it's just Miracle, which is fine. It's still exciting, but
Bushwhack. Yep. Bushwhack.
Oh, that's actually a rough decision. That's seal Bushwhack call shot.
Yeah, I think a call shot was
early in the game. Assuming that you're on the 2 Bushwhacks, you probably just take the seal.
I was gonna say I feel like the seal's got to be it, but
I think they took the called shot. If my eyes, maybe they deceived me, but
yeah, I was gonna say they might have because they've got the Ezreal already. Yeah. I don't know. That was actually a tough call. That's a solid 3 cards to see.
That's one of the few, that's one of the few called shots. If you took 20 seconds on it, I'd be like, okay. Well, it wasn't a called shot, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so. You should go to jail if you spend 30 seconds. You should have played the deck enough that you've seen that exact decision 3 times before.
Yeah, maybe.
I assume we discard the deckhand here. Not discarding the deckhand.
Oh,
discarding Guardian Angel.
Oh, deckhand's probably going in, so they got the 2 points.
Yeah,
they're okay with the one going
do have
away.
The Defiant Dance in hand, so I guess this makes sense. But
yeah,
especially as the more intriguing target to want to kill is the deckhand, one because it's like a very bounceable, replayable unit, and secondly, like you don't want to draw off the Poro, so it's very smart to put it on the Dreaming Tree, right?
You're not allowed to walk into the Dreaming Tree because, like, if they on
I know you're not,
and they
right?
trade and they
I'm just saying it's theoretically it's more like I'll kill this sneaky. I don't want it to get gusted or brought back to hand. Poro, I don't want them to draw a card. No, of course not. And then you just walk right into the Dreaming Tree with the spell up. So it's a very good line of play.
Insanely illegal to walk in there.
No, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, yes, like nobody would do this, but also you have to give your opponent the grace to walk on the Dreaming Tree. So there you go.
Maybe we have a push. Like a push makes us like
wow.
And it's really bad because it's a committal of resources that like isn't good for us. And we gave them the Dreaming Tree draw, but like maybe we have a push.
We paid a power for it, but it's not the worst thing because Aurelia is going to cost 5 anyway.
Okay, this is fine actually.
Yeah,
I mean, it's fine. The issue is like this isn't really advancing our game plan any. Like we get to draw a card, but like if we end up losing this Spinning Axe, I think it's actually like really annoying for us.
I kind of like it as a play is like if you have nothing better to do and you're just deploying an Ezreal and probably passing because you haven't found like all the things. You get a card deeper in your deck from the win. I think it's like a slightly loose play if you think you're getting like an on guard or something. But the fact you got a Defiant Dance and are winning the combat is a power paid, a power card gone. By a power card, I mean like a very good card. And then, whatever, they were going to get the draw no matter what. Most likely.
And like most importantly, like we did keep them from just like holding to 4 points, right? Like keeping them off of the evens is important, and they don't have like a clean way of removing this hopeful. The more I think about it, like the more I think it's fine, specifically because we got like a Defiant Dance. Like if it's like an on guard there, and we're like spending some mana, I don't know how good it is. But yeah, I imagine we'll just see Irelia. I was expecting like a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was gonna expect like GA maybe leave some energy up and then do the Aurelia next turn, but
I think they recognize that it's a miracle driven and very unlikely to be on Falling Star. Not that it's impossible for this deck to play Falling Star, so they feel like a little more, wanting to do it.
Yeah, I think it's not just Falling Star, but
so I think like Detonate doesn't mainboard a removal spell, but I think Miracle absolutely does. Like whether it's Falling Star or Piercing Light just depends on what they're targeting. But I think the chances of getting Falling Star here is like, it is scarily high actually.
The Piercing Light was what I was thinking about. That's why I was thinking it wasn't just Falling Star, just because Piercing Light, obviously with the Ezreal reduction and so forth, makes sense. Yeah. Even if it's just a one of, it's still something I would have maybe been scared of. But maybe with, you know, all of the power that would have to go into that, maybe that was the thought process.
It's a 4 power play, right? Or 4 power play, right? To make that, as long as the Ezreal's not down, because you got to pay like 1 or 2 power plus the deflect cost. So maybe it was a worthy trade to lose 4 runes if they're just going to kill my Aurelia. And the alternative is, I mean, like, were you really just going to play Guardian Spirit, hold up Flash and Charm and pass? Like, I mean, like, maybe.
Well,
maybe they feel under the gun.
The issue is, like, if you do end up getting like Falling Start here, or, you know, Piercing Light, or whatever it ends up being, right, with them recycling, you know, 1,000,000 runes, like, is this Lonely Poro going to win you the game? Because I'm going to be honest with you, this Lonely Poro is not going to win you the game.
But was he going to win you the game with just a Guardian Spirit on the board and going up to 7 mana? I mean, like, maybe. But
yeah, I think the Irelia, like, has a very good chance of, like, taking over. But I think it's understandable. I don't know.
Well, perhaps they just know the rates and the numbers and felt like it was a worthy gamble because it looks like it's going to pay off. It's not being punished.
Yeah,
very fair.
I think there are a few things that, I mean, there are very specific things that punish it, but I think it's like few and far between. I think it's a little more worrisome because, you know, they are like a Miracle deck who could easily see literally like 8 different cards when they untap.
Yeah.
So like, I understand that concern for sure. But having no Ezreal on the field and everything else, it's like, it was weird that they didn't play it last turn, the Ezreal. So you can like assume that like, oh, maybe they just didn't have it. And that's why
And
they
it's
played
turn 2. I
Frog
think it's pretty normal for turn 2 to not have the Ezreal played.
Right, but to go for like the combat into a Frog, it maybe like leans towards a clunky hand.
Yeah, sure.
Because otherwise you would have just set up and passed, right?
I'm really surprised, by the way, that we discarded the Fizz Ezreal instead of the Tide Turner. Like, we eventually ended up discarding the Tide Turner to the fish, or the frog, Traveling Merchant. But it is a little bit awkward. I feel like Fizz is the type of card that, like, if your hand isn't good, he can, like, pretty expensively fix a lot of hands. Yeah, interesting that Tide Turner would have had a higher priority there.
Getting to untap with an Aurelia now is big, because like, you knew your opponent had a pretty weak board, so they like had to commit a lot of cards and resources, playing out seals, playing out things. They're only holding up 2. You know, obviously that's enough for something, say, like Rebuke or Fight or Flight. Not into Deflect, of course, which is most likely what the hidden card is. So you do get a really good turn to try to wipe the whole board and get your points back up to 5 quickly. It's going to be pretty hard for your opponent to actually defend either of these bases. I would expect this Foff to most likely self-Foff here to protect the Axe and not even actually try to get into combat.
And you get the Dreaming Tree trigger, and
yeah, Defy here would come up so huge. Defy on this Foff back essentially kills an Axe. Doesn't deny a draw, but it like kills a Noxious Opal, kills an Axe, and leaves just a lone Ezreal facing down a pretty powered up.
Oh, interesting.
Interesting that we discarded the Charm. I feel like removing the Ezreal is actually like high priority.
Yeah, I was going to say, I felt the same thing, because being able to pull that in, I thought would have been very beneficial, because you turn off a lot of the cost reduction, and there's not, I mean, there's, I guess there is a fair amount of energy up, so like, maybe there are some things you're worried about, but
we have another
charm. That's what it is.
Because I do think that like killing this Ezreal is like a very high priority right now, because they have double seal, and a lot of times if they have the call shot in hand, like they don't want to recycle another card. Like they'll oftentimes wait to untap with the seals, like wait their call shots. I think it makes okay, going for the Feller instead.
Yeah, I mean, it gets rid of the hidden card, and then potentially the Axe.
Yeah, I mean, this is 7 on 8, correct? Yeah.
So far,
4,
but she's
5,
got
6, 7.
Oh, 7 on 7.
7 on 7.
Yeah, okay, so there we go.
I was gonna say she has On Guard, and I believe also still another Defiant Dance as well.
Yeah.
But by doing this, it also means Poro can go to the other spot as well if she wants to keep pushing the points.
To get to your 5th point.
So I don't hate this. I was fully expecting it to be the Ezreal, but
yeah, I'm very interested. If there's a Foff in hand, I'm very surprised that we didn't discard the Flash, double charm this turn, and just say like good luck. But I can understand maybe why we think it's fine to keep the Ezreal alive. We're going to kill your board, lose an Axe. You're going to have just an Ezreal, which is most likely a setup turn for you of some sort, unless you can pop off 2 Rams with Bushwhack or something right now. We're most likely going to 7 points and backing, which is very, very easy to conquer from that point.
Yeah. No, I mean 5 here, and like we still have the Flash, so like even the Bushwhack, you know, but like I think it's very likely that we see the Miracle player like try for a Bushwhack, next turn. Oh, we're not even gonna wait for them to get a chance.
Yeah, it's an interesting Dreaming Tree draw. This makes it even weirder that we discarded the charm, but I think it's ultimately fine. But yeah, it is strange that we just used our charm for a draw, or our flash for a draw here.
I feel like we could have waited till their turn to use the flash and like bait out a Bushwhack here. I feel like that would have been really important, actually.
Yeah, that could have been fine too. Ultimately, I think it all ends the same. Just curious why we didn't want to kill the Ezreal and valued a card draw over. I mean, for what it's worth, you lose a power, like no doubt about it.
I think we're just giving a little bit more information to our opponent for them to make decisions, you know?
Yeah.
They shipped a Rasa down.
They shipped a Rasa down and a Bushwhack down.
They took Rebike and Alt Shot over Rasa.
It's interesting, especially when you have another Ezreal in your hand. It's pretty easy to discard said Rasa if you need to, or just cast it, one or the other.
Yeah. It's just, it's also interesting because I feel like right now they're kind of might deficient, you know?
Interesting, that is a mainboard bargain.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so a
that
slight
would be a
upside. Right, a slight upside to just getting out of the battlefield as quick as possible, knowing you have bad spells to defend. Just get out of there. Don't deal with bargain. So, fine with that one.
It is interesting.
We have more people in chat wondering if that is Scarlet from StarCraft fame.
Apparently, yes.
I mean, it does facially look like her.
From boots on the ground, I've been told, yes, it is.
Okay.
I just noticed that these players are 6 and 2, which means that they're.
I believe it's 6 and 2 draws. I believe that the way their scorekeeping for the Chinese broadcast goes is that the middle one is draws for some reason.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know, the whole reading up.
It always
down,
throws me
right
until I
left.
remember, but I believe this is 6 wins, 2 draws.
Is 6 wins, 2 draws? Is that live?
If everybody else is 6 wins and 2 draws, I suppose.
Six wins and 2 draws is like 1 point behind people that are 7 and 1.
Yeah,
right? If it's 3 wins,
you should be
3
dead.
points a win.
I'm pretty sure you're dead at 6 and 2 draws, but maybe there's an extra round we don't know about. Maybe it's a cut to top 32. I don't know. But at a top 16 cut, like there are X1s who miss, which would lead me to believe 6 and 2 draws does never make it. But if everybody draws at the same pace, then what do I know?
Yeah.
People in chat are laughing at us saying the T is for ties.
Yeah,
as if that simplifies Chinese T. Yeah.
Oh, it's because you guys are white and can't read Chinese.
Chat's killing me. Like, I can't with chat.
As I'm cultured, so that wouldn't have got to me, but I understand why it would affect me too.
It is also interesting because we don't know what the rest of the field is like, and if there's a lot of people that have had time issues, maybe this is live, right? Like there might have just been a significant number of draws at an event this size going Swiss rounds this deep.
Yep.
The judge leaning all the way over to like check the cards in this guy's hand is so funny.
Good. It's so good. Well,
it's
theoretically,
like
when you're allowed to have
just grabs someone's hidden card.
When you're allowed to have 8 cards in hand, and the judge needs to, you know, watch for slow play, he does theoretically need to be able to think through as many plays as he could.
Whoa!
Spinning Aksu.
Even if they have like no buffs here, is this even good? If they just like walk up with Oro, score to 6, and then like say okay?
Isn't this just a trade like currently?
Yeah, but it's a GA. Like,
no, I mean I know that, but I'm saying like that's my point.
I was gonna
like,
say like
okay, cool. Like cool.
Yeah, I don't.
I think that might have just been a panic play from the Draven player because I don't.
So they have like the gameplay. The game plan from the Draven player is you have Rebike and a hard bargain in hand, right? Like your goal is to like force through the rebuke, and that's like your only way of winning this game. So like maybe trying to get more cards out of your opponent's hand in this situation, like maybe that's like slightly better. That said, I don't love the I don't love it.
So we're floating one, thinking on this trigger before Conquer. I'm gonna okay.
Yeah, we're doing it on the Defiant Dance to ready the Irelia because we have Swifties in hand. Or
Okay,
we're trying to go home to like stop their IBK.
Yeah, I'm just figuring out why we tapped our.
Yeah, I was gonna say I suspect it'll be that goes home, Poro goes to the other spot to go to 6, and then Swift sets up next turn's double conquer. That would be my guess, but
I thought the Irelia was getting us to 6 here on Sunwarns.
It is. It is supposed to.
Oh yeah, I guess I was gonna say they haven't awarded it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So-
it's supposed to be. I don't like the playing. I like the getting either of the 7th point and leaving the Poro on the Dreaming Tree because you are tired of this Poro and want a different card, and then play the Stella and pass. But we
I
discarded
think
the
give
Stella
your
and drew a
opponent a
Stella.
card is I would not want to give them the combat card.
It's possible.
Okay, well there we go.
They
Yeah,
don't
we're
want to
saving
either.
both our units.
Their discipline.
This is really heads up that this is, in my opinion, twice now. She has very clearly dodged hard bargain. So I don't know if this is like scouted and they know each other and she knows it's in the list, or it's just her doing it. But doing this while he has no energy up so that there's not even an option to interrupt it is like incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely heads up play, especially because like these miracle decks, depending on how greedy they are, like a lot of times the bargain is in the board. Even the mid-range decks, like it's very 50-50. So like when you're making this type of play, like it really is, just playing to
I like the way this guy played a sealed tap, and everybody probably paused, like, what? Yeah, even the judge is like, huh?
Judge is like, no, you have to tap a different one. How dare you?
Yeah, like I understood what he did the second he did it, and I was just like watching because the judge was like, huh? Yeah, so there's a little bit of a go-off turn here. We see Scrap Heap discarded. We could do a bunch of stuff, build a bunch of, castles. The problem is our sand castles are very likely to fall down on the opposing turn.
We don't even want to go off this turn because like our game plan is still Rebuke backed up by Hard Bargain. Like like our pop-off turn needed to be like 2 or 3 turns ago.
For sure.
And we decided to like, play I think a much more fair game that's like led us to the point where we're I don't know, we're staring down an Irelia.
Yeah, the good news is we have seals, so we can like use that to help cheat our hitting cards even more. Do maybe a small setup turn of some sort, find a way to get said 6 point, and really live on the back of Hard Bargain and Rebuke. But even still, we have to pay through Deflect, so it's going to be pretty hard to do. But yeah, we've played 3. Oh no, we hid 1. Excuse me. So we've played 2 spells at the moment, or 2 cards rather.
6, 7 mana is the amount that they have. So even if we repeat a Hard Bargain here, we still don't have enough to stop the not so fast in hand.
Yeah, we're pretty much on the whole. Yeah.
Like we're just praying. We really are sitting here and praying that we somehow survive a turn, and then we could like go off next turn and drop 40 might on a battlefield and like, hopefully that's enough.
Oh, that's super nice. Another discipline. I mean, now we just run in the Poro, I assume.
I was gonna say, yeah, now that you don't even have to risk the Irelia if you don't want to.
Yeah.
I mean,
just run in that Poro and I mean on the left side and just get an extra card and play this turn with 5 cards and 7 mana.
100%. And I think you just slap some booties on the Irelia, walk up to the Draven and say, do something.
Right. Yep, so we get an extra card to work with, another pair of boots. So 2 disciplines represent a bunch of card draws if necessary, which is nice. The cool part of this sequence is that like if our Aurelia doesn't actually need power, like, or might,
they
we
can discipline the Poro and draw 2.
Yeah, for they're just looking for like defy / not so fast type interaction, which they have one so far. So it's always an interesting play. Discipline for draw 2, just to like find exactly defy or something.
I do think there is a world where the Draven player ends up surviving this turn just because they have the Ezreal to repeat the Hard Bargain. Like the Fight or Flight plus Rebuke plus Hard Bargain. I think that there is a line where they end up surviving this turn.
The problem is that both Foth and Rebuke are going to cost Deflect. So like you still get to hold up 3 for Hard Bargain.
Not getting runes, but
Well, how much energy does she have though? Because again, even if the Rebuke somehow gets pushed through, I think that eats all of the energy, and being able to just put boots on the Poro, pay the Aurelia to ready the Poro, it just takes 1 discipline to run over the other side then, right?
It just kind of depends on how you end up using your mana here from the Aurelia player.
You would need a
Like,
second discipline, but yeah.
I think like a heads up play might be to just walk in with Irelia, like without equipping anything, and just say 6/6 pass priority. And then like if they just like pay Draven and then say okay, then you eat the hidden card and then you ready her with Swifties, and then you walk up with not so fast, plus you can pay the bargain.
But then also another pair of boots in hand as well. But also, yeah, we need boots, discipline, and a second card.
The big thing is that we need
6
6 mana to not so fast and pay bargain, right?
Oh, for sure.
No, because there's not. I don't think there's enough energy back for the full 4 bargain.
Oh, we have an Ezreal, so
yeah, it's
we have
only
just
cost
enough.
3. Yeah, it costs 3. But, yeah. We close.
We have just enough, which is why I think
that
the Swifties equip like ends up.
Yeah, because now you
Like,
have to
kind of
actually
blighting
commit.
us a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of have to commit a whole card now, which is like annoying. And then again, you play more into whatever the thingy is the word I'm looking for. Plays more into the hard bargain because now your mana is more tapped out.
Are we still doing this
realistically,
in
we were
the
never
combat
playing for.
in case we hit a ride to wind?
I am unsure.
I don't know if the Draven player's drawn yet,
He may have.
and they haven't made a
forgot,
gold, so I don't think
or-
so. I think we're still in the combat. Did
We
we
did
actually hit
draw
the
a
ride
red
to
one.
wind?
We
Oh
did.
well.
Yeah,
Did we just
we
not
did.
make our gold then?
Yes.
Okay, well, fair enough. 2 purples and a red down the drain as we try
How
to
much are we holding
replicate
up on the
the
left
Aurelia.
side? I'm kind of like, do not want to see this silly overlay of this player on the left. I'd like to see
Wait.
their runes. Please. Please.
Well, you could look at the upper left. That's yeah. So yeah, if we just slap everything on the Poro, did we pay for our Draven trigger? That's an interesting question. Because if we slap everything on the Poro, if we go like double Swifties, oh, we can't ready it because we've already used the Irelia.
So they have nothing on the left side. They have no runes up. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, they're out of runes. They have
Okay,
4 runes,
so-
but like 0 open.
So we not so fast at this, and they hard bargain. Is that what happens? Or we
Yeah.
just didn't
And
answer
we
it?
don't have enough to pay.
Okay, that's fine, right?
Yeah. It should have been. I mean, it's hard to predict that, right? But like, if it was a ride the wind instead of the not so fast, and then you just run to the other spot and then run back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That boots equipped, unfortunately, is going to cost us this turn because we could have just honestly just like mass equipped and ride the wind over.
I think just like walk up, and like force out the hidden card is like, you know, I know with perfect information, it's obviously the right play, but I think that it's like relatively, I think it's doable to come to that conclusion. And like suddenly, the Miracle player's untapping in a situation where they legally should not be allowed to untap, and they have double ram in hand. Like they're gonna drop 40 might on this board, and there's a very real chance that this is still a winnable game, which is, you know, very illegal. Yeah, so there's the Bushwhack as well. And there's the Raza. We are dropping 40 might. Let's go.
Yeah, I was just thinking through that last sequence, right? So when the Rebuke was played, it's not so fast. Yeah, I guess there's not a way around it because of the action speed.
Yeah.
Ride the wind doesn't bail you out there either. You would have had to have...
No, and either way, you had to play through the hard bargain, so you always just
Right.
cast the not so fast, hope it's enough. If they have bargain, then
Yeah.
you just only have 3 to deal with. The biggest
big
thing
thing
is that
was
we had
that
to
we-
spend a discipline to
So,
get
I
ready,
guess-
as opposed to
I'm
using
very
boots.
curious what the top card is. Because I believe there's still another discipline in hand, and if the top card is a Defy,
Oh, you want to fish for a Defy for the
Yeah.
possibly. Because we have the double draw off the Poro still technically up, right? So you could have
Yeah.
disciplined the Poro, drawn 2.
That's interesting. Like
Yeah,
it
if you
does like
discipline
win
the
the game on the
Poro-
spot, but
Yeah,
if you
well, it's
lose
not even
the-
that. If you discipline the Poro and draw 2, you also... Oh, no, because you already committed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you can search out the Defy.
I
I think the
imagine
bigger
if
thing
they know
is
the
if you had 2 more mana, you just equip the boots and go in, and then you just discipline the Poro, equip, ride the wind, and it's like fine. But, yeah.
Wait, do we have enough? Did we play 4 cards? We played Called Shot. Oh, Bushwhack.
Twice.
Called Shot, Bushwhack, Raza,
Yeah. That's why they're all
Traveling
ready.
merchant. Yeah. Oh, and the scrap heap? Oh my god.
Bro, it'd be so sick if we ride the wind over.
Okay,
Oh.
Right. There's
we're
better
gonna
not
do
be
this.
a defy.
I think we should have fished for the defy for the bushwhack, to be honest with you. Like, to be
Or just
totally real.
from before. All right, not there. So
Yeah.
I just would have been pretty angry.
I think Miracle, like, just stole this game. Like, this looks... Yeah. Because I'm trying to think of, like... One deeper! No! Tragedy. Because the defy on the bargain, the defy on the bushwhack, like any of those, one deeper, and it's just
Yeah.
If we hide the bushwhack, I love that.
No. In theory, we still could have won if our first card was a on guard. If we equipped our stuff, that would have been a lot of power.
Oh, and a not so fast as well.
Yeah, that's it's not good enough. Because the Irelia, we don't get big enough. We have to clear both sides. Yeah, it's just it's not good enough.
Yeah, I know the last turn was misplayed, I think, a bit, unfortunately, but I think for me, the bigger loss was not charming that Ezreal on like turn 3 or whatever it was.
Because
like,
we got turbo punish for it, right? Like they called shot like twice the next turn.
Yeah,
discarding of the first charm and only casting the one. Like I would have just went for a full board wipe, be up 5-1 or something like that, and then just kind of moved on with my life. And the only reason it's a little like back and forth for me is like as you guys are more harping on was just like the tap out of the Aurelia on turn 3, where it's just like, oh shit, like you're clearly like going to win this game very quickly, and just trying to like disallow your opponent to do miracle stuff while like opening yourself up to losing in like one card, and then play like a more, I'd say, conservative approach on the following turn, where it's just like if you're trying to play the game so like your opponent doesn't play the game, so you're just like, I just want to go very early so you can't go off, like kill their whole board, especially the Ezreal, which is like their linchpin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even when it was just gonna be one charm, though I do think it should have been a double. The reason I thought it was gonna be Ezreal is that the Ezreal is so important to the Miracle engine, and I do think sometimes people who have not played Miracle kind of underestimate how good it is, right? The Ezreal just kind of hangs out there in the backline and doesn't get in trouble till he has to. So I would have expected the Ezreal
shot, like, feels really bad.
Feels really bad. But even outside of the cold shot stuff too, you know, again, like the hard bargain. Hard bargain wouldn't have been able to be for 4 if there's not an Ezreal on the board, right? So there's just, I think, a lot that when you leave an Ezreal out there and you have the opportunity to get rid of one, you're kind of asking for trouble. But I mean, still overall, I think one of the better games we've seen from this event, and I'm really excited to see what these players bring to the rest of the series.
I think that was played like pretty well from both sides. Like I think that there is like a better line to have found, but like, you know, in the moment, like we have perfect information, so like we know to look for the line. And like I think that there is like a thought process of like, okay, if I am losing, like what combination of 5 mana and a hidden card could they possibly have to beat my hand? And like you could probably come to the conclusion, but I do think that that was like one of the better played games that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I think it was more of a macro mistake than any type of like individual sequencing wrong or any type of like micro decisions like that. I think it was mainly just a macro mistake from one player on the right, allowing the player on the left, to the Draven, the Miracle, to execute a plan that I think they should have been robbed of. But like as far as the technical play and the sequencing of most things, like respecting the hard bargain with the flash and a lot of the previous turns, things like that, I think we're executed well on. And maybe just a either misunderstanding of like the macro of the deck on the Draven side, or maybe like being too in between plans. Like I said, I think leaving that Aurelia and hard playing an Aurelia kind of tells you, in my opinion, when somebody hard plays an Aurelia, it means like I'm behind either based off the matchup macro or the like what's in my hand. So I'm making this play because if I wait till 7 runes to run out my Aurelia, I have like fundamentally like lost. So like they committed to that early, and then I think took, like I said, a more conservative approach on the following turns.
I think it is interesting to me that like Irelia is, I feel like especially early in the set, like sort of like, oh, Irelia is going to get super big. She's going to be able to swing over anything. Like, you know, I've seen Irelia swing over Orns and stuff. It's like she's going to be the largest person on the planet, and like she's going to kill whatever you try to hold with. But I feel like when you actually see the way that like these miracle matchups play out into Irelia, like you do slap down a ton of might. And
Right.
like it is difficult for Irelia to swing over like 13 might or like 15 might. And like she could do it once. Like, can she do it a second time?
And it's usually not like
that's-
yeah, it's usually like not like it's deterred 13 might. It's like you're never just like walking in like an Orin. It's like, okay, they're 20 might, right? But they've tapped out and they have nothing, right? It's usually like 13-esque, like 13, 14, 15-ish might, while simultaneously there's a hidden card and 2 mana up. And then it's
I
just
mean,
like
that
oh my
last
God.
turn off the Bushwhack, I mean, it was what, a Rasa double battering ram, and then I think there was one other
Merchant.
unit as well.
It's an
Yeah, the
Ezreal with
frog.
it. So it's like, yeah, 16-ish might, which ultimately isn't that big of a number. It's more just like, oh, by the way, there's a hidden card and also there's 2 mana up. And all my repeats cost 1 less. And you're like, holy shit, this could be anything.
I think the other thing that's kind of surprising about this, if you haven't like played the matchup, I think that like Draven Miracle can like do a weird thing where you like run Irelia out of cards. Like you just fight them early and like you force out the buffs, and especially on like the non-Dreaming Tree game, like I think it's very real that Irelia just runs out of buffs.
I wonder
then, like,
if we are going to do the thing where we opt to go second because it was a double obelisk game, or if we will stick with our tempo game plan based off the first, the deck construction. I will say it's a more tempo game plan, the Poros, the deckhands and all that. But sometimes you'll see players second guess themselves. It'll be their turn to decide if they want to play first or second, and a double obelisk game comes out. And those are usually the games where players like maybe do something different. But fortunately, just a turn 1 here.
I also was wondering if we were going to see a situation where the Draven just expects the obelisk from the other side and saves it for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As we see,
there is a mini game where people like sniping out your opponent's obelisk. Like it can give you a lot of advantages. I think it does matter.
Yeah, from the Aurelia's perspective, it is weird to lead it, I believe, because you should assume your opponent's going to do it. I mean, granted, there's no guarantee, of course, but like you should assume your opponent's going to do it, and you've kind of like you're probably going to maybe win this game because you're about to start this game like 4-0 pretty easily, which is like cool, like thumbs up, we won a game. But now like we don't have obelisk, and I think when you lose the first game, you kind of have to lean into the variance, just be like my opponent's going to present it, don't think about it. Because if we were on 3 runes or 4 runes this game and started this game up 2-0, I think we're in a very favored position. I think us going to 6 is probably not that important. I mean, the upside is it lets us go to 2, develop Aurelia, and hold Defy, I suppose.
Why are we trying to keep this Tide Turner? What's the idea with the Tide Turner in this? Like I don't
sure.
I feel like
there's
especially
an
in
axe.
this matchup.
So I was gonna say both times that I've seen it saved, there was an axe. And the only thing I could think of was maybe they wanted to do something where they're trying to save the axe, but they ended up just playing it. So I have no idea. Maybe they just want the might to fight with this deckhand.
I mean, granted, it worked well in game 1. I'm just surprised we don't see Draven deployed much more early in these
I
matchups.
think a lot of Miracle players try to get too cute with it, and like on turn 2 or turn 1, like whenever you have the 4 mana, like 90% of the time,
play the Draven,
just to play the Draven. Like
Yeah,
Draven,
we saw it not come down to like what, turn 4 game 1?
yeah, even if he doesn't walk out, he applies so much pressure by just standing in base. Because it means that like this deckhand's not allowed to walk up. This Irelia maybe doesn't want to stay on a battlefield. Like he applies so much pressure
Right.
that like, and then this turn we could have like deployed double Ezreal, and like we have a little bit more information on our draws in terms of what we're discarding. Like it feels so much better than like, what are we doing now? Like we're holding up this 2 mana that like kind of doesn't do anything.
I was gonna say that switcheroo looks pretty dangerous there, but I also think we might see that be hidden.
I think hard casting a switcheroo into 30 mana is I think that's folly into Irelia.
I mean, I agree.
I think that's like on turn 7, that switcheroo is going to be the hero. But like this early in the game,
Yeah, I would have liked to just see Draven last turn. If we find a stack deck, make use of all of our mana pass. This turn we'd be on 7 mana, as you mentioned, could double deploy Ezreals, play a seal. Our called shots are free. Our repeats are like everywhere. And again, like whether you played
a Spinax.
Yeah, like whether you played Ezreal Tide Turner or whether you played Draven, like this deckhand was backing up and never going back on a battlefield. So, ultimately, not much different has happened than like probably how I would have liked the board to look. I think we should just have an extra Ezreal, I believe, but because this 1 point is like whatever.
Like more importantly, like the Ezreal doesn't matter as much as like your mana is a little bit more efficient,
to know.
and then
Yeah.
also we dug like 2 cards deeper, right? Which means that like next turn our like call shots are better, our rams are better, like everything is better.
Mm-hmm. No, I'd agree. If this
Whereas,
Tide
like-
Turner was sitting in the garbage right now and not this Ram, and there was like even just Draven Ezreal and potentially another Ezreal, and we had one more power because we didn't waste it on Ezreal on the first turn, I'd be pretty happy about
Like what even does this Tide Turner like do? Like I get that we're trying to like steal points from our opponent right now, but like how real is that? I feel like the answer is not very real.
Yeah, like I don't even. I think we just say, okay, you can go to 2, like waste a cheap, crappy card on my deckhand if I can, and walk over it if I really want. You know, like say like, okay, I'll waste some Defy on that.
Yeah, because Defy I think is like one of the undervalued cards in this matchup. Like I think a well-timed Defy can like hold Miracle in its tracks, whether it's eating a Bushwhack or eating a Hard Bargain or eating a Call Shot. I think that like Defy is genuinely one of the premier cards in this matchup.
Yeah, I think for the Bushwhack in particular is where it has the biggest impact, because a lot of time, like last game when they were playing all that might ready, if you shut that down, it's kind of insane, right? So
yeah, that's so good. Yeah, that Bushwhack card. God, Bushwhack is a hell of a card.
I love interesting that the Aurelio is left out there. I mean, obviously that telegraphs a lot, but I don't know. That always makes me nervous.
With the Guardian Spirit,
Bushwhack.
Yeah, with the Guardian Spirit on there, you're also kind of just fine if it dies, because your opponent like may overthink it, resequence, do this, equip, pay a power for his Draven, then you're like, okay, that's fine, it could die. Because you do have ways to protect it, but I think they're very loose and weak plays into roughly 8 mana with repeat and a seal up. I would most likely just be letting this Aurelia die and just making use of my Guardian Angel that way.
The thing is that like
found a way to be behind.
Player has to commit a lot here to like even threaten her, right? We used a rune, we paid, and then like Defiant Dance like still puts us like winning.
Yeah, I don't like this Defiant Dance personally. I feel like I would just say, okay, kill the Ezreal and move on, but I don't know.
I think we're forcing more cards out of our opponent. Like we talked about it, how you can just run out of cards with Irelia. We have a Stelcorn online. So like next turn you can draw like at least 1, potentially 2, maybe even 3 cards.
Is that still just 7 on 7, or am I a silly nanny?
4-7, and we are 4-7-8-9, or we're 8.
Okay, so the Guardian Spirit were 1 over. Okay, so we're at least 1 over. So I guess it's fine in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. Like even if they commit another card here, like whatever card they end up committing, like even if it's a Rebuke, I think we're so happy because they eat 1 million mana. If it's this Spinning Axe, like we're also just incredibly happy.
I think it's an axe, yeah.
Because like we just kill Ezreal, and then they have to like pay a rune to like swap the axe over.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that went on the Ezreal, knowing, or unless they're just going to let the axe. Oh,
I mean, usually you want to kill a Draven because you deny the gold, but like
no, this always makes sense to do because the Ezreal's just abandoned there now, so now you actually get the axe to die.
That's fair.
I guess next turn you go in, right?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You know,
I also will say, knowing that there's already the second one in the backline, getting rid of the existing one doesn't turn off any of the reduction stuff, so there's less urgency there.
Yeah, it makes a few cards like borderline free at this point. But yeah, this is the punish to this, is like foffing our own Ezreal, because now we get to keep our
Defy
axe.
it, right?
Maybe.
It's like so good.
Yeah.
And like there's still a consideration that you want to hold the Defy, but like I feel like this is I think a play pattern of the Miracle deck, because oftentimes you're on 3 Fight or Flight. A lot of times you use Fight or Flight just to save your units or deny combats against in like the mirror or stuff like that. Like I think denying the Fight or Flight here like actually ends up pretty good. Oh my god, the hidden switcheroo. The issue is like our Ezreal's so big that switcheroo isn't even good. They could just like buff over it again if they have another buff.
Yeah. The good news here is that we have Flash and Stellacorn and going to be able to replenish our hand, because we were going like dangerously low for like not really getting much accomplished, because in a perfect world, like this guy has 2 Ezreals and is up on 4 and you're on 3, so you're behind.
I like what I just saw. That was an Adaptatron picked up from the sideboard.
Adaptatron's sick. That card
Yeah,
is so
eat
good.
the seals.
It's a cool card. We're going to be able to pay some power now to replenish our hand yet again. I assume a boots. Oh no, we're just doing it on the Aurelia. I'm going to go in. That makes sense too. Oh, they were going in to the right. Were they? Yep, that.
Yeah. So what, this is 7 might to 6. Yeah, like this is why switcheroos like it's actually so
loose.
rough.
The funny part is it's going to actually, I think, win.
I mean,
Yeah.
you just flash back both units and then you ready the Irelia on the stack, right? And like they get to draw a card, but like they spent the rune to hide and the rune to play, and you drew your card and you just walk back up there, and like it's just
Still a trade now, though, right?
No, still it's even +1 more than it was before.
Oh, because they paid to ready. Because they paid to ready. Okay.
Well, even the flash target, like.
Well, I'm saying it was 7 on 6. You forced it to 6 on 7, and then it got +1 from the flash.
I see what you're saying.
I'm saying the +1 from the ready is what put it 1 over.
Yeah. Yeah, Irelia, she's always bigger than you.
Yeah.
No point in doing the math. She's bigger.
But yeah, all things being equal, we're still on a 2-turn win for both players. We did lose a bit of power for it on the Draven side. We're going to try to replenish some hand size here.
We're praying for a call shot.
Yeah.
We need a call shot.
Because we have the Bryn to potentially set up. The problem is that's a Forerunner alongside it, which I'm dubious of bringing in this matchup, unless I'm misreading what that card is. It looks like a Forerunner.
It is a Forerunner. I think for Detonate, it's like perfectly reasonable in its matchup because you like go turn 1 Draven, you walk up and you slap a Forerunner on the Draven. And like that's just a wall that they can't really get over efficiently. But I don't know if I think Normal Miracle has enough units that they want to be playing. So like I don't know if that's a real like
like versus Aurelia, if you told me you're gonna walk up with a Draven and slam a Ram for 5 mana or slam a Bryn here, I'd say there's almost no difference. Like, I mean, yes, I understand like what Bryn here or Forerunner's text does, but it's most likely just getting like Foth baited or rebuked the whole game anyway.
Yeah, but the big thing is that you're eating cards, right? Like
I just meant like you're saying as a regular Miracle deck, if you just told me you're gonna move up with a Draven and slap a Battering Ram down on turn 2 because your hand sucked, like it would be no difference than playing like a Forerunner for the most part.
I hear you.
Yeah, your opponent's just not going to interact.
Wow, this is just. I mean, we just lose the game, right? The not so fast is just so massive.
Yeah, the not so fast.
Rebuke.
3 power and just.
It's not just about the saving. I think it just puts them so far behind on resources.
Yeah, I think you need to go next game. Because the bigger issue here isn't necessarily like this game isn't necessarily lost. The issue is you have 18 minutes left, and Irelia is really good in time, especially going second with deckhand. Like,
and the bigger issue is
really
that you already have 2 Ts. You know?
Yeah,
third
the
T.
2 Ts in the top.
You don't want a third T.
Yeah, no, I think this is yeah.
T stands for time to leave. Go to game 3.
I think you definitely need to scoop this game. Like there is still a line of like you like rip a called shot off the top into like another called shot and a bushwhack. But like there's definitely a line that like sees you potentially still playing this game. But like I'm gonna be so real with you that like the chance is so low and you're on so few runes that like the Irelia player is probably gonna win anyway. And you should just save your time.
Yeah, I will say I'm disliking, despite us being ahead due to some less than like stellar macro, I think, from the Draven. I do think our hand is getting very clunky with this deck, and I kind of don't like the sideboarding of all these extra units in. I think Adaptatron is cool. We've actually drawn a lot of cards this game and don't have a lot of like to show for it as far as like good cards in our hand. We've had some good interactions, obviously the not so fast and Defy. We've been like at a lack of pump. So if this game actually did come down to might, you know, assuming the player on the left played a little differently, I'm curious how like useful this like Adaptatron and stuff and like the purple Draven even is in. I think
even game 1
in a lot of lists.
They're running quite a few units. I assume that the Poros became Adaptatrons. I assume that's what happened.
Yeah, if that's the case.
Yeah, especially if you expect it to be an obelisk. Like this might be something where they come back out.
Right, yeah. If they're in lieu of said Poros and other units, then it makes complete sense. If they are in addition to, it would be a worrisome. And it could just be the draw sequence here. But.
In the kindest way possible, you're looking at your hand, it's all units. You needed to scoop this like 4 minutes ago. This is so bad.
Yeah, I mean it should have been sooner, but at least we got there. So again, great game. so far my favorite series.
Yeah.
Speaking of favorite series, though, you know what my favorite series is?
The series of playmats that we have to sell you. Put them on screen. This is my favorite part of the round.
It's
www.turnhemsideways.gg.www.shop.turnhemsideways.gg.org. We have a series of playmats for you. You like Aurelia? Well, guess what? She's on stream. You like Draven? Well, he's there too.
Wow,
One on the
this
right,
is the matchup.
one
Wait
on the
a second.
left, and here we are. Favorite series of the day. It doesn't matter who wins because we're all winners. But you know who is a loser? You, if you don't buy these mats. That's it. I don't care. And if you can't afford mats, because you spent all your money on Draven, and you spent all your money on Ezreal, and they're all getting nerfed in 5 days, well, we got some coins for you. Shiny, beautiful,
Yeah.
purple, blue, your favorite colors.
So Vera,
Everyone's
why do
favorite
people
colors.
find you abrasive? What's up with that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think they confuse it with like abrasions because I have this rash.
We got the Victor mat.
That's part of our series of playmats.
Yeah, that's from the set 1. And then if you're like, okay, well, what does that Iswardi mat look like in person? We got Irelia that we just saw take a game. Love it. They're great.
Yeah. So anyway, on sale now. Shop.turnhemsideways.gg. No www or HTTPS needed.
Well, you don't have to type the HTTPS, but rest assured
my
that we
God.
do use secure websites,
Stem
so it
cell.
will
Stem cell
populate.
in the chat. He knows about science, guys.
What?
Unreal.
Nice.
Stem cell. You like that one? You didn't think about that one, huh?
No,
you
no,
didn't
I
think about
don't
that one.
like
You didn't
it.
think about that one, huh? That's
No,
capital
one-
S-T-E-M.
That was psychic damage. That's what that was.
That's capital S-T-E-M. Get wrecked.
Also, if you're watching and you haven't hit the button yet, please hit subscribe on the YouTube channel. If you're on Twitch, hit follow. Both of those are free, and it's a great way to support us. If you want to subscribe on Twitch or whatever, then obviously I'm not your dad. You can do what you want, but at a minimum, I would say just do the free stuff, man.
Yeah. I do like that it looked like both players were shuffling pretty quickly there. I like that they're aware of the timer.
Well, after the second one, you would be too, but yeah. Here's our pre-celebratory fist
After
bump.
the second tee, is that?
Yeah, after the second tee, yeah. Nobody wants the third tee. Are they stitched edges? I believe so, but that is not an official answer. Until Charmer tells me. They are.
I was going to say,
They are stitched edges, to
yes.
my
I don't know if
understanding.
it's coming through on the camera, but yes.
That's good. Oh,
Yeah, they're legit nice mats. I'm not just like trying to hawk them because they're ours. I actually use them. They're great.
But also, I really need to pay the light bill. I'm on a generator right now.
all right. Draven player going first has the merchant in hand. This is the first time that we've seen a 2-drop on turn 1 for this player, so very exciting moment, I believe. Well, I guess game 1 they went stack deck into hopeful, so that's basically a 2-drop. But, you know.
The player on the right, to my understanding, is not from America, but they are from Canada, last I heard when I watched them play StarCraft. Where they currently
Oh.
reside, I am not the CIA. I am unsure.
Oh, they're on the Veiled Temple. That's so interesting to me because it's such a weird battlefield. Like, I don't even know if it's like that good in the detonate deck outside of like nobody else can abuse it. Like it's just kind of your own personal battlefield. But it is interesting over trying to play like I think Targon's Peak is stock. Yeah.
For those asking, it is 6 wins, 2 ties, and 0 losses. To reiterate that once more for the records of our players.
I think this is the classic gameplay of walk up your merchant. Honestly, like trade it into the damn deckhand, and then play a Draven and base, and then pass. You're thinking way too hard here. Next turn you're gonna walk the Draven up, and then like just drop a Forerunner on his head. Like if you could take one thing away from this as a Miracle player, quit pretending that you have a choice on turn 2. Just jam the Draven, close your eyes. You're gonna win the late game. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I like this because you also realistically can't afford to have the deckhand stick around. It's the only unit there. You're developing the Draven. You can't let them get ahead on points, right? So even if you try to go in the other direction and it's still getting the hold points and getting to run away and continue to have board presence, like that's problematic. So, and you'll see, yeah, I was going to say, you'll see this Irelia come down because they understand their turn too. They understand the assignment. Play the legend pass.
This is another moment where like a falling star does kind of end the game on the spot. Like, even if you're a cycle 4 for it, I think that's like...
Yeah, this is a spot where I like don't see it as like pressing, because like your opponent's going to go to 1, untap if they when they get their other turn and go to 2. Like they're most likely not scoring 2 points this turn, so you're not really behind on the point cadence. It would be a 1-to-1 game. You could have set something else up. The reason I understand why they did it is because it looks like their hand isn't even any equipments or anything else, like a Defy and On Guard.
I think there's a boot.
They could have set boots up, which is...
If your hand is crap, then like you just kind of have to do it.
I thought it was like, she's been shuffling fast, but I think it's like a Defy, a Fighter Flight, a Boots, I think one Pump.
Yeah, it's an On Guard, yeah. So there you could have seen the boots. Your opponent develops a little bit, and then the next turn you can lay down the Aurelia with 7 and 8 runes up, and you've already played your boots, which will help you ready, etc., etc. That being said, maybe this playing of the Aurelia has influenced our Miracle players' decisions, because I agree, I probably would have walked up, grabbed my point, played down a Forerunner, get all the expensive cards out of my hand, and then start playing the Miracle gameplay.
We just took Traveling Merchant. I think we had 2 great options there between Ram that we could play and a Rebuke. And I thought we were going to bait ourselves into grabbing the Rebuke. Sure, we just grabbed the Ram, right? Could we not play
I believe what we were seeing is time-influenced base plays, and I do not think it is necessarily the correct play. I think these players are, or at least the one player in that decision was like scared of the draw and is playing this game in a way that he maybe should not, and that is the best I can explain that take.
Also, unless I miscounted, I think they were 1 energy off.
Did
they play a third
Seal,
card?
Ezreal, stack deck.
Oh, I missed the Seal. Okay, yeah, then never mind. They had enough for the Ram. Ram should have been it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, really, even Rebuke was like fine. Like, just really anything. I think there's maybe a concern for time here. It looks like the player on the left is maybe a little more stressed about this, and some of their play patterns maybe dictated that. A self off here I do like, but gonna get denied with quickness.
I do think that like in timer settings, Irelia is oftentimes very favored. Like this deck is very good at cheating points. Scoring both battlefields every turn.
Yeah, a few decks you can score 2 a turn with 1 unit, so very nice to have when it comes to the win by 2 rules and also just being in time. Ultimately, the game just still hasn't progressed, and I just like, if we weren't Draven, Forerunner, pass, and did everything we did last turn on this turn, but with more mana and more resources and more options, it'd still be a 2-to-1 game. And neither player's clock is accelerated. I mean, the player on the right's is now at 2 and the opponent at 1, so they're a little bit ahead, but not by much.
I think this is like, we discard Battering Ram?
It feels like our player on the left has reverted to mid-range gameplay and tendencies, and we're just gonna have to see how far that gets them. I feel like last turn we should have played mid-range. We played Miracle. This turn we should have played Miracle, and we're like playing mid-range, unsure.
Yeah. No, this is a rough one. I think it feels weird. Like, you're the Miracle deck, it feels weird to go 2-drop, 4-drop, 6-drop. But like, there's so many decks where it's just incredible, because once like they spend resources to deal with your like 4-drop, 6-drop. And then guess what? You back it up with like Bushwhack 30 bite.
Yep. And then you go off, you get everything. Your opponent's ready. Yeah, so like this turn is what our last turn should have been. Except we could have like kept more cards in our hand, got more information, had more staying power on board.
Yeah.
Instead
kept the Draven there, because like Draven plus Forerunner plus a hidden fighter flight is like that's hard to break.
Yeah, they're never going into that. They're just gonna go to the left and run out for a point, or maybe not even going at all. So
and then you just get to like on the next turn when you play your double Ram, because you won't discard your Ram and you'll pick the Ram off the thing. Like then you just drop it, like you have 20 might and they can't go there, and then you're like just holding until you decide to kill the Irelia. Yeah, I don't know. It's just inexperience. I think Miracle is genuinely a very hard deck. People, see it as like, oh, you draw your entire deck. How could it be hard? Like, you just grab the cards you
because you
want
have
and
that
then
many
win the game.
choices.
Yeah, but I think there's so much room to make like mistakes on every single decision. That, like, it's just, yeah, this is a rough one.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's my hot take. My hot take is draws should cost 0 points, and I think this player is potentially like worried about the clock, maybe playing for a draw, doing this, doing that. And it's just like, brother, like your 3 ties aren't really helping you. You're essentially 7-2 at this point if you get this draw. And I'm not saying they're deliberately playing for a draw in a malicious way, but maybe that is their backup strategy because they don't think they can win this. And this is why I think draws should cost 0 points. Anyway, continue with the game. It's my talk.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of hate like IDs and shit, so like I don't know, I'm down for draws to be 0 points.
I think it would incentivize players to finish the game to natural conclusions. But yeah, so we have the board we always think we should have had, which is an Ezreal and a Forerunner. Unfortunately, a Draven was lost in the process. Fizz being
the board
played
we
as
always
well.
should have had. That's such a funny way to put it. Like the board we were destined for.
Yeah, we were promised this board a long time ago, but we finally have it.
It's the pressure that we haven't seen a college shot. Like when you have to Fizz to like replay the stack deck, like it just feels so bad.
Yep, for sure. And this just goes to show you how good but not great this deck would be without called shot. Whoever needs to hear that, who has a job, who could change such a thing. As we're gonna see Ride the Wind.
I would like to point out, for me, the big glaring thing is we're 3 games in and we've seen 0 Thunder songs.
There was one in
definitely saw a
hand.
Thunderstorm
There was one in
yesterday.
hand. He just did not resolve it. But
Right.
yeah, that part is true.
Right.
Oh, I see what you're
Oh, you're trying to say how beautiful the game is when nobody plays it. No, I agree.
Yeah. That's what I'm You get it. I don't care if it's in his hand. I just don't want to see it at the board.
I do kind of like this walk up here. Like walk up hard cast switcheroo after they play a card. Like I think this is kind of slick actually. This is a play to try and win the video game, and I like that because we've made a lot of plays that we're not trying to win the video game.
That's very true. As we see in OK said. Yep. Okay, as in it's loud, and then we're spinning X on top.
I wonder if it's going to be, it's going to be X, but there's a hard bargain there as well.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we're still winning. Yeah, this is good. We have a repeatable hard bargain. We have a what's it called? We have a switcheroo, and like saving the switcheroo and hiding it's like almost certainly better. Yeah, I'm down with this. This is good.
Yeah,
we've walked backwards into like a winning. Oh, what's our hidden card? Oh, it's Fight or Flight, isn't it?
It should be Fight or Flight. I was gonna say this almost has to be a Fight or Flight to send the Aurelia home. That will try to get hard bargained, and then that's what this Defy is for.
Yeah. But... Okay, well, this looked good, and now I'm like, yuck. I'm like your dog.
I mean, unless he has the soul read on the, it's a Defy anyway, so don't waste the hard bargain yet. But
yeah, I think you still gotta get it out of there.
I mean,
hard bargain is generally
disagree.
Hard bargain's generally only being cast for 2. Eventually, sometimes you get it for 4 because you have Ezreal, obviously. So, like, if your opponent has 2 runes up, they'll just pay. But if they have 1 rune up, it's always Defy. So you might as well just get it out of the way now.
What you could try to do is like save it, and then next turn, like, or like hide the switcheroo on your Ezreal, and then like try and back up the switcheroo with it. I think you're ending up in like the same position like most of the time, but I think it's like there's like a consideration that's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because like, what if you like hard bargain there, and they say okay, and then like cast a Defiant Dance or something, and you're like, oh crap.
Yeah. If you're reading on that one, I could see holding it as well. It just depends what you're expecting on the following turn.
What did we spend a mana on? We paid 1 to draw a card, but now you can't repeat the hard bargain.
I believe so.
The judge reaching over and grabbing the hidden card is gonna make me.
Dude, it drives me nuts.
Yeah, if you were planning on not using the hard bargain and then simultaneously paying 1 to draw, and then I don't understand what the plan is.
Yeah, unless you were like
get the Defy out of their hand, force them to waste a power, and then draw your card, and then pass the turn with.
Maybe there's like a Ride the Wind line that's like good for us.
It's possible.
Oh my god. And the read on the switcheroo is actually just pure depression. This is, oh my goodness.
Well, yeah, now it's ride the wind. But that's the thing. Even if there's a ride the wind line and you were worried about the 5, then it's just, for me, it always goes back to cast the hard bargain, and it definitely comes down to if you're not going to, please don't draw the card. But now it's just like, okay, ride the wind, switcheroo. Oh, well, switcheroo can't get the fight, obviously, but the ride the wind is. So,
Yeah, this is just so bad. Like this is smart from the Irelia player. Like
Yeah,
in
this was
game
really
1,
smart.
Was it game 1 that they ended up losing because they didn't play
The
around
boots a
the
clip.
hidden card
Yeah.
properly?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
this time they just walked up and they wanted to just crash
Yeah,
it.
sometimes you just got to tell your opponent to figure it out, and the easiest way to do that is just walk in, either winning or even on math, and then let your opponent act first.
Oh wait,
I was gonna say-
buddy, that's getting defied.
Yeah, that's
My amigo,
I was gonna
that
say
is
that was a fast move.
if you do it fast enough, then you and we're turn 0. Being turn 0 is so bad in this game. It's actually
Yeah,
miserable
I
that
hate being turn
is just like-
0.
yeah, because you only get 1 turn after this. So like the chances of the draw here are like really high. Like it's basically like either a draw or Draven.
Are
wins.
they on 3 or 5 turns? Does anyone know?
3. Because they had those rules first.
Okay. Yeah, I just know they weren't in effect at all times. Blah, 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 so,
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, so a lot of potentially more teas, more ties.
Yeah. Wow. The switcher. The thing is that like the Draven player can still steal this game. Like how silly is Draven?
Yeah. So who is turn 0 currently?
Irelia.
I believe she is, because they were still resolving that herder going into the Ezreal.
And you get to, I mean, what's really messed up is that the Draven. Oh, do we have a way to 9? If we play Draven and then just like run it into the Forerunner with a Defiant Dance, to score 2 points on that, and then walk Irelia up and score to 7. Like, is that something? That feels like that's winning the game, isn't it?
Maybe, but it's not gonna happen.
Okay, well, fair enough, King. You're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. That's what I'll say.
We can go to 6, which is nice.
But can we go to 7 after that? Go from 6 to 7, or?
We have a sneaky deckhand to go to 6.
Wait, is it 6 or 7?
We're going to 6.
Yeah, I do like the.
Are you guys like Italian or something? What's going on?
I think the Draven line is like quite a bit better. And I think we. But yeah, like the main issue here is like we're giving them a draw over our deckhand. Like this is still a game that the Draven player can win, which like is illegal, but it's true.
Yeah, I do understand why the Aurelia player wants to do this though, because if your train of thought is like I'm trying to go for the win by 2, I don't.
Well, if you do the Draven line, you go up by 3. So then even if
Yeah.
they wipe one of your, they have to wipe both boards as opposed to just clearing something.
And like even if they like wipe the Draven, like they have to wipe both boards, which is quite a bit of might. And even if they wipe the Draven, they still don't like win the game on the spot. So like you still have like draw equity.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong about quite a bit of might, but I would also understand why she might be worried about like a weird bushwhack thing, because the last game she saw like a bajillion might just drop down. So
that's what Miracle do be doing. Like Bushwhack is the best card in the deck. I do love that the first thing that people did when they touched the Miracle deck, they're like, can we cut copies of Bushwhack? And the answer is no. That is the best card in the deck. You need that card.
Yeah. As somebody who was playing the Miracle Yasuo in Vegas, all I kept thinking was the Omni-Man meme about like, look what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power. Because I'm like, I can spend 2 energy and push a Raso with my legend, and I was like, it'd be cool if this was Bushwhack.
Oh my god. You're thinking too hard. Grab the
Falling
Raza,
Star,
hit the
they
Bushwhack.
exist.
Grab the Raza, hit a Bushwhack.
Wow, the falling star exists.
One Piece is real?
All right, found a called shot to keep digging for the bushwhack. So 2 cold shots. Oh, there's a bushwhack in hand. So we got a Rasa, we got 2 cold shots, a bushwhack. There's the bushwhack.
God,
If
Bushwhack is so good.
oh, no Defy though, she only has the not so fast.
Bushwhack is actually so funny with Forerunner, because you can play a Forerunner, it enters ready, you attack with it, and then the mechs afterwards end up entering ready as well.
Yeah.
I actually love this deck. This deck is so much fun.
Want to say hi? Sorry, my dog's crying.
Leo!
Leo's back.
Did you ever decide if Leo was a Leo?
No.
Why did
I'm
we walk
pretty
up with
sure Leo's
one?
a Leo.
Well, I mean, his name's a Leo, but we don't know if his.
Well, it's
astrology
Leo or a
sign.
Virgo. But
Yeah.
why did
But
we walk
he's
up with
also
one
for
mech?
sure a Leo.
We get blown out by so much right there. It's absolutely insane that was our line. I like never punished because we're a Draven player, but like what the hell? Ooh, Bryn here. Bryn here for turn 3? Ah, what do you mean stack deck?
Your breath.
What do you mean
stinks,
blood
boy.
rush?
Why was a blood rush even in this list for?
It's
You wanna
okay,
come
buddy.
back
Take
up?
a breath. You're in
Like
time
I get
anyway.
that it's
Just
like
take a
I
breath.
get that the repeat is reduced or whatever, but like why I would never run cleave in this list, so like why would I ever?
They can see your nose.
Yeah, I don't look at me. I don't understand a lot of the decisions that have been made this game, let alone in deck construction. Come on, you have a ram in hand, right? At least throw down the ram as well. Oh my god. This is crazy. Oh. Take a breath, buddy. You have time. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, but it's hard when you're starstruck.
So true.
Some might even say Starcraft struck.
So true.
Yeah, you just wallow in that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
So she still just has the purple Draven in hand, right? Plus
Yeah.
whatever is the top deck.
yep. Unfortunately, Purple Draven doesn't do it
No.
because he can't win off. Or yeah, Purple Draven can't. He scores the point off the conquer before, or he scores the point off winning the combat before
Oh,
scoring the point off the
right.
conquer, which means
But he does get to draw an extra card, essentially. Like you'll get the point and then the draw from the
Draw
conquer.
2
You're at
cards.
7 at that point.
Yeah.
there's a
so
world
good.
where like double charm gets there, right? Because you could like charm the unit away, walk up, score your point, and then charm the unit back in, and like that'll win you the game. You just have double charm forehead. I don't know how you're drawing both the charms here, but if you believe in yourself and the power of friendship, anything's
Wouldn't
possible.
one charm do it?
No, because it's only the first combat you win each turn.
Right, but like you push the one away, you just go into the empty zone, and then you just go over to the other side and go over the top.
If we have a way to ready him twice, yeah.
I mean, you just gotta run over the 3/3 bot, right? Isn't one of the sides empty?
Yeah, but it just doesn't win you the game.
So what do you
Not
mean?
good
If you play a Draven, attach the boots, ready him,
Yep,
move him over to the right side.
Yep.
You go to 7.
I agree.
Draw,
You
draw
draw a
2
card.
cards.
Draw one.
card. Draw 1. You're not the hero power.
Yep. And then what?
And then you charm it in.
It's the first combat you win every turn. Gets you the point.
Yeah, okay, but let's do it again. Let's say if you...
Walk me through the line again.
right, well-
Move again.
Let's just see what happens because we're about to witness the line.
Okay. Dr. Avon himself coming in. How depressing is it going to be if this ends in a draw?
The answer is not. Do we have what?
Yeah, I mean, Miracle Player has 5 cards in hand. Something in there has to do something, right? Do we have a push?
Well, we know. I was gonna say, unless I missed it, we should know what some of them are, right?
Yeah, I you know, I was too busy getting upset about the fact that they didn't cast the called shot and didn't grab extra rams and this and that and the other. So I do not know what's currently in their hand, which makes it all the more interesting as we watch here in stunned silence, in anticipation.
Do you think this guy thinks he loses the game?
That is a win condition of Irelia, is your opponent not understanding if they win or lose, so they scoop.
So
when the
I was going to say sometimes I was going to say I thought there was still a called shot in there because we had the one that wasn't resolved yet.
What are those cards? Holy fire!
Yeah,
those
like
in the deck.
sometimes. All right, you found a fight or flight.
Why are we? We must think that we're about to lose the game.
I think I'm telling you, our opponent. You could see the look on his face. He thinks we're losing the game. If they show a defy here, he might.
We have a not so fast.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They might scoop.
You're right. He might scoop on the spot. Oh wait, is ride the wind? If we ride the wind, the Draven back up, is he big enough? No, he's not big enough to swing the other side.
No, it's 5, 8, 11 on the other side. He's only in 9, 8. Sorry.
Very, I would say very sportsmanlike of the Irelia player to scoop it there because they can't win the game. They can only tie. So whether the Miracle player found a line to win or not, I think it's with the way the contention works. I think that a tie puts them both out of contention. I think that's a very sportsmanlike scoop there.
Seasoned veteran.
Yeah, I mean, unless I missed it, maybe she just didn't have the 2 energy up for the not so fast. But even with a not so fast, she's basically out of place for the turn. Yeah. And then, as you said, right, like at best you're tying.
Yeah.
You go to 7, you draw cards, you don't have the ability to play anything. They go to 7 off the hold.
Yeah, and then all they got to do is find a way to kill 8 might when you're tapped out. You don't even need to kill it necessarily. You can just push it.
Yeah, which to be fair, they have a lot of outs. They have a lot of ways. Like, yeah. I think almost certainly she was losing the game there, but I think either way, a very sportsmanlike scoop.
Well, there was definitely some trouble there, I think, with nerves. But if you at home are having trouble getting English cards, or you just want to play with a full list of Chinese cards, we've got a friend that can help. That's right. Friend of the channel, Huge, sells Chinese singles and has a fully built Chinese decks delivered directly to most regional qualifiers. So if you hire somebody who says, hey, I want to participate in the next Shenzhen event or one of those, you can actually have cards ready for those if you want to go overseas. But if you check out our Discord server linked below and use code Sideways, you can get 5% off when you submit your order. Again, this is just a way to give you a legitimate path to purchasing Chinese cards, because sometimes buying them off of eBay or whatever can be problematic. I'll be polite. I'll say problematic. I've had some not so great experiences trying to order stuff from the Chinese market. So we were trying to find a reputable hookup for folks, and this is our best path to doing so.
Yeah, it's a huge boon to your collection.
Huge.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other than at some of the like North American regional qualifiers, I have tried to avoid buying some of the Chinese cards, mostly because it's been an awful experience when I did try. I cannot tell you how excited I was that I was able to order the Chinese New Year Irelia stuff direct from Riot, because at first, when I thought that they were only going to be available through China, I was like dreading that.
Weren't there issues with a big string of counterfeit Chinese cards? Is that still happening?
I think that it was just an issue in general, not just on the Chinese side, because I've also seen, I've seen some texture differences pop up also with the North American cards as well. But yes, there are, unfortunately, some folks that are trying to distribute counterfeits, which is all the more reason, again, why I prefer to just buy from sellers that I know and trust. So usually when I buy stuff online, I'm buying stuff from people that I have met in person and run reputable game stores. There's a handful. These are not sponsored, by the way, so take that with a grain of salt. But there's the Vegas Singles, Invasion out of Canada, etc. But Yuge is a great source for Chinese singles if you're trying to pick stuff up cheaper. And I do really appreciate that Riot rolled back the multi-language rules so that you can run English and Chinese cards if you want. Makes me very happy.
Yeah, I only buy from FDI and C Assured shops, so buy from all those.
How long is Aikido going to stay awake? Forever.
Timo GG, he was. Timo GG Easy. Here's the thing about Timo GG Easy, guys. You should not buy it. Stop it. You're better than this. There's people who love you. You don't need to spend that much cards. Too much money on cards. Don't do it.
It's interesting. I want one.
No, you don't.
I do want one. However, I had an opportunity to pick one up at locals because one was opened at literally the first Nexus night that I went to, and I had no idea what the rarity was. So I was trying to trade with the guy and it just didn't work out before we left. So we were going to try to sort it out the following week. And then the price exploded. So, it was the first night one got opened. So we were like, all right, well, there might be one a week or whatever. Nope, that was not the case, turns out.
Was that for Timo?
Yeah. I'm a Yordle enjoyer, so I do want one.
They're pretty cool.
They are pretty cool. Yeah, I don't have to turbo bling my stuff, but I do like collecting one-ofs of stuff when I can. I still don't have one of the Riot buff tokens either. I really want to get one of those.
I've talked with enough Rioters that by proxy I should have at some point gotten one, but I maybe I need to.
Yeah, I've talked to a bunch as well, but
do you ever look inward after things like that? Maybe you guys could learn.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. After Legend of Runeterra, I just kind of assumed that most Rioters hated me. So my interactions with them in person through Riftbound have been pretty positive. So I'm still recovering my own self-image from what Rioters would
Well, they're positive for who? Positive for you?
I'd say positive for both of us, but maybe not. Maybe they're just.
How many buff cards do you have?
No, you're so right, actually.
I just want my buff card so that I can put it in my card sleeve that has the Riot fist bump from LOR, right? I got a complete.
Yeah, the Riot fist bump famously from only LOR. That makes sense.
Riot fist bump is from LOR.
This specifically is the image of the card back from LOR.
Yeah,
so your attempt at equipped failed. Listen,
you can't fail equip. It just goes in the stack. It's so weird. I don't even know the rules of the game.
You can definitely fail an equip because you can respond to it. You can remove the unit in response.
We can't. Stop it. With a card like
the point is, while I don't have a Riot fist bump, my prized piece in my collection is I have a hand-drawn Nocturne from Dave from Gen Con. I played against him at Gen Con. There was a creator thing, and after everyone who beat him, he started with Cass. He drew Cass a custom buff token, and then when I beat him playing a weird Miracle Teemo deck that they had on hand, I won with a Nocturne, so he drew me a Nocturne.
That's sick. Do you have that? Can we see it?
Yeah, let me find it.
If it's a pain, don't worry about it, but that sounds really cool. It's such a bummer. Like I've gone to, I went to Houston, I went to Vegas, and they have like the card slinging things there, where like they have like devs playing or like content creators or whatever. I feel like so often I'm just like busy playing in the main event that I missed out on being able to play against Dave or play against Frank Scarron or something like that. Like there's it's a bummer.
Right, so it should be in, yeah. So right here. So it just says Nocturne. He drew the little thing, says no cost needed, and then illustrated by Dave Guskin.
That's sick, actually.
That's honestly so true. No cost needed. That's so true, actually.
No cost needed.
That's actually true.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The card slinging was fun in Vegas. I obviously did not do well in the main event, so they let me set up a table and do the card slinging on Sunday, and I just played against folks, and it was a really good time. Everyone was really nice.
I wish that was the deck we saw. Said I wish that was the deck we saw.
I don't know. The way that they were struggling through playing normal Miracle, I don't know. Like for some reason, Kuvi and Alan like seem to think that this is the brain dead version of Miracle. I feel like it's not. I feel like this version, I don't know. Like you kind of have to really know your overarching game plan and like know when to press and when to play with your deck versus slowing down. And I don't know.
I mean, I'd rather just win. I don't care how much brain it takes.
For sure.
So in Twitch chat, somebody is asking for our opinion on Crescent Guardian that has been revealed for Unleashed and whether or not we like that more than Nocturne, potentially.
Can we show it on stream?
Crescent Guardian?
I don't know if they can get it up on such a short notice, but I will just verbally remind folks, it's 4 energy, 4 might, no power if you're playing from hand. But if you've played a spell this turn, you may pay 1 purple power as an additional cost to play. And if you do, they enter ready.
No, I don't think so. In comparison to Nocturne, you said?
That was what they said in Twitch chat. So
I don't even think
it's like a weird accelerate card. Is that
yeah, I was just gonna say, to me it just feels like accelerate with hoops. I think in Miracle decks, when you're already doing the called shot stuff and whatever, it has some uses. I think especially in the non-battering ram decks, if you're trying to maybe push, or especially when you don't have access to bushwhack. But I just don't think that it fills the same role as Nocturne, because the thing I think people forget about with Nocturne in these Miracle lists is that it's also technically a combat trick. So if your opponent comes in and you stack deck, you called shot, whatever, and then you just spit out a Nocturne or 2 and you get like 8 extra might on the field, that is super relevant. So
yeah, it's genuinely one of my favorite things to do, to have an Ezreal just sitting alone on a battlefield unassuming, and they walk up with Draven or something, and then it's like stack deck called shot, and you flip up 2 Nocturnes, and then they're like complaining. It's like, I don't know, man. I've seen 15 cards. I didn't see a Nocturne. Like, we were basically guaranteed this.
Yeah, like, the thing is, like, I don't know if this card's good or bad or whatever. I just don't necessarily know if they're comparable. You have to pay 4 energy to play this card with Accelerate, versus, like, a Nocturne is abusing the synergy of things like Candlelit Sanctum, stack deck, called shot, all these things. This is a card that you need in your hand, has no other use for the deck other than being played for 4 and a power. Like, it's an additional cost. It's not in lieu of. Whereas, like, for Nocturne, you can pay power to just flip it on the board. And while
that's like a big thing about Nocturne,
have ready is
like that version of Miracle. That's like the only version where like maybe you don't just like slam the Draven turn 2, because you can like seal Ezreal called shot, and if you flip a Nocturne, then like you could just go double ram that turn, right? Yeah. Like, because it is an additional played card for free. But like I think this just like doesn't doesn't hit any of the same situations that like a Nocturne would. Like whether the card's good or not, like who knows?
Yeah, I think they definitely fill different niches, and I think you have enough other forms of go again, or readying like accelerate type units, that I don't know if you necessarily need to like be spawning guys from your hand to instantly attack. You're trying to just do it all in one turn with pushback. I think it's a more maybe better card for something like Ezreal, who's trying to like kill things, and then I played it and I can use this as like pseudo removal that's also like a body on the board. I think maybe an Ezreal type deck could use it better than say a Draven type deck. Like you can like remove something in the back line and you can play this as opposed to, let's say, a Frigid Wind and kill something on a battlefield, except like now you keep a unit as opposed to like casting a spell.
Like Ezreal, if they really want that card, they could just run like Drop Order, right? Like Drop Order is the same thing, but you don't have to make it a spell.
Yeah.
Also, I think sometimes people forget that Nocturne has ganking, which is not irrelevant.
When we were prepping for Vegas, there's definitely a joke about having Chinese Nocturnes because your opponent would forget that it has ganking.
Nobody would ever know that card has ganking. But
meanwhile, like, Diana, I'm a big fan of. Like, I can't wait to play Diana in set 3. I love the signature spell, and I like this champion a lot.
Is Blue Diana better? I feel like, isn't she? Is that
Blue Diana is better because Blue Diana doesn't cost the power, has value, and you could just jam it on turn 1. I do I think something that even playing Ezreal, I was like, damn, I kind of wish I had more students. Was it conservatory student? Rainbloom student? Rainbloom student. This is like kind of like big Ravenbloom student. I kind of like that. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if this card is like necessarily hitting like an Irelia deck or something. Like this
so that's what they'd asked about in chat, was like, would this be maybe considered in Irelia or something like that? It is kind of like, I jokingly refer to it as Ravenbloom Professor, right? It's not the student, it's the professor.
This is what I think 4 energy cards should look like, maybe without the ambush.
This is just,
I was gonna say, I like this strictly because of the ambush.
Yeah, well, you know, we were talking about like what 4 energy units would or challenge and champion should look like and not be so like considered pushed, like things like Kai'Sa and Draven. I think this without the power and the ambush would be like a super perfect like 4 energy card. It's like it starts at 3 and it requires some extra text. I'm like, okay, cool. For 4 energy and no power, ambush, it would be a little overpowered. But yeah.
I think as far as like in an Irelia deck, I don't think Irelia is like the type of deck that wants to use ambush. Because usually it's like 1 unit at a time. You don't really want to be like ambushing a unit in. And like at this mana point, you just play extra copies of Irelia, right? Because Irelia is going to get bigger anyway.
Well, not even that. Like as a reaction, because that's what ambush, you know, essentially is. At 4 energy and 1 power, like, do you know the amount of spells I could cast for that much? It's just like, I'd probably rather do that as a reaction. Now, it being a unit that sticks around and casting reactions on it, completely different story. But as far as the ambush text on this, I feel like it'd be kind of fake in Irelia, because I would just rather spend 4 energy on most other spells.
I think the idea behind this card is that the Diana Legend says you get 1 free mana in combat, and guess what? You get to ambush a card into combat. And I think that's exciting.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, cool. That's the other reason that I'm excited about this, is that technically this isn't a 4-cost champion most of the time. I also just, while I think the blue Diana is great, I love the psychic kind of turmoil that you can put people in, just staring down a combat trick from the champion zone for the entire game, because like you force them to play around it every time, right?
Are you gonna Rengar? Are you gonna play Rengar because you get to run the Rengar into champion zone?
I really, you know, I thought for sure I was going to be all in on either Diana or Vi for this set, but after I saw Rengar's signature spell, at some point I will be playing him. The signature spell is busted enough that I'm going to have to give it a go one way or the other. Like, it's so good. It does everything Rengar wants to do. Well, let me start by saying it does everything that every legend wants to do. The card is just universally good, but the fact that so many of the Rengar things also have, you know, those when played effects and doing it in combat, the fact that because it banishes and replays it, it's going to re-trigger the legend passive as well, so you get that bonus might. Like, it just does everything Rengar wants. It's so elegant for that legend.
I'm gonna be so real. This card is so turbo broken that I already hate it, and I already hate Rengar. Because if it's good, I know this card is gonna piss me off every time that they play it. Because it dodges removal, it cleanses like minus mites. Like it runs away from stuff, it engages combat on other sides. It's so absurdly broken. on like every single level. It's truly the best card they printed. Like this card's insane.
Yeah, and also because you're banishing it and then replaying it, like it even if you want to do it to the same battlefield, like it's as good as a counterspell for a rebuke, right? Like it's just everything Rengar wants.
It dodges Watcher. Counters Watcher.
Yeah, it dodges everything. Like this card is I actually hate this card. Like it's
That's
so
fine. The good news is it's in red and orange and they don't have good cards. That's fine.
That's my hope. That is truly my hope, is that this deck's just like not good.
Well, I mean, let's hope red. Red has good cards. Right now, orange is still, I feel like, a little bit of an Aurora bot, so hopefully they'll get some cooler orange cards. And we've gotten some better ones so far in set 3. Spoilers. There's been some cooler orange
Speaking
cards
of red and orange cards, doesn't this, like, if you already have a Darius on the board, just single card activate Darius? Because it's Thrill, and then when you play the Darius, that's the second card, so he just enters ready +2.
Yep.
Yeah. Funnily enough, you can miss timing on it if this is the second spell, and you like try and flicker Darius. There's funny stuff there.
Yeah, it'd have to be a Darius that lived a turn, but yeah, pretty cool.
Are we actually? Yeah, we're, I believe, actually back here. So we're getting our round 10.
This is gonna be
That person. I love the person on the right already.
Yeah, you like
that person is main character anime energy, and I am here for it.
This is an Ezreal versus an Azir. What is that?
That's a Jack.
That's a Jax.
That's what I
Let's
said.
go.
I've never seen that animation before. That was cool. Like that was we have.
Yeah, it's the spinning, man. Like imagine if he had a real weapon.
Ezreal was close, right? Is that what that is? No,
No, I think that's Misfortune.
What?
How could you? That's your girl.
I couldn't see. Oh, because they're playing the.
The poor version. Is that what you're about to say?
I think so. I think that's what it was. That's why I couldn't recognize it.
It's funny. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but in the later rounds, there's the player that I think played Fiora before. That like every single time he's on camera while he's waiting for his opponent to play, he like leans back with his eyes closed and his hands folded, like meditating. It's so funny to me because every time I see it, I'm like, damn, I could never do that because I have to like watch my opponent like a hawk to make sure they're not shooting.
We're seeing it. Oh no.
Back alley
Seeing
bar.
the mono purple Misfortune deck.
Is the aggro one?
Yeah, I think it's aggro Misfortune with the bullet time.
Yeah.
And like the ships that when you move they get +2. You ever seen that version?
I've not. This is exciting.
Like
Do they run the
It's
what's
9
the-
2-drops or so. It has the boat. It says if you move this turn, it gets +2 for each time it's moved.
+2.
I think.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know if it's each time or just if you've moved. I can't remember.
I think it is each
I
time.
thought it was each time. Yone, I think, is in the deck. Ride the Wind, obviously. A bit of Tide Turners, a bit of this, a bit of that. And it plays bullet time as well, so the deck's a little power light to try to make use of bullet times. I think to beat miracle decks is the idea.
So
Yeah,
And,
I think
yeah.
the Yone's the purple one, right? That doesn't take damage after.
No, Yone is the orangey one.
Oh, they are running the orange one.
Yeah, I believe
Just
so.
nuking stuff in the base. I mean, I'm a big fan of the orange one.
Well, because they also have Ride the Wind, yeah, Harpoon Squad. Yeah, that's the card.
When I move from a
battlefield.
battlefield.
Yep.
Cool.
Some primal strengths are obviously played as well. I'm unsure why it's primal over punch first. I think it has to do with the fact you want power light cards to make use of bullet time, but don't quote me on that one. First mate's obviously very unreadying. You know, you can. Is first mate is first mate a card or is first mate a unit? Can you untap your hero?
Or it's a unit.
Okay, just double checking.
Yeah, it's a unit.
Okay, so tell me, how does a deck like this beat mid-range Draven? Doesn't mid-range Draven just like feast on these types of decks?
I think the idea is very similar to every other deck that's had a lick of success, is that it's never actually on a battlefield due to things like Ride the Wind, First Mate.
Do they run like Siren?
I'm unsure about Siren. I think they don't play that boat, but I could be wrong on that one. But I think it's a bunch of Ride the Winds, ganking, sneaky deck hands, you know, turn them tideways, things like that.
I think that I've seen some versions that run exactly one copy of Siren, but
Yeah, it's likely. You also got to remember you have Purple Buccaneer, that if you are also able to play for a free point,
Simultaneously, it allows you to play for more free points. Playing a Yone directly to a base that your opponent is not expecting. It's just like, hey, by the way, lose your backline. Your Ezreal is dead. Obviously, it's going to have the normal purple package, stack decks,
Yeah.
the frogs. I don't think it plays the scrap heaps, but we shall see.
It's super exciting.
The guaranteed purple misfortune from the champion zone is also really solid just for getting those early points, because your 2-drop gets you onto one site, she can go to the other if you want.
Yep. In matchups where your opponent has no aggression early, it is a very good way to just get to 4 very quickly.
Spirit Wheel.
Yep.
Okay, this is cool.
Spirit Wheel is a free draw with your hero power. You essentially just tap it, choose whatever, even if you don't want to gank with it, pay 1, get a draw.
That's pretty cool. This is all exciting. I do feel like this is the type of deck that like going like Draven into Forerunner just kind of wins the game on the spot, but I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, and of course it has its, faffs and rebukes of its own. The camel is of course played in this deck. I think the equipments in this deck is like a shovel and it might be a Doran's blade, but I cannot fully remember the list.
Okay.
But it has some camel shenanigans as well.
Yeah.
I know it's not Bone Shiver.
I don't believe this.
My shade thrown at that card continues.
Yeah, so it's a bit of this. We're gonna like move our frog back, get a thing. We can move it over for a second point with the first mate. So it has a lot of first mate synergy for both ganking and retreating.
That's pretty cool. Scoring to 2 here. Like, we're kind of like cosplaying Yasuo.
A second Spirit Wheel grabbed? I could be lying, but
yeah,
that was. And there was another one that was the choice there, like that.
Yep. Interesting to see if we will back or if we will go to 2. Unfortunately, not making very good use of the back alley bar, I believe it's called. Yep. So we're gonna go to 2, opt to give our catfish away to the Lucian.
Yeah. Cycling away to Spirit Wheel makes sense.
That we took. Why do we take it?
Because the other option was like Sabo, right? Like I guess having that in the deck, like maybe if we like dig deep. I don't know.
I thought it was another stack deck, but maybe I'm wrong.
Anyway. Oh, it might have been a stack deck.
Yeah, I thought it was stack deck.
You're right.
But either way, we're
so
going to go
correct.
to 2 very quickly with a unit in the back line. Unfortunately, we'll be giving up our catfish to Mr. Lucian. This is the one downside of this deck. It doesn't have very cheap interactions, so most of your units are kind of throwing to the Aether as we see a Bone Shiver. Somebody's favorite card coming down.
Jax might be the only deck where I am okay with it.
Yeah, it's very playable in Jax. What I really like here is because it's the Dreaming Tree. Like I think against these types of aggro decks, like basically what you have to do is you have to hold to like push them off of play tempo, right? So I think like sitting here with 5 might on Dreaming Tree where we also have a punch first, like I really like that type of a gameplay here just to like push your opponent off of point tempo. It looks like we gave up that plan pretty quickly, but I like the in theory.
Yep.
I think it's one of those things where this early, if you don't have to do it, it's better to play it safe just because you don't want to deal with going down so many runes, but I'm with you.
I think against like these low value like aggro decks, I think you're allowed to do stuff like that. Because like these like MF aggro decks, like when I played against them in the past, like they run out of cards or they run out of power or like they run out of steam. And I think like if you just sit on there, like you apply so much pressure. But they didn't even want to fight, so I suppose egg on my face, I would have just not gotten a Bone Shiver proc, and then I would have felt like a fool.
Well, also the other thing to consider is this just might be the sort of matchup where they don't have the reps into this, right? This is not the traditional Misfortune deck, so
yeah, I mean, I think both players can use that. I don't think either player is highly repped on this matchup on either side. So the only heuristic the Jax player would have, as you are about to pretty much say, was it's Aurora, right? And it no longer is Aurora; it's an aggro deck. And then the aggro player is like, what are you playing? How do we, how do we end up here? Both of us playing for a best of, most likely. How do we end up here?
I was more so calling it out on the Jack side just because I don't think that the Misfortunes game plan changes as much based on the legend. Like, you might not have a ton of reps into Jacks, but I think that Misfortunes game plan is, and this is not a knock on the deck, but it's just pretty linear most of the time.
For sure.
Whereas this Jax, like, is essentially seeing stuff that they are likely unsure how to navigate, right? You might be worried about rebuke blowouts or things you're not used to playing against. So
right. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, we're just going to see a 2-2 game, so just some back and forth, moving of units, backing up, building our back lines.
See right there, that is the look of consideration if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Gonna hold up a few runeroos as we're gonna go up to 8 runes here. It might be 7, I think. I don't remember if we went second or not, and if we paid, but
we're
7. Yeah.
I think it's a good call out. That I'm looking at it, and I would expect them to be using more power early. But it's super fair. Like, if they are playing for the bullet time, it's a good call out here.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like why a lot of their, I think the only power is like sabos, and that's, I mean, it's just the power spells they're looking for. A lot of their energy also needs to be tied up with this activation of the spirit wheel as their draw engine.
All right, so both these players are 7 and 2. So I think the question is, do we think either of them are live for top 16, or is this also a showcase for perhaps like best of, right? Like, is this maybe like, yeah.
I think it's a best of showcase, and this is also another cool showcase of first mate and MF and wheel. I think we're going to be able to score 2 points this turn with a lowly first mate. We're going to move in, get a point, play a first mate, untap a gank. And this is kind of how you're asking how you like play against some of these Draven decks and stuff. It's, you're constantly building your backline while letting one unit get 2 points, which is like similar to Rad Ezreal or similar to a Lucian deck. Obviously, in those decks, they get to run away at the end of it. In this case, you are throwing, fodder to the fire while still building your backline and getting a draw engine going.
I think my concern with this type of a deck into, like, I know I keep bringing up Draven, that's just kind of the deck of the day, right? But like, Draven plus Forerunner, like, just shuts down. They should so much might. Like, the amount that you would have to pre-commit, like, feels like it would be backbreaking. Is this a fall?
Yeah. I do wonder if maybe the game plan for
hitting cards?
I wonder if the game plan is the Ruin Runner, right? Like, the idea is, I have to present a lot of might, but in those situations where I do need to go over, if I don't have to worry about any of their push tricks or any of that shenanigans, you just kind of plow through.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fight or flight, because if it were a fight or flight, you would not have sequenced in such a way. You would have went to the back alley bar, moved over to the Dreaming Tree, hid fight or flight, and then foffed your own guy to draw a card, would be my assumption. So it's possible to switcheroo.
I was just going to say, I didn't see the hand. Switcheroo, switcheroo, tide turner, or maybe they run like a one of edge.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Edge of Night. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It's Edge of Night.
Yeah, if it's Edge of Night, makes sense. As a signature spell, Counter Strike is going to be drawn.
Oh my god, Counter Strike is such a card.
Defy, punch, and punch first, or punch being challenged, and punch first, all out on the board. So some of those cards will be dead because of the hexproof, the untargetability of the camel. But some of these cards are going to be big blowouts over the next 2 turns. Punch first is almost impossible for MF to deal with without one of their own. And then all of these small little cheap tricks like Foff and Rebuke have the perfect answer in Counter-Strike and Defy and Counter-Strike and all these things.
I do think that Jax is one of the more abusive Ruin Runner decks. It's incredibly powerful to stick a Ruin Runner with like a weapon on it and then a punch first, and then like after they committed everything, like you just Counter Strike. It's an incredibly powerful pattern.
Yep, Edge of Night it is. So are we getting in a good trade here? I think it's 4 on 5. What is it?
I think it's even. I think it's 5 on 5.
Okay, 5 on 5.
So like any equipment here, because they all have quick draw, is like incredibly strong.
Yeah, that one especially, as it's going to
Yeah.
be +3, being the brutalizer, giving an extra 2 when equipped on the same turn.
Yeah. Do you normally hold the misfortune back and just like wait for a turn where it's like a sneaky deckhand or enabling a unit to be a sneaky deckhand?
Yeah, usually it fills out your curve. You can use it as a sneaky deckhand in a pinch. Yeah, obviously a 9 mana, you can go,
Yeah,
MF into Yone or something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that it's usually, if they're running the orange Yone, you want to catch it. So many of the decks are trying to run back to base because you're avoiding Draven, and they're just in that play pattern. So if you can catch them where you get the double conquer and immediately can nuke something back in base as a punish as well, I think that makes an awful lot of sense.
Yep, still here the MF is ahead on points, and what I mean by that is that we are going to go to 6 first, then our opponent will go to 6, and then hopefully we will go to 8. We have, it looks bad, like we've kind of died down a bit, but we're going to sabotage here, which is most likely going to eat the counter spell in Defy, I would imagine.
Yeah, this has to get defied.
Yep.
Like the hand is too good from the jack side.
Yeah, and this will be able to protect the hand from the jacks, but then simultaneously we now know a Defy is down.
Which means that
they'll still be able to hold up counter strike.
A defiable card. If you eat the Defy, pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need to defy this just also because you don't want to give the information over.
Yeah, I think the information and the fact that, like, it's going to take your best card. If your best card is Defy and you just don't know it at the moment, well, it's going to leave anyway. And if your best card is actually something else, well, it's going to get taken all the same. It's almost always correct to just counter the sabotage.
Especially because, like,
times
I think our hand is, like, insane hidden. Because it's like punch first counter strike, like we get so much value out of like our opponent not thinking about counter strike.
I did not expect this going off. Yeah, I was just going to say the other reason that I think that it's almost always correct is you don't want to give away this much information, but you also just don't want to give up like something that you might not know that you're even playing around, right? And if this is a matchup that you're not comfortable with, right? If you're not used to playing this, then I'm going to trust that my opponent knows it better than me, and I don't want to give them like a bigger edge. The other thing, like as you were pointing out, it's almost never, incorrect to not defy a sabotage. The only time I think that it would ever be fine is if it's like your hand is only defies, or if you know that they're for sure going to take the defy and the rest is garbage or whatever, then yeah, you save the power. But again, like sometimes you just don't want to give them the info.
I think especially, when you're playing a deck that people aren't super familiar with, like Jax. Like I genuinely believe that every single Jax player, like they have an 80% chance that their opponent forgets the counter strike exists, and like flashing the counter strike to your opponent, I think is like a pretty big loss of
You also just have 12 runes, so just like pay the defy, pay the power. Even if you challenge his turn, you go down to 10, you go back up to 12, and it's all hunky-dory. Like, cause there's a very it's funny that he does take the defy, all things being equal, but it is like a very real like scenario where the punch first is taken. Because if Rune Runner is your way to close out this game, like challenges 1 is useless, challenge 2 is useless, first mate may as well be useless, and then it's just like, okay, I gotta be counter strike, and like, okay, we'll find a way. But like, or in defy, whatever. But the fact that like 2 of your cards don't interact with Ram because they're counter spells, and the other 2, are stopped by hexproof, taking that punch first there might have been like the correct choice. And as we've all just kind of said in our own different ways, you just don't know. Like, you don't actually know what you need to beat, and you don't even know what you lose to at this point.
And also, so like, not only does the Jax have all of the runes, but even if it's a situation where you're doing the defy and a punch first this turn and you go down 3 runes, they have the brutalizer. Like, they're getting, or not brutalizer, the bone shiver. Like, they're getting extra runes back on top of it. They're never going to run out of runes at this point. So
So interesting thing here, we've equipped this Edge of Night, so our camel's up to 7. It seems cool, but we know this punch first is here. We're trying to beat it with a primal strength.
What is that look?
Is counter? I kind of have the same look. He's just kind of like, why did you take my defy, equip a camel when you know I have a punch first? He's probably trying to figure out like, what are you doing?
yeah, well, this is exactly why you defy the sabotage, because this this is not the look you want on your face.
Yeah, He's kind of like, what are you doing, man? Like, you know I have a punch first.
Oh, shit,
How do
that's
you
so
plan
funny.
on getting over this left side battlefield? Sending in the cavalry? I think he's still so confused. He's just like, you know I have a punch first and a counter spell, right? I mean, am I crazy? This is not going to go punch first. He's going to go primal strength, and this guy's going to go counter strike. Is that not what's going to
Well,
happen?
he went to the other side. He's not even fighting.
Well, no, I just mean like he has like 3 units in his hand, right? Didn't he like pick up a few units? I thought he like started picking up his units like he was going to move them. Maybe that
Well, I
was
have
just
no
his hand.
idea. Does he even have units? Like he has 2. He has
Yeah, first mate and the frog or the catfish. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like this game's going to come down to him casting primal strength after his opponent casts punch first, and then the guy's going to counter strike it.
yeah.
So I'm trying to see like the way out of it, because it's the same thing next turn. Like this Jax is just going to get punch first, and he's going to primal strength, and then this guy's going to go no, and he's going to go oh. But he knows all this. I'm very interested.
I don't know if I could handle my opponent looking at me like that. Like that is.
I mean,
I would laugh. Like
the good news is, I'm assuming, in all fairness, we're going to see a hidden fight or flight on the right side. The guy's going to go into combat. He might punch first, he might not. He's going to primal strength, he's going to counter strike it, and he's going to go, okay, I'll foff my own guy back and draw a card. That's what I assume the line of play is from the right side player.
Oh,
we'll see.
challenge.
Challenge to draw a card. This is
Yeah,
nice
and we're
again because the
dodging
punch
the
first. Yeah, the punch first cannot be. No, this is not an active showdown. This was a conquer and
Right.
chain challenge. So we know our opponent can only interact it with said counter strike. So that's good for us.
Interesting that we went after the Stellacorn Herder instead of Jack.
I think we are trying to get our 6th point. That is the reason.
yeah,
Oh,
I was
that's
gonna
fair.
say I think they're just trying to get it
Because what
off the
happens?
site so they can
Yeah.
threaten the double conquer.
And what happens now is if they counter strike it, I believe you probably waste the primal waste, strong word, on the frog. You move in, or whichever first mate, whichever one gets over, it'll be the first mate in this case. Oh no, actually the frog will get over 9 all the same. So I assume we're gonna see the counter strike.
I mean, the punch first is 11, so you'd have to. I send in everything with the primal, and that's 1 over.
Yeah, I assume that is
Yeah,
maybe
that'd
the
be
line
12.
of play. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
just have to
that's
send it
good,
all
man.
in. It'd be 3 and 5 plus 7, go to 12.
My issue is it's so many resources that like if this Rune Runner dies, he's what?
Well, the problem is you know the hand, so if they don't commit the punch first, well, yeah, because I don't know, yeah, because the thing is, even if you commit the punch first or don't commit the punch first, let your guy die, let him waste primal, then you just untap punch first your Jax and kill the camel.
Yeah.
Because the idea is like, oh, I'm gonna go to 6. Oh no, sorry, we're both. Yeah, this is what I was saying is, you do this, you let your opponent commit punch first or not, and then when they try to kill your camel, you just foff it back, and then it's a 6
Yeah.
whatever game. And then like you clearly have ways to double score. And as we mentioned, if they go in, they crack the one side, they can just play the purple MF for the 8 point. So.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, I assume this is a foff being hidden. He's just trying to figure out where, why, or how.
Do we even need to hide it?
Is
there a reason to hide it?
If we're going for the primal strength play, yes. If we're
Why?
not, because we only have 5 runes up? Question mark.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Yeah.
That's a very good reason.
So
This hide tells me we're going for the primal strength play.
yeah, it feels like that's the case.
This also plays
So,
into the frog if we were able to make our hands. I lied. I'm gonna I'll just stop.
We're discarding the bargain. Oh, Loosh.
Evolution.
Oh, is there not a bargain in hand? I
Is that
thought there
another
was.
foff?
Another
Another
no.
fight or flight, I think, was drawn. Interesting line on the hide, though.
Yeah.
I'm also unsure
little
that if
confused now.
we were gonna hide, I think we should have moved our catfish frogman first. Decided full information, then hid. We did the other way, which is, fine. 3 challenges, all in the same hand, all pretty useless. It's another reason why I think I would have liked to get my points and trade my units like aggressively. Is that they're just going to get ripped off by challenge. Because if you're the Jax player, you know you cannot interact with this camel. Just kill everything else. Like, ASAP.
Yeah. And honestly, you could just I kind of like the idea of like you just move Lucian back up to the back alley bar, and then you play first mate there and like ready to Stellacorn Herder and just like draw another card. Like,
Yeah. I'm also curious what the plan of action is now from the MF, just because you didn't get to 6, so you're essentially like a whole turn behind.
Yeah, you're a whole turn behind now, which is why I don't get this play well. And this is the thing why, another thing with the countering of the sabotage, like, as the MF player, you saw the hand. It's like 5 useless cards, like cards he like physically cannot use. So it's interesting that we went for a more passive play line when our opponent actually is up on interaction, like on everything that is the counter.
We messed up. We didn't use our jacks to reset the bones.
The brutalizer.
The brutalizer. Which means that like this doesn't even trade. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think that you're very happy with your like it trades with the camel, but like you know the frog still wins.
Oh, and we're gonna primal now.
So does it trade right now? It's 14, right? It's 14 currently.
Well, so it's 7-7, right? And then or 7-7 plus the frog is 9. But like you kill the camel, so like that's really your entire goal. So that's all that matters.
I'm saying it's 14 right now. So what does a punch first bring this Stella to?
She's
not
3,
enough.
4, 5, 6, 7. So plus 5 is 12.
With the brutalizer, yes, it would trade. I'd agree.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's kind of a little bit of a biff.
Blunder.
You always got to play around Might of Oaks, man.
For what it's worth, we have Doran's Blade in our hand. I thought that we could play with Quick Draw, but maybe I don't understand the game, so I don't play Jacks.
We definitely could have played the Doran's Blade or the Guardian Angel or like
Anything.
Oh, interesting. So, chat is trying to say that you can't reset the brutalizer in China. It's only a Western rule, but I thought that they had caught up.
Really?
Unsure.
In Vegas you could reset the brutalizer, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't do that. Like I don't know why people would lie, so I believe them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why either. I thought that it was
The ruling is
in
according
sync,
to the head
but-
judge at the event. So if the head judge of this
Oh, is that
event
real?
says no, then the ruling is no. I don't think it's like I don't know, legislated, put in stone, or whatever you want to call it. I think it was just decided by the head judge of those tournaments that that is the way it should rule, because it was confirmed with, I believe, Riot devs who were on scene. But that is not how it works. Like in China, they've had that ruling, so I don't know.
Okay. I feel like if we were gonna let the Stellacorn die, we could even just like challenge from the Stellacorn to like the first mate. Like I think calling down this board like seems like it would be pretty valuable here.
Yeah, that being said, rule change or not, the Doran's Blade was still castable, the Guardian Spirit was still castable. Killing this, like, Camel would have been very, very, very fortunate. Like, even if you play the Doran's Blade and the guy decides to foff his own Camel back, like, did you really lose much? It's a permanent, right?
Looks like we're looking to send the Jackson instead.
Yeah,
Jax is what? Is he 4 or 5 my base? 5?
Ace 5 base.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus punch first is
It should be 15 to 14 currently.
Yeah, and I feel like we just committed a punch first, and like we know this thing is getting foffed. Like we know, I mean, your opponent knows our hand. You self-off every time. Oh, punch first of his own from the Dreaming Tree on this turn.
Oh,
he's just so much better.
This is the
So
absolute
much better at the
blowout.
game.
This is the because you know this guy's trying to get foffed and he's gonna first mate and go back in, and our opponent knows this because he let the defy go, or the sabo go through. So he knows there's a first mate in his hand, and he's like, actually, I drew the nuts. So now a challenge is going to come to clear out this first mate, as Charmer mentioned before. So we won't be able to win the game on the next turn anyway. It's not really a huge deal. But that's so funny. Yeah.
So also kind of worth noting, just because we're still probably 2 turn cycles before this game ends. We're already at 35 minutes left in the round, so this is a really important game 1 as far as like the timer goes.
MF, specifically Purple MF, is such an abuser of time rolls in a good way for them. So like, it is nice if you win this game 1 as the MF player, and it is almost imperative, like that you win it from the Jack side.
I do think it's like an almost universal like Jax thing. I feel like Jax players are
Oh, do we pre-commit this
invariably.
first mate to something else? Why is this first mate there tapped? What do they play it for?
Because we played it to ready our Stellacorn herder and move it over to fight the camel.
Oh, okay, so I missed that whole thing. So this was even more of a loose play from the Jacks to do that, because I thought we had a first mate in our hands still, so we even played it. Oof. So yeah, we're gonna save it with the quick draw Guardian Spirit. So at the end of the day, this camel is just still alive. Whereas if we played the quick draw on the Stellacorn, it would have been 14-14. Our opponent would punch first, we'd punch first, and then the game would pretty much be over because they'd foff back. We'd be at 6, and then that would kind of be it. But instead, it's going to be a much closer game. A 7th point can be got if it's wanted. It is not needed. It can be got for either a gank or the cost of 1 power. We are low on cards in hand. I wouldn't be surprised to see a hold to 6, a self-off for a draw, play out a purple MF for a 7th point, and then maybe like sit in the back or something. But
Do you think that's better than just like passing here and like trying to double conquer next turn?
I think the best play is actually to put purple MF onto the Dreaming Tree and move back my camel, and then self-off it for a draw maybe, but I'm unsure. We'll see.
I mean, I do like doing this just to get the information.
Yeah, as long as we have cards. The problem is we have no cards in hand, right? Like that's my worry, is that we have no, or a secondary unit rather. So we need to score 2 points a turn one way or the other. I don't know if a challenge does any. I don't know how big the Jax is, but I'm pretty sure it's bigger than 7. Like just statically, I think it's sitting there as a 9.
Yeah, it has a bone shiver, so I think it's 7 exactly actually. Or I say I think it is 7 exactly, and they have 3 mana open, so any.
Okay, I didn't know if they equipped the Doran's Blade yet or not, but yeah.
No.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think challenge.
I don't even think the Doran's Blade has
here.
been played yet.
No, it's still in hand. Yeah. So the challenge wasn't doing us much. Hard bargain is nice. I don't know. I would have liked to see like purple MF to the right side, camel back off, and then have them go for your purple MF, and then just like foff it back and get an extra draw, and then you have double conquer open to you. And I'm just curious how we're gonna get 2 points with this camel, unless we draw our 3rd first mate or a first copy of Ride the Wind.
Well, we
Challenge
have
is ungood.
We have the FOF or like ganking over, right? Like.
Well, right, but we need 2 units to do it.
Do we? Well, it depends on if we're forced to FOF our girl back on their turn.
Well, yeah, I just mean if we stay on board, we have to FOF back.
Dream Sheet trigger, draw a card? Let's go.
I just think if we stay on board 9 out of 10 times, we need to FOF ourselves back. If we pull back, then we don't have a unit. So, like, I don't know. I mean, you can always just FOF the camel back, and then just play the purple and to the girl to the base too. Like, I mean, there's a million ways to do it. I just think we needed to end this turn with 2 units, and I felt like we spin our wheels a little bit to kind of do nothing. I feel like.
Yeah,
spin our spirit wheel.
Yeah, we quite literally.
I don't know if it needed to be ending with 2, but I think that I like that play significantly more. I mean, the camel, as long as you can get it big enough and with ganking or whatever, might be able to get the job done. But
yeah, the ganking's fine as far as it's the unreadying it, because it's just like cannot live on. It's not going to live on a battlefield this turn. It's either dying or getting pushed back to base.
Right.
Yeah. So I just feel like drawing the cards, lose it. Like we lost a power and didn't make a 2nd unit, whereas we could have lost the power, made the unit untap to 5, and now we have like hard bargain and bullet time and all these things.
I do feel like, by the way, it's like a universal Jax thing that like all Jax players play super slow. And the fact that we're 30 minutes into this game is like wild.
Yeah. I can't even say if either player has played too slow individually on both. I think it's been like a cumulative effort here.
Well, I think that we spent a solid like 10 minutes on that one turn where we were figuring out the Sabo and then the next turn of like the punch first and the
and the primal.
It's definitely a lot of and it comes down to, like you said, in experience in having played against each other's legends, and then alternatively, I think some of the
interesting plays lead to more interesting plays, which just leads to more thinking. Like a lot of us might have just had quicker heuristics of like, you just fought this dude back and let's move on.
Oh,
But instead we like committed to a combat.
so double bullet time in the hand now for MF.
Yeah, so we're gonna push our guy back, draw a card. So ultimately, nothing's changed. We still need to break a board. We still have a unit in the back line. We just don't have a purple MF or anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose like if we could just break one side, you can always just cast a purple MF to the left side, assuming it was opened. But I cannot
What you
imagine.
can do next
No,
turn,
that's
because we
not-
have exactly 5 runes, like if
Mhm.
there's a Lucian on one side, you just bullet time, recycle all your runes. Oh, and then you don't have one to play the MF because she costs a power, right?
Yes.
Never mind.
Yep.
She costs a
Never
power.
mind.
So
I lied. You can't do that.
You can still do that. You can flow power.
But it costs because he's only a 4. So actually, yeah, you only have to use 4 power to kill him.
Yeah.
You
And
then the 5th power is fortune.
Yeah, you could in theory do that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure
That'd be
we'll
a
get
cool
Thorns.
win, actually. That'd be. I mean, it doesn't work like ever, but like it'd be
Yeah.
cool.
So if this camel ends up winning, I can't remember if our bingo sheet still had like unstoppable camel, like camel go burr.
Okay, so again, if we had a purple MF, I think we have win like on board, but so be it.
I don't even know if we're big enough to swing over this Jax.
No, I mean, if we had like a bullet time to maybe do it or something, but I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't know if it ever matters.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we need to scoop this game and go next.
Yeah, with a purple MF on board, I think at best we could make it so the game doesn't end. But we are now like, just unfortunately
I do think
stuck
this is
here.
kind of what I was getting at earlier, though, where like these like kind of strange aggro decks, like they just end up running out of steam at some point. Like the fact that we ended up like picking off some of their little guys means that like we end up with like one unit that's 7 might, and that's it. Like that's our game plan.
I think there's truth to that for sure, but we've drawn a lot of cards up the Dreaming Tree and the Wheel, and I just think we have outs on this turn if we had I think literally just played the purple MF last turn, or any unit for that matter. Because you could MF, you could like bullet time the right side for like an amount of money, run in the purple MF for 4. Even the Doran's Blade I don't think saves it. And then you just run Camel on Lucian and be like, okay, I have a 7 and hold. I don't know if that wins the game. Who knows what he draws in the next turn, et cetera, et cetera.
I do think it's probably true that that like the purple MF like probably would just eat a challenge.
I mean, very possible. Yeah, I mean, it's true for sure.
I think it's fair. I think it's a fair call it that like it probably would have been better to have the purple MF on board right now. Because right now we're just like hoping to wipe this board.
There's no hope it's going to happen, but have you guys factored in?
I don't think it is.
Have you factored in whether or not Marshall had joined us on the show?
I saw him pop up.
Wait, the Marshall?
The Marshall.
The Marshall from the Riftbound report.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this matters, right? We have 2 Doran Blades. So
yeah, you let bullet time resolve, right? You say, okay, they recycle all their stuff, and then you double Dorans, and you survive. And you just hold 8.
You could Doran's Blade right now for all that matters. They only have 2. They can only do it for 2.
Yeah, but you just let it resolve first, right? Make them admit all their stuff. Because then, like, they can't, like, grab EK or something in case they're slow rolling that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million things that should or should not be done, but yeah.
They're really milking this one.
Doing it first is theoretically wrong, like no doubt about it. Because if the rebuke was there.
Yeah, well.
All right, anyway, going 34-minute game 1.
I was gonna say
going to game 2. The good news is we went 34 minutes. We know that in between rounds, it usually eats an average of 6 to 7 minutes, it feels like. So we're going to have like 20 minutes left for games 2 and 3.
Kaido, I'm going to cut that, and I'm going to send you that as a GIF.
Oh,
how
goodness.
How have the games been today so far?
I think fine.
Yeah, I think we had a a fun series earlier between a Draven and Irelia. I know that that's weird to say, but it was enjoyable.
Yeah, the Draven Irelia game was actually like really good. I think that was like pretty good play from both sides. I think there was, there's definitely some mistakes, but like in general, I think it was probably the best set that we've seen all weekend. And now we're watching MF versus Jack, and they do be playing cards that are legal in the game Riftbound.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I
League
think
of
it
Legends
was.
trading card game.
I think it was very close. I think there was just a few just a few macro plans that are wrong on the side of the MF. There was a few turns that were just very strange and like going in on the camel too early, especially knowing you have like this bullet time endgame. I think you should make some of these better plays and keep your resources higher. I think we committed like the turn we you mentioned, like, why are we hiding this fight or flight, like that costed us a power, obviously. The turn we just challenged a random first mate, the previous turn, like that costed us another power. So I think knowing you have this bullet time as an out, it is somewhat shocking to not like sit there and be like, okay, as long as I have 2 units in the back and I'm on 6 and I keep my power or my rune base as heavy as I can, like this bullet time's like a complete out. And I think we actually formulated the game state in which we wanted, but we kind of ruined our resource economy.
So I do think that is probably normally the game plan, but having the sabotage show so many challenges probably pushed him off of that though as well, right? Because like as much as you want to keep the 2 units there, I don't think that you expect the Jax player to allow that to happen, and with no way to stop it in hand, really. I think that I think ultimately that's why we saw the digging that we did, right? Because there were just no answers available that worked either way. So I think that it was a Hail Mary, and what they did not want to see was the double bullet time off the dig. But
yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, the challenges are there, but sometimes you do gotta like, your opponent may just not cast them. They may like focus on something else. They do pay power and everything to do it. And ultimately you may not have won the game, taking all these lines I'm suggesting. I just think like I'm unsure, like with the lack of the fact that the camel cannot score 2 points a turn, I just don't understand like what any other outs are. It's like, okay, you don't play your other guys, their challenges are out in their hand, then you find Faf that turn.
That was
okay, you got your 7th point, and then like nothing changes.
I think what they were potentially hoping for was, I don't know how many copies they run, but in my mind I thought that they might have been trying to dig for like a ride the wind, right? So if your opponent does go to the sites and they do not reinforce it enough, giving yourself like a camel ride the wind to maybe go for the double conquer off a single unit makes sense. But
yeah,
I think
that's fair.
That game, how many turns was it?
It's quite a bit.
It feels like the MF
turns.
like ended up scoring like 2 points. Like they got from 2 to 4 like very quickly. With like the double first
and then they got
mates.
pushed off on that 1 to the 5. That I think that's where the real questionable diversion was there was the opportunity with the primal after the sabotage to go to 6 if they wanted to. And instead they hid and went to 5, and I think that's when things started to kind of go awry. But
yeah, interesting game. Yeah. How are you doing, Marshall?
I'm not doing too bad. I very tired, but that has been the case for me for the past week with the reveals.
You have to manually type every reveal. Is that your job?
Well, he has to post them within 5 minutes, otherwise, he'll be left behind. Somebody else will become Riftbound report.
Exactly.
Ooh,
Literally.
Temple and Reavers.
Yep, it's that's the weird part. I'm like Reavers is a very good battlefield for this deck. Unfortunately, with the prevalence of like Draven and other decks, you can't like blindly lead it on game 1. So back alley bar is like, I guess, the best you have. I'm still not sure if I like it, because the idea that a deck of very weak units with like are like 2/2s and 3/3s are gonna live on the back alley bar and then simultaneously like gank and get the +1 seems like far-fetched. But Reavers, on the other hand, very good, because you can score your points and run away in peace.
I hear what you're saying. I feel like part of the appeal of Back Alley Bar is also just that it does nothing for your opponent.
Sure. Yeah. I just think you need a better game one.
Like if I have a battlefield and I'm going in blind game one and I might get some value and I expect my opponent to almost never get value, like that's fine.
I think by that same logic though is the way some decks are constructed, you could easily just play a game one obelisk if it's not already in this list and hope to go purple MF going second and just go up 2-0 or like 1-0. Obviously your opponent might have an early play, but it just seems like the Back Alley Bar upside is so low. And it feels like, based off the game plan, it will very rarely actually ever get.
Well, I mean, you only need percentage points in TCGs, though, right? So, like, if it's 6 or 7%, then that's enough.
I don't even think it's that. I think you're lucky if you get one a series, but I mean, you know, assuming you could play it all 3 games. So yeah, we'll see.
I got a question of what is the line of trying to rush points and play purple MF to this Reaver's Row on turn 2? He can't do it because he doesn't have a purple rune. So
it's pretty unlucky.
Yeah,
I think I think our goal is to win this game in exactly like 15 minutes. That way we go into game 3 and drop a purple MF on turn 1, and then just like cheese out our points.
Yeah, sadly, I think missing this purple rune might like lose us this game. Like going to 1
that's
point,
really unfortunate.
Yeah, like not going to 2 points instantly is so crazy.
And especially because our opponent channels 1 rune at a time. Oh my goodness.
So true.
Some of us don't have the dexterity to do more than 1 rune at a time without our deck flying all over the place.
I will say it's a slight misplay if you know you don't have a purple rune, I think, to go to this Reaver's Row. But...
why is that?
If you're planning on playing your purple MF and then open conquering and then wanting a way to get it back, you probably can't do that now unless you take this trade, which is like fine if you do. But now you're going to move it back. But
I think there's a world where you just like walk the merchant back into the Reaver's Row.
Right, but then you have to like expose your purple MF to like not having Reaver's Row. Which means you're not going to, which means like you're not going to get the point is like the long story short.
Yeah.
You're just not going to get the point with this MF now. And again, you're not going to get a double score turn. And I know it doesn't matter as much because he's at 1 and going to 3-5-7 isn't like as appealing. But that being said, I lied because we can just play this purple MF right onto the Reaver's Row because it's a dead bloom, right? Unfortunately not.
We could still like walk up to the Reaver's Row, and then like we have a punch first to protect our MF.
Yeah, I mean, I think most likely the Lonely Poro guy says nope, it's fine.
Yeah, we just let it trade and then we play MF.
Yep, we could do that.
And then we draw a card off the Spirit Wheel, and then we still have punch first.
No, this is going to be a question.
I think it's a camel. Yeah, it's a camel.
What does Spirit Wheel do?
Spirit Wheel says when you target a unit for the first time, you can, well, it's not for the first time, but when you target a unit, you can exhaust it and pay 1 and draw a card.
Oh, okay.
It's 1 mana, draw a card with the MF hero ability.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you've got the MF given out ganking, it's very easy to trigger.
Like I say, I've literally never seen this card apart from when I picked it up and put it in my binder. And that's the only time I've seen it.
It was sometimes played in MF Aurora decks as like a cheap draw engine when people thought the format would be like not ending in 4 turns, and then they quickly learned you can play it. But this deck is trying to use it as its like pseudo draw engine behind stack deck because it is too power hungry to play power shot or call shot in this deck. Excuse me. So they are opting for the wheel.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't just play all of the really powerful orange cards that draw, but that's just me.
If they get 3 XP and get to level 6, they can get one.
I mean, they could play Kiana.
Kiana. Kiki. She okay. Granted, I think hitting the draw card button with Kiki is like always dummy.
I think that card was not very good in set 1. And I think
really?
quickly became a detriment to play in set 2.
Yeah, well, I think the reason people thought the card was bad in set 1, I thought it was like a B+, was because everybody chose the draw the card technique, and I think that was always wrong. You should have always chose the rune technique, shockingly.
Oh, fucking Reaver's Row. Giving them the +1 for free. It's so silly.
We are cacking. Floating.
Do you have to Spirit Wheel when you target?
Yes.
Or is it just if you've targeted this turn?
It's just like when you can he can do it 16 targets from now, or he can do it right now.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you had to like commit right away or not.
No. It's just like when you target, you may do X. If you do, pay Y.
Okay. But we can always do it because we have MF, right?
Right,
Like the
right.
MF
If we
license, so
end
don't
this
have to
turn,
do it on the
if
puck.
we end
So
this turn
to-
with one floating, we can just target it with MF.
Yeah, to answer your question, the trigger, you have to resolve it like when you're doing the choosing. So if you don't do in that window, then you would have to choose again. But because you have
So it's like
MF, it's
Irelia.
always available.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, if you chose, it's not like if you chose and didn't do it, you've lost like the window for the turn or anything.
Yeah.
It's not actually the first time you target.
Cool. Yeah, I just wasn't
whenever.
sure when you had to choose, or if it
In
was
theory,
like Ezreal,
if you
where
could
like
untap this
if you've
wheel,
done the thing.
yeah, in
draw
theory,
a
if
card.
you untap this wheel, you could target a unit again and then draw another card.
I see. I
if you so
see.
chose.
Is this? I just realized it's only just clocked. This isn't an Aurora deck. This is just like a straight. MF
No,
deck,
it's like pretty much mono purple with punch first, and like a sabotage, and which is funny that like to call it mono purple because it actually relies so heavily on orange runes because of punch first. And it's just like using the ship siren. I don't know if this exact list is using it. There's like a list that uses the ship sirens that say whenever you move from a battlefield, get +2, which works really well with the ganking. It uses usually the cake, the temptation, to like reconfigure units around. It has the bullet time for bullet
It's funny you mention that because we haven't seen the harpoon ship either game so far.
Yeah, I mean,
But it
this
is
might not be
normally
the
in here.
exact list, yeah, but it's normally in here because it has very good synergy. The same with temptation. You're able to move units off or move units all together, and it makes the bullet time like that much more potent. And it makes way more sense in this deck than say a Aurora deck that we used to sometimes play like that combination. Because if you have a board and you can find that one temptation move that into bullet time, like the game is just over.
Yeah, we haven't seen Yone, the orange Yone that sometimes runs as well. There's actually quite a bit of stuff that we just kind of didn't see game one now that we're thinking about it, which is weird because the game went 35 minutes, but
yeah. And I'm like, most decks play Lucian, so like this one's playing that. I don't think that's necessarily taking up any slots. I've seen a lack of tide turners as well, which is usually in the lists in like a 2 to a 3 of fashion. They kind of split their 2 ofs in the deck. They'll play like 2 tide turners, 3 of the frogs, and like 2 of this and like 1 of that or something, just to have like a little bit of like, I think there's like a fan or 2 in the deck, but not all 3, things like that.
It's actually so annoying that like the like downwind effects of like us not having a purple on turn 1, but B like on turn 2 like not playing, or I guess on turn 2, and then on turn 3 not playing the MF to a battlefield to score to 2, instead like playing Rune Runner. Like we've opted into a very slow game plan, and like now even though we went first and like what I feel like should be a relatively aggressive deck, we're like down on point tempo.
and
Definitely
clock
a deck.
tempo.
Definitely a deck that like it can just fall off the rails because you didn't hit the purple rune, so you couldn't do your expensive sneaky deckhand type of thing.
Okay, quit deciding. We just grabbed Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
like maybe Brutalizer, but like it's always Counter-Strike.
I was gonna say Counter-Strike's such a good card in this matchup for the Jacks. Like, if it's just pure stats that they're dealing with, it's great.
I do like the disgust with which he handed back the hand.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. I mean, the good news is he could just go right and have to jam this Primal Strength. I'm pretty sure is what he's gonna have to do. Draw an extra card. He found the fan, so that's nice. He can essentially get a free Reaver's Row on the right side in form of a fan. So we can go up to 4 points, kill the Jacks most likely. I don't think there's a way our opponent can save it, especially with their challenge being dead.
Yeah, no, we know that they can't.
Yeah.
Or offering a trade, huh? Yeah, that's reasonable, actually.
I mean,
Is
you
it?
know what their hand
It's
is,
fine.
right? So you know that they have a Brutalizer, and you have the Primal Strength to counter the Brutalizer, so...
Yeah, we're just asking them to commit
the
the
smartest
Brutalizer.
play right now for the player on the left is to say, okay, and let these both play.
I think anytime you can kill a Ruin Runner, in like 90% of decks, you just say okay and kill the Ruin Runner. Like, that card just needs to die.
Especially, like, you've got the point lead, you're up a game.
Yeah.
The main thing is
opponent
that, like,
clearly not wanting
Irelia
this
is
to
like
happen.
no longer protected if you say okay, but
And why is
I mean-
Irelia not protected?
because you can't like Brutalizer. But like, it's not really
But you're
not
on Reaver,
protected.
but you're on Reaver's Row, right? So it's just like you just leave.
I mean, like a challenge from this.
Yeah, I mean, challenge doesn't work, right? Because I mean, challenge works right now. Obviously, if they have one, they could kill the.
I was gonna say,
Aurelia
why is he
potentially.
putting the brutalizer in his trash?
I mean, may as well. Yeah, I mean, if there's a challenge right here to kill the Aurelia, then like, yeah, we're kind of boned. Which is another reason I think you just say, okay, hold the brutalizer. But
Yeah, but
ultimately,
you can't like hold the brutalizer. Well, I mean, like.
Well, I just mean like if you're worried about your Aurelia dying and you want them to pre-commit primal or something. I don't know. I think you just say yes, let both units die, and then say, okay, it's your turn.
Okay.
Like if is he gonna primal strength? Like you just Reaver's row out. I don't know. I mean, yes, if you stayed there and got greedy and lost the primal strength, I'd agree it's silly. But
Yeah,
the second you get a trade,
no,
I
it
just
ends
think
up
you
being the
leave.
same thing, kind of.
Yeah.
Not really, but kind of.
I was gonna say, it doesn't trade though because of the Reaver's Robe thing, right?
Well, it's not a matter of if it trades. You just don't let it. You just run away. Like this guy just ran a camel into your jacks. You let them clink off each other, and then you're like, okay, I run away. Because the problem is like, yes, you got a primal strength to your opponent, which is like nice, thumbs up, because you were using like permanents and they were using like cards. But now there's just still two hexproof units that you can't really interact with in any other way than through might. And that was your chance to like, I don't know, do it. Because there's nothing your opponent can do. You just say yes and it dies. Like they don't get a second priority unless they cheat.
I do like that we could just jam the Cellcorn onto Reaver's Row and then run away with Irelia. And then, like, if they want to go up and score a point, they have to give us a card draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would have liked to have seen that. Because all of the stuff that cancels that, like a challenge or whatever, works just as well with it in base, so...
I'm keeping a buck. If I'm the MF player, I'm looking at the judge and being like, hey, my opponent's playing too slow. This turn has taken way too long.
Yeah, I mean, all Jax has to do is just wait out this, like, 8.5 minutes, right? And he just wins.
In theory, yes.
Because even if it's a tie, he still wins, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Unless he
MF
loses.
has to win this game.
Unless he loses, then it's a tie. But yeah. Yeah.
Bruh. This is... Like, I'd be like, Judge, please.
So it's actually like Vegas. They just don't have clocks inside the building, so you don't actually know how much time's passed.
So true. I mean, I saw the clocks, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it was in Vegas.
Yeah, no, I just like if that's the story we're going.
And Marshall wasn't even there.
He's just
so I
talking
don't know
about
what
like traditionally in a casino.
Oh,
Traditionally in a
I
casino,
see.
there
No,
are not
that's
clocks.
that's not what he meant. Don't Amerisplain for him.
Maybe that's what he meant. You know, I'll give him benefit of the doubt. That's what.
Yeah.
Listen, I identify as a European, so I'm gonna side.
That's
That's a
unfortunate.
bold
It's
move,
a
Cotton.
great thing to identify as.
Usually you aspire to identify as something better. As we're gonna see the ganking come out for a draw. 2 wheels. 2 more and we get a car.
I think,
2 more and you get a game loss, because that's one too many. We only ride tricycles in this house.
this MF deck is like, it's an interesting idea, but it's also like, it really is just like punch first dot deck.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if punch first dot deck
I think
is like,
this deck is missing some of the more advanced technology that has come over the weeks.
I do think that's
there is
fair.
more.
So-
I think there is more than has been presented. I think it is
there's
a
more
very
than meets the
linear,
eye.
one-dimensional version of aggro MF, and I think they've ascended to at least Super Saiyan 1.5 with the current builds.
So all these players are people that did well at regionals, right?
No.
No, this is still an open. This
Oh,
is
this
just
is
the
still an
national open. Yep.
It's
So
just 2,000 players.
2,048 players, but still, it's the Shenzhen National Open.
Yeah. Shockingly, even you could play there, Marshall, if you'd like. So it's really anybody's, stroll
And
on
they
up.
just let people like Marshall in there? That's crazy.
I don't know. They have clocks there at least, so Marshall can get home before bedtime.
I mean, as a Jax player, we're just like,
Eating more clock? Yes.
It depends on
yeah.
it depends on how honorable You know, you are deep down.
It's
How sportsmanlike.
officially like too late everywhere, and if you're where Marshall is, it's like early enough for me to say what we are doing here is just jorking it. We
I
are
don't
just
even
taking our time.
I don't even know that it's like an honorable thing. This Jax did play relatively slow. Well, I mean, I don't know. I would give my
delicious.
opponent a
Yeah, he's
finger. Like, all right, never mind. The honorable thing is out the window. I was about to stick up for him, but that is too much.
Oh, shit.
This is why you do the table finger counting, and not at the air.
To be
finger
fair, I
counting.
think that's basically what we were doing by slow rolling this. Is
Wait.
it's about the same thing.
He,
He basically said, like, give me 1 second to think, and
Yeah, so good.
I've never seen someone point to something with their middle finger before.
He's been doing it all game.
It's my favorite thing. So we have it's a very like Eastern thing. Like we have a bunch of players in Flesh and Blood from Hong Kong, and they do the table tapping finger counting, and it's always funny to watch. And this guy's just doing the table tapping finger counting, but in midair. He's actually like ascended. He's like doing Guitar Hero shit, and he's just always like, fuck you, and then one more fuck you, and then 3 here, and then fuck you, and then thumbs up. Yeah, it's okay. I can resolve.
No, that's okay. I'm seeing the vision. I will. The next event I play, I'll do some finger counting in the air.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can only count to 1.
Look, he's doing it again.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Just flipping off the camera now.
Oh, it's finger counts.
He's kind of aura farming. He's jorking it on stream, taking a 7-minute turn, and like just giving us all the bird.
It is pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this Jax player has taken more than their fair share of time the entire set.
Yeah, it has been a very Jax heavy series for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, sometimes Jax is on and sometimes Jax is off. But, you know, either way, he's going to win.
I mean, if you think this is slow, imagine if he had a real weapon.
So true.
I just know if Vero was playing against this Jax player, there would have been strong words said over this table.
Bro, I would have Rosetta Stone so many bad words in such a lightning amount of time.
When he flipped you off, when you laugh at that,
I'd be like, hey, I'm freaking waiting here. What is this? I'm from New York. Why we give me the finger? And then that's all I would have said. That's the only New York words I know.
Yeah, I think this Jax player just wins. Not even on time. He just wins.
I mean, yes, but also true. But even if it wasn't the case.
Judge making sure that ganking token got on there.
Free Buke. Hold on. I think we can win.
Even then, no? You're at 4?
No. As in, like, we win by not letting them win.
So true.
That is all you care about. If your opponent doesn't win, you win.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's a very British outlook.
We saw somebody try to do that earlier where they were like, look, they're playing 2 Phoenixes and drawing 2 cards a turn, and I'm just not losing, but they had no game plan for winning.
It was so good.
It was a Kaisa mirror, but one of them had Phoenixes, and the other one kept playing units for them to kill and replay the Phoenixes.
But like his whole hand was just removal, so if he would have just kept passing, his opponent would have decked out. But it was like he didn't realize in time. It was a good time. Good watch. If you too are British, unfortunately, and slept in, you can watch all of those VODs and all of the quips, funny jokes, and good old grand times by clicking the subscribe button on your platform of choice.
Also, on Twitch, if you're subscribed to the channel, then you can do the like rewind stuff that only subscribers get. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Out of here.
You could put
Until
your
I-
thing
Pick
down.
up the graveyard?
Yeah, you can put your thing down, flip it, and reverse it, and watch Charmer in many angles through rewind.
Okay, now we're just like roping the time. Let me look at your discard. Let me draw a card. Let me shuffle hand. Okay, we're still 2 points ahead.
Yeah, and we hit him with a punch first, and then we ride the wind over.
This guy's gonna start freaking finger counting in the air any second. Guy on the right, that is.
Oh,
Sabotage. Got to discipline first so that
A disciplined play for sure.
Yeah, and if you draw like a Counter Strike and you just like ripped out, that'd be. Oh, is that 0 unit? Or
I think it's
that's
also
zero
it was
targets.
the only
Oh.
sabotageable card, so you may as
Good-
well
good call,
fire and
good call.
forget. A disciplined play, one may say.
But this guy's not doing the bird technique.
No,
He's
he's
scouting.
able to
No,
count in his head.
The player on the right is our anime main character, because when this series started, they were like
He was
leaned
aura
forward, all
farming, he was-
intense. Yeah.
He looked like the new Art of Concentration, the E spell. Okay. We have a 7 Kamale.
3, 2, 1, time.
Turn
Well,
1.
I mean,
Or turn 0.
you
even.
could still draw it, you know, and then
I mean,
if
if
you
he has
win
punch-
this game.
I mean, how much
Then
does
you get-
Aurelia have? Is there Guardian Spirits on? Oh, it's Guardian Angels on that. Never mind.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you can always give this
But-
Kamala Harris like a +7
7,
in gank. But
8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is a 12 might Irelia.
yeah, I was gonna
we
say
can-
if you can primal stir. I know you only have 2 open, so even if you punch it,
We have punch first.
it'll do anything, right? It's 12 on 12.
Yeah, I mean 12 on 12. That's a tie.
And then
And
you just
you
lose
just-
to the push.
It is interesting that this entire
Well, it doesn't
set we
matter
did
if
not
there's a
see
push,
the purple
right?
MF played.
It doesn't even matter if it's a push, right? You just say, okay, GA trade, the guy dies, and you
Yeah,
just go
yeah.
conquer, game over.
感觉万帅这边应该能够比较好的拿下这个对决，下回合双争应该不成太大问题。
Yeah.
Oh, they traded anyway? I didn't
Yeah,
even know.
the exactly 12 and 12. And he just loses.
Oh, did he punch first? I didn't even see it. Or was that
Yeah,
early
yeah,
in
yeah.
the turn?
And Trust
sure.
was put to 12.
Yeah, I mean that's the video game.
we
GG
got-
NT.
Wait, if we have right the win in hand, right?
Yeah, but we don't have the mana because
So-
we had 2 mana and then we used one of it to punch first.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about like if we
That's the
didn't
guy
spirit
looks so
wheel,
mentally
start of the
exhausted.
turn.
Run. The way he said it to his opponent.
Right, he
His
just flipped
finger.
off the camera again.
Why is he, by the way, he's holding up a Lucian and an Aurelia? So anybody watching that picture would have no clue what deck he's playing.
Showing
And it's like
Lucian,
Jax
showing
the whole time.
Irelia when you just won with Jax is kind of funny. That is like maybe the biggest middle finger to the broadcast.
He's like, wow, I wish my hero was good. It could be any one of these, but it's
Holy
not.
shit. That guy's
Your
built
deck
different.
can also be good if you play these other champions.
Holy crap.
Oh, God. Speaking of other champions I wish I was playing a champion named Draven or Aurelia. Why? Because they're the best heroes in the game. But also because we have them on beautiful stitched edge playmats at shop.turnhimsideways.gg, no www required. And they are beautiful. And so when your opponent is sitting there, finger counting, giving you the finger, taking up all the time in the world, you have beautiful art to gaze upon. On the right or the left,
Yeah.
left or the right, even if you're in Australia, up or down, it doesn't matter. As we have beautiful playmats on sale now. Take it, Charmer.
Give them something to point at with that finger that is worthy of such attention. You can also have them point at your amazing might dice. We have coins as well. You can use them to track your point totals because we don't have access to the really cool poros they're using over there in China. You can use it to put on top of your hand when you're resolving your 3rd stacked deck in a row. Also, for Marshall, who just joined us, by the way, you might not know this, but if you want to get a hold of some Chinese cards, or I mean, if you're just trying to get a hold of some more English cards, we have somebody who can help. So Yuge has set up a Discord where he is going to be selling Chinese singles and fully built Chinese decks, and we can have them delivered to most regional qualifiers. And so if you join the Discord, you can make some purchases there, use code Sideways for 5% off. But yeah, it's going to be our hopeful, trusted way to get a hold of some of those Chinese cards because they tend to be cheaper than the English counterparts.
So you're telling
Not
me
the French.
that I can go to the Lille regional qualifier and take whatever deck wins if I just contact Huge?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm telling you.
Sounds like a plan.
Huge
I'm going to be
news.
running not Detonate Draven because I assume China hasn't figured it out yet.
Yeah, huge if true.
Huge if.
Ah.
Huge is the truth.
Oh, Ikato, you look grumpier than I remember.
No.
Hey, I fixed it.
right,
There we
right
go.
when I called it out.
Yeah.
Was it me? Whose name was Ikato? Oh, it was me. I was definitely Ikato, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Do I look that grumpy? I'm just low on my chair. I'm using the aerodynamic
He's doing
feature of
the
the chair.
what's that guy from TFT called? Where he just like sinks into his chair.
Soju?
Every
Yes,
bronze
Soju.
player ever. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm
What
not
you
grumpy.
call me?
I called you soju, like the drink in Korea.
Oh
No, it's
man,
the-
I have
it's
some
the
downstairs. I
player.
kind of want to go get some now.
Theirs is an alcohol-free stream. There are children watching. We can only sell them expensive
That's why
cards and personal memorabilia from the stream. They're old
Right,
enough
that's
for
why I'm
that.
drinking tea
They're old enough for
now.
capitalism, but not drugs. Stop it.
Yeah.
All right.
Problem is that's the end of my tea, so I need another beverage.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go make some coffee before the next round begins.
You gotta,
What
you
time
gotta
is
stay
it there
awake.
for you? Are you East
Yeah, I
Coast,
do need
or-
to. I do need to stay awake. Also, my biggest concern right now, and so Marshall, I need you to help me out. I need somebody to pretend to be the adult while I go make some coffee real quick. So can you do
What does
that?
that mean?
Yeah, I'll watch after the children.
Oh, really?
Hey.
I'm not mature just because I'm going to tell you to play Raid Shadow Legends and use my creator code.
Correct. You are trying to push a game that has hired TJ Miller as part of their most recent ad campaign.
I don't even know
So
who that is.
of course you do. You're just lying like always.
What do you mean? You mean TJ Miller, the Olympic gold medalist?
Obviously.
Oh, okay. Well, then
Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. Go get some coffee. I'll be right back.
Have a good time.
So, Aikido, Vero,
What's up, King?
Yes.
who is going to make it to the top 16? Because that is the next.
Who is naked in the top 16? Why did you leave us with this guy?
I thought there were children watching. What the hell?
Yeah, what the hell?
Wait a
Marshall?
second.
Hand to the keys to the criminals.
If I had to guess, I would say there's probably gonna be like a Draven player and like maybe an Aurelia player.
You're
I like
so
really
brave.
had to guess.
So brave.
Yeah.
I'd imagine since it's top 16, there'll actually be more Azir, Fioras, Lee Sins, and Victor players combined than there will be Ezreal players.
I mean, there's one Azir, one Lee, one Yasuo, one Set, one Darius, one Victor, one Ari. So
You
all of
think that
those.
there'll be more combined of like 8 different legends than Ezreal? That's very brave. Wow. That's I don't know on that one, brother. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it.
No, I mean I think I don't know. Like what do you think the lowest represented legend that will make it into top cut? Like lowest represented day one. Which one do you
Somebody
think?
pull up the stats.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
Can somebody pull up the stats per capita? I want to see what everything.
What, if,
I
like
need
the
to
ones
see
that made it
numbers.
to day
No, I
two?
just need to. Yeah, sure. Show me the day tours if you have that.
Yeah. I'll put it in the Discord, and then you can read it with me. Hold on. So that's like the first page, and then the second page, because apparently the graphics person can't realize that you can just move those things up and put the things there.
Watch your mouth.
Wait, which graphics first are you
I'm
being
flaming
mean to?
the Chinese socials.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being mean to Jarvis. I was like,
No.
don't be mean to
Why
Jarvis.
would I be mean to Jarvis?
That's
Jarvis
why I was upset. I was gonna start finger counting. Like that was
I mean, oh my god, I feel like half the heroes I named that are going to be in the top 8 aren't even alive. No, that's
Yeah.
untrue. Okay, so we have 54 Dravens.
only 42% of the room. So I mean that's like
So this was 128 made it to day 2. So
That's actually trending better than every Western event.
I will tell you
Is
the
that true?
stats for yes for the Western events.
Mhm.
I had a slight argument with somebody today. Somebody I know this. At day one, there was sorry, which one is this one? Yeah. So day one of what I believe is Vegas, there was 15% Draven.
Okay, so day one for this one
And it converted to 34%.
It was 19%.
Yeah, so it's 18.85, so round to 19.
But I'm saying Vegas, we had 15% Draven, and they converted to 34% of the room on day two. At Bologna, we had 15.2% Draven, and it converted to 34% of the room. Here we had 19% Draven, and it converted to 42% of the room. For
so does this mean that Draven? Does this mean that the West is better at Draven, or does this mean that the East is better at Draven, or that the West is better at playing against Draven?
This is metal cards are more valued in the West, so people play a diverse meta. I mean,
that's part of it. I mean, for what it's worth, it was just a 4% difference in Draven, and comparing the actual spread from day one to day two of like what was the read me like the top 6 heroes from day one, the day one stats. It's like, for example, for us at which tournament was this? I want to make sure I get it right. This was Vegas. At Vegas, we had 15% Draven, 9% Aurelius, 7% Kaisa, 5% Ezreal, 5% Victor, 4% Sivir, 4% Ornn. So, it was still pretty varied. And if you look at the day one stats for the Chinese tournament, we had we just had it up. It was 19% Draven.
So 19%
so it's just as varied.
Draven, 19% Draven, 12% Aurelia, 10%, 10.5% Kaisa, 6 Victor, 6
Ezreal. So it's just as varied, as far as pointing out the whole metal card perspective. It's a big chunk in Draven, a small drop off, a 5 to 8% drop off to the Aurelia and the Kaisas, and they're all relatively tied. And then there's a slight tier below that, which starts hitting the 5 to 6%. And that just kind of trickles down 5 or 6%, 5 or 6%, 4 or 5%, 4 or 5%, 3 or 4%. It just kind of goes down. And it's kind of mirrored in both Vegas and Bologna as well, as I'm staring at those numbers.
Perhaps the biggest story of this is that Victor was the 4th most played deck with 128 people. And one of them made day 2.
Yep, unsurprising to me. Very unsurprising. I think we mentioned it either earlier today or yesterday, where it's just very heavily played, a very hard deck to play against if they're playing the full control. But ultimately, even going back to set 1, never converted well despite being a highly played deck. There was times where Victor was almost outnumbering Kaisa in set 1 tournaments in China during the beginning, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It'd be Victor's almost rivaling or sometimes surpassing Kaisa representation.
I just want to double check something. But I'm fairly sure, and I mean, we're going back some time now. OG Victor used to be very different. He used to have I don't think he used to have an energy cost for his legend. And I think they changed it.
You're telling me he was a 4-mana 0 energy champion from the champion zone?
No, his legend.
That sounds really good.
It was legend he's talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're saying he just got a free guy every turn.
I think it was a free guy. I can't remember where I put my old cards.
Is that your Lemon Oreo?
It is.
Sorry, he earned a Lemon Oreo earlier.
Sometimes you gotta treat yourself.
He correctly guessed what the matchup was going to be.
Correctly guessed what the matchup was going to be. Yep.
So true.
And I said, if I get this right, I deserve a cookie.
Yeah, I mean, even Western events having 2K players, not having 2K players, I don't think it's much of a difference. We had somewhere between 13 and 15 or something. It was still pretty up there. I mean, I'm not saying 500 people is nothing, but the numbers are still pretty even across both Bologna, Vegas, and now the Chinese event. As far as the decks that showed up on day one, I actually don't think there's much. The biggest difference is there was more of a Fiora showing in China, whereas we had more of I can't remember what the 5th or 6th deck was. It might have been Rek'Sai or something, for example. But ultimately, they mirrored almost the same. But there is just 42% of the room on day 2 that is Draven, and even in the West, that was never the case. The highest I think it ever was 36%, 35% day 2.
So
performed
Vegas, I remember Vegas had 1,670 players that registered, but I think it ended up being something like 16 and 11 that reported in
round 1,
for round 1.
Yeah.
So I mean that's still a big chunk.
Yeah, it's 15.2% Draven day 1 of Vegas and 34% converted to day 2. Obviously 4 were in the top 8, and then for Bologna 219 showed up at 15 exact percent. Well, this might not be rounded. And 34% day 2. So it was a 34% conversion rate both days. Let me make sure I'm not double dipping. No, these are 2 separate things. It's 34% exactly converted to day 2 at both Bologna and Vegas. We have almost a 10% increase in China with a only 3% increase in representation, 3.5% roughly. Something like that. So showing up around the same, but performing better overall. And yeah, is that people playing worse against Draven in China, or playing better against it in the West, or RNG, luck, variance, whatever. But it is a significant increase in representation, and we'll have to see what it converts to the top 16 as
Is it?
Part of our last
I also
tournament
wonder.
was 5 out of 8, right?
You talk about playing better or worse. I do also wonder if it has a little bit to do with the fact that the West tends to be higher on Miracle, and perhaps Miracle was either having problems going to time or
It's a more
whatever.
exploitable. It might be. It's like theoretically a more exploitable deck. Like the decks like Kai'Sa and Draven, Kai'Sa and Lucian prey more on the Miracle decks than they do on the mid-range decks per se.
Not real.
Like Kai'Sa, yeah.
Kai'Sa doesn't beat Miracle, right? Like at all?
No, Kai'Sa has a decent matchup, at least until like the Detonate one. I'm not saying like it hoses it or anything, but like the fact that it can just mono kill your units pretty early is like very worrisome while simultaneously gaining points with cheap units.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's like giga favorite or anything for Kai'Sa, but just like compared to the mid-range version, I think Kai'Sa is like infinitely worse. That deck is more likely to have like Forerunners and more likely to just have better interaction. Whereas if you kill an early Ezreal, kill an early this, kill an early that, it's like a bit harder for that deck sometimes. Now, you might tell me you played it like 100 times. If you do X and you do Y, this will never happen and blah, 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 and Kai'Sa sucks. But the reality is that like, 50% of the people picking up the deck are just not that versed on it. Compared to, let's say, like a mid-range player, which is like some of your plays just happen, I think.
Yeah. I will also say that when you're playing into the Kai'Sas as the Miracle player, if they do hit the key removal, and you don't have something like a Last Rites to get some of your units back or whatever, and you're not finding them with the Miracle deck, like that can be problematic. There's also just inexperience, right? So I have seen, a number of players, for example, just like play 2 Rasas when they didn't necessarily need to, and then get blown out by a singularity, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
I think a big thing that I see is like they don't have an answer to like Bushwhack, because they like suck on defense nowadays because they don't run like Smoke Screen or anything.
Yeah.
So you just kind of like you run out a bunch of units, they remove a bunch of units, and then like you have free Razas, so you go like Bushwhack, Raza, slap a shovel on it, play another Raza for free, and then it's just like the game just ends on the spot.
No, sure.
there are definitely game plans to beat it, but what I think me and Vera are saying is that whether or not people are doing that effectively is a completely different
Yeah, I think a
story.
lot more people are playing Miracle and winning on the front end of the deck and less on the back end of the deck, which is you can recognize a game state and build an almost like systematic, like deterministic win that just has to happen X amount of turns from now. And a lot of players are either not knowledgeable or are not comfortable executing that plan. And like, yeah, they do bushwhack and Rasa and Last Rite sometimes when it's all in their hand and they drew it in order on turn 5 and it just like made sense for them to do. And I think less of them are like actively planning around it. And the deck is so strong that they cannot have that in their like skill set and still do very well on the deck because of its upfront power.
That's super fair. I think a lot of people fall ass backwards into like good game plans because there's a lot of good game plans within the deck. And like, I think watching people play the deck, like oftentimes they're kind of lost on their stack decks and call shots. and like they might as well be flipping a coin every time they look at cards.
Yeah, some games it's about taking the card that's best for now, and other games it's about finding the card that's better for later, and vice versa. Yeah. And for some people, it's just like, I'm gonna take the best card that's in my hand, irrelevant of who I'm playing against or what my board looks like. And you know, a lot of the best quote unquote decks they're highly represented and have a high win rate for that reason. Everybody always likes to say, oh, but like if 20% of the field is this deck, like who cares? It has to play mirrors, and so many people who are playing it are bad. And it's like, yeah. So when that deck still has a very high number, it should tell you something. Because like, yes, there are going to be people who are not great playing the deck. There are going to be.
You do also have situations as well where I've seen some players blow through their runes too quickly as well. Like if you don't have the seals and you don't have the Ezreals early, for example, and then they see their 3 called shots and they're just, you know, going double purple on the called shots because they're there.
Or they flip every Nocturne over in a game where they don't really need to win the Might War. And they're just like, but I have 6 Nocturnes. And then it's like, okay, one Singu, and then a Falling Star and a Stupefy. And it's like, okay, you have 2 runes.
I think the other thing that's like super dirty against Kaisa is that, like, you know, post board, they might side in like a bunch of like pickpockets and stuff to try and eat your seals. And then you just like don't play seals. You just go like Darius, and then you play a Forerunner, and then you play another Forerunner, and then it's like, that's really cool that you have a bunch of pickpockets sitting in your hand doing nothing.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too, right? A lot of people do not have these transformative sideboards, like something akin to maybe what Randy Moore played, where he had like some more Mind Splitters and Beast Blows and like Darius's than like most had. And a lot of people kind of have the core Miracle package. And then like what I see a lot of people do in this game is worry too much about every other deck they're playing. So you see people's sideboards littered with like, okay, I need an extra Rebuke and a Fading Memories in case I see an Ornn, and then I need 2 like Unyielding Spirits in case I see a Cathian Rain. And like everybody's always but sometimes when you're just playing the best deck, the best thing to do is just have a secondary sub strategy that you just bring into your deck to duck whatever your opponent's doing. And there's definitely like a subset of players who like are very focused on like everything they need to beat and what cards they need for that, and less of like, how do I just make my deck more elusive or more like multi-dimensional.
I think like every single like remotely rough matchup for Miracle, except for like Ezreal, like everything that's not Ezreal, like going for like Draven into Forerunner, like just kind of like beats everything. Right. It's like kind of insane.
Yeah, it's enough to like, it's a good strong play. It sometimes just wins the game funny enough. And then when it doesn't, it slows it down and like morphs it enough to where you're able to like be like, I have 9 runes and now I will do the broken thing. And then it's like,
exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. I agree with you.
I mean, I've been playing quite a bit on TCG Arena, and the amount of times that I'll just be playing against my opponent and they're just like throwing their runes away playing the Miracle package, and I'm like, You've got no runes. I'm like, you're doing what you want to do, but like it's not doing anything. Like I was playing against a Miracle Sivir, I think it was, and they went down to no runes, and I'm like, there is no world where you should be doing this. I'm like, you're not doing anything. And they were just like, okay, I'm doing my Miracle package stuff, and I'm doing exactly what I want to do. And I looked over and I was like, you've got like 2 Rasas on the board. You've got no runes. I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who don't. Like, there are times to where you're supposed to go Hellbent and go down to like 1 or 2 runes in like turn 3, and if it's like you're flipping all the Rasas, but it's like those are very, very like hyper specific either mirrors or like aggro matchups where like your opponent lacks removal and is doing more of might check. Whereas like doing that against like a Kaisa or some, you know, purplish deck or whatever who's able to rebuke one of those like Nocturnes back to your hand, and maybe like they had to spend 2 for it, but you're never recasting it. Things like that, you're like, ooh, or like 1 singularity and they just die. And so there's definitely a time to do it and a time not to.
I do also think one of the other things that I've noticed is that sometimes players, when they're first learning the deck, and I think Marshall, you're kind of alluding to this as well with what you're saying, they play with like a manufactured sense of urgency in that they feel like they just have to play all the draw stuff all immediately because it's there. And sometimes patience, you know, again, I mentioned the cold shots, right? Like the patience of like waiting for the Ezreal or waiting till you have seals so you're not burning through the runes. Like, yeah, you sat on it for like 2 turns, but you're in a much better spot because if you don't need to do it right now, right? If there's no urgency forcing that game plan, then just going up on resources is oftentimes way better. But
yeah, the secret of this deck is that your late game is better than literally anybody else's late game. So like just slow the game down. Like
pretty much.
Yeah. Like unironically, you could probably run like Sigil and Aspirants and shit. Like if you really wanted to, I think like you totally could. It'd be fine. Like it probably helps out your Irelia matchup if you're worried about that.
Does it beat the Irelia matchup later on?
Absolutely. Because Irelia runs
if
out
you're
of
talking about
cards and you
Draven,
don't run out of might.
Well, also, again, like, you have the inevitability of eventually you're going to play Bryn here.
Oh, true,
Like,
And like
I hate
Sigil,
that card so much, but like,
Holy
that's the reality.
soapbox.
like Sigil's incredible against Irelia because Irelia wants to like double cap. And like if they end up leaving a unit on the battlefield, that's great because you could just walk a bunch of might at it, and then like they have to spend a bunch of resources. And then guess what? If they walk up there again, they have to recycle another rune. But like Sigil's so good. Like if you're worried about that matchup at all, and like it might be the worst like detonate matchup, but like it's not bad. Like that or like maybe Ezreal, I don't know. Like either way, Sigil's just like good.
Sigil's just very good in the meta of where the sub strategy of like getting below Draven, Miracle, and even like Irelia and stuff is just to not do combat, and a lot of decks are doing that by going in and going out. So anytime Sigil either makes them pay for it, whether it's they have to go there like a Junkrat type of deck, pick crude thing, or if
Lucian.
they
Like, it's really
or
good
like
for Lucian.
Yeah, like Lucian, you're just like, okay, you can only go to the other battlefield, which means you can only score 1 point a turn.
It actually makes so much sense to go Sigil against Lucian, and then you do the class. You go Draven and a Forerunner on the other battlefield, and say, hey, I either like swing over 12 might or go recycle your runes. Like, pick
every
one.
turn, yeah. So either recycle your runes to score 1 point, or if you want to score 2 points, recycle your rune, or like you said, force them to recycle runes. And
I'm like talking myself into like running Sigil in this deck. Like it actually makes so much sense. Yeah.
A lot of the even this purple MF deck is trying to get in, get out. Like a lot of these decks, like they're just trying to replicate a strategy of like avoidance.
Into any
And
of
it's
the
basically
Annies.
Valmaz, right? Because people don't want to run away from it because they don't want to have to recap it.
Yeah, it's
Which
a little
means that
different
you
than
can
Biomoss,
swing over it and draw a card. Wait, why don't we run Sigil? Like, isn't Sigil like good?
Well, Sigil's good, but a lot of people are again in certain decks it is the right call. They're more worried about their game plans. Everybody has their game one field, which I don't think Sigil's necessarily good in game one for some decks because you don't know like you said, if you're going second, your opponent captures the other one, then you're forced to capture it. So it's a very negative deck when you actually want to get points, so you can't really run it in game one unless you're playing like Aurora or something. And then everybody's game two right now is kind of warped around Obelisk of Power. So when you're going second, you're playing Obelisk of Power. And then when you're going first, Sigil is better, as I've just said in those scenarios, but is that what you want to be playing when you could be playing your Reaver's Row or your whatever, right? So I think it's more so like...
It's not like Veiled Temple's like... Veiled Temple's fine. It's
right,
like,
sure. If you're a deck like that, who's like your third battlefield is whatever. It's just like everybody's going first battlefield. It's supposed to be their quote unquote I'm winning battlefield. Whereas Sigil for a lot of people seems as like more of like a concedey thing. Not that you're conceding the game, but it's like, oh, I'm a little bit on the back foot, but I'm going to use this to try to like get back on the macro strategy of like I'm going set. Like if you think about it, Riftbound is designed currently where it's like you go second and you're behind, but your advantage is you get an extra rune. So now if Sigil lets you theoretically get 2 extra runes, surely that's the macro strategy I'm supposed to pivot on, and like that's how I win. But again, everybody's using Obelisk going second generally, so it's just hard to want to play Sigil going first. Now, if you are a very defensive deck, say like a Control Ezreal deck, you don't actually care about your battlefields in that way. You're just like, I'll play an Obelisk because I want an Obelisk, I'll play an Aspirant because I want the game to go longer, I'll play Sigil to slow you down. So those decks can make use of that strategy a lot better. And in theory, Miracle kind of has that to them where like they don't hate to go to the battlefields early, but if you told them they couldn't, they wouldn't really mind as much either.
There's so many matchups where like just having Draven and base is like
they'll have a Draven in base and untap and be like, oh, you're on not Sigil? Actually, I think I can just kill you. and you're like, yeah, you probably can. And then so
I mean, the nice thing about Miracle as well is that if you get those seals early, you're also just not punished in that regard either, where decks that are not going to be seal heavy are,
I mean, you still have to like recycle the rune, but like
Sigil, you have to recycle the rune. You can't pay a power. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. As far as, like,
right, but I just mean like
you're still recycling less for your other cards.
You're less impacted by it.
Yeah,
like,
for
yes.
Sure. For sure. Yeah.
Like it's pretty like thinking about the Lucian matchup where you're also, outside of the Weapon Master or Relentless Pursuit stuff, you're recycling runes for all your equips. If you're a Lucian deck that's running any copies of Punch First, you're very power hungry. And then if you're forced to also eat runes, like that's a problem.
I think a lot of people just go for the safer play of Vilemaz though, right? Because Vamos kind of does the same thing. Like, hey, you can go in once, but you can't do it again. But simultaneously, you can conquer Vilmos and not get like defensive FOF. So I think that's why people rate that a little higher.
The issue with Valmos is that like we run triple FOF, so like
yeah, as a purple deck, you generally want to play it less unless you're 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Also,
FOF is or Valmos great.
Thinking about some of the other decks that we're talking about, though, right? Like, if they have access to ganking, then the Vilmos also kind of doesn't matter because they're just going to go in the other direction anyway. So,
right, the MF deck can use that to their advantage a little more. The aggro MF deck,
Lucian with Pursue or
I mean, forcing a Lucian to use a Pursuit just to gain points is a pretty like decent advantage to get.
But, even against like Irelia, where like they run the booties.
Boots, if they run the boots,
but like oftentimes they just like I think that they're like 60% like this. Don't hit the boots. And guess what?
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, they don't hit the boots, and also once again, you can't get defensive FOF, which is very important. Things like that. The occasional time they might try to charm you back to base, they can't. They have to charm you to the other battlefield.
They can't like flash off of it either to dodge like rebuke.
Yep, that's an upside to that as well. So I think Vilmos just has a little bit of that reasoning for it. Not that I think Sigil's bad. Yeah.
Users letting us know that Jackie Love is in top 16.
Who's Jackie Love? Did I miss this?
It's a League of Legends player.
Oh.
It's a League of Legends world champion, aren't they?
Vero would know.
Hard for me. It's hard for me to keep track of at this point. There's been like 17 like world championships, it feels like, in League of Legends at this point.
Jackie Love, League of Legends.
Like, if you told me there was a world champion for, like, Artifact, I'd be like, yeah, I probably know who it is, because, there was only one tournament. But if you told me world champion for League of Legends, I was like, I don't know that. Yeah.
Except for there were two big tournaments, and I know because I casted them both. But
but it's just like, if you told me there's a League of Legends world champion, I'd be like, yeah, it could be like probably one of like 60 people at this point.
Jackie Love was a part of the first Chinese team to win League of Legends Worlds in 2018. He has his own skin, League of Legends. I mean,
Yeah, going to be on stream next, according to Yuge. A little insider info. Good to know.
Hoggies.
Cool. Sounds. I believe it. It all sounds like truthful statements to me. There's probably a Worlds for League last year, and somebody won. I probably still don't know who they are for what it's worth, but
yeah, you don't know who won League of Legends Worlds last year? The same person who's won it the last few.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I know the Faker. Faker's doing it again, right? I thought.
Yeah, he's
the that's the thing I can never tell, like what's Worlds and what's LCS and the LCS Worlds and all this. I'm like,
LCS doesn't exist anymore.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't keep track of League of Legends, but like when I hear it in passing, I'm like, is that still like the LCS thing they sometimes have in like Los Angeles and people pogged off, or is this just like doesn't exist anymore? Is they just rip esports apart like every other year? It's hard to know. Like Overwatch League still here? Is that still around?
No.
Unfortunate.
Shame.
Unfortunate.
It is.
It's like it's sad. I'm a Dota guy, and like even with the internationals, and I feel like, oh, the internationals happening again this year, and I'm just like, oh, like we're still kind of doing that because it was like so cool, like TI1 to like TI5 ish, and there was like problems with the ecosystem and problem with getting teams and visas and the affordability of it, and then all this other stuff. And now they just like happen, and I like forget that they happened because they were like they used to be like the pinnacle of gaming. It felt like with the original.
Yeah, I mean, nothing will beat the $1 million artifact tournament.
So true.
Nothing will come close.
No, nobody will go come close to competing in it. But yeah, I don't know. Like international, when it popped off the first few times, it's crazy. Like I remember the first Overwatch League at the time. It's like, oh my god, this is so cool. Everybody's playing like every other week. Some of the first, obviously, league tournaments were cool, and then it all just kind of got blended together, and I just couldn't keep track of it anymore. And the tearing down of esports over the last 5 years has been sad. Probably longer than that.
All because of your friend going to jail.
Yeah, no, it was all SBF's fault.
Yeah.
Unironically, kind of in like a weird tangential way. FTX FTX had like a big stake in a lot of esports teams.
Esports, yeah, they were propping up quite a few teams. Like TSM hasn't recovered. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, FTX definitely. FTX and other crypto players definitely had a lot of like esports teams like involved. They're all very hand in hand.
Esports just doesn't make any money, and it's completely down to investor bros being like, hey, I enjoy watching this and I have money to spend to support it. And when those guys have no money anymore, it's
a lot of angel
so
investor
here's
types,
the thing.
passion investors. Yeah.
I will say it does not make ethical money, because it can make money if you're willing to take like shady betting sponsors.
Oh, for sure.
I know, because I've had to do ad reads for some of them on broadcasts before.
Perhaps another source of money that's funneling.
Hey, I'm a Dota guy, baby. 322. I'm all about the 322.
Yeah, man. Like story. if you're okay with money laundering, then we got you. But
I mean, I'm still an old school guy. If it was up to me, I'd be paying $12.99 a month to watch MLG TV, supporting the grassroots organization, but nobody wants to pay for streams anymore, and that's and I'm not saying $12.99 at 100,000 viewers is gonna like support a goddamn monopoly of an esports league, but it's sure
$12.99 what, like 20 years ago? I mean, shit, that's like $50 a month now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, maybe, but I'm just saying, I don't know if you can actually, based off what teams and sponsors and everybody else want out of esports orgs/tourneys now, I don't know if just a subscription model of $10.99.
We're gonna hit the Venn diagram of like everything that we've recently referenced on this broadcast. So we've had a StarCraft persona. We've talked about crypto bros. We're talking about what things cost years ago. This is reminding me of the StarCraft tournament where 5th through 8th place got 25 bitcoins.
God. Oh, so true.
The first place was $500.
Bro, that 8th place player,
the 5th through 8 got 25 bitcoins.
Bro, those players are the most if they're the most prestigious players in StarCraft history by like an order of thousands. I don't even think going from just a US perspective, like somebody like Idra or something, like probably if he's lucky made $500,000 in his whole career through sponsors, payments, and everything else playing StarCraft, if I had to guess. And that's probably over, I don't know, 15, 20 years, which isn't really that much when you think about it. Those people, bro, they made like what? What's 50 Bitcoin? Almost 100. They made what?
Well, it was
$50 million or something for 5th place.
I don't know what's current. Let's just Google it. Current.
I mean, they're
price.
down a bit, but at a point they were at least 100K.
Yeah, it's currently 69,000 USD.
At a point, Bitcoin was like 100 to 120 or something. Yeah, it really dropped off. But even at 100K back when it was, like 6 months plus ago.
I mean, you're just looking at a casual $1,729,480 currently.
Yeah, for 8th place or whatever, and then $5 million. Yeah, sorry for whatever.
$500
some
bucks
random
for first.
land tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, $500 for first and $1.7 million for 5th through 8th. Go.
Yeah, so for 5th to 8th place, they gave away roughly like $40 to $50 million or something when it was at its peak. And now it's just like
if you had the foresight to play that game and you're in the final, you're like, no, I want to go second. Like, you want to end up second to have the most amount of Bitcoin, so you get all the way to the final and then you just throw.
You could just make $500 and then spend it and buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, back then, if you did have the future sight, you would just literally spend your life savings to buy as much as you could. Yeah, that was a funny Bitcoin tournament. That was a funny StarCraft tournament.
Oh, I never mentioned this before. Apparently, there's a Darius in this 128, but there's no Rek'Sai, and I thought that was quite strange.
I don't think it's that strange.
I'm big on Rek'Sai right now. Darius?
I think Rek'Sai is fine. I just don't think it's a deck that's played enough to win, is what I'm saying. Like, if 20 to 30 people show up, it takes like the best 2 players in the room drawing like shit, which Rek'Sai is prone to occasionally, and then that's it, the tournament's over type of thing. I think there's a lot of decks that are good and people think are good, but if enough people don't show up for them and you don't have that buffer, it's really easy to just off the face of the earth.
The law of large numbers does in fact require large numbers.
Yeah. It's just like if you told me Randy obviously showed up to this tournament, let's say he was playing some crazy off the wall deck, but it's Randy, so we know he's good and we trust him.
Right.
If he just draws shit and loses. Yeah, and he just draws shit, it's like, well, if nobody else playing that deck, you're just never gonna see it.
If he showed up and was playing the best Draven deck, the one that makes it so that Detonate isn't even the top 2 Draven decks.
Unfortunately.
You mean that Randy playing that Draven deck?
Unfortunate. Banerelia.
God, that Ari's so pretty.
Wait, I just realized there's a countdown. We've got to wait another 18 minutes before anything happens.
Yeah, why do you think we're talking about Bitcoin and StarCraft?
Yeah,
Bro, I was
the
just
game?
I
For the
didn't
love
even...
of the game?
no. I was like, okay, this is just chat, and I'm just like, okay, the game's gonna start soon, and I just see this number counting down in the corner. I'm like, there's no way that is for game, but it is.
Yeah, no, we are just vibing right now.
We are just lamenting about the esports days where we all could have went pro if we didn't blow out our knee.
I mean, some of us on Turn 'em Sideways were pro esports players.
No, I know of the unspecified NASA adjacent teams that flow through the Turn 'em Sideways. I know.
I don't know what that means. I didn't follow up.
You don't need to know. There's like a bunch of Voldemort words I can't say on the stream. I've been told productions in my ear. They're like, you can't say those words in this stream.
In chat,
I promise you.
has corrected me about 10 times. I apologize. Apparently, LCS, after being disbanded, was in fact brought back. I apologize for spreading this information.
Well,
this
if
is why I
that
don't even know.
counts.
Damn, I
Wait,
kind of
wait,
with the
wait.
fake news.
Jarvis said they played in a Twitch Rivals once, and if that counts, then I also was a pro player, but I do not count that.
Here's a throwback for any old school, what is this, console gaming players. I was like 14 and a half, maybe. I don't even know how old, somewhere around there. And I was on Mob Gaming, sponsored by 180 Energy Drink. Oh boy, The Godfather. If anybody's an old Halo / Call of Duty Gears guy, I was on the Mob Gaming with The Godfather, Vinny himself. What a great guy.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
That is it's an old throwback. So, you know, that was a funny one. No, I came up in the esports world, man. Gears of War 2006 Meadowlands. I think I was 14 or 15, around the same age at that time, pretty much. I remember me and my friend Jesse, we lied to our parents, said we were sleeping over each other's house, and snuck over to great old Secaucus, New Jersey, and went to the MLG Meadowlands for Gears of War. What a time. All the ballrooms I've played in, all the hotel floors I've slept on.
Yeah.
What a time. You don't know about that. You're an online esporter. Weren't you playing freaking game? Weren't you playing like Worlds in your freaking living room?
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Didn't your whole Worlds and stuff happen at like COVID time, right?
Yeah. I mean, I did the amateur league thing, you know, but
What's that? I don't know. Amateur league for what? Like
League of Legends?
Oh,
Yeah.
League of Legends.
Yeah. But, you know, I was never actually that good, so, you know.
I managed to make it into a single tier 3 game. Someone was like, hey, it was when I was in university. They were like, hey, we need a jungler to play in our game.
Our collegiate League of Legends team.
Yeah, and it was like tier 3. So like obviously like LCS.
It's like a beer league. It's like a beer league, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, this is my professional, like this is where I start. And I played Sejuani, and I watched the VOD back, and I remember going in, and the casters went, what are they doing? From that moment, I was like, okay, I'm not built for the League of Legends competitive.
What's your peak rank, Marshall?
Platinum 2.
Okay.
So
that's crazy. I can't relate to that. I don't mean that in a negative way. Like I cannot play like any game where I like suck. And like for me, I'd consider platinum like sucking. Like when I played Dota, like when I played it, I was nowhere near the top. And like, do not misconstrue what I'm saying. Like at the time, I was like, when Ancient was like 0.1% of the like top game, and I'd play in those lobbies, and I was like as good as I can get, and it was as good as I ever got, and I was never like pro or anything, not even close. Well, like I played that game long enough, and then like I couldn't get any better type of thing, and then I
what's Ancient? What's like the
Ancient at the time was like
person?
roughly like 4 to 5k MMR at the time because it didn't go higher than that.
So what's like the percentage? Like what's
like
your percentage?
0.1, like 0.1% of the game.
Okay.
So like the pros are like 0.0001, right? So I'm like nowhere close, like stratosphere away. That was the best I ever got, and like I couldn't get better and stuff, and I played it for a bit more, and then I joined the military, and I became more like casual. Well, like there's other games that like I've played for like months at a time, and if I just like can't get good at it, and I don't see what's something, I just like can't play. I'm just like, oh, I suck. Like I'm just not even gonna like waste my time. Like I suck. Like StarCraft's a great example. I could never get past like platinum or something, and I just like didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete, and I just like said, okay, I suck at StarCraft and casual. Can't do it.
I'm usually the same way, but my one exception is any team-based games where like I can just vibe with friends.
Sure. Dota's
like,
not that. I will punch a hole in the wall.
Sure. So like League of Legends, similar. I think I might have hit plat one season. Usually I hung around gold, but like I duoed a bot with a buddy of mine and we just had a good time. Sometimes we'd hit the full 5 and that was fine. Valorant, the same thing. Like when Valorant first came out, I was playing with Silverfuse and some of the other LOR people. And same thing, like I hit plat in Valorant. I was never going to be more because I'm old. Like I just don't have the flick mechanics anymore. But it was a good time. Like we vibed. So like I'm normally with you. I like to say that I hate losing more than I like winning when I'm like actually playing stuff. But team games, it's the same thing now with my kids. Like I'll squat up and play Fortnite with my 2 sons, and it's like I know going into this I'm playing, with a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old. I'm not going to win, but whatever. Like we have fun, it's a good time.
For sure. The games that like give you that option are great. Like, but yeah, any like fighting games. I love the fighting game community. I love watching old school like Melee stuff. I love just like old school Street Fighter, all that stuff. I play the games. I can't get into it. It doesn't have like the learning pattern of like sandboxing and learning frame data is just not in it for me. So I just don't do it. Like I could not play those games for fun because I'd want to like beat my opponent and like punch a hole in the wall and commit like domestic abuse against this lamp next to me. And that's why I can't play fighting games. I would just like scream as some like 10-year-old like button spams me, or something.
Yeah.
So I've just opened up Twitter to see if there's anything going on. There's a tweet from Randy. Apparently, the Free Buke guy and the guy that tried to have Randy DQ'd had 5 head judges.
Yeah, we saw that before. You're late.
We actually showed that tweet on the broadcaster.
Yeah, we actually have a whole TMZ section of Turn 'em Sideways if you're not familiar. Yeah, we were on that.
Damn.
Yeah, live from the floor reporting.
Yeah, we're ahead of the game. Pretty much, but yeah. Love it. Yeah, I can't play. I'm miserable now. I can't play any video games anymore. I'm just awful. They have to like be an auto battler or something I could sit down and grind the ladder on and like compete, or I just like I don't know. I can't have fun anymore.
Do you play TFT or no?
I used to play TFT a bit, like back when Dota Auto Chess first came out. I played a lot of that, got really good at it. TFT came out immediately. I played that and got like I think you were capped at either Diamond or Masters when TFT like first came out, like the first set or two, and now it's like expanded past that. So I got to the highest at the time. That was cool. And then I started playing Storybook, and that was like a year of my life because I was like competing for that game. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I think I had the same thing. I think I had where I hit diamonds when that was the cap, like the one time, and then I tried to get into it a couple of other times, but my problem was I would revisit the game whenever it was like the end of the season. So like I would start grinding, and I would still be doing well. Like I'd be trajectory and then the season would end, and I'd be like, oh. So
TFT is such an impossible game to learn because like each set, like there's so much homework that you have to do well. Like I don't think it's a game that you can. At least for me, like I can't go in and just be like, oh, I'm gonna go 9 dancer or whatever, like whatever go tall. Like I just can't do that.
Yeah.
So, like
there was a cap in TFT.
For like the first one, maybe 2 seasons, but
this was back when either it was like its own client or some weird thing, or it was like you can only be about. It was a very long time ago. It's like this, this is before it was like officially launched. This is before you could like buy little cute avatars to run around as your guy. Like this was just like the game.
Yeah,
like it was when Dota Auto Chess like first popped off.
Well, I was gonna say it was literally before Dota Underlords. Like,
oh my god, I beta tested for that. Oof.
Yeah,
no, TFT was a lot of fun. Like when it very first came out, I like grinded ladder.
Oh my god, yeah, I used to help I was in the beta test with some of the devs and stuff and a bunch of other, and I just remember I remember when the Legends or equivalents first came out and like the little barricades and stuff, and it was just like, God, I was promised so much cooler than this. Yeah, like you're saying like top 10 and set 1 stuff. Like I don't know when you're talking about specifically, like, but this didn't exist. Like there was no leaderboards. There was no. You just played.
Well, there was like a website. There was like a website that like tracked.
Yeah, it was legit like season 0. Yeah. Like it was set 1, but it was before it was a season.
Yeah, like you could just get to Diamond. Like there wasn't even like Diamond 1, Diamond. It was just like you got to like Diamond or something.
There were like 2 weeks before. There was like a ranked, and then there was a ranked after that, and then like
when they first implemented the ranked, then it did like pop up, I think all the way to Challenger, even for set 1. But there was a period where you had to essentially have the third-party tool for the MMR. I remember.
Yeah, to like go to the website to like
Yeah, I don't know if it was PBE at the time or what it was. Like it wasn't TFT the way you guys were. It wasn't like, hey, we're gonna have a public test beta and then test it a bunch and then we're gonna play it and then here's our mid-season patch and then here's our like challenger rankings. Then here's the new set. It's coming out. Play the season for the last year. It was just like it just was what it was. They were still learning. I think all there was the interest and like the lose streak, win streak, and you had the little carousel of like grabbing items and spatulas and like that was it. All these like extra
when you
in between rounds and stuff, none of this happened. Like none of this.
You remember when you could bully people on the carousel, and if enough people like committed
you could bully people off the carousel.
So
yeah, it's like this is like, yeah, it was just like, it was just that's all it was. It was very bad back then relatively to what it is now. It's much more in depth.
Yeah, TFT. I think TFT is just like a game that requires like too much time to like learn, and you can't like join halfway through a set. Otherwise, you're like so far behind.
It's very spreadsheety in a way. There's a lot of like, it's just a lot of, and it's like constantly churning too. Like it's a lot of spreadsheet knowledge. You learn it all, and then a lot of it just like dissipates away. And there's certain like core like heuristics and fundamentals you can learn.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's very similar to a lot of auto battlers. I think it just has too quick of a churn, and it's for the sake of like the quote unquote esport that it has. So it's like fine.
I think it's also, I think it also has like a pretty big issue of like, to be honest with you, like the TFT community is like incredibly negative and incredibly toxic. To like a frustrating degree. Yeah.
Do you remember, Akaido, when the TFT community started having beef with the Legends of Runeterra community?
Yeah, when they were dumb as fuck with their like 2 patches a week, complaining about Legends of Runeterra gets too many things. They have it too. Yeah,
right.
No, they can.
It was so funny. It was like
all five
weekly updates from Mort Dog, and they were still complaining we got too much because we got like a set every 3 months or something.
Yeah, all 5 of the people who played like Legends of Runeterra back then must have been so pissed to hear that. You guys must have really been holding it down.
No, it's so frustrating because Soju was like, they spend way too many resources on Legends of Runeterra. It's like, low bro, come on. You guys complain and you instantly get like a B patch like 48 hours after the original patch. Like,
they had enough from the
Twitter,
get-go,
and Mort Dog himself will like.
Right. I was gonna say they had from the get-go the thing that Legends of Runeterra cried for like the entire existence, which was being in the client, right? Like being in the League of Legends client, any sort of link or connection or whatever was all anyone wanted because people didn't even know the game existed.
TFT is one of those games that's like they have players because someone might be like done with League and they'll go, oh, I have 30 minutes, and then they'll go, oh, I'll just go play a TFT game. Like the fact that you could have done that with Legends of Runeterra, but it was like I had to go and boot up the game, and it was like off to the side, and like you said, they might just not have known about it. It's
yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Now it's supportive.
Yeah, but
no,
it's
TFT's a fun game. It's just
now it's
I
its
think
own
the people
thing,
around it are.
It's its own game now. It's a very acquired taste. It is a lot like, it's like Blevin said in chat. It's like a very no lifey game. Like you have to put a lot of time into it. Like you can pick it up casually, relatively to like gold, freaking flat diamond maybe. But it's just a lot of it's become very meta driven. Within a week there's the spreadsheet of what's A tier and what's S tier and what you should build, and it's like it's like everything else in the gaming space. Like when Fortnite was fun or when this game was fun, and then it becomes less about that, and then it's just like, do you want to grind to be competitive? Yes, you keep doing it. You love the game. If you want to like dip your toe in and be somewhat competitive but not be the best, then like you start like. You hit a plateau very quick, and that's just what happens when things get popular.
I play it, and I'm very casual, and I always get to about low platinum, and I think that's like just me knowing basic TFT knowledge, and then like looking at like what's good and going, oh, like okay,
back in my day,
play.
There were no augments, and the only way that you got gold was by working real hard and saving your money, and you weren't allowed to spend any money. And losing to golems was like an expected thing. You had to level up to not die to golems.
Yep, you had a level streak and lose streaking and no augments back then either. It was just straight interest and min maxing and knowing when to hyper roll and when to just be cringe and wait for the late game. It was very one dimensional. I think it's I don't play TFT as much, but I follow it from time to time. It's definitely more. There's more to do than like back then. It was just like pillow fort and lose streak, or like you high rolled like a 2-star or something in a good comp, and you just try to like win streak, and like that was like the
I think it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed TFT when it first came out, and I still do. But like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes the like the augments aren't particularly well balanced, and like sometimes it's just like, oh, this guy got the augment that automatically wins the game, and it's like, okay, I guess I'm playing for third here.
I do the one thing I do enjoy is double up. Is like a really fun casual experience.
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of those games ultimately start for the sake of appealing to more people, start coming down to like it gets very high rolly, and like a lot of god comps happen. Like you said, you're sometimes playing for like second or third, but I personally enjoy that about a lot of those games, is knowing like your range in the game, and knowing when you have to play for like placing, aka like top 4 usually in like auto battlers, or like playing for the win and vice versa. That's why I like the conquest style formats of like having to win a game, be in point threshold, and then win the game is very interesting for those games, and I like that. So I enjoy that type of thing. I do hate them in asymmetric games, or sorry, asynchronous games. They're like the worst, and I hate those type of auto battlers, and they can all burn. But I like playing with live people, and like actually being able to adapt to like what I'm seeing and what I think they'll do, versus like just some pre-planned like ghosts that played 20 games ago. So yeah, I personally hate asynchronous auto battlers.
Is that how
No, the short answer is no.
Yeah, I don't know what you're gonna ask, but yeah,
Storybook is what he's looking for. But
no, I wasn't gonna ask about Storybook. I was gonna ask about
have you ever played Backpack Battles?
No. What's the game that's made by like the Hearthstone guy?
Battlegrounds, you talking about?
No, like it was like a Hearthstone creator or something that like went on
Bazaar.
to Bazaar, yeah, that one.
The Bazaar is asynchronous, yes. Like you have played against somebody's past board that they played in a past game, and like it's just like it exists as it does, and they're not like in that same run with you. Whereas like in TFT and most other auto battlers, it's like 7 other people, and you're playing live and talking and adapting to each other. But like something like Backpack Battles is like a game that's a little different for what it's worth. It's like not meant to be played in the room of 8 or anything. But you just play like the ghosts of other people who have played either a week ago or a month ago. You don't really know. They could theoretically be playing simultaneously. But.
Yeah, it's it's funny that we talk about Reynad, because we've been mentioning the Ghosts of Artifacts Past. I remember at the first big event, he lost to the timer a few times, because that is a game that had a timer in it, and if your time ran out, you just lost. Like it.
Yep. It was a real chess clock. Good old Richard Garfield special.
Doesn't Magic work like that too? Well,
MTGO.
not Magic, but like Arena.
Yeah, MTGO specifically. Arena doesn't really have that. Arena just has like the Hearthstone rope, I think. And then if you time out, like I think if you time out enough times,
in
like
best of 3, it has.
Oh, maybe I haven't played the Arena in such a long time. But it used to just have like the normal rope type of mechanic, and I think if it happened like 2 or 3 times, you would like think. I don't know if there's like a physical clock anymore.
In best of 1, I think it's just the rope, but in best of 3, there's like an actual timer, and then.
Yeah, I know an MTGO, obviously, the old school Magic client. It's a chess clock. Yeah, I haven't played Magic Arena in years at this point.
That's okay.
But I have played a game called Magic Spell Slingers on Steam. Nobody would ever know that game was ever created by Wizards of the Coast, but it was. It's like the funniest game ever. It's actually really good, but like it came out like 5 years after it went into development, and it has like insane graphics and insane marketing tools for like the 4 months that existed, and I still don't know why the game was just like failed. It's like really funny. Anybody's ever played Magic Spell Slingers, it's really, really funny.
Nobody, obviously, that's why it failed.
No, I mean, yeah, it's still alive, but I don't know why the game was made. It was really funny.
So I didn't play that, but I'm old enough to have played MTG Battle Mage on PlayStation.
Oh, well, Spell Slingers isn't old. It came out in like 2021 or something. You would just never know.
Oh, so like 5 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, like it came out. I think it was supposed to come out either before or like during the time Hearthstone came out, and I guess the project got like sidelined for reasons, because like, and when it came out, it was clearly just very much like influenced by like Hearthstone, But and they just like released it, I guess, because they're like, oh, well, we put the work into it. But then they started releasing like marketing materials and these like very like high quality like YouTube videos and spoilers and stuff. And I was just like, what is going on here? But you would never know if you read any piece of Magic like or Wizards or Hasbro like Twitters, or you would never know the game existed. It was actually really fun, and it was very, very generous in its monetization. But I think like it died after like 3 months or something.
So I believe Kuvi has joined us. Yeah.
Wait,
Hello, Kuvi.
can you hear me this time or
I can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you, and that's all that matters.
on stream? I mean,
Chat? Any
Screw
chatters?
screw those people on stream.
Paris? Wait, you were talking about the bazaar?
For a moment in time, we were, yeah.
Okay, talking about like auto battlers, there's one in particular that I think is like the best that I've ever played. It's called, and it's not known at all for some reason. It's super, super good. It's so fun.
Oh yeah. Now I'm taking this personal. I want to hear it. Go, say it.
I'm not. I don't even know. Like I don't. This is not like a shout out or like whatever. I don't even know. I don't know them at all. But I've been.
Are you sponsored? Are you affiliated with them?
What is it called?
It's called Once Upon a Galaxy.
Oh, Kuvi, I love you. No, I told you I know the game. I know exactly who makes that game. They made my old game. No, they're just some of the ex-developers of Storybook Brawl as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's just funny. Like, when you were like, it's an auto battle, nobody's ever heard of it, I was like, I bet you. No, it's a great game. It is very fun, Kuvi. I agree.
It's the best auto battle I've ever played.
Yeah, then you would have loved to play Storybook Brawl because it's very heavily inspired from that. It's a little bit different, but heavily inspired from that. Yeah, no, they are. It's a good team over there. They make good games. Yeah, they are a lot of the ex Storybook Brawl devs. Not all of them, but some of them went there. Yeah, I have about a bit of time. What?
Did Josh make the transition over?
I do not remember exactly. I know Parnell, I want to say, is Bobby.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he definitely is running that whole like thing over there at Once Upon a Galaxy. I do not know if like Utter Leighton, Josh, Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor.
Call him, but
or Endo or any of those folks.
I do not know who exactly made it over to Once Upon. I still am sure in my 19,000 list of Discord have it in there somewhere. But it's also a mobile game now too. I think they have it on the Apple and the Play stores as well. It's been there for a while. But...
It's been on mobile before PC actually.
Yeah. No, I was had to do a little Android side loading thing. They're like, if you want to play, you got to download this like SDK or something. But yeah, they still patch the game as recent as like March. I've seen, or this month. Excuse me. Yeah, it is still March. It's a good game. Wow. It's fun. They're a good group of guys. They make good games.
Okay, people, I am going to bounce to make room for someone very special. So I will be seeing you guys later.
Oh wow, you just don't want to hang out? Screw you.
I'm good. I want to hang out, but I think it's only fair if this person is on the cast. So I'm going to do a magic trick, and I'm going to transform to them if production can somehow do that. Now we're going to see. Now I've put pressure on production to see if they can.
I'm confused. They took you away, so was that the plus? Oh, I wasn't surprised.
Yeah, welcome John Cena.
I was gonna say. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Never mind.
Jarvis cannot do that. All right.
Yeah,
well,
I know who's
gonna have to replace Jarvis with Ultron then. I bet Ultron can do it.
I was like super excited to hear it was coming, but now I see what it is. So.
Yeah.
I was like, because I have streamer mode on, so it's like chipping away. Like I only see like half of people's names and stuff. So I'm like scanning through. I'm like, unless Kuvi's coming on the camera reveal, I'm like, I don't like who's popping up here. And then I'm reading the chat. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
Don't sound so excited.
Well, the good news is, right, the thing to be excited about is I believe we should have games returning shortly. Like the timer.
I hope so. We've been filming for like an hour. I mean,
I'm having a good time.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're
for that game. No, that game, as far as I know, last I checked, that game is not another
Just
Chinese
catching
AI
strays
slop.
all day.
Once
Oh my
Upon a
God,
Galaxy
Marshall, you
is
look so
made
different. What
by
happened?
non-AI, as far as I know.
Hello, this is the automated Vero bot. How can I help you today? There you go.
You can help by scrolling up and doing the ad read.
Scrolling up where?
Yeah.
Scrolling up
In the Discord, I would assume.
You have no idea how many channels I'm in and how many different things.
I'm so popular.
Yeah, you know what? I'm in the same ones, and yet I could fulfill my responsibilities. So,
oh well,
I'm so popular. She goes to a different school.
Look, I'm
having
problems with Discord, but if you're having problems with acquiring Riftbound cards, we have gotten a really awesome solution here for you. This is something I have literally looked into myself, which was even before they revealed that you could use Chinese cards and English cards together. I wanted to acquire Chinese cards because, like, I don't care if I can read my cards. I can't read anyway. I want to get in here. Huge, who is you've seen on the channel before, a friend of the Turn 'em Sideways crew here, selling Chinese singles and fully built out Chinese decks delivered directly to most regional qualifiers. So if you're like, hey, I want to build this new Rengar deck, I'm not going to be able to get the cards before Lille. Well, guess what? You can get them from Huge in China. You can check out his Discord server, which is linked here, and use the code Sideways for 5% off when you submit your order. There it is. I am legitimately going to use this. I don't need English cards. I don't want to play with you anymore. Love it. Check it out.
I'm so proud of you. Good job.
Yeah, about time you do your freaking job. Ridiculous. I'm waiting all night for this.
It's a
we can keep the lights on for a few more hours.
It's too late for
me. I got this. I got this beautiful lamp holding me together. That's all I got.
Can you paste the link in the chat?
I think we have we've got another sponsor as well, right? The this blue buff moment.
Oh, you mean the new spoiler from Unlimited? Yes, we have the blue buff monster, as I like to call it. If you hold here, you get a bunch of energy.
Ooh.
And power, for that matter.
And power.
Blue power. I think it says any power, actually. I don't think it's blue power specifically.
So catch me up. What have we seen so far on the stream?
We saw Scarlet of StarCraft 2 fame playing Irelia.
Yeah, she was playing. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Against some Draven.
Yeah.
I love it's always at card game events. You will see like just the most random, like old school esports pro just coming out of the woodwork and like, oh yeah, I've played Magic for 70 years. Of course.
Now I need my competitive fix again. Yeah, I blew out my knee. I can't compete anymore, and I just
I sprained my pinky, so I don't have 300 APM anymore. So
I lost my G Fuel sponsorship, so I just needed a new high. Whatever it is.
So awesome.
Yeah, that was one of the better games we've seen all weekend. One of the better sets.
What were they on?
And then we saw an aggro MF deck play against Jax. And it looked, fantastic in the 40-minute game one where they lost, and then timed out in game two.
That seems to be
no. I thought they actually got the Jax player got the legit win in game two.
They did.
Like it did go to time, but then they did still get the win.
He was flipping off the camera too often. I kind of lost track.
This is true. This is all true statements. Yeah.
Like
this is all
gratuitously or
over and over.
At one point,
he pressed the off button on the camera
while slow rolling, right? So like actively slow playing in order to go to time, also flipping off the camera while doing it.
Based.
Like, I'm not even joking. That's like what happened.
Okay, Blevins is easily impressionable, and I don't want to do this to him. It's unfair. He was just finger counting. He was just finger counting, but he was doing it in midair, so it would be like 1, and like he would be counting. So
Start
like,
with the
just
middle
flipping off the
finger.
camera.
That feels even worse than just flipping.
Yeah,
off the
I just
camera.
didn't want
This-
like somebody like they're being somebody so impressionable. He wasn't.
This is while
literally
doing like
doing this.
7-minute
Just, you know.
turns.
I see.
In like game 2, at the end of the game, like when they have him like hold up cards, he flipped off the camera and then ended up holding up Lucian and Irelia in the Jax deck. So it was pretty great.
It was really
honestly.
funny. They were playing Jax and they held up Lucian and Irelia. So we were laughing because like if you only
That part
saw
is
them
true.
like holding that up, you'd be like, I have no idea what legend they're playing.
Yeah, that
Neither
part
of
is
them
true.
would have been the correct choice.
Yeah, that part is true.
That is funny.
It's also kind of by like you'd have to be like, well, it's not purple and it's not red, so the only it's green orange. Now it's just like, huh.
Well, I would guess Lee
Like-
Sin before Jax.
Yeah, I was
honestly,
gonna say
but-
like
Really?
Lee Sin, Jax, theoretically Yi. Really
You
wasn't
guess
like
Lee
narrowing it
Sin
down.
before Jax?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Lee Sin, right? I ran to Lee Sin in Vegas, and we saw Lee Sin yesterday.
I mean,
Oh.
Jax top 8'd in Vegas.
Very true.
Yeah, they sure did, didn't they?
It's true.
Interesting. Has the level of play remained consistent from yesterday, or has it
What-
changed?
It's been getting
Genuinely-
better.
It's leveled up.
Okay.
The Draven versus Irelia matchup, I think, was like a pretty well played. Like it could have been slightly better, but like in general, I think it
but
was
not
like
egregious.
it was like the best of the weekend for sure.
Okay. Oh, good.
And then did we get another good set?
It's only 3
Yesterday,
games,
no?
and then it was the Kaisa v Kaisa thing. So then,
Yeah, I was
Oh,
gonna say we had the Kaisa mirror, and one of the Kaisas was on a Phoenix build, and it was just very apparent that the other Kaisa player did not know how to navigate that.
there was a point where they could have just perma passed the turn, and they probably would have won the game in like 40 minutes because like the opponent wouldn't have been able to get Phoenixes back, and they had run out of a bunch of stuff. But I don't think they recognized that alternative win
Yeah.
con. And we're not guaranteed it would have worked, but I'm pretty sure it would have worked.
Just, I was gonna say, to catch you up to speed, the non-Phoenix player kept ending the turn with like one unit in play. So like their turn would be, I kill both the Phoenixes and then I play a
Play, like,
unit,
a
and then the
watchful
other person's
sentry.
like,
Allow
I
them
kill
to
your
come back.
unit and replay the Phoenixes, rinse, repeat.
Gotcha.
And that was like 3 or 4 turns in a row. So
So
like
they
it was
just go-
very apparent.
And there was a
the
part
turn.
where like the player with the Phoenix like had like 11 cards in hand, and they were all just spells.
Right.
So like they would have just had to sit there passing,
and
but
like
they had
6
drawn
cards
their whole
left in
deck.
deck because they played
Yeah.
like 3 progress days.
Yeah, they had like 6.
Yeah, they
cards
did
left
play
in deck.
3
So
progress
wait,
days.
were they just on Phoenixes as the only?
No, they
units in the
did
deck?
have some units, but it's just like the other
But they
Kaisa
get
player
killed
naturally
off.
has removal
Right.
as well. But like he wasn't recognizing the fact that he'd gone through like almost all of his 2 drops, and the only units left in his deck was like Watcher
Right.
and like Phoenixes that were in the graveyard.
Interesting.
Yeah,
It was funny.
so that was pretty fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going into top 16. We've been told that we're gonna watch Jackie Love in top 16, which is kind of cool.
We're gonna watch what?
Jackie Love.
from League of Legends fame.
Jackie
You know,
Moon from Semi Pro.
Oh, okay.
Chinese world
Moon.
champion for Invictus Gaming from 2018. It's yeah.
Nice. That's cool.
You think
I'm pretty
somebody,
sure-
You
isn't
think
he
somebody of
in the,
Blevin's age would remember 2018? He was so young back then.
Is he
Yeah,
in
I
the,
believe-
I think I'm
the
older
ad
than you are.
What they do?
I know.
Oh,
That was
okay.
a senile joke. You just didn't.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
so I was going to go. He'd
Ah,
forget. Yeah.
I believe Huge also said that the opponent's supposed to be Ting Ting on Ezreal, closer to Alan's version this time around, but they were a former Rat Ezreal.
Wow, don't say it's so derogatory.
Former rat become Vex.
Former
Interesting.
former rat addict.
You know what we do with a rat.
You know, we do it a rat.
Oh, also,
Listen,
Zero,
I
I
don't
gotta
think
say,
Rat is a
shout outs
bad
for-
thing. It is currently Year of the Fire Horse. I was born in Year of the Rat, so shout
What
out
were
to
you
my
saying,
fellow
Blevins?
rats.
Nobody cares about his horoscope nonsense. You were saying something to me, and that's all
It's
that
not. It is. First of all, it is culturally insensitive, sir. It is not horoscope nonsense, Mister. Don't even know if my Leo dog is a Leo. How dare you?
My terribleness of both being an awful parent to a dog and my memory does not mean it's not nonsense.
It's pretty messed up that you called your dog Leo when it's a Virgo.
First of all, I didn't name the dog. The family as a whole named the dog. Second of all, I know his
Are you
birthday's
not
in
part of the
August.
family? Do you not have phones?
First of all, if you knew anything about freedom, you know I'm 1/4 of the family, so my vote was considered and discarded. I was gerrymandered out of the naming convention.
Sounds
Second of
like
all,
you
I
need
still
to
want
pass
to know
Project
what
2026
said.
in your household.
What did Plevin say? I still want to know.
Oh, you made a Sopranos reference. I mean,
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, so
never
brave
had the
of
makings of a Boston.
of the New York Italian guy made a Sopranos reference.
Yeah.
So brave
Look,
of me. I know.
I know.
So
Look, in
brave,
this day and
so
age,
cultured.
we don't have enough gabagool
That's so true.
on a Riftbound podcast. I'm actually rewatching Sopranos for the
What?
5th time now.
So no fucking ZD. Oh god. What a time. I can't
Hey,
wait till I'm.
We gotta
bringing
be
us
close
Leah
to the
down?
starting, right? Like I remember the timer being
there.
I mean, it's starting at 14:30. It's telling you right there.
So I'm guessing that's
10 minutes ago, or
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. What time is it? 14 o'clock.
It's
in China? I
something
don't know
40
China's
right
time.
now. It's something 40 right now.
So yeah, it's okay, guys. There's the alternative, which is we are waiting 50 minutes. I don't know. Is it 14 o'clock? I'm asking for the answer. I understand the deductive reasoning of the TCG chat right now, and everybody wants to show how smart they are. I understand that we could be 10 minutes over. We also could be 50 minutes early.
No shot. Oh wait, untimed time cut. Wait, actually there is a shot.
Does
So
anybody know if it's 14 o'clock?
did we saw the day 2 breakdown, right? How anything
The
crazy
highest
about it?
conversion rate of Draven in set 2 so far.
Okay.
Crazy.
It's 43 or 40, almost 44%, 42%, sorry. Percent. So it's
A lot
about
of
10%
Kai'Sa, okay.
higher than both Bologna and Vegas.
And this is before discovering Rasta technologies,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And fourth highest
This is Cold
represented
War.
tech in day
This is-
1. Victor put exactly 1 person into day 2, which is you know,
That's class. That is
Yeah.
that is classic Victor though, right?
This
it's
is
like
Cold War Draven technology. And
usually
yes,
like
classic
top
Victor.
top 5
Kai'Sa-
most represented and bottom 5 most conversions.
Kai'Sa also, I think, doing pretty well here. Notably, was 3rd in representation, but was below that 18% mark. So
Yeah, still good.
still up in those numbers. I mean, obviously not doing the Draven thing, going from 18 to 42, but
still quite good.
Yeah.
I mean, Master Yi always there, and then yeah. Oh wow, 0 Lucians. Wow. There you go, folks. Confirmed. Lucian, not a playable legend, specifically at RQ Lille. No need to bring him.
I'm so
true.
surprised Victor is so low, honestly. Like,
So
Wow.
low, like only one made it.
no, like so low.
Like, oh my god.
wait,
Like, only
hold
one
on.
made it?
This is a legit good question from the YouTube chat. If Gillette wanted to sponsor the show, how much would they have to pay you guys to shave? I don't know about the rest of the crew, but for me, it would have to be a significant sum, and not my choice. So
Yes, I am in the same boat.
Are
the
you guys
last
like
time that I
deathly
shaved,
ugly, or like what's the problem?
I mean, essentially, yes. So I had lost a ton of weight, and I was like, just thought to myself on a whim, like, I haven't seen my face in like 100 pounds. So I'm going to shave it. And so I shaved my beard. I didn't tell my wife I was going to do it. I walked out and she looked at me and just went, no. And that was the full conversation. No. So I have not shaved my beard since, and it would take enough money to make her not look at me and say no the way she did the last time I did it.
Yeah, my wife has literally never seen me without a beard, so that there's even an additional level of of that for me. But yeah, no, it It'd be a decent. It'd be a decent.
You guys
channel.
all live these double lives. It's so crazy to me. These beardless lives that nobody knows you by.
Just glue a beard on like a wig. You'll be okay.
I did the same thing.
$$.
I lost a bunch of weight and was like, I wonder what my face looks like. And I shaved, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 years ago or whatever at this point. And I shaved and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, still fat. Got it. And promptly grew the beard back.
Is this like a thing? Like, as somebody who also needs to lose like probably 20 to 30 pounds, is this a thing that goes through like when you lose weight?
Here's the
like,
thing.
What does my face look like?
Well, what is it's not needing to lose a certain amount of weight. It's what is the like delta between your highest weight ever and what a healthy weight is. That's really where it comes from.
But I'm saying no, I don't mean that. I mean like the curiosity of like what does my face look like? Is that what it comes like? That's more so what I meant. Yeah.
Yes.
Because like.
Because everything else is so starkly different, you assume your face probably is too. Is that it? Like a thing?
Well, no, I have like it's really more of like I have a mental image of what I look like in my mind, and that is largely shaped by having a beard because I've had one for the majority of my life at this point. Well, maybe. Yeah, pretty close to the majority of my life. So seeing myself without it's a weird sensation of looking in the mirror and seeing someone that you legitimately don't recognize because I don't look like I did when I was younger because I've gained a bunch of weight, and I don't look like I do now because I don't have the beard. So it's like actually seeing a different person was the like sensation. This is the best way for me to describe the sensation.
I put in the Discord like the size differences so that you have an understanding of like why I was like, oh, now keep in mind that I had grown a beard in between those, but
yeah,
it was like, yeah, I don't know what my face looks like anymore. Yeah, you say congratulations, but I've unfortunately put weight on that I'm trying to get back off again. I did it after I like I said before, I tore the right bicep off the bone that had to be surgically repaired. And then right when this was like cleared and I could go back to the gym, I tore the ligament in my left elbow. So there's been some roadblocks, but I
all ups and downs.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Jarvis confirming not shaving.
Exactly.
Jarvis is 80 to 90% dwarf, so I think that shaving
90% hair.
Yeah, Jarvis shaving his beard would kill him. I think.
Yeah, and it's like the hair. It's like accurate. You said dwarf, so it's hair like down.
Oh yeah,
it's hair, and then it's hair also up. You know, it's just the whole dwarf fashion, like a Keebler elf.
Jarvis has an epic beard.
Really does.
Yeah,
so true.
Honestly, one of the best looking gnomes I think I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's the type of beard like you could lose change in. Like, you know, change. Oh, what I mean like change, by change I mean like coins. And by coins I mean like coins that you can buy at shop.turnemsideways.gg.
Hey!
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, we got to get that picture up so that Ikato knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, he's never heard
Please
of coins
do.
before.
What's a coin?
He comes from one of those hippie dippy, we do things different here type of places where they do no cash.
Yeah,
they serve everything, and they serve everything on newspapers in case you forgot the news while you're eating. And yeah, these are coins that Jarvis can fit in his beard. Do a little trick, put it behind your ear, and boom, you got a Victor coin.
I really do need a stack of these to do the like poker chip stacking while I'm playing. That's what I need.
You know, I didn't even think about doing that as Yeah, I'm going to actually need to start carrying those with me because I've heard some people saying that they're like trying to crack down on the card shuffle as being distracting. So I'll just do the poker shuffle.
Yeah,
is that a
with my coins.
Wasn't that only a thing in that like one game in that one region?
It's
what game
only in Japan, and it's only for the one game, and it's because apparently some people were like maliciously being as loud as possible to try and distract their opponent.
That's so funny. Was that One Piece? What game was that?
Hold on a second.
I don't know.
How loud can you possibly be?
I think it might have been One Piece.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
I guess you can be kind of loud, but like,
yeah, somebody in that gaming community like stole everybody's like freaking private like HIPAA data, and they were just like, everybody here has these weird auditory fixations. What if I abuse this with the loudest sleeves known to man?
You get metal sleeves and just clap them.
It would be kind of
start
funny if like the
sparking.
tech was everybody just starts bringing like headphones, noise dampening headphones.
Yeah, everybody's on the feature match at all times. Oh, that's so good.
oh, it'd be like a silent disco. Or
After
like-
enough shuffles at my like when my opponent ever did like enough like egregious shuffles, I just look at them and I'm like, "Are you all right?" And that usually gets them to stop.
No, I'm not. I would just look at him. No, I'm not.
Like I do it from time to time for sure. I get it, but for some people, it's just like nothing's happened. Why are you still doing this? Like I'll be like, go to the battlefield, and they look at me, they stop, and they go, "Yeah, that's fine," and then shuffle 16 times. I'm like, nothing's happened. Stop it. You're not reframing your brain. You're not doing anything. Nothing
So
important is happening.
I was like really late game, and I had a bunch of cards in hand, and I'm like staring at the board, and I'm like shuffling, and my opponent is like, "What in the world are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm trying to think." And I finally like look at my hand, and I'm like, "Okay, I got the play." And then I play a wild draw 4, and I win the game.
That's so best. Imagine
A wild
sleeving.
draw 4.
Imagine
Are you saying you only had one
sleeving-
card in hand?
Imagine
You're
sleeving.
shuffling one
Uno
card.
deck.
That's the
does
worst
that-
part. Is like imagine sleeving that you're hand shuffling. You sleeved your home Uno game. Like, what kind of a purist are you? Like,
there's
holy shit.
no. There's only 2 forms of Uno deck. It is you bought it that day and you opened it to play, or just crusty like
Yeah,
missing
exactly. That's the
multiple
good
cards,
deck.
like
Yeah.
ooze. Yeah, like there's no in between.
That's a
for
deck
that.
with character.
Yeah, that's not your Uno deck. That's the family Uno deck,
Right.
and it has been played thousands.
Or
and
like the
thousands
friend
of
group
times.
one that's just like always at a bar in the back
Yeah.
of somebody's
Oh,
Honda
yeah.
Civic. One or the other.
Yeah,
The glove box. Oh
Yeah.
man.
the glove. Yes, the glove box.
I go,
Glove
oh,
box
yeah, come
Uno.
on out to the car. Let me go grab the Uno. It's like missing like 6.5 cards. There's like a random like Joker in it just because. Those are the good ones.
Yeah.
Why do I come back to Charmer nudes in the server? What's going on?
It wasn't nudes.
I mean, you know, that's theoretically
Those get shared in a
that's
different.
theoretically a correct description of what they are.
That is
no,
not.
it is
even
not.
a little bit what the.
Yeah. You have no shirt.
Yeah, that's not nude.
Depends who you ask.
Half nude.
He's
It's
wearing
like
pants. I mean, he's
clothes.
trying to like give us a peek of
We
the
were-
pants, but he is.
We were having a
wearing
discussion
pants.
about
Yeah.
shaving beards, and Vera was wondering if like, because I'd mentioned that the last time I shaved my beard was when I had lost a ton of weight. I'd lost like 100
We need to pause
pounds.
there. I was not meant when I asked for anything. It was not a picture of
Yeah,
it.
and then Vera was like, "Do you have any nudes to show the difference?"
Vera
And
was
so
like,
I was
"Please
just saying,
show
like,
me."
listen,
Don't
like
mind
this,
if I
this gives you an
do.
idea of how much weight I had lost, and also, by the way, here is me showing you a look down my pants.
The long story short was I pulled the old high school girl trick on Charmer of, wow, look how small my hands are, and he fell for it. Essentially, he held my hand by sending me the pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, you don't know the whole where my hug at. You know, is where my hug at, son, or look how small my hands are, daughter. You don't know the bit? Oh, unreal.
What?
I guess no girls ever held your hand. I was just like a thing girls did in high
Dude,
school. When the guys they had a crush on, they'd be like, "Oh, look how small my hands are." So you'd like compare it.
Yeah.
I
Can't
have
relate.
been with my wife for
I don't know, get a-
26 years,
get a
so
girlfriend,
no, I do
loser.
not know what you're talking about.
Why did
Meta
you
this
go
and
to a high
meta that.
school?
Have you ever
Never
met
mind.
a fucking girl?
Yeah, I did, and then I married her. Like, I don't know what you want from me.
Wow, what a loser. Her hands must have been so small because she got you, reeled you in for life. Oh god.
Anywho,
So yeah, that's why Kubi.
Anywho.
Sorry.
No,
So that's why there's
I
news of
mean,
Charmer.
I'm
That's
not
why there's news
disappointed.
of Charmer in the server. And if you too want www.turnhimsideways.of.gg.
What are we turning sideways there? Shit.
Me?
Oh, whoa.
and scene.
Wow, we're all such theater kids.
Uh,
If only
Yeah.
you guys could see us in real life.
So I did some more LeBlanc testing investigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And her power level will depend on if you can actually copy a reflection or no. Like, can you actually get a copy of a reflection that
Can you
actually
use a
reflects
reflection on a reflection?
Do you mean
Yeah.
like with Zillion, or do you mean reflecting a
Either.
reflection?
Both.
Are you talking about the one card infinite combo thing? Is that what you're
No,
trying
like,
to
can you
get
just use her signature spell on if reflection gets the actual original unit?
Probably. Why wouldn't it?
But
It'd be
doesn't her
actually very
signature
broken.
doesn't her signature spell say to copy as a reflection token though?
No, but
Yeah,
that's not.
but we don't know if the copy is like the base. Like, does it read just the base? What's like on the actual base card, right? Like the base card
Does
is
it work
just
like magic, or does it work in a new way
Yeah.
that we don't necessarily know because Riftbound randomly changes things?
Can you
sometimes.
explain the difference? Like I have
Okay,
we'll break this down very simply. I have a 4/4 Noxious Hopeful.
You have a 4/4
and then
Noxious Hopeful.
and then
You
I
make a
copy it.
reflection of it.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
now a 4/4 Noxious Hopeful with no play effects or anything, but it is
Yes.
not like
And then the
token. It is
the
a token,
question
so to speak.
is, when you use LeBlanc's ability to
Yeah.
make a reflection of something, does it copy what it currently is, in this case a 4/4 Noxious Hopeful token, or does it copy the like base, which is a 0/0 reflection token with no abilities?
Understood.
would be-
We're talking. This is the clone thing from MTG.
When you clone a clone, does it
Yes.
copy what it currently is, or does it? Which I have no reason to believe that it would not just copy the like the Noxious Hopeful
what
token.
it is at the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that would be.
Yeah.
I'd
But-
be very surprised if it worked another way.
Second
Well,
question
you
is,
are assuming that the cards do what they say they do. So there's your first problem.
Sure.
does it copy? That's true. Does it copy the actual might? Like, for example, you increase the might of a unit to from 5 to 7. Will the copy be 7? Right?
No, you copy the base, right?
If
Surely.
Well,
it
then
is,
it's contradictory a little bit. If it looks at the base, then shouldn't be able to
The base
copy
of
a
the unit.
reflection.
That it is, right?
Copy in most games has always worked is you take the base
Interesting.
text of a card and the base might and the base CMMC cost and all these other stuff, depending on what games you're coming from, and copy it directly. Any like layer, I think they call it layer 2 or layer 3 in other game effects that are sitting on top of a card, whether it be might increases or any of that stuff, normally is not copied because that
Tokens,
is
equipments,
like
any of that
part
stuff.
of that game piece itself. That game piece has a +2 counter on it or a +2 effect or haste or first strike or whatever. And usually copies would only copy the base text of a unit.
I think the hang up
Going by logic of other
potentially,
games, obviously.
right. I think the hang up potentially is the fact that there is a reflection token that has like LeBlanc on it, and it has like 0. I can't remember what it exactly looks like. Let me
Yeah, but it
actually-
doesn't stay as the token, right? Like it's still
Exactly.
a token.
No.
Like, it's the card.
But I think
You're
the concern
also
is
in
like,
addition
because
to
the token
yeah.
exists, does that mean that that's now the base?
Well, I think that's
Technically.
right. I think that's where the hang up is coming. I am in
Yeah, that's a question.
agreement that it will almost certainly work like magic, which is like that token is just there as a reminder more so than anything. Like it becomes a Noxious Hopeful 4/4 or 4 might unit, and
So
that is what it
basically-
is at its base.
So the game could work one of two ways, right? It could work the MTG way, or I think what Kuvi is asking is, does it potentially create this, 0 base might token and then snapshot all of that layer 2 stuff on it based on the base stuff, right? It still could be all of the base stuff without any of the additional whatever, but the rules could be you make the 0 might thing and then you snapshot this on, and a second copy would only grab the base of the token,
I
thus being a 0.
And it is
I understand that point. Is that ever like, how much could that be relevant though? Because you could generally never have a token that like when the original not there generally, right?
Well,
there's some like LeBlanc shenanigans, but
I think the biggest possible reason that it would work like that is because reflections specifically say they don't trigger the play abilities. Like that is an ability of the reflection token. So like, you're not getting the on play effects, even though
That's
you're
because
playing
the card
token.
isn't entering as something else. It's like a token that has like a trigger to like change into something, yeah?
Well,
Some shit like
exactly.
that.
So given that,
Yeah.
that would lead you to possibly believe
But I think
that you could
the unit is yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Right, it's
I-
being
like,
played
I-
as the zero
I still
might
think that'd be
token, and then
crazy.
you
Look,
snapshot
The real question
onto
is
it.
how
At least-
often does it come up where like you have a token of something but the original copy no longer exists? That'd be
Well, that
nice.
happens a fair
Honestly,
bit with
probably
LeBlanc.
pretty often between the LeBlanc unit that takes away the temporary stuff, the
Temporary,
mirror
yeah.
image signature spell with the LeBlanc activation, like
Yeah.
Because I think that's the first thing that that LeBlanc is going to do, right? It's going to walk up into a battlefield, and it's going to make a copy of it that's temporary that doesn't die because
yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
of her
the card
for sure.
says your temporaries
For sure.
don't die.
Yeah.
So that's actually going to be
Yeah.
quite common, and I think
But then usually like if you
Yeah.
just killed the real LeBlanc when the new turn started, like that other LeBlanc would go away.
no,
yeah.
No,
I mean,
because it says your stuff.
it has the
The temporary doesn't
it
die.
saves itself. The blue LeBlanc saves itself.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought that card said other temporary units.
Oh, maybe
It
No,
it
is,
all
does.
temporary.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. So you just keep making more copies of LeBlanc.
But
Mhm.
like,
Yeah.
okay, that seems on paper when you say it seems broken, but she has to stay on the battlefield. It's so incredibly
No,
punished.
no, for sure. She has to stay on the
Like-
she has to stay on the battlefield.
I promise
Which
you, LeBlanc is not as good as
inherently
people
puts her in
hype
damage,
her
or
up to be. But
danger.
in terms of like feel, like game design feel, I
Uh-huh.
think she's the
Uh-huh.
best designed.
Oh, she's
Really
pretty
hard to play,
she's
like,
pretty
even
freaking
LOR.
broken. She's pretty freaking broken with Windswept Heath. I'll say that. It's a super
What?
toxic play pattern. Windswept Heath?
Do you mean
Windswept Hillock.
Hillock?
You're
Yeah,
fetch
same
land.
thing.
You're fetching for
That's all the
green
same. You
and
guys
white.
know what I mean. You guys know what I meant.
Well, the magic.
When
boomers
they
knew
say
what you meant.
windswept anything else, you know what they're taking it from. The point is you go in there, you copy your token, and then it comes in ready, and you get to gank across and just get like 2 points a turn.
You know what she's
Oh,
really
and then-
broken with Spine
Because-
Rock Knoll.
Because commonly, Hillock is like empty, and the other battlefield is also empty, right?
Well, I mean, when you go first and like play a thing, and they play a thing, and then you get to move in with a 2/2 with Death Rattle and just copy it and gank across. I mean, I don't know, just going to 2 points on turn 2 seems pretty good. Like as a going first battlefield.
I don't know. From what I've tested, what I've seen. I mean, obviously, like from this sentence, from what I've tested, doesn't matter. But from just LeBlanc struggles heavily against tempo.
Yeah.
Like heavily against tempo. Anything that like Rek'Sai, Kai'Sa, Jhin will be absolutely destroying LeBlanc, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean maybe. I just mean like if you play like if you're going first and you like play like the guy who when he dies he gives you a gold, let's say, I don't really care. And you like play
Yeah,
and
that
you,
one's good.
and you like conquer and you discard a card and then that next guy comes in ready and you just get to gank across and go to 2. And you get 2 gold when they die. And then you could throw the LeBlanc on top of that guy if you wanted to. It probably instantly dies, so you wouldn't do that. I don't know, just being able to take one guy and get like 2 points a turn. Like
Yeah, I
just
think
on
you
that
would
first
play
turn is pretty
LeBlanc
good.
in base, and then
No, you wouldn't
know,
do it. I'm saying you'd
on
play
your
LeBlanc
turn
in
3,
base.
you walk her up and you make a copy of her, and then that copy walks
Yeah,
over.
because then it's
and-
like, oh, you're gonna kill my 2/2, I get a gold, my other one's gonna die, and then the next turn you untap a 6-man, you might be able to do it again. Unless
you
they
can
do it like
use the
every
gold
turn
to
or
hide a
whatever.
card to protect your LeBlanc.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a cool play pattern. I think with the Windswept Hillock, it's cool. Like as far as a going first battlefield.
Is LeBlanc's legend only when you conquer? Is it conquer or hold?
No, it's
Conquer
hold.
or
It's
hold.
hold.
Yeah, it's
It's
conquer.
only
Conquer or
on hold.
Mhm.
It's conquer or
But you
hold.
cannot
It's
hold
either
with
or.
temporary unit, of course. So you would
either or.
like you would
Unless
you
it's
cannot
the
copy
blue
it.
LeBlanc.
Unless it's the
Yeah.
LeBlanc copy.
Yeah, it's a conquer or hold effect, so you can do either. Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, like,
You
it's
can
just
also
pseudo.
use-
It's just pseudo ganking. If you could ever break the Hillock side, you just like gank over, which I think is
You can
cool.
use what's the one where you pay 1 to ready your legend, so you can just
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
you know
Yeah, Hall of
yeah.
Legends.
Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, so you could do that one too. Yeah, I just think the
You also
Windswept is a
need
really
cards
cool
in the
going
game, too.
first battlefield. I think it's like I don't know how you lose if you just like get a little 2/2 who gives you like 2 gold and 2 points. It just seems cool. I mean, you have to discard a card for whoa. I know the hardest cost, but
that must be really hard that you discarded the other 2 tails also in your hand, and then it was basically
Yeah.
played for free. Must be like
Exactly.
really difficult.
Yeah, and then have a
Surely it
death
doesn't
rattle
have
effect.
temporary and it goes away.
And then it has a death rattle effect.
Wow, surely that 2-drop wasn't gonna die anyway.
Well, it's more just like the 2-drop was never going to be played, right? Because if you go 2-drop into LeBlanc, you were never going to play said 2-drop probably. So you may as well get the point out of it quickly and get like I don't know.
Plus, you're just gonna glimpse it anyway, right? Like you're
I
gonna.
mean, and
you're
it
gonna
could be
kill it
like
and draw
something
2
else,
cards.
right? Like you could do it with.
it could just be a
Watchful
sentry.
Yeah, it could be a
Yeah.
watchful
That's what-
sentry, right? So it's just like make a card, get a point,
discard a card, draw a card.
Draw a card
Yep.
when it dies, but also get a second point. I don't know. It's pretty
True.
cool play pattern.
Give all these combats for Draven to take. Love it.
Yeah,
Draven's getting banned. That's
yeah,
a given.
Here's the thing. I think a lot of these cards are cool, and a lot of these new legends are cool. But if you still have to play against some of the decks that I think exist now, I think a lot of them will just be cool and not much more.
This is.
I hope for a world where that's not the case.
This is the fun part of the format. Well, not even the format, the like testing where it's like, oh, let's see the in a vacuum power level of these cards and see how they interact together, which is fun. But then it's like, okay, well, now we need to put them to the actual test. What are the actual barriers to entry? Like, how tall do I actually need to be to ride
everybody's
this
like,
ride?
oh, I'm going to do this thing and put a LeBlanc on the battlefield. And it's like, it just lived like 6 turns. Look at my board. I'm like, yes. And you played against one Kaisa. And your board is empty on turn 3, and you have no like legend anymore, and it's just like funny.
It's like
So
all
it is
these new Magic cards come on. I'm gonna make this super sweet turtle shredder combo deck, and it's like, yeah, but how does it go against? How does it play against mono red?
I made 4 LeBlancs, and my opponent played Aurora into Elder Dragon and ate it.
Yeah. Or like I played my really cool Jin deck, and then I played Aurelia, and I casted my Sig spell for 19 resources, and they just defy it. That card is so sad that it's defiable. It feels like it's such a cool signature spell. You get to pay like all these things, do all these modes. It like works with your hero, and then somebody's just like, yeah, what about this 1 mana defy?
And you could also just like not cast it against green.
You can just not play your signature spell. I agree. That's so fun.
Yeah, everyone's gonna be playing LeBlanc. Fucking rip it against LeBlanc.
Yeah, any signature spell that is defiable is just outright bad, so nobody should play the Rengar one. That's what I'm saying.
You can defy it. So it's
there's one thing to cast 2 mana and have something defy.
Well,
there's another thing to cast 7 energy, 3 power, and still have it defy.
Now, I just thought of a really interesting thing that's maybe not that interesting. What if we had block constructed formats where it's you can only use the cards from the set in a certain tournament?
So like, limited?
No, you're like building a constructed deck out of Unleashed. Like, but I mean, yes, also limited.
But also, like, why not just play limited at that point? Because limited is awesome.
To have like a 3, like
this is not an either or. Do both.
Well, it's weird, right? Because like they said they're building the sets in sets or pairs rather to be less redundant. Like sets 1 and 2 are like made to be together, and then allegedly like 3 and 4 and stuff. So like you'd have to have smaller block constructed if you wanted to do that. But like we've already seen what sets 1 and 2 look like together, so I'm not excited to go back to that one. But I don't know, maybe in the future, like there's other.
It is a little weird that we haven't seen anything that makes a gold in the new set, have we?
Oh, 1 or 2, yes, I think, but not many, but not much.
The card Deadly Flourish,
there's 1 or 2
by someone on this very cast.
You're right.
Does
worst,
make a
worst
gold.
Pike the hero. Pike the hero makes the gold.
What do you mean worst wages?
And
the
what are you
purple
shooting
Pike.
at base?
That card is absolutely insane. Like fundamentally speaking, you play 2 drop. They
cost
play
4. It's defiable.
But it's not how it works. Like I'm saying, like you play. It's like a one-sided call that gives you a gold. That doesn't
Which card are we talking about again? That's the one that does 3 damage to something in base, right?
You play.
It's not a call. It doesn't kill Draven.
No, but okay. You go first. You play 2 drop. They play their 2 or 3 might unit because they have 3 energy. You kill their unit. You push in with your 2 drop that you played.
Spending
you get 1
4
point,
mana to kill their 2 drop.
Or 3 drop, is not worth it, especially if you're getting 2 points out of it, because you push in, you conquer.
I'll say
I
this:
spent all of set 1 doing that for 1 mana. So like, I'm just trying to figure this out.
Well, but the difference is Flourish. I in Kubi's defense, I will say Flourish kills an Ezreal in base, and that's enough. That's enough for me, right? Like if my turn 1 is play a 2 drop and then they play Ezreal and I nuke it, like
Ezreal ain't getting banned. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, Called Shot's getting banned, so there's no point in playing Ezreal.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a cool card because it'll kill the Ezreal. I don't know if there's going to be an Ezreal on turn 1 every game. I mean, unless you're literally playing Ezreal, like what? I don't know if you run out your Ezreal that early, potentially. But might be other things to do.
I think it's legitimately like one of the better blue cards.
No, I think it's a good card. I think people read it at first and thought it was crap, and then they realized you can kill an enemy unit anywhere, and I think that's like pretty important.
Spell Ornn. That's all I have to say.
It's obviously like meant to be played more in Jin because it costs 4, blah blah blah. But it's not like other decks can't play it.
Blevins, are you ready for this?
I am, absolutely.
ORNN. You're welcome.
What?
He's lost.
You asked, you asked to spell Orn, so I did. I thought you needed help. You said spell Orn.
Kill me. I think I was right. I think we are waiting 50 minutes for the game, by the way.
I'm just
the look on Blevin's face was worth it. Yo, they need to start this game soon because
I told you. You guys thought we were 10 minutes over. I said we were 50 minutes behind. You guys are.
This is gonna go for another at least like 7 hours.
they could not possibly know.
No, yeah, but I think the Flourish card is cool. I think the game will be much more interesting when they ban all the cards I don't like and keep all the cards I do like.
When they ban all the cards I
So
like
when
and
they
keep
ban-
my Aurora
so-
deck perfect.
So when they ban Aurora, you mean?
No. So you guys say that as an Aurora player, I'm gonna be super happy when they ban something like Obelisk of Power
Why would they ban that?
because it warps the whole game right now. What do you mean?
And why does everyone always be? Everyone's always like, "Oh, let's ban."
What do you mean? What?
Let's ban fun.
Okay.
A single battlefield should be touched, but Reaver's Row.
No, it's Obelisk of Power. It's so
Reaver's
obviously
Row,
Obelisk
really?
of Power.
Yeah, Reaver's
Just
Row.
run removal. Come on.
Okay, in Obelisk of Power,
Reaver's Row is the same one that I said, Kuvi. So if you want to take your pick back, if you don't want to agree with me, because I understand, I wouldn't want to agree with me.
Do I think Reaver's Row should maybe get banned? 100%. But Obelisk of Power is way more warping to the whole meta in the game right now, and it's why everybody like freaking goes super crazy over 4 energy, 4 might chosen champions.
Yeah,
it's because you can play it going second and just play it turn 1, and it makes all these decks way too good.
Let me legitimately ask you this though: do you really think that there are playable champions that are being kept like out of consideration because of Obelisk? Like, is it just that all of the good champions also happen to be 4 energy and they would still be played if we didn't have it, or are people only choosing them because of Obelisk? Like, how much actual diversity do you think Obelisk going away is going to change with the chosen champion landscape in this game? Like, if it was banned?
I think a lot. I think you would have more reasons.
So what are the champions that you envision not being played right now that would be played with no Obelisk?
Any champion that costs 5 energy.
No, I'm asking for specific examples.
No, I'm saying right now, and in set 3, any champion that costs 5 energy is way better going second now. So there's a reason you have something going second.
I understand that they're better, but what I'm saying is like, what market share is going to be gained?
A lot.
Do you think
other
that,
decks can't abuse
you think
Obelisk?
that people are suddenly like, let's say Obelisk is gone, like
we're gonna
people
start
are gonna
playing
opt
set
to not
brawler
play
instead
Draven?
of set Kingpin.
Like,
wait,
does Draven play a different, like, Draven as their champion? No,
I think we're
does
being
Irelia play a different one?
Yeah, no, I think
does
it's
Yasuo.
Draven's also getting banned.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
That Obelisk
Yeah, you can keep
definitely
saying
warps
things.
game
I get
plans,
this.
but I just don't think that there's enough diversity in the chosen champions to make it matter at the moment.
That's just a very myopic, I think, view of the point where I'm saying, yes, this is one thing that doing it, the whole abusing going second, but because of the prevalence of Obelisk, it's also warping the main deck decisions and the decks that are playable. Things like Lucian, things like deckhand spamming, things like obviously Aurora is making good use of it. All these heroes doing double Obelisk games, and it makes it so you can never play a lot of these other heroes because if something I'm able to play 2 out of my 3 games in a tournament with being able to spam deckhands, just a random example going first, it makes so many other mid-range and slower decks just unplayable. Because you can never keep up with that, because that's not something you should be having to keep up with this early in the game. Like people spamming point cheese this early. This is clearly I think not by design. And I think a lot of decks cannot. If you're a deck, this is the best way I can put it. If you are a deck that is not as fast as something, let's say Aurelia or Lucian or things like that are able to get points, but you're not as big as either Miracle or Aurora, you have close to no place in the game. Because you can't be slower than the people who are spamming deckhand and spamming Lucian and spamming this stuff, but you also can't be slightly slower, but here's slightly
the
faster
thing,
than them, but lose to Aurora and stuff.
My rebuttal to that would be something like, okay, there are slower decks like that exist, or I think Ornn's a great example. I don't think that Ornn is unplayable because of the tempo. It's unplayable because of Bryn here. right?
Sure.
Or even the
mean,
decks where you are meant to be faster. Like you look at Teemo, right? Both of your options cost 2.
Sure.
It doesn't matter. Teemo's still just not really playable compared to the other options. Like,
do I think
this
Bryn
could
should
be a
also
problem
banned
if
too?
we had
I
more
agree.
cards. I just think right now it's kind of irrelevant.
I think should Bryn here be banned alongside this? Yeah, I'd agree. I think that's a card that should also be banned, probably alongside with like Cult Shot. But I think you can't just have it. So like 80 to 90% of decks right now are spamming one battlefield to spam out their overpowered legend and think it's not like warping the game in the meta in a certain way. Like I think it just is. Like I think the
There's
numbers
always
tell you
going to
that.
be a best strategy though.
Sure, but it shouldn't be a
Counterpoint,
warping.
taking
It's not about
away-
being best. It's about being warping, right?
And
It's like a big difference.
But that's my point.
really don't see how it's
I
working.
just legitimately don't think it's warping it right now
And
because I think
obelisk
that
to
all
power.
of those champions are going to be the same champions those legends play.
It's not about the
It's not about
champions.
the champions. You're
Yeah, it's not
you're
about
like
the
focusing on the wrong thing here,
Yeah,
right? It's the
it's
fact
not-
that like
yeah,
2
you
drops are unplayable right now because
Yes.
of obelisk.
Yes,
Like
that part as well.
unironically, 2 drops are unplayable because of obelisk.
Yeah, this is bigger than like I'm not saying somebody's playing blue Kaisa because we can't play obelisk anymore. Not what I'm
Sure.
saying.
Okay, let's go to the 2-drop thing. So
Yeah.
we've seen frogs, we've seen poros, we've seen treasure hunters on this
in
broadcast,
set 1,
right? Like,
right? In set 1, we're running like 8 to 9 2 drops, right?
okay.
Most
And in
decks
set 2,
nowadays are running
we're
like 3 to 5.
adapting to a
Right,
new
but 3 to 5
meta,
is
and
the-
I think
Yeah,
I'm happier with there
I
being
agree
less
with that.
2
It's
drops.
like just adapting ratios to the meta. I don't think it's wrong.
yeah, I don't
anything
think
wrong
that
with
it's enough
And
to hit
number
the
2,
panic button because the meta changed with new cards.
And 3 to 5
it's
is the
not.
normal 2-drop ratio. I think 9 is the abnormal ratio.
I
Yeah.
think we've just named a bunch of purple 2-drop cards, but yeah. Maybe that's
Also,
why they're good.
Lonely Poro
We are-
is a purple.
We are finally in
the
this
Plunder
game.
Poro is a purple 2-drop.
Yeah, the blue decks. Yeah, they play like 10 2-drops.
Wait,
Who's running Plunder Poro that isn't literally Kaisa?
Victor?
That deck's
Yeah.
not playable and doesn't run Plundering Poro.
Victor is literally the third strongest deck in the meta right now.
Yeah, cope.
What are you talking about?
Do you think that if Obelisk goes away, it suddenly becomes playable?
I think it slows down the meta an increasing amount more than you think when Obelisk leaves. To include Aurora, it gets slowed down quite a bit as well.
We've got Aurelia.
But that
Mirror.
doesn't answer my question about whether the Poro becomes playable.
Wow.
Yes, because it slows down.
Irelia?
Like it slows down the top end of the meta. Like
Is it going to be
makes
against
so decks
Draven?
can't
What do you
that.
think?
Yeah.
We have
Oh,
like a
it's
greater
Aurelia.
50% chance of it being Draven.
No, it's Aurelia Mirror. We saw the
Oh, is
we
it?
saw the first one. Yeah.
Oh, I missed
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's early.
We-
Oh, look,
I-
Obelisk Power.
That's wild. What if they both let Obelisk? That'd be kind of sick,
I
actually.
can't believe somebody would play such a battlefield.
I'm
Oh,
fine
Dream
with it.
Tree.
Well, because it's
So-
being played by people, it should be banned.
That's because it's in 90% of decks, but yeah, I agree.
I'm fine.
Well,
with
Yeah.
it.
Maybe
Geometry was
it's a
also
strong point.
90% in that one. Like, that's not an arc. That's not like, it's just a good battlefield in the meta, and it's okay to like, for it to be good
90%?
in the meta.
Wasn't
I
Dream
don't
Tree
know if
only in like
90% are playing Dream Tree, but yeah.
2 decks?
There was a lot of decks.
I think
playing
Annie was
Dream.
Well,
playing
just
it. I think
Mastery
Nessa was
and
playing
Annie?
it. I think he was playing
Kaisa,
it.
Kaisa
Seth
played it
was
for like a
playing it.
month and then had
What are
to
you
get
saying?
off of it because
Kaisa's
of Annie.
literally most popular battlefield is Dream Tree. What are we talking about?
Yeah, if they like wanted to scoop the game to Annie. If you wanted to scoop your Annie matchup, absolutely. Like
So many truthers in chat, but we have Aurelia versus Aurelia, who's always going to play Dreaming Tree and Obelisk because they both should be banned. And now we can see which one's stronger because whoever wins has the better battlefield.
Hoggies.
I really hope that they ban 0 cards, if only to see the uproar from everyone. That is my legitimate hope. So we've got double Aurelia, which means guaranteed Aurelia in top 8, which is not
True.
a surprise.
Yeah, did we see the
This is-
breakdown? It was 9 Dravens, 4 Irelias, and then a few 1-ofs.
Yeah.
Double
Yeah.
the chance of us finding a good Aurelia.
I told you there's going to be 0 Ezreal. See, I was right.
I think there may
I
have
took
been
that,
one
I took that
Ezreal.
hard bet where I said there'd
Well
be
done.
one Sivir when more guys.
Well done.
We really hesitating. Okay, nice. Not so fast is not very good in a matchup.
So yeah, it's 9 Draven, 4 Aurelia, a Sivir, a Kaisa, and a Fiora apparently.
Oh yes, I did see the Fiora.
Yep. So wait, we won the die roll on the obelisk game. So like, if we open deckhand, do we just win the game?
I'm guessing
Ooh,
it's not the
Silicon
die
is
roll.
good.
It was just higher seed, right? Which is probably why they
you're
led
right. You're
obelisk.
right.
Yeah, which
Oh,
I
so the
assume,
person who went, the person with higher seed probably is the one who led obelisk, huh?
I would
I
assume
did that
so.
in my skirmish so I could go first with Lucian, just lead obelisk.
Well done. That's impressive.
Did it?
You're allowed to run obelisk and Lucian?
Absolutely. It's my go first
Well,
battlefield.
For example, here, like 901 compared to 820, I understand like higher seed given an advantage, maybe. But if they were both 8-2, then it would be, I think, a war crime, in my opinion. But
What do you mean?
Well, you should have won against better players.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
the thing
that's
is
that's just
it's,
normal breaker math, right?
It's
Well,
either
that's what it is.
random it's either random that you randomly got the lower seed, or it's random that you randomly rolled a die. And I don't think
Yeah.
where
Well, I mean,
that
it's
random
if you're
is
both
mapped.
8-2, like somebody still has to finish higher. I'm confused. Like, what is the difference?
Well, but like,
but
the
higher
thing is,
not-
it's not random, right? It's based on when you lost most of the time.
I would argue that
It's
it's
like-
better. Yeah.
Yeah, but what you're
Because
missing
if
is
you
it
lose earlier
matters
than the
when the
day,
random happens, right?
you
Like
played against, like,
you're
worse
hung
players
up
than
on the random and not
Yeah.
the timing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Stalkon is really good. Double Stalkon is even better.
Celicorn is the best card in the entire deck, so we
In
also
this
have a
matchup, yeah.
ride to win, don't we? So we just get to draw a million cards.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah,
And we
this
don't even get stuck on the battlefield. Like, this is very
Herder
good.
opener is insane. Yeah.
Is there another deck that has a unit? Is there another deck that has a unit that would so quickly replace their chosen champion than Aurelia with Celicorn? I'm trying to think.
Sure.
It's like Lucian, like, no,
yeah,
I kind of
maybe.
just want the Lucian. I guess maybe like Bryn here, but no, I don't even think so. You wouldn't replace Draven with Bryn
Good
here.
defy.
Yeah, the Defy is definitely good, but also
We still get
the
trapped.
interesting thing here is that we could still, depending on how the stack is resolved there, we could still ready our Celicorn
There's another
to
way.
draw a card.
Yeah, and there's another right to win if you really want to.
Yeah. But like, we already got our Dreaming Tree trigger, so I don't think we really want to. I think that we would want to recycle off the first one, though, just to walk our gal back, draw a card, and then deckhand to the other side. That seems pretty good.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Well, I mean, with the untap Aurelia, if you were gonna use the ride, oh, you mean if you were gonna pay for the Aurelia, yeah. But if they're gonna use the ride the win at this point, like they're probably just even without.
Oh, yeah,
the Dreaming
I
Tree.
don't think we want to ride the win. That seems excessive.
So
I guess at
what
this
is
point, either way,
I mean,
we're using a power. So.
If they're concerned about leaving it vulnerable and they want to get it back to base, then maybe trying to ride it over to 2 and then taking it back. I don't know that this is what I would want to do, but I understand their train of thought.
I mean, you're giving up a card, and you're still paying the power all the same. So I think it's fine to go over here, draw a card, and then move back, draw a second card. So you're technically going card positive, and then just
you're
playing the
playing,
deckhand to base.
My main
playing
concern
a
is
2-mana
like,
consult to pass that cost a power?
I think my main concern is that you could just like next turn do the same thing you did this turn, right? Where you just walk up with Celicorn and then you ride the wind over and you draw your card off Dreaming Tree, and like that seems better than.
I think they're drawing just as many cards, and now they get to play the deckhand to base and just go up 2-0 with 2 units developed. And I guess maybe that was their end goal, was to go to 2 this turn and play as many units as they can. If they played the deckhand to the battlefield, they would have went to 2, but then it just would have died.
Yeah, but who cares about deckhand?
The
No,
right
they do.
Aurelia, I think, is in trouble. IMO, because if so, the left Aurelia has Aurelia on the board. We have boots. We can just go in, double conquer, go to 2 as well, and then hold. The goal here is to hold. If you have like a hand that could hold, because if you hold, you're stopping them from getting to 2. The opponent doesn't have Aurelia on the board. You have to capitalize on that. Because if they have to play Aurelia and come contest you like might-wise, they have to spend 5 and then something to accelerate. So it's quite their whole turn. So this is the perfect and probably the only turn where you should be going into both battlefields and then pass with full energy up.
Yeah, I was actually I was trying to get a and you explained it perfectly, Kuvi. Like, how does this mirror get broken? Because a lot of times it's Aurelia really good at conquering a battlefield or conquering 2 battlefields a turn and then leaving nothing there, but not the best at stopping your opponent from scoring points or at holding. So I really like the call out of this is a turn to potentially really try to break that point tempo, get ahead, and then from there you're cruising.
Yep.
This charm is really good too.
Yep. Even a charm that costs you a card draw, you don't really care. When you kill their card draw engine, went to 2, cleared a battlefield. I mean, again, the sneaky can move up for a 3rd point, but it'll just die.
Is it? I mean, didn't end up stopping the point train here,
right?
Notably,
didn't stop the point train. Maybe thinks, oh, I'm chipping away at their board so much I can maybe pick a better spot. I think that's like from what I've seen. I've not played a lot of Aurelia, but from what I've seen and how this matchup goes, it is players evaluating when is that spot to pick to go either up or try to stop your opponent from going ahead. And it to me, without having played the matchup a lot, this looks like a decent spot to do that, but with no resources left over, it is certainly it's tough.
I mean, I think it's fine, right? Like what their opponent's essentially saying is, I'm going to keep your board low and get my 2 points, and eventually you're going to have to tap your mana to play your Aurelia.
Yeah,
and that's like when I'll do my hold because like you're more tapped out or something. But so they could do the exact same play like next time. I suppose.
Yeah.
Now the reason you would want to do it earlier, like last turn, was because their Aurelia wasn't deployed. So when you let them deploy it first, now you have to play into theirs. So that's like the downside of waiting longer. Is that if they plop their Aurelia down now and then you go for a hold next turn, you're allowing them to untap with 10 mana and an Aurelia.
Yeah, and you don't get to develop the Stellacorn. I saw a little bit of left player's hand, and I think that it looked pretty unit heavy. Although that I see a discipline.
I mean, that's so weird. There's a charm. We should have just killed the Aurelia. Yes, you will recycle a lot, but you just accelerate the Stellacorn, and or push deckhand into tree. Use one or like 2 of your tricks in your hand and charm the Aurelia. You have to kill her now. If you don't kill her, you lose the game on the spot because she will go to 4. And they have draw from Stellacorn. Like I promise you, and if I'm wrong, then I mean they will have to mistype it. This is like 80% win rates for the left Aurelia right now if they play correctly. Because you have to point tempo and they still have draw. Like they cannot lose this game.
Oh, flash on top of it.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, the flash is crazy.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing. I didn't even notice in that last point exchange. It's like, or that last turn exchange. It's you don't necessarily need to hold, but if your opponent doesn't get 2 points a turn, you've effectively done the same thing, right? You've gone now that turn ahead or half turn, however you want to look at it. So now, it is on right players. It is on the right player to change the tempo of this game, or else if things just go as they should, they're going to lose the game.
Yeah, and it seems like they have some particular game strategy, or at least thought they did, because just turn after turn, like not casting the Aurelia, which is fine. Like obviously you want to like play it and still have mana up to protect against things like charm. But in playing your safe strategy, you opened your opponent up to making the mistake, right? Which is playing Aurelia and tapping out.
Yeah.
But then we had the punish for it and didn't go for it. So it's weird that like we recognize ourselves that we don't want to run our Aurelia out for no reason, but simultaneously like didn't recognize the opportunity to pounce when our opponent did the same.
In hand. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it could also be, again, it's about evaluating when is the turn to go for these things, and obviously opponent has accrued the resources of cards in hand. I think multiple Defiant Dances, multiple On Guards, a Charm, like they've got all of the resources there. It's like, how many runes do they have? How much are they going to be able to spend? How much are they going to have after?
Here's a really weird gust.
This is really bad, isn't it?
I think so.
Isn't On Guard Charm like game losing here?
It feels like you've now put yourself.
Feels like it.
Yeah, it feels yourself
it already.
Yeah, you put yourself down to like, I can have just a Defy or just one Defiant Dance on the left side. And now as the player on the right, you can literally just mathematically be like, if I cast A, B, C, and D, I will be bigger than the Aurelia, it'll die to my charm, and then that will turn the game completely sideways.
Yeah,
Because like it's like they could defy
Must
this
feels
discipline, right? Or they could
horrific.
defiant dance in response. But you know it's just a 5 might swing, right? 1 for the Aurelia and 2 for the defiant dance on both sides. And if you know you could beat that, the game's just over, right?
Yeah, the gust. What does the gust even do here? Even if it just
It's
resolves,
also-
what is it doing?
Right. I was going to say you're already technically up the point, so you're technically up a whole turn cycle, right? Like
Yes.
that 1 point being the even versus odd is already huge enough. I don't think that stopping this was necessary.
Yeah, this is something that for me internally has it leveled up my Riftbound play, which was seeing the broad strategy of what you're trying to do. That's why I try to look at it like, oh, I'm up a turn here. I'm up on point tempo. Like at a high level, that is how you're winning the game with a lot of these decks. So casting the gust there, if it resolves, yes, you know, you're forcing your opponent to, you know, spend more resources, replay the Stellacorn, possibly. But what does that actually do for your overarching game plan? Yes, it's like it's like an abstract good thing to do, but does it actually progress your game plan is a question you have to ask. And I think the answer there was no, but of course, left Aurelia disagrees.
The problem is right now that our right player has way too many cards in hand, and it's slowing them down. But I think they are finally realizing to play forward.
Yes,
So
to
sometimes
use
you have
some
too
of
many
those
cards
cards.
in your hand. And sometimes you have too many cards in your hand, and you're like, oh, I don't really know what to do. Like, what's going on here? We should have 1 floating as well, if I'm not mistaken.
No, because we had a tapped rune to use for the deflect.
Oh, okay, we did. Okay, cool.
Yeah, because we use discipline instead of on guard.
Gotcha. Cool. So yeah, the Aurelia is just dead now. It is a 4-4 game, and at this point, yeah, I don't know. I think at this point you
Could have just kept energy up to protect her from charm, but I guess we didn't want to.
Yeah, especially looking at the hand, I'm pretty sure there's a not so fast, but no defy.
Yeah.
So
No shot.
And that's part of the reason why like the gust was so bad was because we tap load not so fast.
Yeah, you just
yeah.
like,
And I mean,
2 mana in
another
this
Aurelia.
format. Like 2 mana in this format is so insane for like every deck, especially purple decks, because they could be anything.
yeah.
But the second you go down to 1, it's just like it narrows down so much to what it could possibly be, because it could have been like fight or flight your own guy on the Dreaming Tree, draw a card, you can't kill me. It could have been not so fast. It could have been double defiant dance, which maybe actually you can't beat. Like who knows what it could be. But the second you go down to 1 rune, it's just like, I mean, it's so much fewer in what it could be.
Splitter and Binder Center is interesting in this left side, Aurelia.
Oh.
So if you're playing Finder Center, it's a really, really bad card against Draven because it basically makes your early or mid game weaker to have a stronger late game because you have more energy and just more resources. And the Draven doesn't care about that because it will just bring near you and you can't do anything with all that cards and all that energy. But if you play in Finder Center, you have to play Mind Splitter. That makes sense. So I didn't like the Finder Center, but the Mind Splitter in hand makes sense, which means at the end, you'll be behind on points. You'll have to hold, so you can Mind Splitter and just get their Bringer out of their hands.
I think we just recycled. I guess we recycled 3
No,
there.
we recycled 1 to equip
sense.
and 1 to untap.
Yeah.
It was boots.
1 to play, 1 to equip, 1 to untap.
Yep.
I think this Draven is extremely greedy and extremely horrible. Like, why did we not just Aurelia or just pushing with like there's.
Well, with double defiant dance, we just like surely we just have to win the game, right? You're just like I don't know.
there's
we have 3 of them. We have 3 defiants and 2 on cards.
has 3 defiant.
Yeah, luckily they don't have double defiant dance.
Because the question is like, even if this is successful and they go to so they get 2 points here and then they get the other points to go to 7, does it really matter? Not really. They just need to go to 6. This turn is go to 6, preserve resources for the last turn, and then back away.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you could totally just get your Stellacorn out of dodge and just like not care what's going on here, and then like you said, go to 6 and figure it out next turn. Like, I mean, we've already tapped our Aurelia, so like we could pay 1 and do the thing and get this Draven out of here. But it's more likely to just try to get your Stellacorn to run away. Granted, it has a Guardian Angel on it, but I would just try to run away, back up, and fight on my terms.
You can even just on guard here. Because then they're like
that's
even
like
with each other.
Do. Yeah, that's free.
And if the Draven dies, you get a point.
You get
like,
the point.
Yeah. No, on guard is definitely free to do. I think casting anything else is a little crazy.
Wow, I think
it's weird.
Discipline when you have full hand already and you have triple Defiant Dance, double on guard, and you want to discipline is
Incredibly
it's
upside.
greedy
Yeah,
as
it's
hell.
very upside, JC. Like you cast an on guard, you get the exact same +2. You hold up one more resource, and you get the same draw regardless. And it's not like Discipline won't draw you a card on any other turn, but it's very likely an on guard won't, because you have to on guard specifically on a Dreaming Tree and also like for the first time.
The only thing I can think of is I don't think we've seen a lot of counter spells in the right player's hand, and maybe they just wanted one to feel safer. I don't think it was necessary, but that might have been like what they were digging for.
Like as we see, the on guard get cast out first anyway, but we could have just led with it, and our opponent would have responded all the same. And it just gives you kind of more options by holding up more resources. It looks like we only have 2 on the left side, so I mean it's nice that we're casting our on guards and not our Defiant Dances because they're less committal cards, and also if I'm not mistaken, Defiant Dance would bring Not So Fast into the equation.
We
So
drew
that
the
is, nice.
like we drew the Fight or Flight, so we can like push the Stellacorn or push our own unit here. Just to I don't know, like if we win the combat, like we go to 6, like that's that's something.
Yeah, I think ultimately you don't have to worry about Not So Fast, so you can push your own guy and just hope it's not Defy. But
yeah,
it is what 3, 7, 8, 9, 10 to.
I believe it's tied again.
Is it 10 to 10? 6, 7, 8? Yeah, 10 to 10.
Yeah, 10 to 10, except you the Guardian Angel on the Stellacorn is so.
Yeah, it's really holding
and
a
you'll
fast
lose
and
and your opponent will gain a point when Draven dies.
Yes,
exactly. This is like really bad. He's just looking at it. He's like, double discipline and an on guard. What are the chances you have another buff spell in hand?
Surely
versus
not, right?
staring at triple Defiant Dance.
This is literally we see like the spot where Aurelia just would have been so much less risky and just more might. It would have been safer, less energy because she costs 5. She doesn't cost a power. She gets more might. You don't get the risk of giving them the point. Just ups, like just in terms of EV, there's
Yeah, I'm not always a fan of running the purple Draven. It steals games from time to time, but it also backs you into very weird corners a lot as well. And
I think purple Draven is necessary in the deck, but it just wasn't necessary this turn.
Yeah, I like purple Draven in the deck, but purple Draven is better when you win the game with it, obviously. Like when you are hiding the fact that you have it for as long as possible.
This is so interesting. Yep.
And now we lost the point. We lost billion power, and we lost point tempo. Okay, I mean
we found the
20% way to lose.
And now like the game's over, right? Oh no, sorry, we're just gonna go to 5 and then go to 6, 7. Sorry, we didn't actually keep it. Okay.
Well, until the opponent plays, their Draven. Then,
I mean at this point, Conquer Draven Charm or something if we had the third one.
Yeah, we don't have enough mana because we've had to recycle quite a few, but
we're okay with it.
We've lost our point tempo, which is the real issue here.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we've lost quite. Yeah, I mean, we've lost our point tempo, we've lost our hand size, and we've also lost our pretty much 2 only units that do anything. And I don't say that to disparage my boy Mind Splitter, but if our next turn is Mind Splitter pass, this game is.
And we still have an Irelia, right? We'll just play Irelia next turn.
Oh, was there an Irelia in the hand from the left player?
Yeah, that's why Kuvi was so upset about the Draven coming down.
I thought Kuvi was upset that we didn't protect it the turn before, which I agree.
No,
we do have a
Irelia. There's a second one in hand, and yeah, we really. I mean, we should. They should really play the Draven Legend. They seem to like it more.
But literally though, like.
Yeah, I didn't know there's an extra one in hand because it makes that last play stranger.
Goes up to 6.
Yeah.
Draws a card.
Just go to. You don't even need to go to 7. I mean, if it doesn't cost you a lot to go to 7, you should go to 7. But.
Should we just like develop?
Wait, why
Aurelia?
I was just about to say, is there a world where we see an Aurelia win an Aurelia mirror without playing their champion from the champion zone?
Well, we played 2 of our more important champions.
Yeah, we got 2 champions in play.
I see 2 champions personally.
And it's not like we're not in the position to make these plays, but also why are we making these plays?
Is that a Doran's
do we need 14 cards in hand?
The player on the right just really likes drawing, okay?
Yeah.
Is that Doran's ring? Is that what we just drew?
Oh,
Wait, who?
it's possibly like
The right side player. I'm pretty sure we just drew Doran's ring.
oh, we've seen their whole deck already. They've drawn 16 cards, so if it's there, it's there.
Doran's ring?
You're right.
I tried it.
I mean,
It's not good.
I don't mind having like developing a unit and also drawing cards here. Like the next turn is likely the last turn, so you just want as many resources as possible. You can't ramp, and this isn't deramping you, so I don't mind it.
And my major
I guess if
concern
you
is
could go
like
more
if the opponent
right.
just slaps an Irelia down, like can we swing over Irelia without
Right.
an Irelia of our own?
Yeah. The answer is
I mean,
probably
we've got
because
3
we'd untap
Defiant
with 8
Dances.
runes and 14 cards, and they would have 1 rune. So the answer to that is still probably, but also
I hear you.
Yeah. I think with 3 Defiant Dances, we're covering the spread for the most part.
Yeah.
But
What if
it is? I mean,
drop
it's
an
worth a
Irelia with their own
consideration.
Defiant Dances?
I think 3 Defiant
They're not
Dances is
good,
in
yeah.
our range for sure. The problem is that they only have they have exactly enough mana to have Aurelia and 3 Defiant Dances. That part is true. They have exactly
we're
enough
joking,
mana.
her
but
on a
that player on the
battlefield,
right really, according to the user interface here, only has 10 cards in hand. So
Yeah.
that's not enough.
I feel like that has to be wrong. I feel like it's more than that.
So in terms of, for
I feel like that counter only goes to 10.
No,
Maybe
we've seen it go higher with those Kaisa
There's
games
definitely
earlier.
the Kaisa player at 12 for sure.
If you think about it, we're kind of at 13 cards because surely we draw for turn and then move twice. And then
Yeah,
flash it
I mean
back.
those
and then flash it back
hurdles are gonna.
and then flash it back.
Doran's ring is interesting. I think I can like maybe explain it, and you guys can accept or reject the explanation. But
Reject.
I think Doran's ring, from what I tried it, because when I tried Sneaky Deck, I wanted like it was good, but whenever you draw it mid to late game, it feels kind of bad. And also if you run in a list with 2 drops and stuff. So Doran's ring is a way to target your Aurelia, give her +2 basically. And you can, when you conquer with her, you can just discard the cards that are not as good anymore mid to late game. It's like basically a way to filter your hand. Like, if you're like, oh, well, I have my Aurelia out, but my hand is full of units, and I would rather have Defiant Dance, On Guard, Discipline, whatever. This is a way to actually get to that spot by just filtering your hand with the ring.
I don't hate it. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially since a lot of people have leaned more towards running more units. It makes sense.
Oh, this is gonna be the funniest charm.
Great.
Imagine if we had a Draven. Charm one.
This is a charm.
No, actually, message from had a Draven.
See, by not playing the Irelia, you've protected her from this charm.
Yep.
Actually, it's true though.
But we would have had a Defiant Dance. Like, why did they even kill us?
It's not untrue. But who
Our
knows?
Irelia would go to like 8 might, and they would go down to 3. Like, they would have to have a really good response.
And the best part is, even if they
here.
did all of that, they would tap out, kill our Aurelia, and then we'd untap with the 5.
We could play the Stellacorn from our hand, the real champion of the deck.
Oh god, imagine you could play Stellacorn on turn 1 as a chosen champion with Obelisk of Power, ban them both. What a good card.
Stellacorn is making me more excited for Flourish. that's another 3 might unit that I.
There is no way that's 11
Can't-
cards. That looks like literally like a Blevins draw 4 Uno
It is
hand. There's
a
no
million.
way. That's more than 11 cards. See, look, it's 12 now. They're just making it up.
Yeah.
It's a
See?
Blevin.
Look,
It's
now
a Blevin
12.
cards.
See, I told you they were lying.
Well, it's because they charmed the unit up and it drew a
No,
card.
no, I'm not believing
It's
that.
1.5 sideboards. That's the important metric.
Yeah, it's 1.5 sideboards.
Wait, can we deck him out? Like, maybe we can deck him out. And with enough charms on their Stellacorn, surely we can.
Oh. Like, there has to be a point where you have to like put like take some of these cards and put them together and just being like, surely I will never need this, and just put them down and stop looking at them. I mean, because we just I don't know. The guy has 4 runes, like,
And we
I could
just
win
cast
over.
like the 3 Defiant Dances back to back to back, and then walk the Stellacorn over there. Like,
Please don't ride the win. Like, this is surely like not a ride the win turn. It's like this is like the turn you're allowed to spam a bunch of 1 mana spells on your guy.
you played 3 Defiant Dances.
Yeah, like
and you
Defiant
ready it
Dance,
with
my guy,
Aurelia.
draw a card, do a thing, ready it with Aurelia, like back it up, and then
Yeah.
ride the wind or something. I don't know.
You don't need energy for next turn. You don't need runes for next turn. Those can go
So
right
true.
to the bottom.
That's so
Spend
true.
them all.
Yeah.
And we still have what, 6 mana open? That's 6 spells we can cast.
Ride the Wind got a Defy though.
Okay,
I mean, we deserve that because how this turn I think should have sequenced is move into battlefield before conquer, target, untap with Aurelia, do the thingy, conquer,
We have
pay the
Swifties
one, and,
though,
you
so
know,
it doesn't
do all that or
matter.
something. You know, and then you move back, and then you target it again, and then you tap the Aurelia, and then you like. We could have just done like build our own Ride the Wind, except our Stella coin could have like I don't know +4 might on it or something.
I think we need to be concerned about decking ourselves at this point. I think we actually need to.
Yeah, the extra move is what's gonna hurt. Yeah, because now, like, how do we get our Aurelia back into combat now? Didn't we kind of like int? Am I crazy?
Oh, it's got boots on.
The Stella
Okay,
coin has
it's gonna
Swifties.
gank. Okay, cool, it'll gank.
Yeah.
Oof.
We have triple Defiant. I believe.
Yeah.
We also have a
Who
Time
can
Charter
Oh,
in
now
hand
we're
if it
fine.
like
Now
really
we're
came
fine.
down to it.
I couldn't really tell it was under because we talked about Doran's ring for so much. But yeah, if it has boots, then that's fine. It just needed to be ready.
Yeah.
That's all good.
No, if they didn't have the boots, the Ride the Wind was silly. Except they probably have another 3 Ride the Winds in hand. Based on number of cards in hand and number left in deck. But
yeah, they're probably equal at this point. Yes, thank God the charm. I love it. What a good way to win.
Should have readied Aurelia on. Well, it depends on
Yeah,
hand,
we still
but
should have done
readied
that.
it.
Yeah, we still should have done that as well. But so be it. Yeah, that's gonna make it through. It would be so cool if this makes it through. It'll be
Imagine
so
if
funny
it
if
loses
this
based
makes
on,
it through.
like, I don't believe 11 cards in hand. Please be serious.
Please get like. There's no way. There's not
no
a counter
way.
spell.
Stop it.
And this is why we were supposed to do the
it.
Aurelia lead.
No, are we
No
serious?
planet. Oh, get out of here.
Draw a card.
Ride the Wind.
No, it's a rebuke.
No,
And
it's Ride the Wind.
No, I'm pretty
The
sure it's
Type
another
Turner.
Ride the Wind.
Oh my God,
Sneaky
Oh, Sneaky Decade! Yes! The style!
Please, Gus. Please, Gus.
Style!
See if the Gust was saved.
Oh my.
Then we would have
Okay.
seen one of the 3 Defiant Dances.
Insane line. That's why. This is why you should always
There-
have
Crazy.
There we have it.
What a crazy game one.
That was a crazy game one. I mean, I think
Holy.
that was a really good example of you got to keep your eye on the prize at all times.
Yeah.
You've got to be like, what is my macro game plan here? And it's entirely possible that each of those players had one of those in mind. It was just different from what we were seeing. And we had a game plan in mind that they were going contrary to, so everything looked like a misplay to us. But
The macro
the
game
day-
plan is drawing 20 cards. If you draw 20 cards,
so
eventually
good.
one of
we
them
were
will be
all
good.
just like, all they need is a counter spell, and they were like, no, all I need is the 4th sneaky that I've drawn this game. Holy, that was so good. What a good
That
way
was
to
like
win.
the trove pack game
Yeah.
yesterday with the
By the way,
So I
that
will
was the
say-
game where we cast 2 Ride the Winds on turn 2. So the one that got defied there at the end was the 3rd Ride the Wind.
Yeah, that
Right.
sounds correct.
That does sound correct. I was going to say, I also want to put the emphasis on, like, yes, the one macro game plan seemed a little bit weird with the card draw, but also just making sure that you have the window open for your opponent to misplay, because the player on the left had a clear tempo lead and the Gust was like
Egregious,
catastrophic. So
Yeah.
play to your
I mean,
outs.
see card, play card, you know? Like, if yeah.
Yeah, it was
just
weird. It
because
was like the
castable.
player who felt they were like the player who we thought and from a glance looked like they were ahead played the game in such like a greedy way as if they were behind, and the player who was so clearly behind played it in such a conservative way. They're like, I'll just resolve progress day every turn, you figure it out.
Yes.
That was it. It was like very stark.
And this is why I always suggest the classic MTG strategy article, Who's the Beatdown, because it will change how you think about games. It encapsulates this macro game plan at its core. It is written in the parlance of 1997 and is referencing some like Urza's Saga block constructed or extended deck or something.
The second Bush administration. They reference a lot of old stuff. But...
It's a lot of old references. But if you can get through that, the core of that article is it still rings true.
Yeah.
Like
there is the beatdown thing, but also, like, man, I don't want to beat that horse to death, but I think Vero hit the nail on the head. Like, going from 2 open runes to 1 with the Gust, like, I think the Gust is maybe like far less egregious if they had 3 energy open and they were still going down to 2, but the moment that you go down to 1, there's just so few things that you have to care about as the other player anymore. So it was a clear signal to just capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think if they
we really didn't see the Irelia get played. We have we should have a bingo for that, right?
We got that from day one. We got that.
Oh, we did get it on day one. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, that one I almost put as the free square because that happens all the time. I've found.
Yeah, but in the mirror,
maybe not in the
Stella,
mirror.
baby. Yeah, definitely not in the mirror. That should.
Yeah, if you get Stellacorn, it's literally the Toy Story meme of.
It's more like there's more likely.
Play with you anymore.
Yeah, it's more likely to have a square that says something along the lines of like Aurelia played and didn't get to untap. Like that's more likely in the mirror than like not playing it at all.
The free square is plays Aurelia into the most obvious charm of their life.
Yeah.
So somebody in the YouTube chat said prediction on time till next game. I don't think it'll be that bad. Time once the series have started has been
okay. Yeah,
it's been roughly 6 to 7 minutes.
That being said,
an average.
In negative Nancy Chat's defense, this is an untimed round.
Don't remind me.
Yeah. So I'll just ruin everybody's pizzazz by saying it's an untimed round.
Yeah,
but I do agree. As far as the time rounds were concerned, we did very well on pace comparatively.
Yeah, and plus this should be a matchup that they're both familiar with, right? And like if they're boarding, they should probably have a pretty good idea of what they're boarding towards. Like,
it's not necessarily about them; it's about everybody else playing. If there's a miracle mirror, we're not getting our top 8 game till I don't know.
Right. I think they were just talking about next game, meaning like in the series. So I was trying to say between games, it's been a pretty solid like 6 minutes as the average.
Between games,
Adaptatron is sick mirror tech. Like I'm used to it, being really annoying and like popping like my shovels and stuff. But popping a Guardian Angel seems incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Do we talk about like champions? Your champions in the mirror are Stellacorn, Adaptatron, Aurelia, and then Draven in order.
Deckhand. Yeah.
Sneaky deckhand.
That one doesn't stick around very very long.
Over under gentlemen.
He sticks around long enough.
Over under gentlemen on whether the Gusts got sideboarded out immediately or not.
I don't know. After the way I lost, if there was a Gust in my hand at the end of the game, I would have not lost to that sneaky deckhand. So I don't know. It's hard to say. If you Gust, that's so funny too because I'm pretty sure they had 1 rune open. And like if you Gust that sneaky deckhand, you just lose because you tapped out and you're like dead to like everything, which almost makes the whole sequence of events that much funnier.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think the thing that's the most egregious about the Gust, there's a million things that are egregious about it, but it was even on the Dreaming Tree.
Oh, did we miss the obelisk?
I don't think there is an obelisk.
It's Dreaming Tree again. Okay.
Yeah, because that player is the one that went.
It's play draw now, like you said, the decision. So they're going to do it on the going second. Well, actually, it does make sense that it doesn't make sense that we've lost in playing Sunken Temple, right? Unless maybe the obelisk was led by the player.
Wait, what are we doing?
Sorry. No, Sunken Temple was played by the player who won.
We aren't popping their GA?
Okay, understood.
No, it's correct. I think just to protect from charm or whatever. I like actually. I think I thought we were gonna accelerate, but we're good.
Yeah. Is there a reason not to accelerate other than the obvious of your deramping yourself?
Well, you force your opponent to accelerate by not accelerating, right? Because if they want to keep their because you can still kill an attached Guardian Spirit, correct? So like if they play a unit and attach the Guardian Spirit, I mean, unless they accelerate, then you just conquer and kill theirs, right? So there's really no point in doing it. If anything, you force your opponent to do it. But then even if they accelerate and move into the battlefield, you just move into the other one, right? So it's really like just
Gust
a win-win.
in hand? Why do they have a Gust in hand?
I don't know.
Saw how good it was last game.
Well, here we go.
I was gonna say, I think this is the player that didn't lose to playing
this
the
is
Gust.
the other player. They saw the Gust and they're like,
They
shit,
saw how bad it
friggin'
was. I mean, this is another game. I think there's a charm is the most left this card? Question mark.
We're actually
Yeah,
giving.
wait.
This is actually pretty smart.
Oh, I
We're
guess
giving
it-
up Aurelia to die here.
If we break the Guardian
It's so
Angel
smart.
and charm in the Irelia, I mean, that's
This is actually good for the right Aurelia.
why is that?
I never know when Kubi's telling the
You
truth,
want-
so I'm just gonna go with it.
No, what do you mean?
No, break it down for me. Why is it good?
Okay, so here you have a choice between you play Aurelia or you play Stalcorn because you have to develop a unit, of course. We've established that Stalcorn is a lot more important in the mirror than Aurelia, especially this like early on. Like both players are on 0 points. You don't need Aurelia at all. What you want is Stalcorn for draw. So you actually want them to charm because that makes them ramp by 2. And that slows them down significantly, while you can just play Stalcorn and start like drawing and stuff. This is smart. This is very smart.
I believe it. I
my
believe that's
opinion.
everything that went through their head. I believe all this. This is why it's happened. Because then we get a Stellacorn, we draw 4 cards, and we find our second Aurelia. And then that one dies, and we find our third. Because we had 14 cards last game. I can see it.
Look at those gains.
Like, you don't agree?
That Adaptatron is looking buff.
I see what you're saying.
able to
I
draw
think
the
that the
card
Adaptatron sniping out the Guardian Angel is like pretty backbreaking. I think it's like really bad for us actually.
But what
Yeah,
can
for
you
what
do
it's
about
worth,
it?
for what it's worth, that we couldn't control. That was out of our control. But I do agree with what you're saying. From an overall game position, it really sucked for that to happen.
You know, if it were me, I would have simply not allowed the Adaptatron to conquer.
That's true. You know what this?
I
You
would
know
have
what this
charmed
Guardian
their
Spirit
Adaptatron.
did do, or this Guardian Angel did notably take it out of Gust range. So
But Adaptatron has
Exactly.
Guardian Angel.
I would have charmed it
But
twice.
Aurelia does not.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
well, then that's a charm off the top, or is that a not so fast? I saw a sneaky.
It's a not
flowers
so
and
fast
stuff.
off the top.
Okay, I couldn't
I
tell.
was gonna say it looked like not so fast, but
Every card's green, but that one had explicit pink on it. It was like, oh, is that the one?
No, I hear what you're saying though. Like I think losing our Aurelia though like would be pretty bad for us. I understand that you're saying though that the Stellacorn was obviously incredibly good in game 1 and like, you know.
Ooh, I'm unsure about this one. So we're looking to get up on points for a trade with the Guardian Angel and then back off. I mean, that makes sense-ish.
Yeah, I mean this seems really good.
Okay.
It's like
or you do this and then also charm in their Aurelia, or did they not have any charm at all? I thought they still had one from early
I'm
draws.
unsure if they have the charm or not. Yeah, if we can get the wipe, kill the Aurelia, and back off, yeah, it's super good.
Yeah, because there's that one card like second from the left that I thought might have been a charm, but
yeah,
does not look like that's the case.
Uncertain.
Yeah, because the charm
Yeah,
would be
no, I-
backbreaking here. Just discipline, charm in the Aurelia. I mean, you don't even need to at this point, but just for the sake of paying cards.
I think this type of thing, like the ride the winds
Okay.
and like these types of matchups, like it happens a lot in Draven where you don't want to leave a unit on the battlefield. It happens in Irelia where like you ride the wind to score 2 and then go home. Like I think it's a very strong play pattern.
Yeah.
But imagine if you could do it reaction speed.
You can.
How strong would that be?
Gengar's pretty good.
That
I
runs
agree.
Bryn here.
Yeah, I'm a big Gengar fan.
And also
think
it gives the unit +1 when it enters.
Gengar's sick. I think was actually statistically, I heard from a very smart philosopher, the strongest Pokemon in set 1. You thinking about that one, Blevins? Really racking the brain on that.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know the answer, nor do I care what the answer is. I was like you could see the steam coming out of my ears.
And the Irelia is still
Randy
dying,
is
though.
out, chat.
Randy
in
was
YouTube.
like 4-2, 3-2 drop or something yesterday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe it was 3-2. They said they got high rolled by an Irelia
Twice,
and
I
a Draven, I
believe.
think.
Oh, yeah, something like that. Sounds right.
Okay.
The two good
Aurelia.
decks.
The only good decks, apparently.
I assume you have to charm the Aurelia here, but boy, do I fear Stellacorn more than I fear Aurelia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still feel like if you have the opening to get rid of their Aurelia, it was the right call, but
yeah, I'm
especially I'll say this because you also have the Adaptatron already there, so like the Stellacorns are going to have to require combat tricks to get any sort of real might. You can't rely on like bootsing them like the previous game, so you kind of put a pretty difficult lock on things unless they're committing multiple cards to trying to get some of these conquers.
Yeah, and it's not only that.
This
Adaptatron
card is like this thing is gonna straight win us the mirror. Like this card's broken.
Yeah, and it's not like we probably would have died in combat, like if we went into the left side. But it's like smart. It's like we get our second point. We just want to protect our Aurelia if we can. We don't want to move because like there's a world where you could like throw this Adaptatron up to the left side to get your third point and like bait them to go that way, and then it maybe helps protect your Aurelia for the turn because you give them an easier combat to take. But we just kind of say we're going to protect ours with the face down card. And in doing that, we just keep our Adaptatron back to be able to conquer and kill the equipment. Because if we would have moved up and went to 3, it would have been much harder for us to conquer with the Adaptatron.
Yeah. So. I think that we like we just killed our opponent's Aurelia. I think the chance of them like stopping us from conquering if we like really want to conquer seems pretty low. Like going up to 3, I don't think accomplishes anything of value.
Exactly. So now we just kind of, you can use your equipment this turn if you'd like to try to kill my Aurelia, which I'm most likely foffing itself back. You're going to defy it. I'm going to defy yours. And then I'm just going to kill your boots. So that's pretty good. It's most likely what I expect to happen. We're going to go in here and we're just going to foff ourselves, I assume.
Yep. Adaptatron's threat of activation feels like it's stronger than even just like attacking.
I expect maybe a defy from the right player, and then we're going to defy your defy, and then that's going to be it. I don't even know if these cards are in the hand. I'm just, spitballing, but sure they are.
I think it's, like this card is just incredibly strong by sitting in the back line. Similar like Draven, where like it's oftentimes better if you just like don't throw it up there.
Okay, no counter defy. That's fine. Maybe they're going to commit to a combat win instead. I would probably, unless it's an on guard, I'd probably just let it go at this point, but...
Oh, right. The +1 from
Foff,
targeting
yeah.
Makes it a push. So opponent then opts to go for a straight win.
Yeah, so even without having the defies is a very smart play because we get to, like you said, draw another card out for them because of the Foff target. And now if we don't have an on guard to take something else out, okay, we die. No big deal.
And even if we had an on guard, I don't even know if it's like worth using here because like we're so low on cards in hand. Like we're trading for one of their many combat tricks and they have a ready Stellacorn. Like I think we need to like get Dreaming Tree value off of like any buff in our hand.
Yeah, but even an on guard would have put it 8 on 7, right? So you force another card out from the right side. But yeah, I'd agree. It's not necessarily.
Yeah, but they have the Stellacorn. Like they have their draw engine.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Stellacorn like probably would have died at least, right? Assuming they didn't have something else. So I think it's worth thinking about.
They have like 6 cards in hand.
I think player on the left is probably identified that they want to protect this Adaptatron and perhaps wanted to leave that defy in case the other player did have a charm. Like,
do not like this. I do not like this pay.
So
of
this
the
will get defied
temple.
for sure. Yep. This is I was just thinking like if
We
I
deserve that
want that
so
Aurelia
much.
die, it's because I value the other stuff on the back line more, and this makes sense.
And we should have lost to that because our opponent paid 1 for Sunken Temple despite having the 15 cards in hand. And if we just held that one up, we have a defy of our own, I think, in our hand. So
What is this Gus doing? What is Gus supposed to hit this matchup? Like turn 1 deckhand? Is that literally what we're having it in for? That's,
I guess.
That's crazy.
So strange.
I mean, it also turned 7 deckhand last game. It would have been pretty good.
I'm just
so true. They never have a buff for that.
I'm so shocked if we knew we were going to charm our opponent with 1 mana up that we paid into the Sunken Temple. Like I'm like almost certain there's a defy in our hand. It's just so strange to me.
I think we've seen a high level players like drawing cards.
Yeah, it's just like we would have drawn 1 less card, but we also would have like kept boots because this Adaptatron would be dead.
I mean,
it's effective card advantage, but what about, have you heard of drawing a card right now?
I will say at least the play pattern is on brand, right? We did see in game 1, the player on the right did just want to draw every possible moment. So for them to continue to stick with it, even, if I'm with you, I don't think that it was necessary there. It makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So
You guys could save your own Stellacorn. It's actually really funny because your opponent can discipline your Stellacorn in response to Gust.
it's also really funny because some guy gets to attach his equipment and the other one doesn't, so they're usually always bigger than 3 anyway.
They both have a Gust in hand. It's actually disgusting.
Yeah. I want to Gust myself to like the round of 8 so I can stop seeing this card in this matchup. So strange. Another discipline picked up, so God, Aurelia sucks. What a bad hero Aurelia is. Like, just play the Stellacorns, man. Just throw them to the wayside. Let the champions die. Who cares? The card stinks.
Biggest tip in the mirror is if you want to like sum up the mirror in one sentence, it would be, I mean, obviously your key units are like Stellacorn, Vex, whatever. But if you want to sum up the play style, like how you should be playing, it's lowest, you spend the lowest amount of power to get what's the lowest amount of power that you need to get the highest amount of points this turn. Is basically like you want to spend as least as little power as possible to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, no, for
I would
sure.
say.
That makes
I mean,
sense.
in that process, you shouldn't be losing too much card advantage, but I mean, too many cards.
Oh god, the self gust or the
because
what?
They're gusting their Stellacorn in response to discipline.
I will say it's very funny to me that we keep fighting on not Dreaming Tree as both players, and we've been fighting over Sunken Temple, which I find kind of funny. But yeah.
So why did we discipline before moving? Not before moving in.
Because we assumed that our opponent was going to side out the Gust that made them lose the game last game.
But you cannot assume that if you have Gust in your
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, so, I mean, that is like the truth.
My opponent must be better than me, so they're going to take this card out.
It's so hard to know. Like, do you think your opponent's like, is my opponent more stupid than me or more smarter than me if they have this Gust in?
I always know the answer to that question. No
I
matter who my
agree with
opponent
you
is.
that against green,
More
you
smart.
cast your buffs out of combat.
Yep.
Even for like a defy. And like against purple, you don't want to get gusted.
Yeah.
So
I mean, especially when you're explicitly moving in with a guy who is 3.
There's little reason to do it in combat. Like, yes, you get to look at one more card, I guess.
Which you'd also like, you'd always like to look at more cards. You're better like to look at more cards. You're not locked into a showdown state, right?
It's not even on Dreaming Tree. Like you don't even see one more card. You just discipline outside.
You see one more card by moving the Stellacorn.
All right, so player on the left, up until that moment, did at least have point tempo. Technically, still has it in that they get this like first action, but with the Adaptatron now gone, is there a window where this player on the right is gonna dig out of, from being behind a second game in a row? Because they've got more cards in hand. They've got, same points, essentially same board presence. They also have more runes total because they spent less power, as Kuvi rightly noted. Is this like where they turn the corner?
Unless they have a Ride the Wind and or a Boots, they are not getting to 6 this turn. They can play a Draven. They can play a Draven. Well, now they can't. This Gust, honestly, is going to win us point tempo. I can't say it's good, but I can say it's going to do that. Because now I don't see there's any way for us to get a second point. Because we didn't choose to ready.
But now they get to pay the 1 to draw the Sunken Temple.
This is even better for us.
Like, they're going to draw a Ride the Wind right here.
Yeah, like if they don't draw Ride the Wind, and since they didn't pre-combat pay Aurelia power, they have no way of getting like a second point this turn. And then I think they're kind of screwed because they had to play into a Gust, funny enough, which now means they cannot play their Draven as they only have 5 mana open, and the only other hero or unit in their hand is a Lonely Poro. So we are going to 5 this turn and probably not much else, and we'll have to hold up resources to protect our only unit.
I really
do not believe
we can flash our Stellacorn and get it over, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we could. I think.
Irelia's Conquer trigger will go on the stack even if she's ready. Yeah.
All right. That's
so like if we wanted to, we could like
react to it.
Yeah, we could have. We just didn't. Yeah, but like we could have reacted with after the Gust, on guarded, tapped it.
Well, we were still like with the Sunken Temple trigger on the stack and deciding whether to pay 1. Like we could stack it so that Irelia's underneath that, and like we could still decide to like ready her and use her.
No, I mean, I
here
just
for,
think
like,
on the cast of the on guard is
Yeah, I hear
probably
you.
when you were supposed to do it. Like, if once the second you see you're getting gusted, you should have like on guard, paid the power, tapped her, conquered, restand her, and then like move back and do the whole
Yep.
the song. And
Do we have a
dance.
unit on
So-
right side?
You have
No,
a
I was
flash.
going to say, can we talk about how that gust meant no open energy for the defy that's in hand that could have stopped that charm?
Mm-hmm. That's a recurring theme of tapping out for our little things and not thinking of the bigger picture. So, yep, we got the gust, we got the on guard. I mean, the good news is in all of this, our opponent didn't go to 6, so that's like nice.
Do we still like
they-
double Stellacorn here?
Yeah, they
Or-
decided to play a GA to protect their Stellacorns. It's their only unit, so now we can go right, get a point, maybe find a way to get a 6 point, or just Rebuke it back to
Ooh.
hand. That's
I
also
think
nice.
I'm down for this Rebuke because like it forces them to like pay 2 power next turn if they want to go to 6, which means that like, it seems fine.
Yeah, it's nice. We actually get to go up in a macro sense. We're going to go to 8 runes when our opponent's only going to 6 because they've continually paid. And as you've just mentioned, if they want points, they're going to go even lower. And so now
The other
next
thing
turn
is, like,
we'll be able to go up
and-
to 8, but we're going to be a turn behind.
I think it's actually really important that in order to ready the Stellacorn, you tap out of like you use your last green rune, which means that you're just like you can't respond to you lose your defy, you lose your not so fast, blah blah blah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff here. If they want to get to 6, it'll be paying power for a lonely Poro to go into the fray and fight.
Do we still have
it
the
will.
Dr. Avon in hand?
We have a Dr. Avon in
Yes.
hand. It is purple. We'd be able to deploy it and pass, sadly. I mean, we could equip it with GA and then pay all that power and do that. But I don't think
Feels not great.
an untapped
Yeah.
Draven on the field is probably not phenomenal because you
They
pay
still-
4 power this turn? Or 3? 1 for the Draven,
Maybe
1 for the
3, but
equipped,
yeah.
and 1 for the
They
ready?
still, even if it's saved with GA, they still get the point for. Or do they get the point for?
No,
No,
it's
it
for
doesn't
killing.
maybe not.
Yeah, it's for killing. For
Okay.
for some reason, it's if Draven dies, but also if Draven win. So like,
Yeah.
you get all the negative, and your opponent gets all the positive because like they can lose a combat and still be fine.
Purple Draven's a crazy
almost-
card.
Almost like he's an audacious cheat.
That is because he's shorter than his brother.
Shorter than Darius. Yes.
Yeah.
This is all established lore, and this is why you need to watch both days of the Coast Stream because all of the callbacks.
Yeah.
Now, those callbacks are not particularly
Continuity.
relevant in any way, but yes,
Yeah.
if you want to be up to date on the lore of the Term Sideways Coast
Yeah.
Streams,
Sometimes you're here, and then sometimes Aunt Vivian's different. You never really know, but come in day by day.
Well, it looks
Was
like
that
we're
too
probably
old for
going
you?
to end up
You don't
using
know?
the charm here, or not the charm, but the flash to just draw 2 and come back home. Oh, just kidding! I screwed ice up.
You didn't know that one, Blevins? I thought you were an Aunt Viv fan. I guess you didn't know that one.
Yeah, Blevins.
Yeah.
got
so
nothing.
Fresh Prince. They changed Aunt Viv. Oh my god.
Okay, no, you caught me off.
I can't believe you. I
admit
thought,
my
I thought you were a
feelings
Fresh
there.
Prince guy. I feel like you knew that whole
No,
rap
I
in
am.
like 2nd grade.
Yeah, no, I am. I got no explanation. Just forgot.
Unreal.
It's an
All right.
big L.
That is age.
So we have a
I never had the
herder
makings
going
of a
in,
varsity athlete.
discipline, and dreaming tree trigger on the stack. I think the important question, because they're placed on top of each other right now, is how many green
Is that a rune
runes
prison?
are left?
No, that was Doran's ring.
That's
Oh,
Doran's ring.
oh, okay. I was like, is that a rune prison? That's so
No.
cool.
That was the Nexus Knight Doran's ring.
What was the
Okay.
question,
Yeah.
Jeremy?
Does the player on the left have any green runes left? Because the ones that are exhausted, I don't know if
No,
there's a green under
Should
it or not.
There is
have
not.
it
There
Okay.
are
because
0. We had to
spent the
use our last
equip.
one to equip the Guardian Angel.
There's 2 perps, 2 untapped, and 1 tapped. So 3 perps total.
Yeah.
Or did we just draw another
Oh,
fight?
drew another fighter flight.
We're
That's
so
great.
good at the video game.
Where foffing?
Oh, we're not foffing.
We are
Yeah,
No.
we save it for the charm, yeah? Oh, maybe it wasn't a fight or flight. Maybe it's these booties.
Oh,
or did we shuffle our
That
deck?
is crazy.
We're sponsored
that
by
we
LASIK.
We all thought that was fight or flight.
Wait, we
It
had
actually was
Flash.
Boots of Swiftness. We did have Flash, definitely.
Impossible.
Okay, I mean, Driven is there, but we have no energy.
Yeah, unlucky.
You still have one turn, technically, so you can, as the left rally, you should just set up your, okay, how to win this game, and you just try to win when you have 7 energy exactly, and this turn you just don't recycle anything at all, and just develop as much, like, might as possible. Why is there rally tapped? Oh,
because the judges are not doing their job. They've been so interactive, but missed that.
Saviors of the Universe.
If the Irelia was a hidden card, they would have looked at it.
So true, bestie. So true. Those pesky judges, and I would have got away with it too.
I mean, we probably played the Find Your Center. Yeah, it's 1 mana. We channel an extra rune for next turn. Seems good.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
really good.
I think at this point you kind of got to do something to trigger some draws, because unless I'm blind, there's not a lot of might in that hand that's not named Dr. Raven.
We have a Defiant Dance. We have a Poe Row.
No, you don't want to play Defiant that. You just want to play the second
Nice
Silicon, right?
for next turn, right? Like, we don't want to Defiant Dance this turn, right? But, like, I think this turn we just Find Your Center and play a Poe Row. Hold up a couple of interaction.
Wait, you don't want to... Okay. You don't want to play Silicon?
Not really. I want to hold up 2 mana.
You're not beating them. Would they have a billion runes and a billion... There's no fight that you're winning if Charm happens.
Well, I have a Flash. And then I at least get to draw up Dreaming Tree? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay, if you don't like drawing cards, like, that's chill too.
I mean, I just want Stella Coins, you know, because they could give you multiple draws, and just you're in such a bad spot that you want to like maximize your win rate, and you just don't play around Charm here. You're just like, okay, I'm gonna play my 2 Stella Coins. Next turn, I'm gonna draw 2 cards, and I'm gonna smile. But yeah, we're just snipping. It doesn't.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna forfeit, but yeah, I guess not. Weird turn.
We agree on that. Find your center.
Yeah, I think you need to find your center. Like, I think that you need as many runes as possible for next turn. Like, 8 runes is so much better than 7.
Have you guys ever found your center? Like, IRL?
I haven't, no. I think that my opponent just hasn't been within 3 points of scoring, or 3 points of winning it.
Who is your op in life?
I don't know, but
it's the mirror I stare into every morning.
Understood. There's two people inside you. There's Blevins and there's beardless Blevins, and one is your op.
No, that's the joke, is that they both are. It's like there's a devil on your shoulder, and then there's also a devil on your other shoulder.
Winning the game off of this Dr. Avon plus Charm would be pretty funny.
Yeah,
we have 10 cards in hand, so it seems hard to...
Why do we boots? Because we want to accelerate Draven next turn? But it doesn't
we left up a counterspell, right? Like, that's pretty good.
Left up not so fast.
Yeah.
Do you think
But that recycles.
True.
I do think that
the alternative is we lose the game to Charm. Sorry, go ahead, Love.
I think we're painted into a corner where we have to say, like Kuvi was saying, either they don't have Charm or they don't have like Charm plus Defy, like, because you're not beating those anyway, so don't play around them. Your opponent has a sequence of cards that you can't beat with your sequence of cards. Don't bother playing around it.
They're so good at the video game. Holy crap.
When you say painted into a corner, like, does that mean like somebody's like afraid of paint? Like, if you just box them in, they're just like can't go over it?
No, if you're painting a floor, you're painting a floor and you start and you paint behind you, and then you're in a corner, you have to wait for the paint to dry before you can get out of the room.
Who would paint backwards? What a crazy analogy. You'll learn something new every day.
No, you see, but you don't paint yourself into a corner. It's so second nature to start at the back of the room and paint towards the exit.
Oh,
but
so
if
they're
you're
dumb
painting for the first time,
Are you
Might
sure
not
it's not
know.
like somebody's like drawing of you, like
I
it's
think
like
it's
a
like
painting
laying
of you?
tile.
They
You
like
know, it's like
painted
laying
you
tile
in the
you know?
corner.
If you laid your tile away, you're just trapped in this corner of tile. I'm gonna put
You can
paving
walk on
myself into a
tiles.
corner. I like that one more.
But you can walk on tiles.
Not if they're
this is
It is
settling.
interesting that we're going
I was
for
gonna
the.
say,
It's
this
the
is-
same exact analogy.
This
Like,
is an
I guess we're just trying to
interesting.
find a lot of like buff spells and like hold.
It's the player on the right. I was going to say, I think what we're doing is drawing more cards because that is the game plan at all times. Just draw more cards. Like, that's got to be it, right?
Yeah. I mean, just draw every single card in our deck, and if so, like, if we find every single 1 mana interaction spell, you can't lose.
I think in drawing all these cards, we have paved ourselves into this corner of we need to go for the charm play.
Yeah, I think the charm play always had to happen. I just...
And we just flash our gal back out.
Impossible.
So we've got
But
two
we're not on
up. So
Geometry.
now it's
We're not on Geometry, so you can't flash.
But we draw a card anyway because Stelcorn said
Yeah, I
draw.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, well, never mind. My bad.
No, it's like because you were talking about Geometry last turn,
Yeah.
draw 2 from. I was like, wait, we're not on tree, so we cannot flash.
It's a tragedy, honestly.
I think we lose to the same things, right? Oh, don't cast
Please
flash.
don't
now.
cast flash before you move. Jesus.
You do lose to the same thing. So I do think you just let it go. You draw from the move.
Yes.
You flash it back. Because if they have the defy, they have the defy whether you not so fast or flash, right? So you might as well take the one that draws you 2 cards, doesn't cost a power.
Yeah.
They do have the defy, so you're kind of hosed no matter what. But I do think that ultimately where they landed, this was the right way to go about it.
I agree.
Well, you only have Draven equip, Define Dance, and that's it.
So do we cast flash?
Yes.
We did, and it got defied.
What a miracle.
So you can't sing the song because it did not resolve.
King of the impossible.
The only way, I mean, Aurelia should just hold it as much as possible.
Which Aurelia?
The right one.
No, for sure. I mean, that's what you have to do. And unfortunately, left side doesn't have a ton of units, doesn't have a ton of runes. So, we're spending a lot of mana. Well, I guess it was floating anyway. Might as well. That makes sense.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, worth noting here that the way that Draven works, you can't go from 6 to 8 and win the game. Correct?
Yeah.
Very true. Very true.
You can do something that's equally as important, which is draw cards.
I mean, assuming
You have
that
to
we
stop
could
on your-
Draven,
Sorry.
assuming we could Draven and accelerate, you can theoretically go to the left battlefield, go to 7, and then charm over. That you can do.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a charm.
Not yet, we don't.
You just
But
have to
they could off the draw. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
you would go to
or Poro. Actually, it's close.
actually with no combat, you don't even get the draw, right? Like you need the combat to get the point, and then you get the draw off the conquer point. But
Yeah, you gotta remember they're not actually playing Draven. They don't get points.
Yeah.
from drawing from combat.
So it's Poro. Oh, this might. Wait, hold on. We're doing it.
Oh my god.
It's Poro. Equip Poro is the play. Wait, we're cooking.
Yeah. Do you walk into Dreametry first, or do you walk to straight to the Stelcorn?
I think we just go straight. We're not in a position to dream. Get it? Dreamentry? Anyway.
That's funny. That was really funny.
Thank you.
Do you do your own do you make all your own bits?
Yeah, I do comedy coaching. Are you interested?
The Kuvi's Corner stand-up hour brought to you by Turn 'em Sideways.
How can this Poro possibly lose in combat?
Definitely not just to the fight or flight.
The draw happens. We want it to die, right? Because it dies alone. Smile.
True, because we get to draw a card like our opponent.
Yeah.
Impossible.
What do we? I mean,
We're just trading defiant dances right now.
so no need to put any might on the board.
This graphic is
We'll
getting
die.
so much use. So good.
It really is.
I'll be honest, I don't actually like this view because I can't see how many runes the players have.
I said
I
the
like
same
it.
Look
thing.
underneath their portrait.
Turn your
right.
big camera you have
Upper
down on in the vmix call. 'Cause I had the same problem. Make it very, very small, and then you'll see those runes in the top left and right.
You could just drag it around your little camera.
Well, I don't want my ugly face or his ugly face in the middle of the camera.
Well, live your best life, King.
That's
I like to drag my camera over the face of the player who I think is currently winning.
That's smart.
Just to remember whose side you're on.
Oh, all right. Good idea. I'm actually going to drag mine over Blevins. There we go. I need to see him anyway.
Winning.
He's always winning.
Hashtag winning.
Adonis
I
blood.
want to remember that from like what was that, like 2010 or something like that?
No, it's 2.5 men. It's different.
Anywho,
Sorry, Charlie Sheen's a bridge too far. My bad.
really hits close to home. You didn't know that my actual surname is Estevez? Juan Ricardo Estevez. Anyway,
Not so fast.
Yeah.
So
I think your full name, if I remember right, it's like John that ninja's brother Estevez.
yes,
Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
Blevins the third. Yeah.
So 65 minutes for the for 2 games here, and we're gonna see right side player just 2-0 it. I mean,
Yeah, just
Gamer.
like it was destined. In
If we're
65
lucky.
In 60 minutes plus 5 turns, a game should be decided.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think there is it happens all the time when there's no time pressure put on the players. They tend to take a lot of extra time in spots that they don't necessarily need to.
There was a fair amount of like, let me see your discard pile, count the spells.
Yeah, show me yours.
we saw
I'll show
the,
you mine.
If you're sitting in the seat, you might as well, right? You've been given the time.
I don't fault the players at all.
No,
I do.
Me either.
This is good. It is.
This is it. Vera, does this hit home possibly to you personally?
No, not me.
Couldn't be me.
Never me. I could never make it this far. Don't worry. I die in the round of 32.
Fair. Okay, after the dust has settled, it looks like the
There's a
right
lot of
side player is
dancing.
still up by 1.
After it was all said and done, they said there's no more dancing in this.
after
round.
all is said and done, it's the exact place that they started.
No, well,
Oh, they're just
that
putting
one
the
is-
+2 and -2 on there. Okay, that's egregious.
I hate everything about everyone involved.
That's so bad.
Yeah. Should do it. I mean, you could ride the wind, but doesn't do anything when I have enough minutes.
Is the Stellacore not winning this combat right now?
Oh wait, the Poor has booties and the Stellacorn has fucking Dorans. So the Stellacorn's actually not winning the combat.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, but the thing is, like, okay, you ride the wind up, and then guess what? Stellacorn gets to ride the wind to the other one,
Wait,
and then just
holy
hold the
shit!
wind.
Are we about to? No, we're tapped out. Never mind.
Yeah, we just ride the wind away.
Yeah, it's usually.
Well, no. If we go over the Stellacorn, aren't we bigger?
No,
Yeah,
the
but the
Stellacorn
Stellacorn's
also
going
has
to
to
ride the wind to
wind.
the other side.
Oh, I'm saying, do they have? That's what I'm saying. I don't know what's in their hand. I was just
Oh,
saying, if they
yeah.
have nothing,
Yeah,
I was like, if they have nothing, we kill and gank and win the game.
Well,
but,
they
I
have
mean-
on guard, they have ride the wind, they have everything. They beat everything.
It's just over.
Oh.
Huh?
Are they gonna make them draw from the Poro? Be serious.
It'd be so funny if they were like, "Oh, you have an on
We're
guard.
actually
Actually,
drawing.
I'm riding the winning to the other one."
Where we didn't even draw.
Yeah.
All right. So I was going to say that's got to
There
be
is.
it. Get the hold point. So
Hey, the player on the left did end the game with more cards in hand.
So
So who really
I mean,
won?
yes, but the player on the left also, I think, got off to a great start both games and kind of gave it away.
Mhm.
Shout out to the player who just wants to draw no matter what.
Your Spellcorn's
Yeah.
broken. Like, just keep drawing cards and you'll find all the answers.
I think it's about drawing cards. It's like Kuvi said. Like, how many points can you get with the least amount of runes spent every turn?
Yep, that's
and
the
then
key to
if you're
mirror.
also able to accrue cards in that, like,
Yeah.
the cards are step 3, where like, yeah, you can put all of your resources into developing more might or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, as long as you are spending fewer runes than your opponent and still getting 2 points a turn and staying on curve, like if your opponent is not doing that, you're going to slowly get ahead and you'll find your turn to flip the switch or prevent your opponent from conquering, or something else to flip that point tempo. And then after all of that has happened, you have a lot more cards in your opponent's hand and a lot more runes. That's a really great spot to be, and we saw that happen in both games.
I think the real key is to side out your gusts. I think that's the win condition.
I think that
you figured out
Gust
the
is an
matchup.
interesting choice to keep in.
So what were you gonna say?
No, I think
I'm not seeing the vision on Gust.
Yeah, Gust was very strange and probably a key reason, like, as to why they didn't win there. But yeah, in both games, I think they kind of got baited by playing it in very weird spots of both players. Funny enough, and
Yeah.
it was the key to their demise and ultimately their exit in the top 16.
Yep. Ire Leah Mirror out here. Yeah, this is interesting. That's half of
You don't like
the,
them?
or not, it's not half. Yeah.
It's a lot of it, though. It's a chunk.
So we've got one Irelia confirmed in the top 8.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's going to be the Irelia Draven show, or if we're going to see a Dark Horse, a Rogue deck in the top 8.
I'm going to say 5 Dravens, 2 Irelias, 1 floater.
Okay.
What do you guys think is what's gonna win? Like, if you had to bet.
Well, speaking of
Draven.
speaking of a floater, right? Like, if you have any change floating around today, you can spend them on some beautiful playmats.
Wow.
At shop.turnhemsideways.gg. And you can take that money and go to Poly Market Bets and bet on the top 8 right now.
Oh, cut it.
I mean, for your gig.
Oh.
That's all I got.
Did Fiora make it? There was a Fiora that was in the top 16. We do not know their fate yet.
We do not know their fate, but it is sealed.
I know my fate, which is, as fun as this was, and I had planned on trying to stick it out, I think I'm going to bow out after this one because it is 5:30 a.m.
Yes, it is.
My time.
That is late.
Yeah.
Or early.
Well, thank you for joining us and corralling us for the first part of the stream here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I was tired like 4 hours ago. So I'm sure when I watch this back, I'll be like, oh my God, what was I even saying? But whatever. It's a good time.
It's a good time, as always. Charmer. Thank you, my friend. Go get some sleep.
Bye, Charmy.
God, I feel so like one-upped now. I also, too, have to leave. But now we need like enough of a break in between. I'm going to stay, guys. Like, seriously, I won't go. I, too, shall sign off as it is 5:32 a.m. Eastern Time. I hope by the time I wake up, there is more spoilers from the Unlimited 3 set.
Wait, they're gonna... Sorry, they're gonna release spoilers, I think, at the end of this tournament.
Oh
like
my
Wait,
God,
really?
you're trying to make me stay up? I gotta go!
I think at the after the final, or like before, they're gonna like show some cards.
I think you're just lying right now to keep me up.
No, that's for hype.
Well, anyway, as hyped as that all sounds, I'm gonna sign off. I didn't order lava cakes today, so it's a
Tragedy.
Yeah, what a common tragedy of man. But yeah, have fun. I hope to never see any one of you again. That's about it. Yeah. And
know
hopefully,
what?
hopefully next time the stream goes
have
well.
the makings of a varsity athlete.
Hopefully the next stream goes well, and I can afford, get paid and turn these lights on. But until then, it's been fun, and you're left with Blevins, so do what you will with that.
Damn.
And then there were 3, although I hear rumblings. I hear this just in. We may be getting some additional guests coming in here. We'll see if Jarvis can hack into the mainframe and get more folks on. But we've gotten to this point now in this event. We've gotten to this point now in the meta where we've not gotten to the Kai'Sa versus Yi paradigm that was set 1. But we are definitely in Draven's world, and it's looking, at least like from the last few tournaments, like Aurelia is also a big player in here. We were seeing sprinkles of Ezreal. Oh, actually, we saw quite a bit of Ezreal in the West, but not really so much here. I mean, how are we feeling about the meta in general right now? Like compared to set 1, compared to other games, like Kuvi, what are your thoughts just like on this specific meta that we're in coming into this event and having it being played out?
I mean, this event is the meta in this specific event is a little different because there's no Rasa, there's no Miracle. There's a huge lack of Miracle in general, and I think Miracle is like the most broken thing. So that's why the meta is a little different than in the West, I would say. But overall, in this set, I think set 2 is almost over, so we should know right now like what are the actual strong mids and bad decks, and I think everything's kind of viable, right? But there's some clear, very strong, somewhat toxic decks, like obviously Draven and Miracle Draven specifically. All the purple like Ezreal, Called Shots, Vex interactions in Ezreal decks. I think these 2 stand out as like the strongest and most toxic, or like above everything else really. And then you have the rest, like I would say like Victor is close 3rd, and then we have like Aurelia, and like stuff like Sivir. Yep.
You think Victor's better than like Kai'Sa?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Victor is significantly better than
Kai'Sa. You think
Kai'Sa.
Victor's better than Ezreal?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so what, you're saying Irelia's worse than Victor?
Yes.
Interesting.
I would consider that a hot take, I think. I don't necessarily disagree. Actually, I do disagree, just from like Victor has performed once ever. But it is definitely a hot take. Akedo, where are you on this meta right now?
If you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said meta's totally fine. Everything's beatable. Miracle's not an issue. Like, there's so much you can play. The meta's great. And then I played the Detonate deck, and I'm like, the Detonate deck is the most broken shit on the planet. It's far and away the most broken thing in the entire game. It's the first tier 0 thing in this game. I didn't think Kai'Sa was tier 0. I didn't think Draven was tier 0. I think this Detonate deck is like truly disgustingly, like, just incredible.
Consistently able to do the thing that wins you the game.
Yeah, it's as consistent as like the normal Miracle deck, perhaps even more so because of how early you get access to like your Rasas. Like you can bushwhack out Rasas on like turn 3 or turn 4 like incredibly consistently. And then like you have just the best late game on the planet because you get to loop your entire deck like over and over and over. Yeah, I think that's where I'm at with it. Like it's a little bit surprising to me that China seemingly hasn't figured out that Detonate exists yet, but they only just figured out that Raza just was released in China. So we give them one thing at a time. Maybe in 6 weeks they'll figure out that Detonate's good.
China gets one thing at a time, but we get 2 casters at a time. We've got Megan here as well as James. Welcome back to the co-stream, my friends. How are you doing, Megan? How was your day in between after the co-stream yesterday?
So, I play against Prisma, I believe that was yesterday. The like 1v28 legend challenge that he's doing. Other than that, yeah, just had a relaxing day.
Nice.
And
James. Awesome. Welcome back, James, for a little co-stream action. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. I mean, last time I was on was your bootleg co-stream where it was just the two of us chatting randomly about Magic.
Only the true homies come to the Blevins recast of the already in English co-stream for the EU time zone homies.
I'm there for it. And you know, it's funny. You were just talking about the meta with Kubi, and I'm actually in a really similar situation where a couple of weeks ago I was like, no bans, probably don't need to think about it too much. Now I'm not so sure. This is extreme cope from my side, so I will preface this by saying it. I wonder how the addition of an effect like Smite will affect decks like Rasa and Last Rites users, because the ability to like banish that and say, okay, well, you can maybe play it once, but you won't get it again. This is like extreme cope, because I think most of those decks are going to win beforehand, but it's the beginning of that new cycle of mechanics.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree that is extreme cope and is not going to change anything about the Miracle Draven deck.
Hey, I'm glad we're on the same page. No. I'm glad we're there.
Yeah. I don't know. This Detonate deck, like the fact that, like, I think that the Miracle deck was pretty fair because you had to like cycle through your deck. Like, you know, there were cycles and you would go through a few times. But this Detonate deck, truly, you draw your entire deck, which means that you just get to put whatever you want back in. Like, I genuinely had a turn where I sacked all my Razas and then, like, replayed them accelerated and then replayed them accelerated and replayed them accelerated again. And I could have done it with the Rams as well.
You didn't cascade equipment. You cascaded full Razas.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And you could do it with the Rams as well. I'm telling you, I could have broken like 175 might board if I wanted to. Yeah. Like, it was just absolutely.
That is wild.
It's a disgusting deck.
I do think, like, I'll use Magic as the example because that's the one I'm the most familiar with. We have had decks that are kind of similar-ish in strategy. Like if you look at dredge decks, if you look at some of these graveyard decks in Magic that are very what might be called sharp in terms of like they're doing a very powerful thing very consistently, but it is based around, in Magic, it's like dredge is based around the graveyard, and inherently because of that, we generally see a lot of graveyard hate in Magic. We see cards that, like, yes, if in what we would call gold fishing, if you're just playing against no one and you're allowed to do the thing with your deck with unimpeded, it will do the thing super consistently. But once you put a little bit of interference there and you give that pushback, you're able to stop that.
Yeah.
The problem I see with this is that we don't have that. And also you're kind of able to get to that. Like the Miracle deck is not, I'm milling myself like dredge, or I'm milling myself and then reanimating something like a reanimator deck. It's like I'm just playing draw spells and naturally drawing through my deck. And because decks are so small, you're able to get to this point like you might in Magic by cheating, but you're actually just playing the game in Riftbound.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, for me, it's just, you know, only on 3 sets, we don't have the toolbox of things like in Magic, as you said, like this card's like Leyline of the Void, which immediately break a completely cold deck.
Yes.
Like before the game even begins, you're just like, okay, I kind of just win this. We don't have it yet in Riftbound, so
to be very clear, I think it's a great thing that we don't have that bullshit. Ley lines are the dumbest thing to have ever been printed on the planet. These silver bullet ass cards that you just cited are so
they're
stupid.
Useless, though, in every other matchup. And
no, get out of here. You have a 15 card sideboard in Magic. Get out of here. Quit pretending. Like, these silver bullet cards are so fucking dumb.
But what if you had? What if it was like? Hater Poro? That's like 3 energy, 3 might. Cards don't enter trash. They are banished instead of entering
they'd be super cringe. I hate these like stupid ass cards that just like you only bring it in because it just like auto wins specific matchups and like completely shuts down game plans.
If it was so prevalent, you could always have it like printed on a battlefield, and therefore like you really have to commit to it for your game. Like that's one of the things I like about Riftbound, at least, is like there are ways that you can say, okay, maybe we'll give you something for one game, but you have to sacrifice something for it in order to get that. There's a lot of design space there that's unplayed. I don't think it fixes anything about the game in the way that it is now, but it's just interesting to think about, like, in future sets, how the toolbox wants to get created.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm wondering. So I guess if I mean, I'm also not necessarily a fan of the like hate bear or like super sharp answer cards like Leyline, because I do think it doesn't it doesn't lower the power level of those decks. It is binary. Either you have the card and they lose, or you don't and they win. And that is not really a fun experience. I haven't found where it's like, oh, I brought Dredge to this Legacy tournament. Okay, they are running like main deck Tormod's Crypt for some reason. It's like, okay, I guess I just lose. There's no gameplay there. Aikedo, is there a way, like theoretically, is there something that you could print, a card you could print, or some sort of way to curtail this like detonate style deck, like with what it's doing? Is there like something that could exist that would?
I think the main issue with this detonate style deck is Vi. I think the fact that Vi lets you literally stack your deck is the issue. Like I think what you have to do with her is like make it like once per turn you can recycle any number of cards so that they end up getting shuffled up. It really is the fact that you can literally stack your deck, because otherwise it just doesn't matter, right? Like if you're drawing your entire deck, like who really cares? It's like fine, you're just doing like the miracle thing. The thing is that your late game is also better than everybody else's, and your board wipe doesn't matter because you're going to play everything again anyway. Yeah. I don't know. I think at least in this iteration, Vi is the issue. Now, like realistically, they're not going to hit Vi. They're going to hit Called Shot, and we're going to kick the can down the road, and then eventually we're going to end up in another situation where we're able to reliably loop at the end, and we're going to be like, oh, this Vi card's an issue again. But
yeah, I'm like, I know that there's calls to ban Rasa, there's calls to ban Called Shot. I'm more in favor of banning something like Called Shot, because I feel like that is the thing that is breaking. Like, I get the idea. It's supposed to be like Black, where it's like, oh, I'm paying 2 life to draw 2 cards at an efficient energy rate, but 0 energy never feels like the correct answer. And
I think it's also
not that much.
Like the easiest card to unban again down the road if it becomes better. I mean, you can unban anything, but you know, with people, there's a bunch of cards that people wanted to ban where I think when you're designing a game and you're thinking about like how do you want to affect the community, something that does factor into it is like how hard was the card that you're banning to get for players that are going to get frustrated at the game. Cold Shot, everybody has multiple copies. It doesn't really matter. If you unban it now, if you ban it now, you can unban it. Nothing really happens. If you ban something like an Ezreal or anything that's like really expensive, there are going to be people that go, I don't want to play this game anymore because I just dumped £600 into a deck that is now like gone, which should never be the primary concern. Like that's never going to be like, okay, we can't ban it because it's expensive. But I think that's something that people have overlooked a little bit, is like if you torpedo your meta every single time a card is good and was expensive and gets banned. I had 4 Magic decks rotate out of Standard last year, and I went, great, that's like $2,000 worth of cards gone. I'm not playing this game. And Riftbound came, and I was like, hey, I'll go. What good time! I'll go play that game instead.
Legitimately, part of the reason I stopped playing Flesh and Blood is because they have cards getting banned, or rather legends getting banned as part of their organized play system. Like the better the legend does, the more what they call living legend points it accrues, and once you get to a certain threshold, you literally retire the deck, which is basically it's banned. So you can't play it in that format anymore, which is like kind of a cool like self-balancing mechanism of like, oh yeah, this deck's broken, you get to play it for 3 months, everyone gets the legend point. It's like kind of cool, but in practice it's like, yeah, I just spent $500 on this deck, and it topped. I couldn't make it to this. Oh, it topped the event, and the deck is.
That's the real best of prize. You get to be the only person that wins any money with it.
Right. It is a super weird like thing where you know, I feel like when I play a deck that I really like, you know, if I like the Miracle deck, I'm excited to watch other people play it, and I want to see it do well, or like Ezreal or whatever. But if in a living legend system, it's like, oh my god, I'm not at that event winning it right now, which means I hope to God that you just like fall apart. You draw the worst cards in your deck. Please do poorly. I do not want you to accrue points on my legend.
Yeah, exactly. Which, I think knowing like you buy into those table stakes. Those are the table stakes for playing Flesh and Blood. So like, I get that. I opted out of it, but I don't begrudge the game or anyone for opting into it. I do think that the point of, yeah, you can ban a common card relatively easily or frictionless, I think is a really good point that people don't we tend to hear the polar extremes, right? Of people that are like, I want every card to be $5 and no more, and print proxies. Like, that's fine. But also part of the allure, at least for some people, is collectability, is like having the cards that you've spent money on and invested in like your time to have some sort of value and not just immediately be game pieces only. I think that's legitimate. And the other thing too, for you mentioned Ezreal specifically, is like, it's a legend, and it's a champion, right? So I think that there should be some amount of like, it's a bit like hollowed ground of like, yeah, you're not only like, you may ban a card and it changes your deck, but if you ban one of your like chosen champion cards, like, so that completely shuts off Ezreal as a deck because the other Ezreal is not good.
Would you be disappointed then if like Red Draven got banned?
In like, if I'm looking at it from the point I just mentioned, I would be upset if Red Draven got banned. Even though there are still 2 options to play, and including a red one as well, I do think that I mean, I guess I'm not necessarily against legends champions getting banned, but I do think that it's something that they would have to really like. It's not something that they should just do without putting a lot of
100%.
Consideration into it.
Yeah, because you're it's the
depending
on what you
of the
ban,
deck in a way.
You might be banning the legend basically, right? And like banning legends like should be like a steep thing, because people are like invest in their legend. They care about the characters in League of Legends and in the lore and in Arcane and blah blah blah. So like they're invested in the character. And if you're banning the legend, that should be like a steep.
I think that's banning a legend. For me, I did a video on it, discussing this of like, I think if a legend ever gets banned, I think it's a really like egregious design error at that point, because a legend ability alone, this is where Draven gets really close for me. A legend ability alone shouldn't break 40 cards worth of like 39 other cards worth of a deck plus the champion, right? Like, I think if it gets to that point, then like alarm bells are ringing, and I hope that never is the case. I think Draven, now that we've seen set 3 champion legends, I'm a bit like, oh yeah, okay, how did Draven get through? how did the draw go through exactly as it is?
Because when you compare him to like Vex,
exactly.
I
didn't mean to speak over you, but exactly that point.
I spoke over you. Sorry.
Yeah, I also think a lot of, because I find just anecdotally that I probably give too much, not too much credit, but I give more leeway to the game and the devs than most people online do, at least. I'm thinking of like, I have in my mind, just from how I view the game, set 1 was very much like, oh, this is the beta for the game, and like this is pre-launch, even though it's obviously not. But that's how my mindset was. So it was like, oh yeah, all the wording and stuff, they made a bunch of changes, like that all lines up with this is the beta. They're making iterations and improvements. It just feels different because it's a card game. And I still feel like it's iterative in that way, where like we won't see the full stride of Riftbound until like set 4, 5, 6 or whatever, is how I feel it. So it's like all of these things that are like hiccups along the way are leading towards getting the game to a point where it's consistently like at performing at peak capacity, and then they're iterating for the sake of something new and exciting, not like, oh, does this actually work? Are we breaking the game? And that does lead to, you know, imbalances and metas maybe not being ideal and all these other things that we're experiencing. But for me, I'm like, oh yeah, this is just, we're figuring it out, right?
Yeah.
And we've done a lot of things right, and like a few things that are that stick out.
I think something that, you know, between set 1 and set 2, the game changed so much.
Oh yeah.
To the point where like the devs have, you know, we've heard people say that they created a bunch of these like sets together, and that like, you know, part 1 or like set 1 is just like a piece of the puzzle. So like when we get bigger pieces of the puzzle and the game changes a ton, I think that for me, I'm inclined to like give credit to the developers that like the game that they're developing. Like the game that we're playing right now isn't necessarily the game that they like intended, and like what we're playing in set one isn't necessarily what they intended. And I want to like give them the chance to like see what exactly it is that like they're building towards. Which is why like I didn't want any sort of bans or anything, because like I think that like nothing was absurdly broken, and like, you know, Cultrot is of course an incredible card, but like I think that like what Miracle was doing was like a very beatable. And it's not until like, I mean, I think that like the Vi looping thing is like such an insane, like there's no planet that this was an intended gameplay experience, right? But like in general, I definitely want to give them more, you know, credit, more leeway, and be like, I want to see what the game that they want to develop looks like, you know, in like 6 months.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think there was a thread, I can't remember, Kuvi, you may have been involved in it on Twitter. There's a thread about why Irelia looked really good at the beginning of set one. Maybe it was even the co-stream I was watching yesterday. Looked at the beginning of set two as to be like incredibly strong, but then people didn't really like continue with Irelia. And that was making me think about this exact point where the game changed so much between sets 1 and 2. We thought Aurelia in the context of set 1 was incredibly good, about being able to beat up on small units, move around a lot. Then we find out that like the rest of the deck losing small combats actually makes it quite tricky to play against around Draven and some of the other tools. I now just wonder, like, as we head into set 3, how much of the pace of the game will change again. I'll be honest, I don't know. I look at a lot of these cards and I think there's a lot of cool stuff happening, but when people look at a card from set 3 and go, that's broken already, and they haven't even played a single game with all of set 3 out, and I'm like, we cannot be saying that we need to ban cards from set 3 when nobody knows the entire set and nobody knows what has been played. I think that is such like a tricky conversation for people to have right now.
Banning set 3 makes no sense. Obviously, before playing that makes no sense. Like you cannot ban cards before they get released. It's not like that's horrible on so many different
Flesh and
levels.
Blood did do that, by the way.
That's
crazy.
The discussion just whips people up in this mentality, because I think the other half of the ban discussion is like, there are people who have played thousands of games and they are well aware of how the game plays at the highest level, and those opinions are very strong and very loud. But for the rest of the 99% of the player base who maybe jam games at Nexus Nights, even go to an RQ, but don't have the time to play so much, all they're doing is taking that secondhand information, having it confirmed by when they play against Draven once, damn, this is broken, and then they go, this game is terrible, like, oh my god, how are we ever going to play right now? Whereas the actual learning process of understanding that is not even between people, and it's so easy to like tilt that conversation against the way the game is developed that I don't know, that's also another reason why I try and give them a little bit of room.
I think it's incredibly important and impactful, like the voices of content creators and like personalities within the community, and like the types of conversations and the ways that they go about talking about the meta. I think it's incredibly important because it changes the way that a lot of people view the game. Like a lot of people like hadn't even played set 1, and they came in because everyone was saying, oh, Kai'Sa's broken, Kai'Sa's broken, Kai'Sa's broken. Guess what? They're like, Kai'Sa's tier 0. It's the most broken thing. Why would I even play the game? And it just like poisons the discourse from like minute 1. Which is why, like, you know, I've been fighting against the Draven tier 0 thing for like months. And guess what? The Draven's incredibly good. But like, I don't think he was tier 0 at like any point until the detonate deck. I think it's important for people to, I don't know, just be a little bit more reasonable, which I know is that's not what drives clicks on the internet and blah, blah, blah. But it would be nice if people could, you know, give a little bit more grace, I think.
Also, like top 1%, like, okay, detonate is pretty strong, Miracle is strong, whatever. But sometimes it's not a matter of if the deck is tier 0 or not. Sometimes if the archetype in and of itself is toxic to 95% of the player base, because 95% of the player base is just like people who are trying to have fun, or casuals, or like semi-casual, or people who are playing competitively but they don't play that often, stuff like that. Like if an archetype is toxic for the majority of people, 90+%, then yeah, I think things should be done, right? But like complaining in the sphere of just the top like pro players or whatever, like that shouldn't impact that much, I think. Like, decision making, in my opinion.
I think we're also in a we're in a world of Riftbound that right now the vast majority of players are enjoying the game in a 1v1 relatively competitive setting. Like, I'm considering a Nexus night competitive in the sense that, like, you are playing 1v1 against your opponent and you're trying to win. Not that you are necessarily trying to, like, play the tier 0 deck, but like, you are competitively playing against your opponent 1v1. That is how the game is enjoyed right now. That's how almost all of the content in the space is oriented, and that's what the like general zeitgeist of the community is formed by, right? It's like, what is happening at the top levels of competitive, and then trickling that down to, I'm playing at my Nexus night or playing with my friends. That's how I'm doing it. In Magic, you've got, like, if you don't want that, like, if you don't care necessarily that you're playing a tier 1 deck and you're winning every single 1v1 game, there are dozens of other ways to enjoy Magic. And the most popular way to enjoy Magic right now is Commander. And I think as multiplayer or even like limited and other formats get fleshed out, either by Riftbound organized play or by the community in general, like if it picks up, like if multiplayer picks up, if 2v2 picks up, if those things grow and expand into the community in that way, I think that you're able to alleviate some of that pressure. Because, like, at the end of the day, if you are a competitive TCG player in the game and you are like, you want to do well in the game, as someone who was this for a long time in Magic, I don't care what the tier 1 deck is. I'm going to play it, or I'm going to play a deck that's trying to beat that. Like, it's not like, oh, I want my meta to look like this. It's, what is the meta and how do I attack that? Right.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a, we're taking a lot of different things as a community and mashing it all into one, because we're at the beginning and we're all sort of in this spot, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that. You don't need to solve every single problem with one miracle fix that stops everything. Is how I see it. And there's not really a good answer to it right now that I see, but I think as the game grows, as the community grows and expands, I think we're going to feel less of these pressures put specifically on like what is happening at the highest level of 1v1 tournament play.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like free for all, I think is like pretty fun in this game. Like, I've had a pretty good time. Like,
I
sometimes
enjoyed it way more than I thought I was.
I think it's a lot of fun. I do think that like another concern is that like with how early they decided to do bans, and again, like this is tempered by the fact that like if it weren't for the detonate deck, I wouldn't want anything banned. I do worry that we're encouraging people to just be loudly upset about anything, like any sort of like problem deck that arises. And like problem deck, not meaning like problematic playstyle or whatever, but like anything strong. I worry that like by banning this early and this quickly, that we're just encouraging people to like, instead of trying to like solve a problem, just complain about it. Like in the same with like Kai'Sa was like, the best deck in set 1. And like, everyone's like, ban it, ban it, ban it. Guess what? Set 2, I mean, she's good, but like, come on, she didn't need anything banned,
Yeah, if it's like in the context of today, if you look back and say that Kai'Sa was tier 0 in set 1, you'd go, it was not. Like, I think a lot of people, you'd probably, if you asked reasonable people, they would have said that Kai'Sa was not tier 0 in set 1. But if you ask some people, I think that would legitimately, unironically say that Kai'Sa was tier 0 and needed bans. There were people that were saying that. You look at it now, and no one would, I think, reasonably be able to say that.
I think one other thing, and just to like take a step back from myself from Riftbound and into my day job working on games PR, I actually think that the statement they put out indicates right now no bans. Only for right now, and that's just not to say they won't make that change, but like specifically saying you're not going to get anything before March 30th. We're not going to do it before events. And that's the entirety of the preview window. And we're basically on to the next set already. My guess is that like statement is what I would have done if I wanted people to just stop talking about bans for a little while and say, hey, like, just bear with us, we're thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then you just hope that the cracks get papered over, and then you're like, okay, we didn't need to deal with that in the end anyway.
It's funny because I feel I have an entirely different read. Like, by them even acknowledging like bans and saying, hey, we're talking about it, I feel like you've instantly told everybody, like everybody's like, they're going to do bans and they better do it exactly how I want them to do it. Like, I feel like it's just encouraging people that like, if you say we're thinking about it and then you don't do bans, like the discourse around it is just going to be so incredibly toxic. everyone like, oh, what are they doing? They don't even play their game and blah blah blah.
I mean, people are going to do that regardless, I think. And I am currently just my general gut without like taking away the going super deep into each specific card. I would say I want no bans, with the caveat of if they do ban something, and I would hope that it is around the specific play patterns that we've mentioned with Miracle or Detonate more specifically, and the looping through your entire deck, and address it in the bans, addressing that play pattern specifically. Hey, this is not a power level ban. This is or this is not a normal power level ban. This is not, oh, this deck is too good, we're banning it. This is the gameplay loop that is represented by this deck is not something that we currently want Riftbound to have access to, and that we did not properly anticipate would be able to do so this consistently. And if that's the reason that they are banning cards and they flesh that out, that to me would be okay, as someone who's generally like, I don't ever want cards banned. Like, when I was mad when they banned Skull Clamp from Standard back in Darksteel, when I was 12 years old or whatever. So like, I think if they're like, hey, this has only mildly to do with its power and more to do with this is something that we did not expect and do not want Riftbound to currently have in its current iteration in the standard format, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I think that like definitely I'm 100% on board. And like for me personally, I think that like the Vi loop is like just egregious in that regard. But yeah, I think I agree.
Hello.
Howdy. Welcome back.
It is I'm back. Few technical difficulties, but should now be all good. So what did I miss? No games, I presume.
On
that note, I'll BRB.
We yapping about whether bans are coming or not. I think I will say, obviously, would love to hear your take as well. I'm not trying to shut it down, but I'm so excited for set 3 because it means the conversation around bans can just like turn down for a little while. It has been so refreshing for the last week to be talking about anything else other than bans. So I'd love to hear your take. Again, that's not me trying to shut you out of the conversation.
So about bans, well, we discussed this a little bit yesterday as well. My take on the bans is that I do think we do need some correction to the format in some way. I don't think all of that has to be because of power level. I think Riot is also going to, as they've said before, make bans just for the health of the format rather than the overall power level. So I could see cards that aren't necessarily powerful, but are very centralizing to a game of Riftbound. Cards like Obelisk plus Deckhand is just a very, very powerful thing where you can say, okay, if Aurelia's go first with this kind of combination, or any purple deck for that matter, you just have such a massive lead because you just start the game 2 points up. So I think, well, yes, Call Shot's really good, and Rasa costing 0 is really good, and the Detonate deck is definitely a problem. I also think we might see some bans of cards like Obelisk of Power. Or even maybe for something like Aurelia, something like Dreaming. So powerful. So I think we could see that direction as well.
I think that's a really interesting conversation that it prompts as well, is at what level does Riftbound for Riot care about banning for and towards? Because having worked on League of Legends for like 15 years, one of the design ethoses on that game is they're not only banning around and making changes around the high level. Like, they have all the data, luckily for League, that allows them to look at like high rank solo queue, high rank like competitive games, but also like pub stomp random bronze and iron games, and they will like look at that and say, okay, what's performing really well, what's not, what do we have to tweak for here, because maybe something's just beating up on low rank. And I think the Aurelia point you made is really interesting, because I think if you do ban like Obelisk, I think like 90% of players won't get why. 90% of players don't understand to that level of like, why are some of those interactions so strong that they're warping the game. Some people will. So I find that a really interesting conversation. It's like, how far down that rank of like health do you dive into things, and how much are they going to do? And that's where I just don't have the answer to that either. But that's a really interesting like thought that comes from that suggestion from you.
I think it's also hard because like with paper card games, like this isn't a digital card game. This isn't League of Legends. This isn't Team Fight Tactics. We aren't expecting a patch every week. So when I think that when you approach like any sort of balance, whether that be banning or limiting or ratting or anything, like there's a very serious cost with that in terms of like how invested your players are in the physical product that they purchased or in the decks that they enjoy. Like I don't think a lot of people want their card games to be, receiving bans and stuff like every 2 weeks. So it's like, do you really want to like dig deep and be like, here's a play style that like a lot of people aren't enjoying. Like, do you really go in and like, ban for that?
But then this is what you're talking about is creating feel bad because people who like that archetype or bought already those cards, they're gonna feel bad when they get banned or limited. But that you have to it's always like too bad. You're gonna upset people, but it's about like how many, like, is it better to ban an archetype that actually also creates feel bad moments by just being toxic, by being too strong? Like, it's more of like lesser evil than just this is right and this is wrong, in my opinion.
I think in paper card games, something has to be egregious, in my opinion, to like receive bans because of how much people invest in these decks, like monetarily. Like I would lean towards that, but I understand.
Not to mention, having worked in a store, like local game store before, there's an amount of like, if you are banning stuff, if you're banning cards at a consistent rate, like people will just not want to buy the cards until they're like, oh, well, I'm not gonna, get these at pre-release because they're probably going to ban stuff. So I'm just going to wait, or I'm just going to not buy it at all. And it's not just, doesn't just hurt, players who bought the cards. It's also hurting the game stores, which to me, like, above all of this, and I'm biased again, because I used to work at a game store and I've been going to local game stores basically my whole life, where like the most important part of the ecosystem to me is local game store play. Like that to me, like everything sprouts from that, like interest in the game, like the community aspect of it, all of that, like even the like feeding the like skirmishes that feed up into the competitive, like it all starts at the local game store to me. And things that hurt the local game store, like as a concept, I'm not in favor of. And banning cards at a consistent rate, or like really heavily banning cards, or leaning more towards that tool versus other tools that you can employ. Like would try to avoid that, like inherently. Like if we're looking at the lesser of two evils, the one that does not put buyer confidence in products that they're getting from LC. I don't know why I can't say LGS Day. From LGS's is one that I would avoid, just like inherently, if possible.
Yeah, and Riot has also previously like said that is one of their primary concerns, and just points with the game where they want you to go to your LGS. They want you to just play Riftbound with your friends in your neighborhood, right? So I absolutely do agree that they most likely won't go for a very big balance to sort of keep the local scene alive, to keep people and the ecosystem thriving, and just to keep the game running. I think it's a very good point that you make there.
Like we don't need to go too deep into it, but let's say one card banned, it's called shot. What immediately changes about the meta right now? Like what is the best deck? What decks that are maybe not the best deck right now rise up? Where are we? Does anyone have a strong thought on that?
The real issue with just banning called shot is that the best deck in the game, and the one that like puts up the most like performance, doesn't run called shot in it.
Yeah.
In fact, the top 2 decks don't run called shot in them.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's really like the decks that run Called Shot like aren't putting up massive performances in most events. So like you're still gonna have Draven be far and away the best deck because Draven's an incredibly hard deck to like hit if you were trying to nerf it. Because Draven, it's not like one card in Draven that's an issue.
Yeah.
It's
like,
every
just play a
card.
different card instead. Yeah, but I don't care.
Every single card that Draven plays is just better than yours. They play 2 mana 4 might, 4 mana 6 might, 6 mana 12 might, 5 mana 7 might, 2 mana plus 3. Like they 2 mana push, 2 mana bounce. Every card that they play is better than yours.
They can also play 1 mana plus 3 if they want.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's incredibly strong. So like even when it's so frustrating when a lot of the conversation is around like we need to, nerf Called Shot. Or we need to ban Called Shot. And it's like, guess what? The decks that are putting up performances aren't running it. So like this doesn't accomplish anything. Like people are just going to be just as pissed off, except now you like killed a lot of like different variations of these decks. Like you go out and you kill Ezreal for like, shits and giggles.
Like, would an errata needing you to tap Draven fix it in that moment? Like say we go with a set 3 like rules update, say, okay, we should have done this set 2. Let's just do it now. Cut the legs off it before this gets out of line, and like bring it in line with some of the other legends like Vex and stuff like that that have like a limiting factor there. Do you think that fixes that problem?
I think that the issue is, I like at a very casual level, like probably, but like at higher levels, I don't know. I think that like Draven being so incredibly strong has like taught people to be better at the game, and like we no longer strand people. We don't give free combats.
Yeah.
Like I played in Vegas. I think I played like 6 Dravens, which means I played like probably like 15 games against Draven. I think I saw Draven Legend trigger like 10 times, right? Like you just don't give them the combats.
Right.
And like I don't think it actually changes anything effectively in most games because like there are definitely times where like you would be allowed to actually throw in like 1 unit at a time into the combat, and they aren't going to draw 6 cards. They're just going to draw 1 card, and like that, sure, that matters. But in general, I don't think it changes that much. I think for like casual players, it'll feel a lot better because they'll be less pub stompy. Like people are going to get punished less for leaving 2 units alone on a battlefield. But yeah,
I mean, I do think at the lower levels of play, that's a realistic concern, right? Like imagine being new to the game and playing like your first match against Draven. You are going to give them 20 draws, right?
You're going to wonder how in the world do I ever beat this?
Yeah, you're just going to like lose in a way where it feels like you just got completely stopped. And that can be really demotivating. And I think that is one reason why they might also just hit mid-range Draven in addition to just banning Called Shot. I think that's a thing that we could see just to make the new player experience a bit more, just casual player friendly, because Draven is going to be still a playable legend in set 3, even if we do something like Called Shot ban, right? Like Purple got a lot of new tools, a lot of new, very cool cards that allow you to do a lot of very different things. Like you can play a Reanimator style build, which, speaking of one of the things that if we do ban Called Shot, we could see rise up in the meta a little bit, is these kind of mid-rangey, grindy, like red-purple decks. I think we actually got a lot of tools in set 2 for those colors, where you could try to pull off something like a Pike deck in this set, but it's just completely overshadowed by Draven and Miracle decks. Like there's just no reason to be doing any of that stuff right now, because we have Called Shot and because Draven is just far and away the best thing. But come set 3 with the Pike especially, I think that's a thing that we'll see a lot more of.
So I have a bit of a counterpoint to that thought process, because I think that this is a very common thing to have, like the thought of, oh, new player comes in, they lose to best deck they lose to a better player playing the best deck, and they're discouraged and don't want to play the game anymore. And I don't know how you win that play. Like a person that has that mindset, I don't know how you win them over in competitive, right? Like if you're trying to get them to play competitively, and they are discouraged by that, what game do they want to play? Because like the best players are going to be playing the best deck, and they're going to win against a person that is new at the game, no matter what. And like the margin with which you lose, I guess, is a perception thing. But if you're really analyzing the game, like, yes, you may have only lost by 1 point. Like Ezreal, for example, like, is that a better pill to swallow? Maybe where it's like, oh, I had 7 points, I just barely lost. But actually, you had no chance to win the game. There was a 0% chance you were going to win the game because I had every single thing covered the entire game. You just didn't realize that. Do we need to put that mask over people? And like, where does that player go? Like, what is the pipeline for that player? They're like, oh, well, I guess I'm actually quite good at this game, even though I just started playing. I only barely lost to an expert player. Like, does that player then go, well, I guess I'll start playing competitive, and then lose in every single tournament that they play because they actually weren't close? Is that a better pipeline for that player?
I think I quite like the skirmish setup for it. Like coming from Magic, a lot of what I got is coming from Magic.
Yeah.
The store championship into RCQ into playing regionally is slightly disconnected in that maybe an RCQ gets you an invite. Like a winning in your local thing gets you an invite, but all the store championship does is get you like a promo card, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Nexus Knights into like is a good starting place to then go, okay, well, I'll do the skirmish. It's mostly the same, and then if you win skirmish, you get a round 1 buy. So there's like that incentive to kind of like go up the ladder a little bit better. It's such an important thing that you're talking about is like new player experience, and sadly, there's so many different things that are out of control, and it's up to the local game stores to put in the effort on that. I see so many local game stores like running like bootleg skirmish rules where they're doing like completely like shady practices on the formats that they're running of like best of one, rushing things out to just give people promo cards to like their friends and not really host things properly. So it's like, I think it's kind of a mix between making sure the stores are doing everything right and then stores doing things themselves to prompt their community growth. Like, I'm really happy my local game store is packed, sold out every single week for Nexus Knights and Skirmish and stuff like that. So it's really nice being in a store like that. But I speak to so many players who are like, I've got like 3 people at my local game store and they're best friends with the owner, and it just feels really bad to go there and play. So you're like, how do you fix that problem on top of it, right? It's like on top of the how do you create a game that fixes that? There's so much of that on-ramp into playing Riftbound at a high level that is hard to fix.
I think there's a really big issue with, like, I don't know if it's a Riot issue or what, but I've seen so many local game stores that when they run a skirmish, they don't know what they're signing up for. They don't realize that they're signing up for something that's supposed to have a top cut. They don't realize that they're signing up for something that's supposed to be best of 3 with like hour-long rounds. So like they start at like 7 p.m. and like, guess what? Even if it's like 4 rounds into like top 4, we're not getting out of here until like midnight.
Some of my
they don't realize.
Were playing in one yesterday. They traveled to one. Their top cut started at 11 p.m. Like, I'm not kidding. They were in the group chat and I was like, what are you talking about? How is that possible?
For Origins, there was a local store that did a skirmish. I wasn't at this, but I know multiple players who made top cut where they started it late and they got to the top cut and the store was like, yeah, we're closing. Come back next week to run the top cut. And the players are like, yeah, absolutely not. Just like, we'll split the prices. Like, that is a failing. But yeah, I mean, that is these are all really good points as we are getting into this next match. But to round it out, like, there's a lot of things like in-game, like just game design focused, like Riot policy focused, and then also like the less so Riot, or like Riot sort of like dictating down to UVS, which is going down to stores of like, all of these things are important and part of the ecosystem and all should be considered when making these decisions. And I'm sure that they are. But here we go. Top 8 match here. Let's see who we've got. This is not neither of these players are the Aurelia, though we've definitely seen this player in previous events. I don't know what they're playing.
So 5 Dravens, 2 Irelias, and 1 Sivir is the top 8.
Okay, so Charmer nailed it in terms of the prediction here. 5 Dravens, 2 Aurelias, 1 floater. This time was Sivir.
Well, there's a Draven.
I mean, just statistically, they're probably gonna give us versus Aurelia if I had to guess, but maybe it's the Sivir.
I think Sivir, or I know that I'm an outlier in this. I don't mind watching the Draven mirror.
No, I also
if they're
like
playing
Draven
different
mirrors.
versions.
Yes.
Like I think this is actually like a fun mirror with a lot of back and forth and a lot of like there's a lot of like knife's edge gameplay that I think is actually really fun. But yeah.
Very much depends on the version here. I'm a bit surprised that they give us this mirror now, because with how many Dravens there are in Top Cut, I reckon we'll see this matchup again in the future.
It is surprising that we didn't get a Sivir, I think. I would have expected Sivir here.
Me as well.
Is that War Camp?
Trefarian War Camp.
I mean, you are swarming technically.
Wait, is it double War Camp? Wait,
I wonder if it's
no, it's a Targon.
Oh, Targon.
No, the first one's Peak.
Targon.
I wonder if they're playing Miracle. Like War Camp's not bad for Miracle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you stack a lot of people there. Like
against Ezreal, against Kai'Sa, against Victor can be useful as well. Because Victor doesn't. I mean, the Victor that plays right now doesn't really swarm. They play more of like control-y, and they don't swarm as much. I think you can outswarm them very easily.
Also, can someone find me a link to buy that T-Rex shirt? Because that is fire, and I need that shirt in my life. That shirt is amazing.
That is a pretty sick shirt.
I'm literally going to Google reverse image search that shirt right now.
He's already up 1-0 in style points.
Oh, well, there's a called shot. So yeah, we are Miracle, and it's a hopeful. So we're very likely not on detonate. Potentially not even on like nocturnes. We'll have to see, but yeah, I mean, I don't hate War Camp. I think War Camp makes a lot of sense. Depending on what you're scared of, I think this is a very interesting pick. The other thing is like if you're worried about like Irelia or mid-range Draven, they're not going to use War Camp nearly as well as you are, right? Like that's basically a one-sided battlefield there.
An interesting point here. So the Draven on the left, presumably mid-range, decided to keep a Forerunner in this matchup. I assume they're expecting Miracle, so they're expecting not a lot of Fighter Flights, maybe no or only one Rebuke. So that's why
but War Camp you can get your little bots to be 4 instead of 3.
True.
I've said it a million times today. I think that like these Draven decks, if you go like turn 2 Draven into turn 3 Forerunner, you win so many matchups. Like I am so down to like just keep a Forerunner. Like you have your first 3 turns decided for you, and it's very strong. Yeah.
Takes a 2-drop off the stack deck there. So yeah, we're gonna most likely see the curve you just mentioned.
Yeah. Like even if the Forerunner gets rebuked, like a Miracle deck rebuking it sets them behind a fair bit. Like runes do matter to them, especially if they don't find a seal early. Like it is not a free thing to rebuke a Forerunner. Especially in a matchup like this that ends up so like tempo focused. That said, I think I don't know if I love playing us to a battlefield here. I think we're opting into, well, I don't know, maybe you have to actually. It's just I don't know, we're opting into our opponent having 6 mana and like potentially ruining our day. Like if our hand isn't good as the Miracle player, we can just fight or flight this fan and then walk up and be like Draven trigger ? And then spinning axe over it. Just like
true.
Yeah.
But then it's not as bad as it sounds because the fan is still alive at that point, so you can like go to Targons, get that trigger, go to 2, and it's not so bad. But I do agree that this is a bit of an unnecessary risk, perhaps. Maybe just better to give up the fan.
That's exactly the play.
Yeah.
It looks like that's gonna happen, yeah.
Yep.
And then we do spinning axe. And like the main thing is like the issue isn't that we're like falling behind. The issue is that like the Miracle player got value off of like a fight or flight that's usually like pretty bricked this early, and a spinning axe, and drew a card and got gold. And like we've kind of like unbricked like what was an awkward hand. And then like what they play like hopeful here and like maybe even hide a card. It's just like you don't have a great way to punish this. Like this was just like pretty positive for you. That's it. I mean, you still get to go to peak, and like drop a forerunner there, and like you're still playing a game. It's just I think that anytime you give Miracle a good combat early, you're gonna fall behind because they're gonna be so much more explosive than you. Oh, interesting.
Looks like we're not going to Targon.
Oh, we're just rebuking.
Rebuke.
Oh,
Switcheroo. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. This does get rid of the axe. Does get rid of the Draven. Gives us a draw, but we are burning 2 runes for it this early.
Yeah, and this is the type of thing where like you lost so many runes, and like the Miracle player already got the value off of this unit that like now. What do you do if they like bushwhack you? Like the answer is lose the game on the spot. Like this is I don't know. Like this is not like a game-winning play. I think that like it just kind of all snowballs from we probably should have just played Draven and base 2 turns ago, and now we're just like far enough behind that like I don't know. It seems really bad.
I do also disagree with this play, like playing the Kai'Sa onto the war camp here. We can just leave the fan there. We're up in points. We get the Conquer on the Targons if the Hopeful decides to move into the fan. Either way, we're going to 3, and we are most likely getting a draw. Whereas now we're committing to a hold that's just like really weak into, I mean, another fighter flight, just a whole lot of things, and we're not even pressuring going to 4 here, so the Draven can also just take an off turn and start playing Ezreal, playing Seals.
This feels like unfamiliarity with the matchup, to be honest with you, because like we just get blown out by so much stuff. Like this is absolutely miserable. If we do end up finding a bushwhack, the game just ends on the spot. Like I think that the happiest a Draven player is when you're on a battlefield and you tapped out, because they will find a way to abuse you. Like they'll find something.
Same with a lot of decks though, and like that. This is like I think this is the next step for Riftbound. Or we see top players already like not doing this, right? Where it's like if I'm playing Lucian and my opponent is tapped out and just left on a battlefield, I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm just taking all this then, and I'm not leaving anything back for you.
Reactivity is broken in most card games.
Like I said it like half jokingly, but genuinely, I think that the fact that Draven was printed at such an incredibly high power level was like actively helping out the player base. Like I think that we all are becoming significantly better players because Draven was so broken.
Yes.
And I think that that's like I think it's accelerated like the learning curve in this game quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's an issue of getting snakes to get rid of the rats, and then you have now you have snakes. So.
No,
that's why that's why you bring in the gorillas to get rid of the snakes.
Exactly.
Yes, and
I'm not saying that like
gorillas simply die off when winter comes around.
I'm not saying they should like make a broken Draven level thing every single set. I'm just saying that because of Draven being so warping, I think that it's like impacted the way that we play the game in like a way that wouldn't feel. I don't know, like maybe you wouldn't
gradual
expect.
learning.
I think we can summarize this by saying Ikado is all in favor of power creep and is saying just constantly print broken cards.
Please do. They're so much fun to play.
Yeah. We'll understand that dogs, cats, moros, and birds are too strong next set. Don't worry.
True, Evan's going to be
about
really
next set
good.
and playstyle wise, like when we were talking about like the game design and new player experience, etc. I wanted to add I'm a little bit scared next set about one singular thing. And in Riftbound, I think the scariest thing in Riftbound's design, like how the actual fundamentals work and how the game works, I think the scariest play pattern is going to a battlefield and then holding there for the whole turn, and the opponent is also holding on the other side for the whole turn. And like a lot of new players do that, but if you're encouraging that play style with cards like Vex, Poppy, other cards that help facilitate like more stuns, or cards that facilitate holding in any way, shape, or form, I think that playstyle is incredibly toxic. I think it's the worst thing that the worst direction that the game can actually take, and that's the only thing that scares me, like Riftbound wise in general. design-wise, and this set looks like it's going. It looks like it could go in that direction. I mean, set 3. I mean,
we'll have to see. But I've jokingly said that the worst thing that could have happened to Riftbound is if Master Yi actually was the best deck from set 1, because of how like miserably boring it is to play and play against.
Yep.
I mean, I think there's a real irony when you look at this board state in this game for what we're talking about.
Well, I think Draven matchups. I think this is why like the Forerunner like playstyle ends up like so good for detonate style decks, is because you just slow the game down to a crawl, and like you're gonna have a significantly better late game than your opponent. Interesting things here, by the way. This Miracle deck is playing a main board Darius. We just took a card that was not called shot, even though we have an untapped seal. A lot of interesting things going on our Miracle player side.
It was a rebuke that was taken, and there is a Forerunner on the field, so that's the consideration here.
Yeah,
I do agree that just picking the called shot might have been better.
It depends on how many rebukes you run, because like if you only run the one, then it is what it is. You're gonna get value off the seal anyway. But if you run more than one, I think you take the called shot and just like go find another one.
Yeah, most decks do only run one. One thing I'd also like to bring up is that the Draven on the left did have a Fighterfly in the hand. So with the plan of turn 1 2-drop into turn 2 Draven hold, they could have had the Fighterflight to hide on that turn, but they decided to mulligan it away, which I think was interesting.
I think that the biggest thing you can do, like if you go 2-drop, 4-drop, 6-drop, and then hide a Fighterflight, like you're insulated from the rebuke, you're insulated from like even like the bushwhack turns. Like you're like if you had a Fighterflight hidden here, like this rebuke is so illegal.
No,
like
it's literally just over. I mean, how do you come
real
back
good here?
There's too much might on the Draven side. They're gonna take the point lead. They have infinite draw in general because there's a bunch of draw in that deck. Like this is like complete blowout.
I think that the advantage that mid range has in this matchup, if there is an advantage, which there isn't a great advantage, I think that the advantage that they have is that like the average card that they're playing should be better, and that they do get to do like the Forerunner thing, and they get to like hide a bunch of cards, because Miracle isn't like they're limited in the amount of cards that they're actually allowed to hide or like run that say hidden on them, because you have to run a lot of cards that are blanks, like the seals, and like, you know, I'm not gonna say call shots a blank, but like as far as the average card quality here, it's definitely a little bit lower. You're gonna see a lot more cards, but yeah, all that to say that if you fall behind early, you're gonna have an incredibly bad time in this matchup.
Tempo important, confirmed.
Yep.
I have a quick update here. I was not able to find the T-Rex shirt with Google reverse image search. So if anyone has a line on it, DM me. I'm interested.
I think the other thing is like, even if we didn't just get blown out, even if we had like a Forerunner in base and like a Draven or whatever, the fact that our opponent's on 4 points and we're on 3 points is just so incredibly massive in this matchup. Because like at any point they can bushwhack and they're going to be able to double conquer, and then at any point they're going to fizz back that bushwhack and they're going to double conquer again. Like even if we had a bunch of guys, we're just like being 1 point behind at this point is just like so incredibly massive. And the fact that we just like falling star to Darius, and like guess what, the opponent still has 16 might on board, and we have nothing, and we have fewer runes than our opponent, and we're playing a 2-mana 1 might unit on like turn 5, but 2 of them. You know, it's
not ideal.
Yeah, like as soon as that falling star sort of comes down, if I'm the Miracle Draven player on the right, I'm just like, okay, this game is like, it was already over, but now it's just like 100% basically unlosable, because the falling star in that position, we didn't have any units on the board, so while it was most likely the best thing to be doing, like the Draven on the left just doesn't have a lot of good cards in hand. There's a Bryn here, there's a Ferris Forerunner,
that's 3 Dariuses in the deck.
Yeah, there's the third one. Nothing to actually develop pressure right now. And as you said, there's 4 units in the base. Stop the Miracle player from just going to 6 and then bushwhacking for the win.
Yeah, I think like even if you're concerned about a Darius untapping, which is a valid concern, I think that like if you are gonna win the game, it's not gonna be off the back of these 2 treasure hunters. Like you probably just have to like redeploy that forerunner and then just like, you know, throw up a couple prayers.
Yeah,
because I don't know what you're doing at this point, but like double treasure hunter was not good enough.
Is not going to win you any games at this point.
2 mites not gonna cut it.
Fizz is such a sick card.
Fizz
is
Empty
so
ban
good.
Fizz. Oh,
Yeah.
I think Fizz
Another
is-
card that's not played in the best decks.
True.
Oh, yeah.
Best
Don't
deck,
you
we're
play
about
in
to see
Miracle?
it get stomped right now.
Detonate does not play it. And then mid-range doesn't play it, obviously. But yeah. Like it's good in normal miracle decks for sure. Very good.
Good in Ezreal.
I mean, how do you have 2 treasure hunters against an army of Nox and a purple twink and a fish? Like, how do you actually how do you get over this?
Yeah, I think
it is
this
pretty
the
wild
point- this is the point in the game where if you're the miracle player, you just say like you pick up your deck and take some cards and show me what you got, because I would at this point I don't see with the treasure hunter play, I don't see a way back into the
I don't even know like
both of them, but
if you could like perfectly craft your hand with 7 mana, like maybe like a watcher. If you could like play a watcher here, like that's
Is Watcher good here?
No, watcher's not good enough because you have treasure hunters. You
Yeah.
decide to play 2 mana 1 might units, and you didn't even lead Reaver's Row, so like your 2 mana 1 might unit like wasn't even good. Yeah, that's a rough one.
Yep.
I feel like those
Draven just really needs to be ahead here early game and carry that all the way. Otherwise, it's just gonna blow you out of this game.
To me, that game there is more so indicative of the power level of these decks than like the busted turns where they like play a million might. Because it's like they were just so firmly in control, and there was no point in which that they were going to lose it. Or it's like that to me is like that is the dominance. Like, yeah, you can play your Rasas and Bushwhack turns, that's fine. But like just being able to like, oh yeah, I'm just conquering twice a turn, not giving you anything back. I'm removing your units. I'm drawing a card. Like that is the power to me.
That's super fair, but at the same time, I think that's the type of game where like you go in and you like lose it and you're like, oh my god, you know, Draven's too broken. Like what the hell? I couldn't win at any point. Yeah. And it's like, okay, but you like toss the entire game on turn 2 for like no reason.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like
multiple times
that committing so much to just one battlefield, like playing the fan then Draven turn 2 and then like the fan then Kai'Sa turn 3, and you're like, well, that's probably not going to work out for you very well.
Like even if you're gonna commit it, like just go to peak. So you can like at least even if you have nothing, if you represent 2 mana, the Draven's not allowed to walk up at you. Like what we did is like not legal.
And that's a funny thing because we were talking about like holding the Forerunner in hand and like curving out perfectly, and like it happens, but then just that one decision just changes that entire complexion. Which, yeah, that was really interesting to see it happen. Actually, like when you see somebody have that perfect curve, and just that's my kind of mistake where I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna play with the blinkers on, like not even gonna think about this one, and just do the thing because it's 1, 2, 3, and off we go. And then you're like, wait, why didn't it work?
Yeah, I think that like a lot of times, even just like normal mid-range Dravens come down to like the matchup will come down to like eventually both of you will opt into a combat, and both of you think that you're gonna win it, and then whoever wins it wins the game. It's just that in this case, your opponent opted you into it on turn 2 because you just decided to leave your guys there. It's just, yeah.
All about understanding that macro game plan. And also, like, in the case that we saw in that game, it's like just taking a minute to go through what are the likely lines here. Like, okay, I've got like usually overzealous fan is like, yeah, you've got a Draven and overzealous fan, you're covering most things, but actually you weren't covering like a very basic combination of cards. So like, is it worth playing into that? And in that case, it was certainly not. But it's something to think about, right? When you're making these plays, is like, what could I possibly lose to here? How likely is it that my opponent has it, and how horrible am I off if they do have it? And it felt like none of those calculations were made in the last game, because I think if you get stopped at any one of those checks, you make a different play in that.
In a genuine way, like it feels like it feels like a mistake that you make, like one of your first times playing the matchup.
Yeah.
And I wonder like how many reps you have on the matchup, because like if you played, you know, when people were first figuring out Draven, everyone was doing that, right? They were running the fan up, they were dropping a Draven on there, and they're like, you know, come at me.
Can't lose. I just draw a card here.
And then you get blown out like 3 times, and you're like, okay, I'm not allowed to do that. Like, I need to play smarter.
Okay, we're playing a real game here. It's not just it's not magical Christmas land every time I have Draven's biggest fan out.
Yeah.
It's just regular Christmas land with no magic.
That's the one.
Yeah, we get the classic. You've got 4 runes on your turn 1. Take a look at the hand and jam the chosen champion.
This is the best Chinese Miracle player that I've seen, because they didn't even think about playing a card. They just they knew they knew the assignment. You
Also,
just jammed the Draven. Quit thinking.
I didn't notice this until now. Is this a new mat, and is it an Unleashed themed mat?
Yeah,
It's so cool, actually.
That's amazing. I'm like, wait, why does something look different? Oh wait, it just looks sick. I want that mat. Okay, I now want that. I want that T-Rex shirt, and I want the Unleashed mat. Thank you very much.
What do you not want from the screen right now?
To be playing against the Miracle Draven down 1 game in the top 8 right now.
I see.
Very true, yeah.
Well,
okay, so this time we've adapted. To the credit of our player on the left, we've not done the same play. We could have moved to the Obelisk and played the Draven, but this time we're just staying in base. Not making use of the Reaver's Row, notably, which is interesting.
I will say, because it's Reaver's Row, I think you were allowed to throw a fan up there. You're going to give them a draw, but guess what? You're going to get a draw on the back end. Because, like, the turn 2 Miracle player would really like to play an Ezreal here, and then, like, a stack deck, and then, like, another card. And, like, you kind of, I don't know, you kind of, like, impact their mana quite a bit by, like, making them think about leaving their Draven on that battlefield. Yeah,
this is sort of like another thing you figure out when you've played this matchup a couple of times, is like, oh, when this Miracle deck is on 6, 7 runes for the first time, it really doesn't want to do very much other than just play Seal, play Ezreal, play Call Shot, and just dig through its deck and play a couple Battering Rams, maybe a Hopeful.
So it doesn't want to do anything but play 7 cards in a turn and develop 15 might.
Cards. And it's a pretty good turn to sort of get aggressive. So I do agree, it's probably better if we had pushed the fan up.
Yeah. I think the Miracle player, usually what you want to do in this matchup is you want to just hold your Draven back. You don't want to walk him up. You want him to apply pressure by, like, just existing. And I think that the fact that we did push up speaks to our hand being weak. Like if you played this matchup before, I think you should be able to, like, see your opponent do that and be like, okay, their hand's not very good. If they're making this play and they're about to play like a 4-mana Battering Ram, which, to be fair, it's just something you do. Like, it's a very valid thing that you do. But you should be able to read like weakness in the hand for sure. That's a ride to win. That's cool.
Yeah, and here's where, as you said, if we had pushed the fan, we could this turn just have the option of, okay, I can just go to Obelisk, be up a point, and hold there for a turn. Next turn, threaten going to 4. Now we really don't have this option, and now we've put ourselves into a position where we have to take this fight now, which is why it's awkward not pushing the fan last turn, because we don't have a point now. So like, if we only score 1 point, the Miracle player gets to hold the 2, hold, and they're suddenly ahead on the point. Can just take another turn off, another turn where they can like try to draw out of this pretty weak hand that they have. Like no filtering available right now.
And even if you didn't want to give them a card, like you could decline Reaver's trigger and just like push them back with fan. Like you can sack the fan just for point tempo, and then like you throw your Draven up there on the Reavers, and like I feel like you're in a pretty good position. But you're 100% right that like the fact that we're behind a point despite going first, I think is really rough for us. We do have the Forerunner though, so like we do have a very strong hold on the other side, and the opponent's hand like doesn't seem very good. But yeah, it's very awkward.
I do like this the sequencing. Okay. Well, we're doing a different thing than I thought, but if we were wanting to not have our Draven get rebuked on this turn, we move up with the fan first, which would create the showdown to potentially use rebuke. They don't, then you can just move the Draven up. Does not create a showdown, so the rebuke can't be played on Draven or Foff or whatever. I didn't go for that, but was
especially because the seal was like sitting there ready. Like they get a pretty big discount on rebuke there.
Yeah.
And I don't also like hate this.
I like that the Forerunner was played in base here, because we could have done a similar thing as last game, where okay, we try to hold this, but the left player may be recognizing that would just slow the game down, and I don't want to do that. I'm the aggressor in this matchup because the Miracle deck just has a better late game, so I need to get aggressive, need to play this Forerunner in base, and need to threaten the reverse roll on the next turn, go to 3 points, and then get a hold in, stop my opponent from going to 4 on that following turn, and then we're suddenly in a game state where they can sort of pull back, relax a bit because they're up on points, but they have to get there first.
The other thing that's really nice about this deck is if you're able to hide a Fight or Flight on your Forerunner, the card becomes like, not unkillable, but like the fact that it becomes rebuke proof is like incredibly important. And I think I think if you don't have it, then like playing slightly conservatively and not giving them the freest rebuke on the planet is like a very reasonable thing to do. I do think it's interesting that we didn't play the seal. We decided to discard the seal instead, deciding that our hand is too good. And then ended up like playing another 4-mana battering ram, which to be fair is a lot of might at this point. But it's interesting that's the direction they decided to go with this.
Because the game is going to go for still a little bit, I think the seal is going to be useful here. Like the game is going to go for quite a bit of time still, I think.
Yeah, I would have played the seal, but maybe I'm too greedy. Okay, this isn't legal.
This is not. Yeah, you're just not allowed to do this. What are we?
Oh no! You can't let your opponent get to 4 points. You're so far behind. That's playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Okay, this is really bad.
Chat. Here's why we're sort of having this reaction. While like we look at the board and we're like, okay, in a Draven mirror, we don't want to be defending. We want to be attacking. Because Draven is just much better and much more versatile when he attacks, because you get to choose which unit do I want to push, where do I want to push it, do I want to attack with multiple units or only one. But the problem here is we are forced to defend because we're behind on point tempo. Our opponents at 2 can go to 4 this turn, and if we just allow that to happen for, in this case, no cost at all, then we're just allowing this Draven another turn of development And as we've already said, like, this is a weak hand, and now we're just allowing them to ride the winds, pull back, go to 4, and they're just going to keep doing this. If you let them, they're just going to keep doing this play over and over, develop more item base so that they get to attack, and then you're really on the back foot.
This is the other thing, that if you've played the mirror before, you've gotten baited into like the staring match of like, oh, we'll both develop might, and then your opponent walks up and then ride the winds over, scores both, and walks home, usually with a Kaisa, and then you're sitting there like, oh crap, I have to hold for the rest of the game. Like, this is the type of thing that, like, if you played the matchup, you just get blown out a few times and you're like, oh my god, I can never let this happen to me again.
I've made a terrible mistake.
Yeah.
There's just no. Oh, is that against the odds? That maybe helps.
It is against the odds.
I believe so.
So that makes the hold plan look better
significantly. The other thing is, like you had mentioned earlier, Blev, where you have the 2-drops to go in and like sort of clear the way for a rebuke this turn. I think is pretty important.
Yeah.
I think that was a good call out, because you really do not want to give them the rebuke on this turn.
We'll see if they do that. Well, they didn't actually do that last turn, but the way that they played last turn reminded me that is something that you, sequencing wise, you should do if that's your plan.
Yeah.
Rebuke here would be it's still going to be bad on their turn, but if you get to eat, a bunch of their runes here, that's nice.
I think the other thing that's frustrating about like, I think a big thing is that your opponent was at 2 points. If you keep them from scoring literally both battlefields, you buy an extra turn instantly. Like, even if you let them score 1, that's fine. You buy an extra turn instantly. But more importantly, we have Shovel in our hand. So like, even if we like threw up some Forerunners and they like killed one and bounced the other, like, we could just play down our Shovel and then like walk up and like get tons of value on like replaying that card. And I think that the fact that we like opted out of combats early in the game, it's just again like just consistently putting us so far behind. Like, we're devaluing the cards in our hand. And it's like, okay, at what point do we start dealing with this? Because now we're opted into dealing with it right now. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Well, here's what's gonna happen. Here's what was my prediction given this current one set. Player on the left has recognized, okay, we have to hold, as we've already said, that they just have to do it now because they didn't do it last turn. They would have preferred to do it last turn, but they have to do it now. And what the player on the right can just do at this point is say, okay, I can take this attack if I want to. So if they maybe have an against the odds, which I didn't see in their hand, then they could take this combat. Alternatively, they can just say, okay, that sounds good. You're on that battlefield. I'm just going to go over here, buy myself more time. I'm just going to score to 5. I'm going to hold to 6, and then I'm going to pull back, and then we can play exactly the same game again.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be on 6 points, the opponent's going to be on 5, and we just have such a relaxing and slow game as the Miracle player, which is not where you want to be. So what our player on the left should have probably considered here is splitting your forces a little bit. They have to be able to threaten, not only stopping your opponent from conquering both battlefields this turn, but they also have to threaten a follow-up conquer from their own side on the following turn, which with this board state, you can't do. It's just impossible.
Oh no.
This deck does not have that much mobility, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
That's what happens.
Yeah. Oh, it's so much mana open. And the only saving grace was that you have a Darius, right? And it's like, okay, the Darius and like a fight or flight will let you like move everything, like move most of your might over, and like you can contest. But the fact that the opponent just like sat all their might up there and said, yeah, let me hold the 6, and then like is holding up 11 mana, like, you're walking into a rebuke, you're walking into a push. So like, are you even allowed to walk up? The answer is like, probably not. But like, letting your opponent get to 6 points means like you're scooping the game on the spot to like a Bryn here. And like, it's not like the push and the rebuke go away. This is just like so bad. This is just the consequences of our actions.
Yeah. I also think we could have had roughly the same scenario, except opponent would be stacked on the other battlefield, and you'd be flip flopped with which battlefields you're stacked on. But you'd be at one more point. You would have pushed your treasure hunter back. Yes, Draven opponent or right side opponent would be able to draw an extra card, but you are, trading a card in their hand for 1 point for you, which like puts you back on point tempo kind of. And yeah, I feel like we could have played slightly differently and been in a maybe not significantly, but a better spot and not giving up too much there. And now we're in this awkward scenario.
So important is because a lot of our mana and a lot of our like potential might is stuck in these forerunners that are never going to get a combat now because we decided to stick both of them on the same battlefield. Like, were they going to get rebuked or pushed? Probably. But the point is that like now these units are like never going to get their value. Like we want a combat. Like our like everything that we have wants to combat. 21.
I guess
This is enough in theory.
Yeah, it's 21.
But
this doesn't even win. If they just pay just pay for Darius, it's 22.
We don't talk about that.
Well, actually it's just 20. I'm sorry. I was lying. It's just 20.
5, 10, 14 plus 6 is 20. Yeah, so it will be plus 1 if you
doesn't have any cards in hand.
Well,
the thing is they're always going to be there. So like getting them out now and like you would much rather like a Darius get rebuked than a Forerunner, right? Like
Forerunner or a unit that just got against the odds. So I don't mind saving the against the odds until you get out the pushes, but this still, I mean, I guess if you're pushing a Darius, if you're rebuking or even fighting a Darius, you're kind of okay because like the Darius on the back, the two Darius on the back end, or even the one Darius on the back end is going to be able to take out something, right? It's not like, you've just completely thrown away the value from what's left on the battlefield. Like you're still getting a decent amount.
Yeah, I think double Darius ends up being like one of the best things that they could possibly be doing here. Like I think this is about as good as it can get, considering that we've like marooned our forerunners and we're behind on point tempo.
Yeah,
and swing into 10 mana.
So there is also the consideration where like, despite the fact that as we've talked about, this is not an ideal board state for the player on the left. The Miracle player has passed with 10 runes up. And looking at their hand, they don't actually have a whole lot of draw. So despite all the mistakes, it's still possible that this game ends up turning around if our Miracle player just doesn't draw any call shots, any Ezreals, any draw cards.
With that in mind,
the next 3 draws.
I think the Miracle player, like the play here isn't to pay for Draven. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to fight or flight your own Draven back to base.
Yeah,
and then you kill 2 Dariuses, and then you swing your Draven into their 3rd Darius, and guess what? You wiped all 3 Dariuses, you draw a card, like you unbrick yourself. Like that is so much better than like committing to this. I think committing to this fight is like, I don't know, like they get to choose who survives. You don't get to like keep this spinning axe. Like this is just, I
absolutely
don't know.
agree. Yep.
Yeah, they keep 1 battering ram here.
Yeah, they just
using the
leave
axe
the
here,
batter.
I don't know why we're deciding to lose it. Like, axe
I
could have
think
generated so much value overall this game. We just lost.
Pushing your own Draven back is just like so much better because then you also get to like win the combat on your terms. I just don't. The only good thing about this is that like you get to hold, so you get to bring back your unit. Whereas like the Draven's getting like stuck on the battlefield, but you have another push in hand. Like, I don't love this.
I mean, still in a good position though, because you're heading 6 first. You still drew from that exchange. You're drawing. Oh, Stack Deck is an amazing draw because you can actually go deeper, find your cult shot, find your other Ezreal, stuff like that. Like it's
Amazing
It's
try
the
here.
biggest thing we're looking for. Is just we have triple fight or flight in hand. Yeah, we have triple fight or flight in hand. Like, wouldn't it be nice if we had cashed in a fight or flight?
And we bricked off of the stack deck in terms of finding more draw.
Forerunner's okay here.
Forerunner's good.
I think Forerunner's
View
totally
for the
fine.
Forerunner's good.
I think my main concern is I haven't seen a single bushwhack. So like our chance at like double conquering is like getting lower and lower, like the more that I see of this deck. Like we have Darius's and stuff. Like we have a lot of potential like incredible top decks. But like we don't have bushwhacks, which means that like Roz's aren't like great draws either. Like I don't know, it's a little bit concerning for me.
Yeah, and they're going to commit to this attack with the Ezreal and then attempt to rebuke the Forerunners to try to get another draw just because their hand right now really doesn't have anything going on.
Yeah, you have to push the Ezreal back.
Yeah.
Like you cannot give them the draw. Like honestly, what you do is you push back with Fan and then you retreat with Forerunner. Like this is like screaming rebuke. Like
yeah, this is no, you're not allowed to do this.
Like genuinely, I think you just
get the draw.
run away and push. Like, oh, this is so bad.
100%.
Yeah, now like Miracle opponent can back out with both if they want, develop in base, and just like they've got so much time to just win the game in whatever way is necessary.
Did they draw an Ezreal? Is that what we're tapping for?
Looks like it.
We drew an Ezreal. Oh my god.
It's an Ezreal.
Okay, yeah, we have Infinity cards.
Yep.
Okay.
The game is cooked.
Yeah, and we have the pushes, so like these Forerunners are never making it back onto a battlefield. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, we just have Infinity Might as well.
Yeah. It happens. The mid-range Straven player still would have won the game because I'm pretty sure that Ezreal was drawn off of that combat win with the rebuke on the Forerunner. So like had we just pushed the Ezreal, we would just most likely win because we'd go to 6 and then that's when the Ezreal would have been drawn. So then you have to find a bunch of units plus the bushwhack, which is at this point you only have one turn to do that. So that could not be found. Also, we've gone through a lot of our might already. Like there's 2 Rams in the Hopeful base in the trash. Sorry.
I think the triple push like probably ends up getting there anyway because it's such a silly hand. But I think most of the time, denying them the draw, I think gives you so much value. Yeah, no, this is just. Yeah. But I think this is unironically like a really good game to watch. Not necessarily because the two sides played perfectly, but because you can see like very clearly like how your decisions early in the game like just impact you every single turn. They dog you and like make you have to continue to make incredibly uncomfortable plays that just set you so far behind.
Like all of this, the only reason all of this happened is because on turn 2, the mid-range Draven player elected to not push with their fan. They elected to not get that 1 free point. And had we gotten that 1 free point, it is very likely that we would just be up, and in this exact spot, like we would just be up like 6-5 in points. And we would have so much more of a comfortable game.
Yep. Yeah. Butterfly effect in full effect here. The overzealous fan effect. You choose not to overzealous fan in New York, and a tornado is prevented in Japan. There we go. It's a reference to the butterfly effect, in case anyone is wondering why I just mentioned completely random things. Like that's being played in China. It's being played in China. Why did you say Japan?
Because I'm that movie with that guy from the that 70s show.
Yep, that's the one. It does really go to show like there is a lot of like, I mean, you bring up the really good point. Like, yes, a play that was made, 3 or 4 turns ago that seemed innocuous was actually quite important. And like, yes, you want to be playing fast, but especially in untimed rounds in the top 8, like thinking a few turns ahead, thinking about what the implications are, thinking of that, that macro game plan, that the big picture is very important.
Yeah. I think this is another instance of run away and push. You do not want to give them the shovel trigger. You have 3 pushes anyway. I think you run away with the Ezreal so that they don't win a combat, and then you just push the treasure hunter back.
Yeah. But they're gonna get another gold.
True.
The gold is not going to untap.
I know.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that you're like soft checking for like hard bargain.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
you don't really care all that much if this gets hard bargained.
Yeah. But it means that like the rebuke next turn isn't getting hard bargained.
Right.
Which is
exactly
a lot more important.
And that they're spending more resources now on the turn that it absolutely matters. Like every resource that they spend here is just plus for you.
Yeah.
I do have to point out there is still that against the odds in hand. So there's still a chance that our miracle player decides to attack with everything all at once and loses a huge combat. It's still a chance.
Yeah,
for sure. I think he might have 1 in hand. Maybe I may be making that up. I definitely thought I saw 1. But...
Fan hopeful. Forerunner
in other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In miracle player's hand, I think they have 1.
Probably.
Although may have gotten
and I will say that like I am happy to see this miracle player because this is genuinely the best miracle player that I've seen from all the China streams. Like usually I'm, frustrated with the lines that they take. I think that the build is interesting. It's not like full miracle. It's basically just mid-range, but with Ezreals and called shots and Rams. I think there might be like 1 Raza.
Yeah, it's like mid-rickle.
Yeah.
The Dariuses are interesting in this deck.
The Darius is very interesting. I wonder if there's like a specific... Oh, come on. This isn't legal. I think it has to be him.
Haven't seen Bushwhack. We have seen
Bushwhacks.
I think we saw 1 Raza last game.
1 Raza.
Yeah.
I don't like that we played the Forerunner because it makes us weaker under rebuke. We might as well go fan plus hopeful, right? That's probably better. And then we can still play the against the odds.
Yeah.
Same amount of might, but it doesn't get rebuked. At this point, I'm not certain that it oh wow, and we have a fizz too, so we can rebuke and then fizz the rebuke.
Yeah, skip it.
And it just goes, no need to play this out. We're good here. There it is. Mid-range miracle, mid-rickle, whatever you want to call it. It has 1 and is making it into the top 4 versus the more traditional mid-range variant there.
Is this your winner, Aikara?
I think he's played the cleanest of like every player that we've seen all weekend. Unironically.
And they have their birth year in their username.
True.
Is it their birth
1997? That's the first Zoomer right there.
Are they Are they really young or
it's not Boomer?
No, 97 is the very first Gen Z.
I was gonna say that. To me, that feels like old Zoomer.
Yeah, it's the first one.
What? Wait, Kuvi, what century were you born in?
1500.
Okay. Sorry, not born originally. Obviously, you're an eternal spirit. I mean this corporeal form.
I have no age. I'm an ascended of Targon. It's like Tarek, basically.
That's fair.
I'm still betting on Aurelia winning personally. I need one Aurelia winning, and I think it should be now. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, only such a corporeal being could hew me up for a plug for Aurelia, because I wanted to say thank you to the Turn 'em Sideways team for sending me an Aurelia playmat, and you can get yours too.
Wow.
At the shop for Turn 'em Sideways. The Blevins will give you the exact link to as well.
That is crazy that you brought up the very mat that you can get right now at shop.turnemsideways.gg, as well as the ever popular, and I believe, and Jarvis is going to yell at me if this is not actually true, but back in stock might counters, as well as the challenge coins, which I'm really quite jealous that I don't have right now. There they are. There's the challenge coins for both the Victor and Kaisa there. I really do need, I just want a stack of those coins so that I can do the poker chip shuffle. That's my ultimate goal in life right now, is to get this. So hopefully we can get a care package at RQ Lille and not a bunch of Lucian players, because I don't need them entering the event. I need to be the only player. Lucian didn't even make day 2. Just remember that when you're considering, hey, I'm going to bring Lucian to this event, RQ Lille specifically. I'm going to try to win. I'm going to try to do well with it. It's not a good deck. Just remember that. Did not even day 2 this event.
I believe in you, Blevins. I think you'll make day 2. I think you'll be there. It'll be a good.
Making day 2 is irrelevant. I need to get the best of Metal Lucian. I don't care about anything under that is a failure.
Well, Blev, I mean, if Called Shot gets banned, so Ezreal dies and Miracle dies, and if they ban a bunch of mid-range Draven stuff, then like, do you even have good matchups anymore?
I was going to say, no, I need all those things to stay in play. No, I mean, no, because if Unitless Victor and all these stupid yellow Call the Week decks are in favor, I'm just, Lucian's getting packed up and sent back. Because yeah, no, that's not a great matchup. The deck that perpetually 1-for-1s you every single turn can definitely win against the deck that plays not enough units to survive that. Not great. But we are
so
here.
An interesting side effect of if like Call Shot gets banned, I think we're gonna have a lot of decks sort of falling in viability a lot, because something like Aurelia is really good right now because Aurelia just beats Miracle, right? And something like Lucian, with how good it is into Miracle, is like, I think those decks are like going to actually drop off quite a bit if we do see that ban.
I think Lucian ends up worse. I think Irelia, I don't know. I think Irelia is like stomping a lot of like bad decks too. Like I think Irelia is gatekeeping just as much as Raven is. And I think that if she
insane to say, but okay,
maybe not literally
give us
as
an example.
much.
Not
what is she gatekeeping?
Like every mid-range deck ever, right? Like why do you play Fiora when Irelia exists?
I think that's a pretty decent point.
Okay, Fiora.
Oh, because Fiora is good into Aurelia.
I feel like she's gatekeeping day 1 of the tournament. It's like she beat up some people
so
in open play.
Like,
so the
I know it's in yellow, but like,
yeah, okay. I myself haven't ever lost to Fiora on Aurelia, but the best of Fiora from Bologna, right? Okay. Like Vendordi, who is on my in my testing group, he swears that the matchup is like really, really good for Fiora, and I believe him. I just haven't.
Aurelia and Fiora is like 90% for Aurelia.
That's where my gut would be.
I feel like this weird thing happens where Irelia just like spawns in with 10 might, and Fiora like really needs to work hard to get up to that point. Yeah. And also all the Guardian Angels and such. And like you could be like, oh, I'm in yellow, I can just salvage their Guardian Angels. But the issue is they're going to draw like 30 more cards than you.
Yeah,
so, like trying to like salvage their shit. That's not like a winning game plan.
Guardian Angel doesn't matter if you're just winning every combat.
Yeah.
Like,
so
okay, if you completely forget that the card Riposte exists and you play immediately into it, like I can see that being a good matchup for Fiora.
Even like, what are you playing? Like, what they Riposte you're on guard? Like,
yeah, it's like they paid more in both energy and power to get a worse version of Defiant Dance. Yeah. That's exactly.
I could see a world where like the Fiora like curves out and like the Irelia player like turns their brain off and like jams Irelia on turn 2 with 5 mana, and then it gets like challenged and dies, and then suddenly they're like, oh crap, I guess I need to like play this Draven, and then the Draven dies as well, and they're like, oh, I'm out of units. I could see like a world where it like lines up. Like I'm being hyperbolic there, but I could see a world where like it lines up for Fiora. But like I don't know, all these like orange yellow decks like kind of scoop the game on the spot to stuff like Rebuke. And like Death Grip is good, but like I don't know if Death Grip is good enough to like win you the matchup.
Talking about Rebuke in a deck that has Riposte and Ruin Runner is crazy. But
I can see if your
Fiora
game
is running
plan...
Ruin Runner?
Yeah.
Probably
what
has
Fiora
to
deck
now.
is running Ruin Runner?
Some.
Like in the sideboard,
Not the ones I've played
maybe.
against.
But like your Ruin Runner's not getting bigger than the Irelia. Why would you even side it?
It is with Punch First.
No,
That
it
can get
isn't.
bigger. Like we play equipment,
I can see
like
if
when we're attacking.
Yeah. If the yeah. Anyway. I think that's an interesting matchup. But James, I believe you've got to go. So we'll give you a chance here to shout out, sign out, and sell out, as it were, for all the places that people can find you on the internet.
I already did a plug for the store, so I'll.
Yeah, that's true. You don't need to do another one.
point
Another
people
plug
are,
for shop that
again.
turns sideways
No,
on
thank you for having me. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to stick around a little bit longer. Y'all tanked a massive break. As I woke up this morning at 7:30 and looked and like, what round are they on? Where are they going? So shout outs to everyone that kind of tanked through that. Appreciate you for having me on as always, and yeah, I post some vlogs, some content, some thoughts. I should have one going up this week about the last couple of weeks and what I've been up to, and we're closing in on Lille, so I'm looking forward to seeing people in person there as well. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Hi, James.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you in Lille, my friend. Then there were 4. So I can see if the game plan for Fiora, if this is a standard gameplay, I've not played this matchup on either side or even really seen it played. So, but if the game plan is develop early as Fiora, challenge their unit on key turn, and just stay ahead, and then use Fiora Worthy or whatever to back out, or just have a big like punch first defended battlefield. I can see it. Like it would play similarly in theory to how the Aurelia mirror would happen, where it's like get ahead by a turn cycle, then defend that. I can see it. And like they're probably better on just raw attacking over that like hold turn. If they fall behind, they're probably better at catching up at least the one time than Aurelia. I can see that. I don't know if I believe that happens, but I've also not played the matchup, so I would take the word of someone who has.
I think
the theory is a little bit that you have challenge riposte, so Stellacorn is like not really surviving, right? Like sometimes Stella survives and you just draw 10 cards anyway.
Yeah,
that's just how the game goes when you're playing Aurelia. But yeah, with challenge, with riposte, the Stellacorn is not very safe. And I think the idea is that you just sort of dance around the Aurelia a little bit. For the first 2 turns, you get a point lead because you're playing on curve, and they have to like play Aurelia and keep her in base for a turn. And then once you're up 1 point, you can always play a little bit like Lucian, where with your Fiora 3, you can just push, use something like Trifarian Warcamp, like ready the unit, move it back, so you're not giving up as much might on defense, like because you're not losing a unit turn, And then last turn you have stuff like Facebreaker to get around, just get around all the combat tricks, and you repulse them not so fast. And I think that's the idea of how Fiora can approach the matchup.
My main concern, truly, like outside of the fact that Irelia is big and whatever, it's that Fiora draws X amount of cards per game, and Fiora kind of like has to run battlefields that say draw on them, which kind of means that you're running the exact same battlefields that Irelia is, which means you're like very likely to give Irelia 2 Dreaming Tree games. And I don't know if you can beat Irelia on a Dreaming Tree game. That's like a very real concern that I have, because it's cool that you have challenges. You have like Punch First, but like they have like 12 cards in their deck that are now just drawing them a million cards, and I would be deeply concerned about that.
So you just have to line up when they are picking Dreaming Tree and like line it up against that, probably. Right?
If you snipe the double Dreaming Tree game, then like you just sack that. It's like, yeah, bummer. Then yeah, like I think Sunken Temple is like a much less scary thing to give them. But like Dreaming Tree is like, that's a rough one to give them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was on Dreaming Tree in his version. I don't think it's a super common bet. Well, some Fioras run it, some don't. And partially, I think one of his major reasons was, okay, I don't want to give this to Aurelia, because that's just backbreaking when they have so many cards to just draw every single turn. So
I just worry about set 2 Fiora like running out of cards. Like if you draw the BF sword and the unsung hero, then you're fine. But like I've seen them go like 15 deep, 0 BF sword, and then their deck just doesn't do anything. Which is why I feel like you kind of need the battlefields to say draw. Like it's understandable if you like in the same way that like Kaisa in set 1 couldn't run Dreaming Tree because you're giving Annie too much value, or even like Ezreal in set 2 can't run Targon's Peak even though it's like their best battlefield because you're giving a Draven too much value, right? Like it's understandable.
Makes sense. I mean, I can see the game plan of like, oh, you are playing a unit, conquering with it, backing it out somehow, sometimes with actual Lucian, playing a bunch of equipment to make that unit big, moving it around. And then you ask the question, why are you not just playing Lucian in the first place? And the answer to that is just not a good deck. Don't bring it to RQ Lille. You don't need to. It's not good enough to actually win a best of metal card, because I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be me.
We ended up on the minutia of this matchup, but I think the whole point I was trying to make is I feel like a lot of the like mid-range, like a lot of the dumb mid-range decks that people want to play, they're getting crowded out by Draven. I feel like Irelia is doing like a similar thing to them, where like she's winning the combats, she's scoring a ton of points, she's bigger than you, she's stronger than you, she's faster than you.
Yes.
I feel like I don't know. I don't know if just killing Draven is enough for like, insert big mid-range deck here.
Yeah. Well, I think it always goes down to me now that when I'm looking at like how Riftbound decks work and removing a lot of the identity of the deck or the specific cards, it's like conquer 2 points per turn, try to leave as few combats as possible, and then have something that pushes over the edge, whether it's Bryn here, whether it's a million might, whether it's counterspell backup. The mid-range decks are doing the same sort of thing. And even like the combo decks, like Miracle's still also doing that, just in a fancier way sometimes. And Aurelia, to me, was the deck that really exemplified that and like drove it home for me that that's what Riftbound decks are doing. Maybe it was the timing of me like evaluating Riftbound that made that enlightening, or maybe it's just the play pattern is so, I'm literally moving Aurelia around, I'm dancing around and then dancing her back. Oh, that's just how Riftbound works. But it is tough for like, you need decks need a way to break that tempo, right? And it's either holding, preventing your opponent from doing it, or something cheat like Lucian or Purple Draven or something like that. And a lot of these, insert random mid-range deck like Jax is doing that via maybe holding, probably holding because of the Jack signature spell or something. Azir is using removal. The yellow decks are using removal to prevent to choke the resources. Like there's different ways to address that issue, but that is the core issue, is how are you stopping your opponent from, how are you breaking that tempo?
100%.
And Aurelia does that in a really good way.
I think that's why like a lot of people like lean towards like the Rat Ezreal build, like whether it's good or not. Even like I think the best Ornn lists are just doing similar rat things. Where you're doing like rat and seal, and like you're just trying to like give your opponent as few combats as possible, score as many points early, and then like transition into an Ornn game. Like I think that the best version of most decks right now is trying to do something like that. Like every orange deck should be running Lucian because Lucian's broken. Like every deck is trying to do a similar thing. And then like the turns, at some point you usually have to hold, and it's, you know, you stack a bunch of guys there and like you hide a card, and like you hope that that's good enough to like, you know, stop your opponent from like you know, get them off point cadence. And then like now it's your turn. Now you need to be on point cadence, and then they are forced to hold, which to be fair is slightly better than set one where, you know, holding was illegal. So I don't know.
Would you rather have like
Unless you time walk, yeah.
Riftbound is the most fun when both players are like conquering or double conquering during the turn. I think like holding one side and the opponent holding the other side is so incredibly cringe.
It's horrific. I played a game in Vegas actually against Jarvis, and Jarvis was on Aurora, and I think I was playing someone's Ari deck, and we literally just were like two ships passing in the night on the battlefield, going like, "Hey, buddy, yeah, you got a point, I got a point too. Are we good? Are we good? Yeah, okay." Then we got to 7 points each or whatever, and then the game started, or like got to 6 points, and then the game started. And that was, I will agree with you, Kuvi. That is, if that is what Riftbound at almost any level looks like, people are not going to want to play that because it's not fun.
It feels horrible because it basically you're forced to like keep holding by putting more things into the same battlefield. And a lot of people playing Vex, Poppy, or whatever, even like Ari now, she gets like that little new cat. People will just move in with the cat and then play Ari there, and it's gonna be hard to deal with. But like if you keep putting stuff into your battlefield, it feels bad for the opponent because they're like, oh well, I cannot go there. Like they start calculating and they realize that they can't go there, or they can, and it's either they try to go there and they get completely blown out and they feel horrible, or they go there and they break it and the person who holds feels horrible. Like in the exchange, there's always one person who actually feels like, and it's normal to feel bad when you're like losing the hold or whatever, but the amount of blowout that entails, I think, is related to a feel bad that is too high. Like just
that's why I say, unironically, I think it is such a good thing for the game that in the first 2 sets, the best colors were blue, red, and purple, because I think that they create like the most dynamic back and forth gameplay. And I think that if green was the best color in the game, like I think that would be bad for morale.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I think you just put it perfectly there. Like back and forth gameplay is, I think, the core of this argument, where it's not happening if both players just sit on one battlefield each. Like you're not interacting with your opponent. You're just playing solitaire on a certain level, right? And then we get to the last turn and we just compare hands, compare board states, and see who wins. That's not fun for most players, right? There's some people are going to find that enjoyable, but most people are going to be like, oh no, I want to interact with you every single turn. I want in the game, but maybe don't decide all of it. And yeah, absolutely agree. That's just what red does really well, is attacking.
Yeah. And the Lucian problem or the Rat problem or the Irelia problem, like whoever you want to assign it to, like I do think that it is a problem if it becomes like, you know, the prominent way to play the game.
Well, it is kind of, it's somewhat a prominent way to play, but I do think it's like a somewhat interesting question to ask, like how do you circumvent that? And like each deck, like various decks right now, as you've described, have different ways of doing that, which is kind of cool.
Well, even with the detonate deck, the amount of times that, you know, I'll go up, score my 2 points, and then I'm running triple fighter flight, so I'll just cast 2 fighter flights to push my guys back and, like, you know, cosplay Lucian.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you do it. Just don't give them the combat. Score your 2 points, be happy.
Absolutely. But we are here in our top 4. And no, sorry. This is probably still from the top 8. This looks like
a backup
game 3 backup game.
Wait a second.
Okay. This
Never
looks
before
like
seen gameplay.
mid-range mirror.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to battlefields. Both of them had run Reaver's Row, right? So yeah, just mid-range.
Obelisk, Reaver's Row, and Targons on both sides.
Yep.
And yeah, we're probably just playing like stock standard mid-range.
Yep. We've seen this player on earlier, I believe.
Oh yeah. Which one?
I think the player we're looking at right now. I think we saw them earlier in the event.
Yeah, even one of the Swiss rounds yesterday, or just earlier today.
It's all blurring together to me.
Yeah. Like after a while, you just forget. Oh, who played what deck again?
All right, game number 3. Judges, tell the players to play the game. There we go. Fist bump, and we are in.
56 minutes, I see.
I think a really interesting thing that I've struggled with a lot since playing the Detonate Mirror is I don't know if you're supposed to go first or not on the Obelisk game, specifically in Detonate Mirrors. I think in mid-range mirrors you just always go first. But like I think there's like a very real consideration that it might be better to just like drop a Draven turn 1.
Yeah.
That said, I mean, it looks like they opted to go first. Didn't even play. Did we have a stack deck? I don't know if we did. Yeah, we did. Didn't want to play it. I mean, I suppose just want to see what we draw. Because we can play it this turn as well and get slightly more information. I don't hate that.
Yep. One thing with these Draven decks is that they're very bad at spending an odd amount of mana, like Draven midrange specifically. So it does make a lot of sense seeing the top deck before we commit to the stack deck and just casting it now, because we're going to cast Draven this turn regardless, right? And then the 1 mana, unless we have a cheeky Gust in our deck, is not actually going to represent any interaction.
Yeah, not until next set. Next set you'll have that 1 mana stun, but currently you have to play fair. Yeah, this is the interesting thing though, where you kind of have decided to score that point and push your 2-drop up. Like we were saying earlier, onto the Reaver's Row, and setting up to maintain your point tempo here. It's nice that we get to see the other side of this, and we'll see if it ends up going any differently, because you are giving the Draven a draw. That is not irrelevant, and getting a gold. The gold is also like very relevant, whether it's going to be used on a Forerunner or a Mind Splitter. Like it's going to end up being important.
The interesting thing to note here, though, is that because the Kaisa was developed and the Treasure Hunter is at Reaver's Row, you are actually mirroring those resources for yourself effectively. You're giving Draven a draw here. As it stands right now, is opening up a free draw for Kaisa, and the Treasure Hunter is going to be giving you that free gold here from the move, and you're getting it, I guess, first. You're getting the X to that gold first. So I don't. Given that you kind of want that point anyway, I'm like, this is a scenario where it's like, okay, yeah, you're giving the other Draven resources, but you're getting them back actually almost immediately.
Really interesting here. Like, I don't know if we're supposed to play Kaisa or Draven. Kaisa can't really walk into Reaver's Row effectively, so it's kind of an interesting idea. But what's really cool here is that we have a Kaisa, and if we wanted to, we could just ride the wind the Draven over, cheat out point tempo, and then like walk back to base. Like Ride the Wind is so incredibly good in these mirrors to cheat out point tempo, and deny combats that like. I wonder if we're supposed to rip it right here. Even though like we have the gold, and like ideally we'd like to use the gold for the power and like stay on evens, especially because we have a Forerunner in hand. But yeah, I think this is a very interesting. If we were going to
do that, shouldn't we have done that with Kaisa at the beginning?
It doesn't work, yeah.
No.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, because Kaisa's you're right.
Well, we can leave the Draven on the Reaver's Row and then Ride the Wind the Kaisa anyways to get the draw. That's what we could do.
Yep.
But then the Draven ends up on the Reaver's, so our opponent gets a draw, so it's not quite the same.
I was just thinking that if you cast Ride the Wind, you basically get to move everywhere, but that's only the case with Vi. She has ganking.
Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of the awkward thing. Like, I suppose that this is a reason that Kaisa is better than Draven. Because if you play Draven out, you're kind of opting into walking into Reaver's Row. because that's like the whole point of playing the Draven out. So like by playing Kaisa, I think you're like relatively happy to walk into Obelisk. Okay, so we have a trick, right? I don't know what the trick is. I don't know if it's rebuke or push or ride the wind. But we're telling the opponent we have something.
I did see a falling star.
We have axe.
Oh yeah, there it is.
So we now say, which of these triggers are you doing? And then we'll have an answer to depending on what they do.
I think I might be a coward. There's a very real chance that I trigger both. That I push and run away and decline Draven trigger. Because I don't know, like the fact that opponent walked in and they have so much mana, I'm concerned about this unit dying to like ride the wind axe.
But what does running away now? Oh, okay.
Because
so if they
within
ride the
combat,
wind, you don't get another. Okay. No. I like that. Yeah, I was like,
it still happens within the combat, so
okay.
There's no extra reverse trigger.
That's a good call out. You won't actually, if there was a ride the wind in this scenario, you don't actually get another reverse trigger. Which is something I forgot. So that's a good call out there. So no. And opponent or left side Draven player makes that same decision, says, yeah, I'm not losing to this specific. And actually we see it. There is definitely there's definitely a ride the wind. And I know that there's an axe as well. So actually really good call out from left side opponent. Be like, yeah, no, I'm not losing to this. And they would have in this case.
Yeah. I think it's the type of thing that like, it shows you've played the matchup a fair bit, like because it's the type of thing that until you see it, like it's just I feel like there's a lot of tricks in this matchup.
It's like, unintuitive, kind of how it works, or it's not 100% intuitive that it works that way, and it's also in a specific window, and it probably doesn't come up a lot of the time. But when it does, the first time you lose to that, you're like, oh, especially if you have that in your own deck, you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat with this.
Yeah. I also do like that they decided to shoot the Kaisa there. Playing a resource game, resource being the cards in hand, I think is pretty important because you have the Kaisa, which means that you could theoretically, you have the Kaisa, you have the point tempo. Like being up on cards is just incredibly valuable, much more valuable, I think, than just the gold here.
Notably, the Draven on the right has gotten 4 gold just off of this treasure hunter, and it's going to give them another one next turn. So they just have to cast this falling star for no power cost, and they're gonna like get to rip like maybe an axe next turn for free. Like this is a very, very comfortable position.
Yeah, this treasure hunter card so often like feels bad because it has 1 might. But the fact that, like, on the Reaver's Row game especially, like, it can be an abusive as hell card.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to feel vindicated as left side player, seeing the ride the wind axe combo and be like, like if I saw that, I would have looked directly in the camera and winked. Like, it was there.
Yeah.
You know what the real flex is before you cast Mind Splitter, writing down 4 cards that you think are in your opponent's hand, and then when you have it right, just showing it up to the camera. When they reveal the hand, like, are you gonna write that down? Like, no, I already got it. What?
I know.
Taking the axe here.
I had the Millennium Eye.
Makes sense. There's no while the Mind Splitter it hurts if it gets rebuked. On the other hand, you're also fine because there's only 3 cards in the hand of the right side Draven. They're going to draw for turn, and they're most likely going to draw off of the combat that they're going to win at Reaver's Row this turn. So they're going to go back up to 5, but you just kind of get to play a cards economy game here.
I think Axe is definitely the right take because the Axe lets Kaisa swing over Reavers. It's just if you know the axe is there, you're just never allowed to play on the battlefield. To be fair, you know the ride the wind is there, so and the rebuke as well. Honestly, I feel like you stay and pay to force out because if they rebuke here, I think you're okay with that. I mean, okay is a strong
Kind
word.
of.
Maybe it's bad. I don't know. Lose a lot.
It's effectively trading. It's trading one actual rune here for 2 gold. I'm fine.
Yeah,
with
the fact
that.
the gold
Like
is
if I get to strip mine my
math.
opponent for 2 gold here, I'm okay with that. Just play Stone Rain.
Yeah.
If it was no gold, like this would be fine.
Yeah, Treasure Hunter MVP right now.
They're declining both triggers, it looks like.
That's probably fine. Because, like, the other thing is, like, so a rebuke coming out here, and your Draven getting rebuked is always annoying because you don't want to replay this card. But even, like, the Ride the Wind, like, still would be really annoying for you to deal with. Yeah.
I do also, like, if there was a top decked axe, it's just backbreaking.
Yeah. The other thing, though, is you could just, like, this is the classic mirror thing, where if you want to, you could Ride the Wind the Kaisa over to Obelisk, you draw another card, you scored a 4, and then you walk home. Like, just the... I mean, yeah, playing Mind Splitter, I guess that's pretty good, too.
You can only go so wrong when your opponent's not threatening lethal and you get to cast a Mind Splitter.
And Mind Splitter's such a good card.
Notably, with the Ride the Wind play, and the reason why I think they're not going for it is because they have a Treasure Hunter that they want to move this turn. So if we do end up Ride the Winding the Kaisa, we don't actually get to... We're giving our opponent, offering them a combat.
Yeah.
So I think they're just saying, okay, I'm going to take this gold, and you get to pick which of my 2 battlefields you want to conquer here. But we do see 2 Ride the Wind. So maybe they were banking on there only being 1.
Especially considering they only have 1 unit anyway, right? So, like, there's no point in, like, getting off both battlefields because you're going to leave someone there. Like, they can't attack both of them easily. Like, they could have, like, a Darius or something. Like, there's definitely ways. Or like, these Ride the Winds. Yeah.
So what is
main
the
point is that you're maintaining...
Is it the axe?
I mean, it's axe or a Ride the Wind. Like, Bryn here would be scary if you were behind on point tempo, but you're ahead. So Bryn here's really not an issue. And, like, this is a Reaver's Row game, so you're, like, inherently kind of insulated against Bryn here. It's definitely a Ride or an axe. It's just a matter of, like, which one you think is scarier.
And they drew another rebuke, so they're not... they don't care that much about...
Oh, that's bad.
Forerunner.
That's really bad.
Wait a second. That's... Especially because they have the Ride to win, so you know they're going to steal point tempo from you. Ooh,
this is not the play.
I feel like Treasure Hunter did their work here, right? Like,
yeah. The main concern is that, like, the Ride to Win is drawing them 2 cards. If you do give them the Treasure Hunter, but I think that you would willingly take point tempo, and, like, give your opponent a card. Like, I would happily let my opponent draw a card for me to maintain point tempo.
Yeah.
Like, tempo is everything, because now that we're behind on point tempo, this Bryn here card, it's actually really scary. And so is this Forerunner. Like, their hand got so much scarier with the thought that they're going to be ahead in points.
Yeah, especially with the... Like, if we take the axe, that's saying that we want to go to 4 here. So not going to 4 is a bit puzzling, because, I mean, yeah, as I kind of said, like, we're just giving so much more value to our opponent's hands, where our opponent, despite all the cards they had in hand, like, the Bryn here isn't a real card, right? You can just cross that one off. And then the Forerunner is like, if we draw another rebuke or something,
which they did,
is also not, which they did, right? So the Forerunner, we know, is also not a real card. So ultimately, they would only have like 4 actual cards in hand. But now we've just given them 2 cards in addition to giving them point tempo here.
Yep.
Yeah, this is really rough. Yeah, they can still just, like, jam this Forerunner in base. Oh my goodness. Okay, come on, you need to steal point tempo. Amigo.
Surely we're not holding. Surely we're not just passing here.
This is
No. That's illegal. You're not allowed to do this.
Yeah, I don't
That's
like either
just-
of these plays.
That's just illegal.
But if you think about it, we're back to where we started in terms of point tempo at the start of the Draven Players. So it's just a wash. We just forget anything happened. They go, okay, I saw you messed up. I'm giving you the homie stock right now. This is the.
I think the really scary thing though is like, so if you scored a 4 and play Forerunner in base, and then next turn you just like raw slam the Bryn here and like scored a 6 for free, and then like your Forerunner is going to get like rebuked on their turn. Like you're eating all their resources. It's just, oh my goodness. Yeah, this is. It's okay. We just discarded 2 cards again. You know, it is what it is.
Yep. Yep. That is what we did. And we're just gonna walk headfirst into this rebuke off the top.
Oh my god. This is just.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's see it. Currently at +1.
Or maybe the idea is no. Surely the idea isn't to write the win in this spot. Surely it was not our plan.
It's a face-up card is the issue.
Yeah,
they know about the Rhino win. Like,
right.
Exactly.
You're not gonna surprise them. You're gonna eat a rebuke either way. Like,
Yeah.
This is sending your ass back to the Stone Ages. We were so well insulated against their hand. It was actually such a good position. If we ride the win last turn. Oh, this is so bad.
Okay, we're committing the rebuke first because we don't. Even though the player on the right, they are currently up in might, right? They have 14 to their opponent's 13. They don't actually want to resolve this combat with the Forerunner dying because it's just giving their opponent 6 might, giving them 2 units, so they get to like swing back on the following turn, maybe establish another Forerunner, and then while the game is still in your hands, it's just going to get a little bit dicey. Rebuking this Forerunner is just like going to seal the game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're going to do. And then, yeah, from a player on the left, there's not really an answer to this. There's an axe in the hand that could come down, but it's just going to trade with the Treasure Hunter. I guess it doesn't even improve the math now that the Forerunner's gone.
Yeah, the axe just like doesn't do anything. Like unironically, you might end up ride the winding over and then like losing the game to whatever interaction spell they have. I don't know. This is so bad.
Like at this point, you probably write the win over and just say, if you have rebuke, I'm going to concede the game.
Yeah, it'd have to be
and
third
if you
rebuke.
don't, I'm still
Fighter
because if it's no
flight
rebuke,
is also
then,
not great.
Then
but...
there's still a game here.
Yeah, push is still really bad.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you just have to though. Like, I don't think you're beating. You can't stack. Ah! Okay.
No, this is not doing anything.
This is so bad. Like, what was the point of setting up the hold and not using Ride the Wind if you're gonna like stack deck on this? Like, this is just like an incongruent play. Like, this is just you changed your mind halfway through, and like that's not good.
This just looks like they did not have a plan for the previous turn. Like, it would have made sense if they had something like a hidden fight or flight, and they hit it on the battlefield, and they had like another trick in hand, like a rebuke, another fight or flight, or the axe even. Then this play would have been a little bit more defendable. But with what we're doing now, we're not even playing to any outs by doing the stack deck.
Yeah,
like
there's nothing.
As Blevins has like mentioned before, you need to have a macro game plan in mind when you're playing these games, and this is not. We don't have an out here with this stack deck, and we did have an out if we do Ride the Wind. So not going for that it's a little bit questionable.
It's a bummer. I feel like if we had Ride the Winded and then gone back, and then like this next turn we play Bryn here, walk everything up, score 2 points. And then, like, if we find, like, a fight or flight then, and, like, hide the fight or flight on, like, our Forerunner to, like, dodge a rebuke, I feel like we're in, like, such a commanding position. Like, we really had all the building blocks to just, like, be winning this game 100%. And now we've just ended up in a situation where I mean, opponent's going to hold the 7 because we can't really accelerate out like enough things, which means we need to hold not once, not even twice. We have to hold 3 turns in a row.
Not once, not twice, but thrice.
I don't know how on earth we're winning this game.
There's an axe found. Yeah, I mean this game is like, at this point you have to make up some outs here in these kind of board sets. You have to be like, oh, maybe my opponent, actually maybe the win condition is that my opponent just realizes they left the stove on at home. Like they really just have to go, have to run home really quickly, and just like
got a flight to catch.
Tournament.
Yeah.
That might be the best play in this spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a misery. Oh.
And the pass back. Nothing in play. No, well, we know a few units in hand. It's going to be generally a clunky hand. No units in play. Opponent is going to be going up to 6 here. And we're at that horrific spot where your Draven opponent is going to be at 6 with you having less might in play and the opportunity for them to have Brynn here, so that even if you can set something up, they're just going to be able to stop any sort of interaction and the spells that really make this Draven deck work on defense. And not a spot that you want to be in against the mid-range Draven deck, but here we are.
This is kind of like your last moment before you're never allowed to lose a combat again. You're never allowed to let your opponent score again. This is your last like moment to breathe. So like if you want to develop like a Forerunner, now's your time to do so. Like you need to develop as much might as possible. If you can, sneaking a point this turn would be really good, because then you don't have to hold 3 times, you only have to hold 2 times.
Right.
But like this is just incredibly bad. Like we need like a Kaisa. Like if our turn is literally just like, oh, what?
Why are we playing this over? We have a Forerunner.
We have Forerunner and Draven. I was like, if our turn is Forerunner Draven, that's depressing, but like, you know, that's what you have to do.
That's something at least.
This is so much worse.
You know what card would be really good here? Sneaky Deckhand.
True.
Maybe we're gonna Falling Star. No, the thing is, this has to be your might turn. This has to be your might turn.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to use your interaction spells. You have to develop might, because might isn't going to be accelerated next turn. And next turn, your interaction spells are like going to be equally good.
Yep.
Are we going to Axe Ride the Wind?
Maybe Ride the Wind is the idea. I would have preferred to do this with Forerunner, because then we just have the Forerunner on the board. So okay, bit of a sort of, I guess, explanation for chat. Like why are we focusing so much on, okay, the left player has to develop might this turn, they have to play units? It's because the problem with playing units next turn is that yes, you get to see what is their development, how are they going to, what units do they play out, but you don't get to keep a whole lot of just spells up next turn, because you're expecting Brynn here, right? And we don't have a fight or flight in our hands to actually protect our Forerunner from any rebuke, which is sort of just the point in this game where we're so far behind, where we just have to play as if they don't have cards in hand. We have to play as if they don't have a rebuke in their deck. There's no hard bargains. We just have to go as greedily, play as greedy as possible, because if we play this slowly and if we play this sort of fair, then we're just going to get run over in 2 turns. So we just have to play very greedy, and Forerunner says 6 cost, 12 might, and that's one of the best cards in this kind of situation. So just develop might, take an off turn, and now we're playing Draven.
the other issue is like
okay if this is Forerunner.
So like Forerunner is a card that like you would much rather have on board than like this Brynhir. Like even just from a Brynhir has 5 might, Forerunner has 6 might. Like that's like pretty simple. But more importantly, like leaving the Brynhir in hand, your opponent knows you have Brynhir. That means that like they're not allowed to stay on the battlefield. And if they stay on the battlefield, then you can use Brynhir and like potentially break them. Like Brynhir applies a lot of pressure, and if your opponent like leaves up a lot of mana, like there's so much value in having this Brynhir in hand. And like for some reason we think that this Forerunner's worth I don't know, as much in hand as we had a Kaisa. We could have accelerated Kaisa onto Reaver's Row and then played Forerunner in base.
Yeah, that would have been an actually good line. That's very surprising.
The only consideration is maybe we think opponent has a ride to win, and we're worried about them just winning the game. That's like the only consideration.
True.
But like
again, we're so far behind.
Yeah, you have
to take a risk. You have to take a risk at some point.
Yeah.
And this is like the point in the game where you're so far behind, where you have to take some risk, right? You can't not take a risk. And the player on the left has just elected to not take any risks for the past turn, where they could have accelerated the Kaisa. They could have also just played out Forerunner and passed with like 5 open and said, okay, I have a ride the wind, please attack into me so that I can ride the wind, and I just pray to the heavens that I win that combat, and then go to 4, hold to 5, and maybe on the next turn score to 6 on the other battlefield, and then we're suddenly in a position where like the game is salvageable. But now we've like given our opponent so much time. They like have a Darius, they have so much might on the board, and they just get to do whatever they want next turn. We haven't created any difficulties in our opponent's play.
Right.
Like you need to make it a little bit hard for your opponent to actually. You need to give them the chance to make mistakes in these kinds of board states.
The other thing is like Kaisa, accelerate Kaisa plus Forerunner use our mana perfectly. We still come into this rune with this turn with 12 runes. And then more importantly, like we already have the Forerunner on board. That means that like our might development is this 4 mana Draven, which means we have 8 mana worth of interaction. So like the double spinning axe plus a falling star, like we can cast these cards without like falling super far behind. And like now we're casting as falling star, but like I don't know, we're at 10 mana left, and like 6 of it is now earmarked for you don't spinning axe that? I don't know, maybe you're worried about losing it. You want to cascade it next turn.
Second falling star is probably the consideration.
Yeah, but if your opponent casts second falling star, I don't know. I don't know what else is in the hand.
I mean, yeah, that might just be the thing that they're worried about here. Maybe there was a second card in the hand, like a stack deck that we could have cast on our opponent's turn, so that with the
like the on axe, the showdown,
Draven goes to on the showdown, so that the Draven goes to 10 instead of 8, and then we're no longer like afraid of a second falling star pinging the killing the Draven and our fan.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the line, but didn't see the hand of the right player.
Yeah, we have earmarked now 6 mana for this Forerunner, and then 2 mana for the Hopeful, which leaves us with 2 mana open, which means that like the double spinning axe isn't any good. Our ride the wind isn't any good. Like we have like no tricks. Like we're just giving our opponent a math problem, and like red purple's pretty good at finding an answer to a math problem in 2 turns. Whereas like if we had just like played out the Forerunner last turn, we would have more mana open. We'd be able to represent tricks. And like, how many times have you played against red purple? They have 2 mana open, and suddenly you have to think through every single possibility. They could have rebuke, they could have push, they could have switcheroo, they could have spinning axe, they could have a million things. And yeah, we gave our opponent an incredibly easy math problem. Yeah, we were behind anyway, and like, were we going to win this game anyway? I don't know. After we gave up the chance to take point tempo, I think that we were probably losing this game. But the thing is, when you're losing, you need to do something to try and win the game. You can't just like let it go to its natural conclusion, or guess what? You're gonna lose.
Yeah. like they've been playing these past few turns as if they're up on points.
Yeah.
Right, like they've been playing as if the points are flipped, and they're like about to sort of just like take a development turn and win the game, and then we see the Bryn here, and this is most likely going to seal it. So what could they have done instead, aside from the things that we already talked about? They could have, for one, leaving more mana open is always really, really important. Because like leaving more mana open, even though your opponent can have Bryn here, you're making it so that they have to just consider a lot more possibilities. Whereas if you're only leaving 2 open, they only have to consider 1 trick if they don't have Bryn here. And at this point, your best play is most likely assuming that they don't have it, because if they do have it, you probably lose anyways. So you can just ignore that the card exists and assume they don't have it. And if they have it, you just shake their hand and you just go next.
Yeah.
But if they don't, then
you don't go next. There's no more next.
You leave the event.
Next event. You go next event.
Next event. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's such a rough. And like the thing is that a lot of these matchups, like when you're playing mirrors like this, especially mirrors that are so focused around tempo and point advantage, like it can be pretty unforgiving when you make mistakes. But like, yeah, that's all the more reason that like you just have to try the matchups a lot. You have to play them. You have to see situations and like know, I don't know what you're looking for and like what you have to do.
So back to the board though. So the ringer was played, an axe was played in response, and our Draven on the right had had his hands on his head.
Yeah, was not.
I was like, oh no, this axe is coming down. I'm not sure if that was.
He is lethal.
But
like we're super slow rolling. We throw Mind Splitter into Reaver's Row, and then we spinning axe it. We trade down the Draven plus Hopeful. We throw Kaisa into Reaver's Row with the spinning axe. We win that combat. We throw up the fan and then push the Brynir. Like we're just we're slow rolling lethal for some reason.
We have at least one fight or flight, if not multiple fight or flights.
We have a push into spinning axe. Like
we definitely have lethal.
Yeah,
they're thinking about this.
We gave them a math problem. I guess we're really taking our time to make sure that we hit the math problem.
While they're figuring out this lethal, I will be RB.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance that they just like don't find a line, right? Like maybe they've never cascaded a spinning axe before in their life, and like they don't see okay, we're about to mess up. We're about to throw this game. What are we doing?
That would be.
Do we have double push in hand? Wait, double push doesn't make this make sense.
But this doesn't win. This is 6 against 8.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
We can't even cast double push.
Yeah, even if you have double push on the others, like on Reaver's Row, you can't take it. Are we opting into holding? What?
That might be the line.
Oh, we draw 2 points. Or we draw 2 cards, so like... But like, we don't have anything that can win the game this turn.
Like after that. There's just no way after this.
That's actually...
Actually... Ride the Wind plus no, never mind.
No, it just doesn't work.
Doesn't do it.
We definitely have spinning axe push in hand, right? Like I'm not smoking crack. Like
for sure.
Did they not figure it out yet?
Well,
they didn't find it.
We found the one line that like gives our opponent a second turn and like potentially throws this. We threw our Mind Splitter plus fan at the Bryn here with the spinning axe. Drew 2 cards and have looked in distress since then. Yeah, we just didn't find a line to cascade the spinning axe, I guess. Or she liked the breakpoints.
Well, I mean, Draven on the left has looked and seemed like they are going to lose this game for many turns, which is what it's felt like, but there's potentially an opening here, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Don't throw that Kaisa onto that battlefield. That is.
So
I just regroup and try again next turn. This is like.
This is just like, okay, don't we? Okay, am I tripping, or do they not know that there's a right to win in their opponent's hand? Like, didn't they just like Mind Splitter see 2 right to wins?
They know there's a Mind Splitter.
Like, and this is just going to. Okay, I mean, there's.
Did they also know about the spinning axe? By the way, wasn't the spinning axe like we saw spinning axe ride the wind, and we ate a ride the wind?
Yes, we did.
So everything has been face.
That's why. Oh, that's probably why they. That's probably why they were in such distress, because they knew the card was there.
Yeah. And they,
like, okay,
but then
how that is like a piercing light here. We just like lose the game.
Yes,
we lose an unlosable game to
piercing light, falling star. I mean, even like just ride the wind plus like accelerating the Kaisa that we know is in hand, and there's the falling star.
Oh my god, what a top deck! Oh no.
Our player on the left is going to. Okay, let's not be too hasty, but they now have a really good line to win this game.
Advantage bar has shifted back and forth this game.
The thing is, there's still a spinning axe.
It's just like ping-ponging.
There's still a spinning axe in the right player's hands. Remember, because they didn't spinning axe their Darius on that falling star earlier, right? So like which is why we knew they had push spinning axe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so like the falling star doesn't end up clearing the fans necessarily.
But we still have a right to win. So even taking out, and
okay, we have another push in hand, right? So it's fine.
We do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like,
that's the idea.
We go Darius here. We swing the Darius up. We fight or flight it with the hidden card. And then they ride the wind over, and then we fight or flight that. And like, we somehow held anyway.
But then the unit that got ride the wind in is red.
Oh, you're so right.
they just ride the wind this forerunner over, and then they say like, okay, come at me. Like,
oh wait, we have a spinning axe. We have a spinning axe. Maybe it's okay.
Maybe they're gonna axe, but then does the player on the left? They could just ride the wind in, which we know again. Player on the right knows that they have this.
Because we use the hidden fight or flight, right? Oh, but we can just send Darius back in with the fight or flight, right? Or with the ride the wind, and then that beats spinning axe.
It does, yeah.
Oh my god, what an insane!
Actually, no, it trades against the axe, right? Because the Draven is 7,
But that's the important thing, right? Is it stops the hold, and you're at 6 points, which means next turn you're like threatening to win the game.
Yeah,
I think we should somehow get this feature for future streams. Like, we should be able to control an advantage meter, because this one would be going wild.
Just like it's out of control.
Holy crap! Like, I think the worst part is this is like all been face up. Like,
yeah, this is like, as the player on the right, we've been misplaying for 2 turns straight into a ton of known information. Which is a little surprising, because they have so like these are untimed, right? They could have perhaps taken a little bit more time to think about, even if they didn't see that the spinning axe last turn, bringing your spinning axe just wins them the game on the spot, guaranteed. Even if they didn't see that play, they still like can know that this play against known information doesn't really work out. So maybe at this point you just cut your losses and you say, because again we know the right to win's there, so maybe you just cut your losses and you fight or flight yourself in this spot.
I think that's. I don't know. I think we forgot about the ride to win. Importantly,
we must have.
Importantly for our left side player, by the way, we have to ride the wind the Darius back in. We're not allowed to ride the wind the Forerunner over. We're not allowed to ride the wind like the Draven over. Like, we lose to the spinning axe. And to be very clear, I would have expected the spinning axe to come out earlier. Perhaps, last turn on the lethal or 2 turns ago to save Darius. Like, I would unfortunately forgive left side player for not playing around spinning axe, but you have to ride the wind in the Darius.
And so, like, we can ask a question of, like, would you, even if you knew that there was no axe, would you even ride the wind in the Foreigner? And unfortunately, the answer is actually yes, because you want to split your might.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want ride the winning in the Darius does mean that the Darius is on a board, which means that perhaps is like the better solution here, just because the Darius is not in the base. But you do want to split your might a little bit with the Foreigner, so we could see it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, he picked the right one.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Wait, is it? Oh, right. And you can't fight it now. They need to know. They need to offer the trade with the axe and not just fight or flight.
Oh,
this works too, right?
Oh, this just works. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, right. The one does.
Fair enough.
Okay, they had it covered.
Okay.
Right side player found victory within the jaws of defeat. There.
Yeah, that was
well, within the jaws of victory, almost found defeat.
Yeah.
Wow.
But here we go. We've got mid-range Draven moving on, and that was a wild one back and forth. At almost not even just every turn, it was like almost every passive action, the advantage bar changed back and forth those last few turns.
Both players opting to not take point advantage 2 turns in a row was very funny. That was wild.
But I think like legitimately, I mean, you would expect to see the understanding of the macro Riftbound more so in the top 8 of an event like this, but just in general for like community play, like that's the type of thing I see at, you know, Nexus Nights or other events where it's like, oh yeah, you just took that 3rd point. Why? Like if I paused the game and was like, why did you just take that 3rd point there? I think a lot of new players would be like, well, because I've got a unit and there's an open battlefield. It's like, okay, but what does that actually do? It's like, well, that scores me a point. And it's like, no. I understand what it does, but what does it actually do for you? And I think being able to answer that question will level up your game in Riftbound. And I think that, or like, why didn't you take that point there is another, like, is an potentially even more important question to answer.
Yeah.
I
think that, yeah, I don't know, maybe we need to put out more videos and more information on this type of thing, because there are a lot of like, and that's the biggest thing you see at like Nexus Nights or at skirmishes, like with newer players, like point tempo, like, and the thing is that your opponent feels it. They don't know why, but they feel it. They feel that they're super behind, and they're like, oh, you're just at 6, you just like win, huh? It like they don't really understand why it happened or what happened, or the fact that, you know, 3 turns ago they were like, I got to hold and that means that I win the game. Yeah, maybe we need to put out more resources for newer players, because that is a big thing.
For sure. I mean, the game's very young, right?
Yeah.
I think that will sort of like evolve as time comes, but it's definitely a thing that's sort of missing from the game a little bit right now. It's like just good ways that, yeah, new players that maybe haven't played other card games competitively, because people that play competitively, they know how to get good at these kind of things. For which, like, the short answer, by the way, how you get good at card games is just like ask yourself questions. Like Levin said this before, like just ask yourself questions constantly during a game, and just find out the answer to those questions. And if you don't have a good answer, just make a choice and
I think
look back after the game.
I think it's actually really hard, because I think knowing the right question to ask is actually like really difficult, especially in a game like even if you played other card games, like, you know, you've played Magic or whatever, the battlefield aspect of this game, as well as like the fact that tempo isn't necessarily, you know, like having a couple more units. It's about like the point tempo specifically, and attacking or holding, and like it's a different game. It's an incredibly different game from like all these other card games, and like it's not always super easy to like lead yourself to the right questions, I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
Also, the main thing that I found that sort of Riftbound has or does very differently to other card games is that your playstyle completely changes based on if you're ahead on points or behind on points. Like every single deck has a completely different game plan and completely different cards that they're looking for and plays that they want to make based on, am I ahead on point tempo or am I behind? Right? Like Aurelia, for example, when you're behind on points, you want to put Aurelia on the board, you want to hold up a whole bunch of mana and hold for a few turns, and when you're ahead, you want to just never leave units on battlefields and just say, okay, you can score your points, I'll score my points, and we'll do one big fight at the end of the game, and that will just decide who wins.
That is super, super, super important. And actually, it's a really good benchmark to tell if your deck is well built, or like the archetype that you're going for, the strategy that you're going for your deck is viable or not, is you have to think, okay, if I'm ahead on points, sure, I'm still, that's fine, but you have to solve the issue of, if I'm behind on points, do I have the tools to hold? Do I have the tools to maybe cheat out points and catch back, like Ride the Wind or Draven, or like hold tools like stun cards or like moving like Rebuke or Fight or Flight? And as we've seen, like Kai'Sa was very strong in set 1 because she was very, very, very good at attacking with all the cleaves and everything and all the damage spells, but also extremely good at holding because of the smoke screens and all like the damage spells. Same thing for Draven. Draven is amazing at pushing because of Brynir, because of all the might. It's just red in general. And very good at holding because of purple. Purple helps you hold a lot because of the hitting cards, the pushes. So yeah, that's why that's like a very quick way to determine if a deck is good or not is it able to actually play when ahead, which most decks actually do, is when you're ahead on points. But are you actually able to come back when you're behind is like super important.
I think the other thing is like once you really understand your deck and understand like ways that you can get back on point tempo, you unlock like completely different like game styles that you may not otherwise run into. So like something that happened in set 1 was, if you remember, set decks for a while they swapped over to the yellow set, and the idea is that on the play they play a 2-drop, they walk it up, and then they play a yellow set on a battlefield, and this guy's like unkillable. And like if you decide that you want to like swing in there, like they have a million might, it gets very dirty. So what you do on this Kai'Sa is you just say, okay, I'll go to the other battlefield. And then you just hold there and you trade points and you trade points and you trade points. And eventually you know that like I'm going to draw a time warp and win the game, or I'm going to draw a Watcher and a Falling Star and I'm going to win the game. And like knowing that you have that in your deck and knowing that that's your game plan in the matchup, like unlocks something. Because if you don't know that and you're like, oh my God, they're just going to hold points forever, and they start holding first, so they're going to like hit 8 first. I have to do something. And then you might start throwing in like Darius's and stuff and giving them value on like hidden blades, and like suddenly you're like really far behind, you're out of might, like you don't have a way to do it. And I think like that type of thing, you know, I think that like once you understand like sort of the way that points work in this game, and once you understand your deck and your options, like you really just unlock so many different options for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, going back to asking yourself the right questions. It all obviously roots from like, how do you win the game? And like at its core level, you go, well, you get to 8 points by, you know, you can read the rules of the game to say how to win the game. But then it's like, well, how does your deck actually get to that? That goes into what you have all been saying. It's like, are you good at attacking? Are you holding? How are you getting back? All those things. And then it's like, that's your macro game plan. And if you have that in the back of your mind, making sure that all of your micro decisions turn to turn are playing towards that. Again, this goes, I'm shilling an article that's like 25 years old, but it's called Who's the Beatdown? It's by Mike Flores. I have no idea where it lives these days, but if you Google Who's the Beatdown by Mike Flores and get past the jargon referencing like Urza's Saga Limited or something, and get to the core. At its core, this is the premise. When you're playing a game, you are either it asks the question, who's the beatdown? Are you attacking or are you defending? Are you ahead or are you behind? And being able to translate that to Riftbound, it takes a little bit of work, but it's exactly what you've all been saying. It's like, are you ahead on point tempo right now? Okay, you need to play as though you're ahead on tempo. Like you pointed out in that last game, Megan, the player on the left was playing as though they were the beatdown, as though they were ahead on point tempo when they weren't. They actually weren't, and that is why we're watching this with this cognitive dissonance of like, yeah, you just played as though you were ahead, but actually you're behind. So if the game progresses like this and you keep playing like this and your opponent keeps playing like they're playing, you're going to lose the game. So why are you doing this? You need to actually change something up. You need to change the mindset you're going into each turn with. Each of your micro decisions needs to be leading towards this, not even macro gameplay, but this like mid level gameplay of like, I need to get back to being ahead. How am I getting there? Or your macro game changes to be how I'm going from behind to ahead. How am I doing that? And all of your lines leading towards that. That is the long-winded way of like how I at least look at improving in the game, and like keeping your eye on the prize. And like sometimes that prize changes from game to game, but keeping your eye on the prize at the end of the day is going to be helpful.
And I think Who's the Beatdown is ceremonially passed down to every single card game and like rewritten, or like it's in a video, or it's like it's,
and I
it's
keep
like
passing
it's like
it down from card game to card game.
It's just truly something that like you just always have to ask yourself, like, if nothing happens on this board state, is that good for me or is it good for my opponent? And then like if this game goes longer, is that good for me or is that good for my opponent? And like if I win this game, how do I win this game? Like what does it look like? I think it's similarly in set one. Like the Kaisa versus Andy matchup was incredibly difficult for me for a long time. I'm like, this shit is like 50-50. They blow out your removal spells. This is like so miserable. Like, how do you win this matchup? Until you just like unlock it. It's like, okay, so like the thing is that they're like beating me down, but like I just have to like stop them. Like I have to hold. Like I literally have to hold and like never cast a spell on my turn. If I cast a spell on my turn, then like I'm giving them insane value on their 2 mana and blah blah blah. So it's like I'm just gonna walk up, I'm gonna hold with like a student or a Darius and a smoke screen, and then like just getting them off tempo once is gonna win me the game. And it's just like
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like there's a lot of matchups where I go into testing a specific matchup. Like this happened, for example, in set 1 with like Timo. Like every single matchup that I played for the first time, like I played Timo to Houston, right? And in like the first week of testing, I 100% believed that set was like an unwinnable matchup, because it's like, oh no, like they just play dudes. We also play dudes, and their dudes like stay alive, and ours don't. And then you play the matchup more, and the beauty of Riftbound is that you just have so many angles to attack these matchups from. Like you have so many ways if you're playing good decks, right? And even bad decks can do this to an extent. They can have completely different game plans. They can play aggressive, they can play slow, they can try to hold, they can try to conquer, they can hold up interaction, or they can tap out for units. And once you sort of cycle through all those options, you realize, okay, in this matchup, I have to do this. Like, for example, against set, what you just ended up having to do is playing for these really big turns where you cast a bunch of spells, you have like 2 students on the board, and then you just kind of sacrifice the Mundo game plan completely, and you just play like a mid-range deck. And you have Watchers, you have like your blue cards to just disrupt their holds. And if like they let you hold, then you can just cycle a console to pass over and over. So like you're just drawing more cards than them. And yeah, like figuring out these different puzzles of how do I play this matchup is, I think, one of the best parts of this game for me.
I even less so like matchup, but more like just gameplay heuristics. I recorded a video actually on this very channel, Turn Sideways YouTube channel. Make sure you're liking, commenting, subscribing, all that good stuff. I recorded a video back at SCG Con Vegas, way back then when we broadcast that event. I recorded a video with Jim Davis for the channel, and then because of scheduling and all this other stuff, we didn't get the video out on the channel for multiple weeks. And in that time, I went back and I'm like, oh man, I don't even remember how this match played out. Like, let's watch this. I'm actually really excited to watch this, even though it's me playing, and like I roughly remember like who wins, but like I don't remember any of the specific things. And I'm watching this being like, I was so bad at the game back then. Like I'm just like taking this third point for no reason, leaving my unit to just get eaten for free. I'm not even like bluffing anything. I'm just throwing away a sneaky deckhand because I can play it, like blah 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 blah, like all these things. And I'm like, in the span of a couple of weeks, my understanding of the game, just from watching games, talking with players, playing the game at Nexus nights, like my understanding of the game has increased so dramatically that literally me from just a couple of weeks before looks like a novice player compared to what I was at that time. And even now, like a few weeks after that, I feel like I've learned even more since then. So it's like, to me, that's what is exciting about card games. That's what is exciting, about playing games and analyzing games, is like seeing the progression and the growth there, just from my own personal play. And I think being introspective about it, seeing like if you have the ability to record your gameplay or even just take notes of games, like, hey, I don't know, why I lost here. If you can record gameplay and then use different services like Metafy, and many people on this call have Metafys that offer coaching, like having that available to you if you want to do that, if you want that level up, it is out there for you, which is awesome.
I think genuinely, like, find other people, like you can definitely pay people like on Metafy and get coaching, and like I think that can be very helpful, but I think perhaps more helpful is just finding other people around you that also want to get better, whether it's through Discord or through your locals or whatever. And then like you show them your gameplay and they show you their gameplay, and like you talk to each other after the game, and you build each other's like knowledge of the game, and you build each other's understanding, and you ask each other the questions, right? Like those types of things. Like having any sort of an outside perspective is just so incredibly helpful in this game. Because otherwise you just end up in like a rut oftentimes, where it's just like you're doing the same thing over and over, and you're not like developing,
Yeah, I do think like from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Which I sort of had this kind of experience in Yu-Gi-Oh where I encountered more people than I would expect that like weren't really willing to scrim with me, or like willing to just talk about like I would just DM my opponents like after like a tournament match where I lost, and I feel like I could have done something better, but I didn't know what specifically. I would just like ask them like, hey, what do you think I did wrong? And they're just like, sometimes they would be like, oh yeah, you could have done this better, could have done this better. And sometimes they're like, oh, I don't know, and just like didn't want to engage in the conversation.
Yeah.
And I think that is a bit of a shame that is a mindset in some other card games. And I really like that doesn't seem to be the case for Riftbound, because once you actually think about that, where it's like, okay, I give my opponent some feedback, what actually ends up happening? Because what ends up happening is you get better opponents, which means you get higher quality games, which means you yourself get to learn more, right? Like helping your opponent improve and helping your locals, helping like your friends get better at the game means that you yourself get better practice. And so you get better games. And so like you get also like better feedback because your opponent knows more about the game and can ask you better questions, right? So always just helping your opponent out and like telling them, oh, why did you do this? Maybe you could have done this instead, is I think a really healthy mindset to have for just a card game in general.
Yeah. Yep. And I think, just reach out to people, talk with people. For Legends of Runeterra, when I first started playing the game, before anyone knew who I was or anything, when I was incredibly bad at the game, like I hit Masters for the first time, and then I just started like cold DMing like people that I saw on ladder or like pros, and it's like, oh, I saw this person's deck, that's really cool, let me just ask them a ton of questions about it. And like, sometimes they respond and sometimes they don't. Like I still have like I
responded.
Yeah.
So my message must have just got lost in the mail. I get it. No, it's okay.
Yeah. No, even like Henneke or whatever, like before Henneke knew who I was or I knew who Henneke was, I like DM'd him and I'm like, tell me about this deck. And then 7 months later, I do really well at an event and he's like, wait, are you the same person? I'm like,
wait, is this you?
Yeah. It's just but no, reach out to people, ask questions, and like find people around you that like also want to get better to help you out. Like,
Yeah, and it's also even if like I have had I've had multiple times actually. There's a good group of players at my locals, and many of us will talk about matches and stuff. And I've had multiple players like ask me after if I've won, they'll be like, "Oh, what do you think about this matchup? What do you think I could have done differently?" And like for me, like, that's humbling of like, I'm glad that you value my opinion. Even though I just stomped you, but I'm glad you value my opinion. And it's helpful to me as a person who won to talk about it, because it's like, hey, yeah, I thought that when you moved here, actually you needed to hold here, or whatever the thing is. And it's helpful for me to be introspective about a game, even that I won, because it can help. So yeah. End of the day, steel sharpens steel. And Draven fights Aurelia as it's a 2v2 here. 2 Dravens, 2 Aurelias left in this top 4.
Yeah. I really hope we'll finally see Aurelia taking down an event.
Please,
I really do hope
just
so.
for me.
No.
I don't want that.
Yeah,
I just want good Aurelia gameplay on the screen. That's it. I really am not asking for too much.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I think Aurelia is the most fraudulent deck on the fucking planet. I think.
I mean, no, the most fraudulent deck on the planet is obviously Victor, because just like worst conversion rate ever across every single event that wasn't specifically Bologna.
Obviously, the most fraudulent.
It's
the most fraudulent deck on the
That's
planet
true.
is Lucian, which
It
is
is
why
Lucian.
nobody should play it at Lille.
That's true. Confirmed.
Okay, the left player is meditating, so that must be the
Find Your Center. Is this Find Your Center, Aurelia?
Looks like it.
Wait,
and that's the Draven mid-range player we just saw?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, if this is Draven v Draven, then we're guaranteed an Aurelia in the finals. If this is Draven v Aurelia, we have the potential nightmare scenario of double Draven.
No, it's Aurelia.
There it is.
Okay.
They surely wouldn't show us like a Draven mirror this late, right? They would just pick the Draven mirror.
And would you rather watch another Aurelia mirror? You want to see Stellacorn draw 30 cards and see if that's good enough to beat?
I'll take the Draven mirror, actually.
I like the Draven mirror.
Yeah,
say what you will about that last match. It was fun to watch.
For sure, yeah. I think it's also
my heart rate went up and down multiple times.
I like Draven mirrors a lot. Unironically, I think they're a lot of fun.
I also used to like Kaisamirs too, but
I also liked Kaisamirs. But also, I started playing the game when it actually came out. I didn't start playing the game 6 months before it came out, like a lot of other people. So it's understandable they were kind of done with Kaisamirs by the time.
When I started playing, it was incomplete. Origins was not fully revealed, and Victor won the first event, and I was playing non-Aurora Volibear because Aurora wasn't revealed yet.
That's so based. That is so based. I also played a lot of Volley. I played in the trial decks format.
That one, I had enough of that. I had played trial decks just from demoing the game enough that I'm like, I don't need to play these decks anymore. Like, I demoed the game a lot at various stores, so I'm like, yeah, I don't need to play this competitively. It does not feel like I want to do that.
And then they nerfed Jinx. It was very sad. I do find it surprising still that they didn't Rocket deserves to be 3 energy. What are we doing to our Jinx believers that just Rocket they have to cast Rocket for 4? You know,
defying a Rocket is one of the most satisfying things you can do. It's just like that Jhin spell. It's like maximum amount you can pay and still get defied.
Yeah,
and at 3 mana can hit anywhere, deal 5. I mean, that'd be one hell of a card, and it comes back every turn.
I'm fine with that. Like, give me more Jinx in the meta.
No, sure. I would prefer not, honestly. The thing is that the Jinx in the meta is just going to be the exact same Miracle deck, except instead of spinning axes, it's running 2 SMD rockets.
Yeah,
that's true.
And you get to build your own. You get to build your own Rat Ezreal deck with the purple Jinx as your chosen champion, and the dancing around and buying back your rockets.
The Doran's Ring and.
Doran's Ring, or just the Rocket, conquer with the Rocket, discard untap, build your own Lucian.
I see a sneaky deck end. Please tell me there's an Obelisk of Power.
There is not. It is Dreaming Tree versus Targon's Peak.
No.
I don't know who won the die roll, so. Oh, it's not even a die roll, right?
No, it's highest rank, but they're both 11-1.
Yeah, and the Irelia player, I mean, you know, they're on 3 mana anyway.
Dr. Avon. Dr. Birdman.
Ooh, no 2-drop. Okay, so this deckhand is going to score 2 points.
Yeah, it's going to do the thing.
And it's going to do the thing, and that's going to be really, really bad news. Like, Aurelia is just going to start with a 2-point lead, and then I would be very surprised if we see anything except deckhand on Targons, move back next turn, play Aurelia, or Stellarport.
It would be an interesting decision to do that. Here we go. Step 1 complete. Score point trigger.
What's actually so rough is because it's on your opponent's Targon Peak. Like, this is so dirty. Like, this is just so like, you can't deal with this. Like, even if you could, you know, throw a unit at it, like, they have 2 untapped.
Yeah.
It's just...
Here's where you want Gust, actually. I think that's what the previous Draven decks were playing for this exact situation.
True.
Yeah.
And it would be helpful.
What do we feel about they keep playing Kaisas instead of playing Dravens on turn 2? I guess because we're not getting a combat, it probably makes sense to just get the Kaisa down because you're going to draw a card at least. But it feels awkward to like play a card that can be accelerated, non-accelerated,
right?
And you have a unit that cannot be accelerated at the same cost.
I feel the same way in general, but I've not played a lot of Draven. It does feel like you need a really, really good reason to play something that's not Draven on turn 2. But
in general, I do agree, but I do think in this spot, like there's no risk of like the Kaisa, or if we play Draven, of the Draven getting charmed or removed in any way, so we don't actually have to accelerate the Kaisa next turn because, again, there's like not going to be a unit on the battlefield. So in this spot, I think it's fine. I think there are some spots, for example, in the Mirror, where if you play Kaisa and you get Falling Start and then you can't accelerate a unit, you just kind of threw the game on turn 2, which is not where you want to be. So,
sorry, but do we know if there's another Aurelia or a Draven in hand or no? In the Aurelia hand?
I haven't seen it yet.
I think our opening hand was Double Discipline, so I do not know.
There's a Ride the Wind.
Because there's an art to knowing when, specifically, knowing when to play Aurelia against Draven is literally like a question I could write like 10 pages on it. There's a very specific spot where you...
By the end of the day, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it will depend on battlefields. It will depend on obviously what they have on the board, if they have a gold or not. Like there's many, if it's like Miracle or regular Draven, but there's many metrics that you have to consider to know if you can actually play Aurelia like this safe in the back or not.
I mean, stop me if you've seen this before. What if we walked up, scored a point on Dreaming Tree, and then cast Ride the Wind to score up to 4, draw a card, and then walk back home?
I've never seen this play before, actually. I've never... I mean, this must be new. This is incredible technology.
I feel like so many... Like whether it's the Mirror, or... I feel like Irelia and Draven decks do this exact play, so often. It's just like... I don't know. It's so good. So damn good. It's so far behind. Being down 4-0 against Irelia is miserable because you're just gonna have to hold for the rest of the game.
Yeah, there's also a flash in the hand that was just drawn. So what's very possible for us to see next turn is just the exact same play in a different kind of way, because the Draven player here, they could divide their units, but then you're just giving Aurelia a really easy just turn, because they can just push up, they can play one on guard or something, already push over that battlefield, equip the boots, ready, gank over, and you've just given up all of your units. So
I think the plan has to be like you walk into like Targon's Peak or Dreamy Tree, it kind of doesn't matter. You pick one, you stack it with the Kaisa, the Darius, and the Draven, and like maybe another unit if you're Peak. You untap 2, and then you just keep them from going to 6. And then next turn, you send the Darius to the other side, and you throw it on another Big Might unit, and then you say, okay, you're just not allowed to score for the rest of the game. It's just like, that's just what your game plan has to be at this point. Which is, yeah.
I do think it has to be the Targon speaker, because there is a Zonia's, so the Aurelia can always like buff up Aurelia, move in, trigger Zonia's, and then buffer again, ready here with the Legend, and then go in again. That's how Aurelia sort of breaks these really big holds.
Yeah.
This Fighter Flight's interesting. That was just cast on the Kaisa.
I think it's really good, actually.
Yeah,
I think that because it basically guarantees that you get 6 points. Because like they're not allowed to like go for a real hold now. Like they can try, but yeah, you're basically guaranteed 6 points.
Yep, absolutely.
And in this matchup, like being 6-1 is like it's a dream. Like you should never lose these.
Is it 95%? Is it more?
It is like, I mean, I don't think it matters what you have in hand. I think you never lose this spot, like ever. So it is like 99%, unless you're truly actually actively thinking about, how do I lose this game? I need to lose this game.
Advantage bar all the way.
There is no
over.
Stella Corn, so like I don't think it's quite that much, but it's very, very high.
Well, the fact that it's a Dreamy Tree, because you're gonna walk up and then like flashback, right? And it's just you draw a card, you score up to 6. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, okay, there's actually a consideration to not flash here. If you think you need it to score to 8, right? The thing is you have a couple turns before you like need to score to 8, but the flash trying to beat a rebuke is actually like really important. It's similar to how you would set up like Vi Ride the Wind against purple decks.
Right.
Where like you would have to like set up your hand like 4 turns in advance of like, I'm gonna Vi and flash and ride the wind and whatever.
Yeah, I don't think I do agree. I don't think you flash now. I think at the very least you like flash on your, because your hand's not playing anything else this turn, right? We know that, and you have the 2 like there's no unit in hand. So we could just hold up all of our runes into our opponent's turn and at least make them like moving with the Draven or something like that.
Yeah, but the upside of Flash now is if you tap deck Salacorn, you play it now. Right?
That's true.
Fair.
That's the upside, yeah.
Or even like a GA, right? Like there's definitely
GA, Draven.
Yeah, and you don't really want to like you don't even want to like bait your opponent into fighting you, because like you just don't want to fight on defense, because like either you have enough cards to win or you don't. And if you don't, guess what? You could just wait a couple turns. Like,
yeah, you've got so much time.
Yeah, like it does make sense, because we would just be giving like the play would have been just attack with Kaisa into the deckhand, and then you're forced to flash regardless, or just give up the Zonias. So yeah, I do agree with this play. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, so far no misplays. Is this my Aurelia hero, or what's the?
And I've
don't worry, there's plenty of time.
It might be.
Plenty of time to disappoint.
Yeah, it's game 1. Like let's not be hasty.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch us actually lose this game because we can't break the hold.
We have On Guard, we have Defiant Dance.
I mean, I've seen Draven
we don't
hold
have a
these.
rebuke answer.
Well, the issue is rebuke,
Yeah.
right?
Of course, it's true.
Like,
Rebuke's the problem.
no answer to rebuke is like our death knell here, because Draven does get to drop like a ton of might. Like we talked about it before, where like I really feels like it can break anything, and like you have a Zonius, so you probably can break anything, as long as they don't have rebuke. And yeah, you just like don't have a ton of buff cards in hand.
What if we found a different way to sort of move our Aurelia back to base without using this flash? Because that's technically an answer to rebuke.
I think what you
I don't
could have
think
done
was in hand.
is
Mhm.
you could have just like walked Irelia onto like Dreaming Tree, and then like boots her, and then like ready her and walk her over to the other one, and then pay one, and then maybe it ends up being like this on guard instead of the or a discipline rather than the flash. But I do think that like flash being a reaction speed answer to rebuke is like so important on the scoring to 8 turn.
I agree. I would have rather seen that as well, or even just like not spending the on guard because we do have the Zonyas. But then the problem with spending the Zonyas is that we don't have that kind of effect to do the play I mentioned previously, where you buff up the Aurelia, move in, let her die, trigger the Zonyas, and then you ready her again from your base and attack again.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have that play available, so they just valued the combat tricks higher, it seems.
Interesting here that we see the Bryn here come down. A Falling Star is in hand. So
Does come down in base, which is also interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we're legally allowed to play that Bring here in base.
Yeah, I think that we need to.
Well, you don't want it to
commit
die.
Holding.
You don't want it to die when you shuffle up your cards for the next game. You want it to have lived.
True.
I mean, the Draven is also sitting in base, and to be fair, you have to be worried about your opponent trying to hold. But like,
yeah,
like okay, if the thing is, if they try to hold with the Irelia, like, guess what? Next turn you play
drew
the
another
Bryn here
flash.
onto a battlefield, and then you rebuke her. Like,
we're covering it all now, right? We drew the flash.
Yeah, I mean, we knew. I think we knew that was on top. As the Aurelia player, we just had that vision.
Just felt it. We were just like, we used our 6th arm to like connect with the universe and be one with our deck, and realized that the top card was
exactly.
Yeah. I think so there is like some type of a puzzle here in terms of like how much do you pre-commit versus like how much do you use like the Zonyas to ready. Yeah.
So this is 8, and they passed.
I guess this does technically work.
Yeah.
Like this Relia is an 8. We are taking out the Hopeful and the Kai'Sa. So this does work. And we have 2, I believe, an On Guard, a Defiant Dance in hand, and the Flash as well.
Yeah, I think with the Flash, we're covering almost everything here. So I do like committing as little as possible and forcing opponent to like they're basically going to be able to play one thing, right, at 3. So like, let's see the thing.
I think we're supposed to play the what's it called? I think we're supposed to play the Defiant Dance here, because then we threaten to wipe the entire thing and actually force them to play a card. Oh, they have a hidden card here. I knew they had a hidden one on top. I didn't see the hidden one on bottom.
Right.
Oh, maybe Edge of Night is the concern then.
Switcheroo would be an issue potentially.
That is super fair, actually. But like, not really, because you could just flash out of the Switcheroo. Like, same thing.
True. But then you are weak to the rebuke from
hand. And the rebuke is back online, so
yeah. There's definitely a combination of cards that.
Also, it would be interesting if the Switcheroo was hidden on the battlefield, or on that battlefield, right? Because on the other one, if you have a way to protect this, like treasure hunter from like the deckhand just moving in, then you would want the Switcheroo there because it's just more value.
5, 9, 10, 11 kills Darius plus Hopeful. Yeah. And the biggest thing on the planet here for the Draven player is you're not allowed to rebuke. If you rebuke, you lose the game.
I mean, that's going to happen at some point in this game. It's just really a matter of like, when do they think is the best time to try to fire it? We know it's going to get.
Well, I think you have to wait for the Irelia to be readied, right? Because what's going to happen here is you pop the Zonyas, and then they're going to have to use Irelia Legend to ready her. And then after that, they can't beat rebuke. Like, if they have like a not so fast, but like, you're never beating not so fast. You're never beating like hard bargain. So you kind of have to assume that it's like flash. And like, maybe you decide that you're not beating flash either. That's like a super fair.
Yeah, in this spot, you're so behind. I don't think you play around a single flash or notes faster.
In which case,
I wonder, is there a line where the left player just like wins without even playing the flash, but just replaying Aurelia?
Because we know they have the Defiant Dance, I think they could. But I think there's just no point.
The answer is almost certainly with equipment and Defiant Dance. Yeah.
I think, the real question is, if we had 11 more might on this battlefield because of the fellas that are hanging out in our home,
right?
Is
this make
I really able to break that? And I'll be like so real with you. I don't know if I really can break that.
It's a lot harder with this end for sure.
It's definitely. Is that, oh no, 7, 11, 12, 13. So it's at 13. I mean, to be honest, the answer's still probably yes.
Well, I think you can. The issue is that in order to break it, you have to use the Zanyas, which means that I don't think you're beating Rebuke this turn. You're beating it eventually, but like I just don't think you're beating it this turn.
Maybe. I don't know. I think now it's just a matter of let's.
Yeah, I need Kuvi to do a.
Do it.
I need you to, do your big old math problem.
Now we got Kuvi's big old math problem.
Little puzzle thing.
I assume we have another way to target this Aurelia in our hand, otherwise this play does not make any sense.
They might have a ride the win.
14, 15, 16, 16 to 10, 15? No, this is winning by 1, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Oh,
but
but we have another we have discipline.
Yeah, we have
plus you have sneaky deckhand to conquer.
But you have to ready your Aurelia here. I mean,
you don't even.
Well, you can.
You don't
pay
even
the
need
1,
to.
and then you walk deckhand up on the treasure hunter.
Oh,
that way
right,
your beats
there's a hidden card over there. Yeah.
Yep.
The biggest thing is you need to remember to pay the 1.
Pay the 1.
Period. Okay, this Aurelia player is really good.
Yeah. Actually. They got there. It looks like it's going to be Aurelia winning game number 1 in this top 4.
Yeah, starting out 4-0 is pretty strong.
Good. Sneaky deckhand power. Maybe we'll see this player against the miracle player that you like, and it would be like me playing against you. Smile.
Got him.
Oh, I got
for the finals.
Damn.
Had to leave. I kind of heard that and was like, okay, I'm dipping out of here.
There it is. The Bryn here left safe and sound.
This matchup is not as easy as it looked this game. It was easy only because we were on 6 points and Draven was at 1. But also we got like literally perfect hand. It was like deck hand. We had like Discipline, On Guard, Defiant Dance, Zanyas, Boots. Like it was if you could pick an Aurelia hand that game, it would be exactly the cards that the player got. That's why like it was so one-sided. But I don't think it will be as one-sided here, in my opinion.
It shouldn't be.
I mean, in a game 2 or 3.
Really shouldn't. But yeah. Well, there is still the possibility that because this Draven deck, I believe we saw in the previous round, this Draven deck does run Obelisk of Power. So at some point, you're going to have the Aurelia. You're going to have to give them like a game where they can turn 1 deckhand you, and whenever that happens, you're going to be very, very, very sad. So we'll see if it's drawn again.
Yeah, I mean, Aurelia maybe also has Obelisk of Power. So, like, I think that there's, unless they line it up, well, this would be Aurelia going second. So they probably wouldn't want to run Obelisk this game. And then maybe the last game's a double Obelisk.
Play it. In this matchup, you play it in game 1 because you know that they also have Obelisk, right?
Right.
So you know that at some point in the match, they're going to have to give you Obelisk. And you want to spread out the Obelisk games. Whereas Draven wants to... What Draven should have done here is if they... Depending on if they know whether the Aurelia plays Obelisk or not, and when they like to play Obelisk, they want to play Obelisk in the exact same game. They don't want to give Aurelia 2 games where they get to turn 1 deckhand.
Right. Makes sense. So theoretically, if Draven is running Obelisk, they want to run it now. It's not even good.
Now
it's
it's
either
just
run
mind
it now
games.
or run it. If they win this game, then they're running it in game 3 when Aurelia is on the play, and then you're giving them Obelisk on the play, on go first. So,
but Draven needs to snipe the Irelia's Obelisk. Whenever you think it's going to be, you have to snipe it.
Yep. And usually it's played when you go first. That way, just 3 runes and you play the deckhand, right? But yeah, I mean, giving them 4 runes turn 1, if like a Stellacorn comes down, you're also not very happy, but you just have to kind of bite the bullet at some point.
Yeah. At least you'll be able to play Draven and contest that immediately rather than it getting 2 points for free.
That is true. Unless there's a right to it. Could always be the case.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rough, right? Because I leading with Obelisk feels so bad as the Draven player. Yeah.
Well, especially since in this case, because it's top cut, they know whether they were going first or second.
Yeah.
They also, I assume it's open deckless, right? So they should know.
I would also assume that
if there's an Obelisk on the opponent's side.
Right. Which all things can. So if Aurelia knew that they were going second, they would not have run it in game 1 here.
Yeah.
So this would line up with Aurelia potentially having Obelisk.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Okay.
No,
we sniped it out.
Targons. Okay.
Targons and Reaver's Row.
Targon's Peak is such a funny battlefield because so many decks want to use it. The issue is that like they get super gatekept by Draven using it better than you most of the time. So it is always funny when you see people actually use it because it's a great battlefield for so many decks.
Yeah.
But the question here, what are you replacing? Like, if it's Temple, that's bad. You run into battlefields that don't give you draw. If it's Obelisk, I could understand, but I think Obelisk with sneaky turn 1 is kind of nasty in a lot of spots. Like, it auto-wins you, and it's pretty high. Not that low of a chance, so I wonder.
I do think what the idea actually is that you play it going second, and then you get a going second turn 1 deckhand, and you have 2 up. I think that's the idea. That way you can actually protect it, which is what we saw in game 1, right? There wasn't a 2-drop in game 1, but even if there was, it couldn't have really contested the deckhand that came down because the Aurelia had 2 open, right?
Oh, we saw earlier, like a few games ago, a Draven versus Aurelia, where the Draven like played a merchant, and then the Aurelia played a deckhand, and it's like just trade that shit down and just play a Draven. Like keeping them from going to 2 is just like so good. So maybe they are deciding that like holding up the mana on the peak is just like that worth it.
It's peak.
Indeed.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Aurelia up a game here. Assuming that Draven is going first with that Reaver's Row potential. And there it is, starting off. All right, we have I believe that's Treasure Hunter, which also does not contest the deckhand.
It's a fan.
It's fan.
Oh, it's fan. Okay, that does contest.
Edge of Night. Interesting.
Edge of Night.
In Irelia, huh?
Don't know if I've seen a lot of that in Aurelia. I understand the idea.
I haven't.
It's a 0 mana.
I like it.
+2 is like that's always what it has been.
Yeah. This is an interesting decision where the Draven actually goes to the Targon Speak here, which means that they want the 2 mana open in case that Aurelia gets accelerated this turn. I don't think that that's actually correct. I think you're supposed to go onto the Reaver's Row and then take the Targon's Peak next turn, but maybe he doesn't actually want to take Targon's at all and just wants to hold to 2, pull back. Like, even this early in the game, there's a lot of decisions with the locations and the battlefields that you have to make.
100%.
That just wanted to highlight that decision
it's a really a good one because yes, it's not just I'm getting a point here. We knew that was going to happen. And it's not even just I'm leaving my fan in danger. You're also fine with that. It's I am going to want to get these readied runes on a turn that's not the next one probably, or maybe or a turn that's not this one rather, because like if they accelerate Aurelia to kill a fan here, that's fine. You don't really care that much. You're probably not casting Rebuke even if you have it. I wouldn't think. So threatening it is not a particularly valuable thing to do there.
But then this is the alternative, right? Where you go to the Torgon's Peak, and then you actually get to push this Reaver's Road this turn, which means you're up 3-0 instead of.
Yeah.
If you do that in the other line, you have 2 runes open, but your Draven would be on the Torgon's Peak, right?
You
That
could.
Yeah,
way,
but this spot
yes,
is
attackable.
not very good for Aurelia. Obviously, like against
Yeah,
mid range,
absolutely.
you fall behind. They have Brynir, like you cannot do anything against
The
it most of
classic
the time.
green problem.
Yeah, this is a
But all
really
this
amazing drop,
interaction,
by the
no,
way.
you don't.
Deckhand is great.
It was you needed it here for sure.
Yeah, you definitely wanted like an easy way to score both these battlefields because you really don't want to like you don't want to spend a bunch of power here to like walk the Irelia back and forth without like booties.
Yep. The funny thing here is that this charm comes out and okay, it's targeting Darius, but I believe that there are no red runes on the side of Draven here, so they would not actually be able to pump up the Draven.
The important thing is that because it's Reaver's Row, you get a free target for the Reaver's Row, which gives the Irelia +1, which means that you get to swing over. It's kind of a
that's funny,
kind of a silly interaction here, but
even if you don't use it, like even if the Aurelia doesn't move back to base, because the Reaver's Row trigger always goes on the stack, and you're always targeting the Aurelia, it always gets the +1, which is very useful in this spot.
Yeah, funny.
Actually,
Aurelia using Draven's battlefield's better than Draven 2 games in a row so far. Oh, are we developing purple Draven in the back?
Okay.
That is a way to break point tempo.
I imagine then we'll see the Edge of Night equipped to protect against the Falling Star? No.
I mean, Falling Star isn't that bad because they'd have to flip double red here, and then they recycle 4 runes for it. And like it's really just not. Yeah, you don't get the point because it's not in combo.
But also, they have a Draven that they won't be able to use the red 4 if they use the Fallen Star. Like using 2 reds here is a big problem for Draven.
Hold up. I was like, do you just... No, you can't. You can't because they can still pay. They still have the opportunity to pay. But
yeah. No, the judge would have came over and fought him if they didn't get the +1 dice on there.
True.
Yeah. This is interesting because, God, how good is Ride the Wind? To keep you from having to deal with the Draven walking up and scoring 2 points and like tying the game.
I mean, so if our game plan is to use this Draven to break the point tempo, did we need to charm the Darius last turn? Like, was the Darius doing anything?
You make a very good point.
What we could have done was slap the Draven onto the Reaver's Row and then charm up the Darius and then actually leave with Irelia. And then we just like score a free point.
Yep.
Right, because the Draven, purple Draven is a nefarious cheat and doesn't give the point for losing a combat. It needs to die in combat. So Reaver's Row actually works perfectly. Yeah, I think that is a... I mean, this game feels like it is going to be... well, it looks like it's running away a little bit for the Draven in terms of points, but it feels like it is going to be a game of inches, and it may be a little play like that is gonna matter quite a bit.
Yep, especially if there's no second charm, which I don't see in the hand. I see Azania's, which I imagine is going to be hidden here, and then a couple tricks, but no charm.
yeah, this again goes to the thought of like, what is this charm actually doing? It's like, yes, it's killing a Darius, but what does that actually do for your game plan? And my game plan right now is to recap point tempo with this Draven, with this purple Draven. And a great way to do that is via charm, but we've cashed in our charm early, and we're no longer able to do that now. We need to draw into another one or force Draven into a combat at some point here. Okay, equipping the Aurelia. Are we just playing Stella Corn in the backline or something? No, we're just playing nothing.
This is good though. So you if you're double holding, you're maybe at least pressuring like double hold. If you double hold here, this is the only way Aurelia can actually come back reliably into the game, is if you literally just don't let them get a single point, which is now it's going to be very difficult to do, but if you're able to do it, then you get ahead again, but you have to be able to.
Yep.
I think I wonder if you just like send the entire squad at this purple Draven on the Reaver's Row. Just say, do something.
I see a Bryn here
you have
in double rebuke.
Yeah. Not enough runes to cast it, only 7. That's gonna have to be a thing for next turn.
Yeah. And you could cast the Bryn here.
Yep.
Because it makes the Draven have to leave. It gets you your 6th point. I don't know if it's worth it. The main issue is you don't get to cast both rebukes with the Bryn here either way.
Right. We're not casting it this turn or next turn either, because you'll go up to 9, which is still 2 off.
Yeah.
But at this point, do you need the second rebuke if you're Bryn hearing in this case? I don't know. Possibly.
I guess an interesting part about the what's it called? An interesting part about the Bryn here, or about this Draven, is that like because of the lasagnas, even if you win a combat against him, you don't score a point. Right?
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
So like even if you swung at him, like he would just stay, I think, and like trade down a bunch of might.
Right. Reduce the amount of might on the board. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, trading a Zhonya's for 6 might of units. Well, I guess it would basically just be a Draven.
Yeah, if they pay, or you could just like kill the Darius. Like,
right, if they don't have the second spell.
Yeah.
Yep. I would say that you would usually want to keep it for the turn, as in the Zhonya's. Keep it for the turn when you're attacking, so that you can do like attack multiple times with a buffed unit. But unfortunately, that doesn't work because there's a Reaver's Row on the board. So you'll just be able to walk 2 units out and still be very happy with your position as the Draven player. So yeah, I do imagine that's going to be the case here. The Aurelia are currently thinking about, I think,
Defiant Dance. If they can defend. Yeah. If they can defend one of these points via Defiant Dance, that seems like it's quite good here.
I think you use it because it's like super important, but the question is on which one do you actually use it on?
I think you have to use it on the Aurelia and then back up with the Draven.
Yeah, I think so too.
Draven gets backed out. I think Draven's just always backing out, and then Aurelia will be the one that is actually going to engage in combat, and then if it dies, it's going to be Zhonya's, which is fine. So it almost always has to be Aurelia onto Draven, I'm guessing. So that's the one that can actually get bigger, whereas Darius is capped at 5 right now.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
That's what my thought is.
Maybe it's Darius regardless, because Darius can potentially back out after the combat. But no, it's the Draven.
No, it's tapped. It's tapped out.
No, right? We can't play second card this turn. You're correct.
Yeah, there's no other card.
I genuinely think that like mid-range Draven I don't think it would be that bad if they ran like one called shot. Just because like late game it's a really good draw. And then like if your opponent sees it ever, then they always have to play around 0 mana activators for Darius.
True.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't see it, you get to get them one time.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't hate it. I love stuff like that. Like little things like that. And it's like your opponent mind splitters you and you're going to lose. You go, okay, I'll scoop in response so you don't see my hand. Go to game 2.
Yeah. I did it in response to, in sort of like in response to the Minesweeper decks in Aurelia for a while, actually, where I like played like a call shot.
Yeah.
Which was interesting. Yeah,
I think it's a good like
good
late game draw, right? Like when you're on like 8 or 9 runes, it's like totally fine to go try and find an answer or find a unit.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is like you never want to double draw it, and you never want to cast it before them, so you're not allowed to run more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great for your like, if I have a Bryn here, I win here. Well, let's get 4 looks at a Bryn here for no, and like I don't care about my runes next turn because there's not going to be a next turn. So
yeah,
let's get 2 looks for it. Don't even need to you pay it for full price, and you're happy to. I like it as that actually.
Mm-hmm.
If I were a degenerate and running mid-range Draven, I would consider running a 1-of.
So
we're considering.
It's interesting that we're thinking so hard. I feel like we just always take the not so fast.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like we have rebukes in hand, we want those to resolve. The Defy is a good card in this matchup, but
it's all irrelevant. Bryn here is going to negate all of those cards.
Yeah.
But now you don't even necessarily need the Bryn here, which opens up the second rebuke. So now Aurelia is 9.
Yeah, you can't go after Aurelia. You have to go after the.
I don't think so.
Raven,
right?
And then risk them just saying okay and killing the Darius.
Yeah. Yeah. So nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice.
And now, I mean, this is giving Purple Draven's going to get a point off of this Reaver's Row, right?
Yep.
Like it works the way you want it to on attacking for Purple Draven, the nefarious cheat.
The issue is that like our hand is like really bad. The Irelia player's hand. Which is why Irelia usually needs to run the battlefields that say draw a card on them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like we do
or
have
find a Stellacorn like a good player.
Playable position 6-6, but the problem is we have 3 cards in hand, 2 of which more or less don't do anything right now. Like the Defy is not actually advancing your game plan, and the Hard Bargain off the top is also not going to help. So,
wait, do we get the point here if they just sack the?
No.
No, if they push us, then we do not get the point.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong.
Does have to pay the deflect cost though, so that does matter. But
interestingly enough, if there was a not so fast in hand, the way that the fan works is in order for it to go on the stack, you have to pay deflect. And then if you want to not so fast it, you have to do it before you attempt to resolve the ability. Because once the fan is sacked, you're not allowed to not so fast it. So there's like an interesting game of like the Draven player has to pay the deflect to like represent that they're going to try to push your guy. It's like a weird little thing.
Okay.
Wait, you don't pay deflect when you choose. You pay deflect when deflect resolves, no?
You pay deflect in order for it to go on the stack.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And then you can just stop it if you want after forcing them to pay deflect.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can not so fast it.
Something layers.
I mean, maybe every rule of Riftbound is going to choose in a change in the rules update. Maybe like the stack will change.
Maybe we'll play Yu-Gi-Oh after the
maybe
update.
every spell will just become regular spell, and no, you can't play spells.
Do we not have Bryn here? Oh, okay. They just didn't have anything. Oh, wait. They knew that they didn't have anything. Okay. There it is.
There was one card off the top. Like there could have been the Hard Bargain could have been something good.
But did we not have Bryn here there? Did we not have just?
We did, yeah. We just chose not to cast it.
Casting Bryn here is like cringe and try hard.
That felt needlessly sloppy there. Like I get it. It was cinched.
Well, I think the idea is it actually does make sense to not play the Bryn here, because if there is a Bryn here and then there's a not so fast, a Defiant Dance chain to the Bryn here off the top, then we can't actually conquer.
You have 8 mana though, because you had a gold to pay for your Mind Splitter last turn.
But we had to pay the deflect, so we went to 7. No?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, okay, never mind. I forgot about the deflect.
So that's
you're right.
why.
I was thinking that there was 8. I'm like, how are we not Bryn here rebuking here? But
yeah, being willing to just rip 2 rebukes then makes a lot more sense. Yeah, no, that's super valid. I forgot about the deflect.
Yep. Nope, 100%.
I'm glad one of us was paying attention.
So that's what people think, that we want more people on the co-stream for fun. No. It's so that there's a better chance of at least one person paying attention to the game at hand.
True, because only one has to pay attention, right? But the other casters are just here to
banter. That's it, and to fill that hour and a half long
witty banter.
To fill the dead air in between the 2-hour rounds.
Exactly. All right, so theoretically, we're definitely going to have at least one obelisk in this game, because we know for a fact that Draven has it. So are we going to have 2 is the question.
Or temple is the question. Is it? What did the Targon replace?
Yeah. I mean, losing temple is really rough.
Yeah, I don't think you can... I think you should absolutely have like double drop out of field. I mean, even triple, but...
Yeah, I mean, the reason we lost last game is because we ran out of cards. Like,
yeah. And we didn't find a Stellacorn, which it's just the thing that you have to find Stellacorn in the games where you don't have Dreaming Tree, you don't have Sunken Temple.
Especially the Reaver's Row game. Like, you definitely want to find Stellacorn.
Yeah. So many draws. I love the outfit from our commentator in the middle here. Like the chain and like little sort of sheriff star almost. Looks pretty cool.
I should get a sheriff star. Start wearing it.
I feel like we underdressed. I mean, Levin's is styling, of course. But
and also let's not forget here. I've also, of course, got the.
Of course, I had assumed as much. So I'm glad that you confirmed it.
The matching shorts. And I've got the matching underwear. Okay, no, I won't do those. That's okay.
I'll believe you on that one.
Not Charmer to
Charmer
2.0.
Yeah, it's the turn them sideways OnlyFans. That's the one where you get the.
Well, I know you don't want that, but what you do want are cheaper cards, which you can get at with our Chinese partner, Huge. Get the link in the comments here. You can join Huge's Discord and get the hookup on Chinese cards for Riftbound, which I'm literally going to be messaging Huge after this broadcast. There's a couple things I want, especially I want to get my stuff lined up for set 3. So make sure you're going in there, because you don't have to pay for English cards the full premium if you don't want to. You can, if you're happy with Chinese cards, we've got an in for you. So that is awesome. There we go. So we head into game number 3 of this top 4 match, Aurelia versus Draven. All of the hopium is going here for Aurelia, hoping for a non-Draven in the finals, but we shall see. This game number 3.
Okay, so double obelisk here. We talked about this earlier. This is very good awareness from the Draven player to save their obelisk for the last game.
I think something that's really strong about the double obelisk game for Draven, like there's times where you think like, oh, I'll snipe their obelisk, and then joke's on them. You know, their turn 1 play is going to be Draven no matter what, so they don't get the extra rune. The big issue is that they get to turn 2 Mind Splitter you, and that can be a bit of a troublesome thing to do. But
yeah. Mostly because it means that you have to like play a if it's double obelisk, you can just play a Stellacorn on turn 1. But then if you find a deckhand turn 1, you're in this weird spot where you want to play a Stellacorn to deny like your opponent just mind splittering you and taking it, but you can't because you kind of have to